Chapter 1. Snap. Did I cross over? At the entrance of Magic City University, a young man about 18 or 19 years old, with a handsome and striking appearance, his short hair fluttering gently at the corners of his eyes, occasionally showing a mischievous grin, looked like a perfect male god straight out of an anime. He was holding a black suitcase, staring blankly at the four big characters Magic City University on the school gate. He stared for a full 10 minutes. Hey, young man, you've been staring for over 10 minutes. Are you posing for something? The security guard at the entrance couldn't help but comment. That guy standing at the entrance is so handsome. Should I go over and ask for his WeChat? He is handsome, but seems a bit slow. I've seen him standing there blankly for over 10 minutes without moving. 23 girls have already gone over to ask for his WeChat and got no response. And you're going to be the 24th. Then I won't go. Senior, I'm going to check in first. This junior, let me take you to the check-in place. Students coming and going for check-in occasionally discuss the dazed Ye Qianyu. Chapter 2. A mix-up. Ye Qianyu walked into the campus, dressed in a white t-shirt, black sports pants, and white canvas shoes that he held a suitcase in one hand and a black backpack slung over his shoulder. With a piece of dogtail grass sticking out of his mouth, his short hair danced gently in the summer breeze. His eyes showed a mix of 3 parts melancholy, 3 parts mischievous smile, and 4 parts rebellious spirit. Strolling leisurely along the campus path, girls passing by would stare at this cool and handsome guy for a long time, occasionally showing infatuated expressions. But very few girls dared to approach him for contact information, as standing in front of him made them feel shy and inferior. Occasionally, a few confident girls would approach to ask for his WeChat, but Ye Qianyu politely declined each time. He continued to stroll along the path, chewing on the dogtail grass, his head slightly lowered, taking one step at a time, occasionally revealing a crooked smile like a dragon. King. Not sure how long he had walked, the light ahead dimmed, and Ye Qianyu looked up to see a quiet grove, with a cool breeze blowing through, causing the trees to rustle. Chapter 3. Roommate. Ye Qianyu muttered to himself, and then asked tentatively, you didn't leave me for the rich second generation, did you? How could that be? How could I possibly leave you to run off with a rich second generation? I've always liked you. Mujiro said, choking back tears. Jiro. I was just making a simple joke, because today is April Fool's Day. Ye Qianyu realized he misunderstood Mujiro and awkwardly coughed a few times. Mujiro happily responded, then pouted and said, Brother Qianyu, please don't make jokes like that in the future. I'm scared. I've always liked you since middle school. All right, Jiro. I need to report now. I'll treat you to a meal in a few days. Head pat. Ye Qianyu said as he saw they were approaching the student reception area, bidding her farewell. Okay. Mujiro obediently replied, and only after the call ended did she put down her phone. Jiro, how did it go? Lin Ruishi eagerly asked when she saw Mujiro hang up. It's fine. He thought it was an April Fool's joke. Mujiro laughed through her tears, her brows curving happily. Chapter 4. Dormitory Leader. Hello everyone. My name is Ye Qianyu. We'll be brothers from now on. Brothers should help each other. And as the dormitory leader, I'll take good care of you. Ye Qianyu introduced himself cheerfully, but as he continued, things started to feel increasingly off. Stop. You're the dormitory leader? I'm the dormitory leader. I'll cover all the dormitory expenses from now on. Jin Yuqian quickly interrupted Ye Qianyu before he could continue, then patted his chest proudly. This is school. The leader should be chosen based on grades. I was first in the province in the college entrance examination, so I think I should be the dorm leader. Xiaodian adjusted his glasses and said seriously, I'll be the dorm leader. If anyone bullies you, I'll handle it. Xia Nanxing, who was standing in the corner, spoke up. How about this? It's pointless to argue. Let's draw lots to determine the order. Ye Qianyu suggested while rubbing his chin. Sure. Jin Yuqian was the first to agree. I agree. All right. Ye Qianyu took out 4 strips of paper of different lengths and handed one to each person. Looks like I'm a leader. Jin Yuqian became smug as he looked at the strip in his hand. Chapter 5. The Shangwan family. All right, old Jin, let's go eat first. Ye Qianyu smiled slightly. Old Yi, I didn't expect you to be this wealthy. I won't hold back then. Jin Yuqian reluctantly left He Yaoying, rubbing his hands and smiling. The 4 of them entered the hotel, and at that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit approached, bowing respectfully and saying, Welcome to the Jindu Hotel. I'm the manager. Chun Jin. Manager Chun, please get me a private room. Ye Qianyu stepped forward and shook hand with Chun Jin, then said, What type of private room would you like? We have Tian, D, and Ren private rooms. The minimum spend for the Ren room is 30,000. For the D room is 50,000. And for the Tian room is 100,000. Manager Chen patiently explained, not showing impatience due to their student appearance. After all, this was a 5-star hotel with a reputation to uphold. I'll take a Tian room, Ye Qianyu said without a moment's hesitation. All right, esteemed guest, please follow me. Manager Chen led the four to a luxurious private room. Chapter 6. First consumption package. Do I look like I'm joking? Ye Qianyu put down his teacup and smiled at Jin Yuqian. Jin Yuqian was taken aback, unsure how to respond. This is over 2 billion, not 200 yuan. Even I couldn't casually use it. Where did this roommate come from? Could he be from one of the 8 great families of Kyoto? But none of them have the surname Yi. Could it be? Beep, beep. At that moment, all 4 of their phones rang. Taking out their phones, they saw a message from the class group. Hello to all members and to the freshmen. I am Ye Qianyu, your sophomore senior, and also your class advisor, responsible for your daily affairs. I hope to communicate well with you in the coming semester. Now, I am notifying all members of Financial Class 3 to gather tonight at 8:30 in room 302 of Teaching Building B for some important matters. After reading the group message, Ye Qianyu joked, looks like our plan to go to the bar is going down the drain. Hee. Whether we go to the bar or not doesn't matter. We could go another time. Jin Yuqian waved his hand, not taking it to heart, then looked at Ye Qianyu with a sly grin. Chapter 7. Ye Qianyu, please take care, 4 of you. Welcome to visit again. Chen Jin bowed as he watched the taillights of the 2 cars slowly disappear. As the general manager of a 5-star hotel and a direct subordinate of the Shangwan family, he didn't need to be so servile. The main reason was that license plate number Lu S88888. Others might not understand the true meaning behind it, but he, who had worked with the Shangwan family for years, understood the terrifying implications of that plate. Before he could think too much, he hurried to a corner and pulled out his phone to make a call. After 3 rings, a middle-aged voice came through. Xiao Jin, what's the matter? Chen Jin immediately became serious and said, Mr. He, a young man, just came to our restaurant. He was driving a car with the license plate Lu S88888. The mysterious person from the auction a while ago. There was a 10-second silence on the other end of the line before the middle-aged man replied seriously. Do you have any useful leads? Chen Jin quickly responded, Mr. He, that young man should be a student from Moda University. He looks like a freshman. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, That's enough. I understand. No need for further investigation. Just call me when he comes back to eat next time. Chapter 8. Being class leader Shangwan Qianyu stood frozen in place. The entire class also stared at Ye Qianyu as if they had seen a ghost. What kind of brain circuit is this? Shangwan Qianyu thought to herself. Her good impression of the handsome boy who had just led the applause instantly vanished. Coming back to her senses, Shangwan Qianyu's expression stiffened, and she frowned, saying, This classmate, what I just said was to treat this place as your home, not to act as casually as if it were your own home. Oh, Ye Qianyu nodded in response. I see, got it. After saying that, Ye Qianyu sent the 3 sons back to their seats, leaving them all speechless. They remembered the last time they felt this way was last time. Shangwan Qianyu took a moment to calm her emotions and continued. The day after tomorrow, we will start a 2-week military training. And tomorrow we will come to this classroom to collect our uniforms. As soon as military training was mentioned, the students in the entire school let out a collective wail. Once the students below had finished their lamentations, Shangwan Qianyu revealed a faint smile, though there was a hint of schadenfreude in her expression. She said, Military training is an unforgettable moment in university life, so I hope everyone doesn't feel too upset. There's one more thing. At this point, Shangwan Qianyu looked around and said, Chapter 9, Ye Yunxi. A search through her memories brought forth information about her younger sister. Her sister's name was Ye Yunxi, with a fragrance of elegance and eyes like flowing water, which is the origin of her name. She was 15 years old and had just entered high school. In his memory, his younger sister was sweet-looking, had always liked to cling to him, and was very obedient. She was also an excellent student at school, consistently ranking first in her class. Every time she received her grades, she would ask him for praise. Thinking of this, Ye Qianyu couldn't help but smile as he looked at the message in his hand. He could imagine his younger sister lying on her bed, swinging her little legs, happily sending him messages. Brother, have you arrived at school? How are your roommates? Are there any handsome ones? I want to introduce one to my new best friend. Ha ha ha. Ye Qianyu rolled his eyes and replied, Your brother is doing well at school. My roommates are great, and there are no handsome ones because compared to your brother, no one is more handsome. Also, stop thinking about these random things all day. Studying well is the most important. Don't fall in love too early. Wait until you go to college to think about such things. Not long after, he received a quick reply. Ha ha ha. Brother, although you're narcissistic, you're right. With you as a comparison, there's really no one more handsome. With you as a comparison, how could I possibly like other boys? They're all too low. Chapter 10. Shanghai International Financial Center. When Ye Qianyu woke up, it was already noon. The three roommates in the dormitory had not yet returned. He got up, washed up, got dressed, and went to the bathroom. The motivation to relieve himself was still as strong as ever. After finishing, he gently shook it off, pulled up his pants, and went out. He planned to buy some clothes like those worn by the wealthy in TV dramas, as he wanted to see why such clothes were sold at such high prices, with some being worth as much as a house. It was not just for the sake of earning points. With that thought, he went to the basement, got into his luxurious car, and drove off, attracting a wave of envy and speculation about which big shot was behind the wheel. Ye Qianyu drove to the top shopping mall in Shanghai, the International Financial Center, and found a parking spot in the basement. The area was filled with various luxury cars, with rare sports cars seen everywhere. Whether it was Lamborghinis or Ferraris, they were all parked tightly. He even spotted a few luxury cars worth tens of millions. Even BMWs and Land Rovers fell out of place, parked inside. Ye Qianyu opened the car door, got out, and walked towards the fourth floor, planning to fill his stomach first. The Shanghai International Financial Center is one of the 6 top shopping malls in Shanghai, with a sales volume of around 10 billion in just half a year, setting the ceiling for shopping malls in Shanghai. Chapter 11. Gucci Incident, Part 1. Hearing the voice, Ye Qianyu turned his head and said, "I'm talking about you. You fat lady, you're the fattest here. With that fat head and big ears, do you think you can support me? Are you out of your mind? Should I buy you a mirror so you can see what you look like?" Puffed. Ha ha ha. Ye Qianyu's words made those around him cover their mouths and chuckle. Li Tai was furious, nearly bursting with rage, breathing heavily in place. The slender boy next to her kept patting her chest to calm her down. And once he felt it was enough, he scolded softly. "Who are you calling fat? This is called being well endowed, got it? Hurry up and apologize to my dear, or you can forget about leaving this door." "Oh." Ye Qianyu looked at the slender boy, teasing with a smile. "Who do you think you are to speak? Just eat your soft rice well. If you want to be a sycophant, you need to be a good one and stay quiet. You." That one sentence made the slender boy also feel his breath become uneven. He hated being called someone who eats soft rice the most. Although it was true, it was also earned by his own capabilities. Those who usually said he ate soft rice were often envious, sour grapes. In youth, not knowing how to appreciate older women, mistaking young girls for treasures. Chapter 12. Gucci Incident, Part 2. All right, please follow me. I will help you measure your dimensions. After finishing, Isin led Ye Qianyu to the inner room of Gucci. The two behind, the fat and the thin, were somewhat short-circuited. After a while, the slender boy finally whispered, "Dear, don't worry. This kid is definitely just putting on a show. It's all fake." Li Tai didn't reply, just nodded with a sullen face, continuing to wait in place. Inside the inner room, Isin took out a French measuring tape and carefully measured Ye Qianyu from head to toe. Chest, 118. Hip, 118. Waist, 77. Arm, 118. Even the wrist and arms were not overlooked. In fact, every measurable part of his body was measured except for certain areas. After more than 10 minutes of repeated measurements, they concluded. Then they took pictures of Ye Qianyu from every angle. "Mr. Ye, thank you for your cooperation. I have measured all your data." Isin closed the computer and stood up to say, "You're welcome." Ye Qianyu didn't feel impatient. He just thought there was a reason for the high prices. "So, Mr. Ye, which designer and which clothing sample do you choose? Here are all our designers and clothing samples." Chapter 13. Purchasing Vacheron Constantine. After Ye Qianyu left, Li Tai, who was still on the ground, finally caught her breath. She cursed in her heart, then grabbed the slender boy's hand, preparing to get up. The slender boy finally reacted. He suddenly jerked his arm, causing Li Tai to fall back onto the ground again, crying out in pain, "Ouch. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? How dare you throw me down? Do you still want your pocket money for next month?" Hearing this, the slender boy suddenly shouted, "Shut up, you fat lady. I've had enough of you." After saying that, he flung his clothes and walked away. Although his back looked very manly, tears streamed down his face. Whenever someone passed by, he immediately put on a righteous expression, and after they left, he would start crying again switching back and forth, making even a master of disguise look less smooth. Behind him, Li Tai continued to curse like a shrew. If you leave, don't come back. I've supported you with food and clothes. And you treat me like this. I don't believe it. I can still find a pretty boy who will obey me. I've wanted to dump you for a long time. You short and weak one who can't satisfy me. Ye Qianyu's eyes narrowed as she looked at Li Tai on the ground with a face full of disdain. And she shouted, from now on, put her on the Gucci blacklist and permanently stop selling her any Gucci products. I will also inform my peers to add her to the unfriendly list. Chapter 14. Encountering a lowly girl in the underground garage, the leader immediately came to Ye Qianyu's side, smiled, and confirmed again, sir. Are you sure you want to buy this Vacheron Constantine Traditionnel 0001P watch? Yes, I'm very sure. Ye Qianyu nodded seriously. All right, sir, here is our account. The leader took out a bank account from his pocket. Ye Qianyu operated on the number. The last four digits were 7765, and 200 million yuan was received. After settling the bill, Ye Qianyu left in big strides, leaving everyone in the store stunned for a while. One of the chubby guys looking at watches was astonished as he watched Ye Qianyu's back and exclaimed, which rich young master is this? He bought the store's treasure in less than 5 minutes. Is he here to buy groceries? Hearing this, the chubby female sales assistant across from him first cast an envious glance at Shaoli, then turned to the chubby guy and said somewhat coquettishly, Mr. Yu, you've been looking at this watch for a month, and I've been serving you for a month too. Are you going to buy it or not? After just witnessing how decisively that young man bought the watch, the chubby guy gritted his teeth and said, buy it. How much is it? I'll buy it today. The salesperson across immediately showed an excited expression. Chapter 15. Ye Ningxin kid, I advise you not to meddle, or else. The leading big man thought this young man would harm the young lady and kindly reminded him. Oh, or else what? You more than 10 big men are bullying a little girl. Do you have any shame? Get out of here quickly, or I'll call the police. Ye Qianyu showed no sign of retreat in front of the group of black-clothed big men. Instead, he made a gesture of calling the police with his hand beside his ear. Kid, I advise you not to interfere today. The leading big man gave the others a look, and they understood and orderly moved to their respective positions, well-trained and organized. What if I insist on interfering? Ye Qianyu narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. Then we'll be rude. Brothers, the old man has ordered us to take the young lady back. Go. Remember not to hurt her. With a command from the leading big man, everyone rushed forward. Let's see how strong humans can get. Ye Qianyu chuckled, finally able to use what he had prepared for so long. He had long seen that these people were not just a group of kidnappers, but rather a well-trained bunch. Otherwise, how could they have chased that little girl for so long? They were just afraid of hurting her and were playing with her. Chapter 16. The principal is my uncle. I don't know where to go. What's your name, big brother? Ye Ningxin curiously looked at Ye Qianyu's handsome profile and asked quietly. My name is Ye Qianyu. Are you a middle school student? Ye Qianyu casually replied while driving. I'm not a middle school student. I'm an adult now. Just turned 18. I just look a bit young. Ye Ningxin pouted and glared at him, her soft little face puffed up as if holding something. Her sparkling eyes seemed to hide blades, fierce yet cute in a unique way. Hee, I was just joking with you, don't be mad. Seeing her cute appearance, Ye Qianyu couldn't bear to tease her, smiled gently, and in the gap while driving, reached out his long hand to gently rub her head. Being rubbed on the head by Ye Qianyu, Ye Ningxin was stunned for a moment, staring blankly at the man beside her. This feeling was unprecedented, very gentle. Unconsciously, Ye Ningxin began to smile foolishly. Hey, is this girl really dazed? Ye Qianyu's mouth twitched, secretly complaining in his heart, and quickly withdrew his hand to focus on driving. When Ye Ningxin realized that the gentle hand was no longer on her head, she finally came to her senses. Chapter 17. Incoming call. Lying in bed, recalling the scene in the basement today, he had a deep understanding of his full-level strength. According to his strength of 10 points, those black-clothed big men should be between 5 to 9 points. The human limit is not something everyone can reach. The further you go, the more difficult it becomes. Slowly, Ye Qianyu unconsciously fell into a deep sleep. Old Ye, wake up, it's 5:30, time to get up and eat. A voice like a public duck echoed in Ye Qianyu's ears, making his eardrums hurt. Can't you shout a little softer? Ye Qianyu rubbed his ears and said irritably. Hey. I was worried you were sleeping too soundly and wouldn't wake up. Jin Yuqian awkwardly scratched his head, but his eyes showed a mischievous smile. Coincidentally, Ye Qianyu noticed it, turned around, and grabbed a pillow to smash it hard against his forehead. Damn, I think you're doing this on purpose, always having trouble for me. After a bit of playful banter, Ye Qianyu got up, dressed, and asked, where should we eat tonight? Let's just go to the school cafeteria. Ye Xiaotian interjected. Okay. Xian Nanxing, who was standing nearby, agreed with the sound. What about you, Jean Fatty? Ye Qianyu turned to Jean Yuqian and asked. Chapter 18. Got Operation, Show Off. Ye Qianyu hung up the phone and prepared to enter the cafeteria to see if the three foodies had finished eating. However, just as he turned around, he saw the three of them each holding a toothpick, satisfied as they walked out of the cafeteria. Have you guys finished eating? Ye Qianyu asked. Full. Let's go back to the dorm. Jean Yuqian patted his belly. Ding dong. For sounds. All four of their phones rang at the same time. Opening it, it was a message from Shangwan Xinyu. All members, 6 p.m., gather in the original classroom to meet with the instructor. Don't be late. It seems you guys can't go back. We have to go to the classroom first. Ye Qianyu said gleefully. Ugh, then let's take a detour. Jean Yuqian sighed. Entering the classroom, the four of them sat back in their original seats. The classmates in the class were chatting in groups, and the surrounding noise was quite loud. Even the four of them entering the classroom went unnoticed. I'm telling you, Wei Qingyu's family is really damn rich. They actually have a big villa in Magic City. Yeah. We had a party at his house last night, accidentally got drunk, and when I got up to pee at night, guess what I found? What did you find? Hurry up and tell us. Chapter 19 Military Training begins. All right, Mr. Yi, I'll call you to notify you when the time comes, Gu Shang replied, then waited for Ye Qianyu to hang up. Thank you. That essay bother, Ye Qianyu said with gratitude before hanging up the phone. If Gu Shang was good at it, it wouldn't be impossible to promote him in the future. Giving him a CEO position in a company wouldn't be a problem. Without thinking too much, he headed back to the dormitory. The next day, 6 a.m., the freshmen, still asleep, were called up by the coach for military training. The three students in room 608 groggily got out of bed, dressed, washed up, and went to the bathroom, completing the entire process in under 5 minutes. Hurry up. Jean La, don't dawdle, we're going to be late. I'm coming. Why is the zipper on these military training pants so hard to pull up? If you had lost weight, you wouldn't have this problem. Now, hurry up. Your hat is crooked. Old Xia actually sneaked out first. Ye Qian hurriedly chased after him, and Jean La glanced back at Ye Qianyu, who was still sleeping. Old Yi, are you sure you're not going to military training? Ye Qianyu mumbled, not going. I'll wake up later and watch your military training. Jean Yuqian gave him a speechless look, then hurriedly rushed out of the dormitory. Chapter 20 Ningxin arrives. Ye Qianyu had this personality, doing as he pleased. As long as he was interested in something, he would do it without hesitation or reluctance for any other reasons. For example, right now, he had an impulse to hold her hand. He did it without hesitation. In his previous life on Blue Star, he was a bit of a rogue, bold and daring. Yes, he was once a punk kid who couldn't scrape together 5 yuan while riding a motorcycle. Now that he had a system, if someone else had it, they might have gone straight for it. Even if he were a rogue, he was a handsome and wealthy rogue. Shangwan Xinyu was startled by Ye Qianyu's action. What are you doing? Let go quickly. There's so many people on the playground. Ye Qianyu grinned and released her hand. Thinking that even a rogue should maintain some decorum, he pretended to be surprised and said, What's wrong? Why are you shy? You're not curious about me and planning to fall in love with me, are you? No way, right? Shangwan Qianyu's face turned red, and she pinched him fiercely at the small of his waist. Ow. Chapter 21 Class leader from another family. Shangwan Xinyu looked at the petite and cute girl before her. She couldn't help but glance at the pair of A-cups in front of her. Then she looked down at her own soft VS read. Does that annoying Ye Qianyu like this type? With this thought, Shangwan Xinyu quickly shook her head. What am I thinking? Ye Ningxin gave Shangwan Xinyu a faint smile, but it came with a hint of murderous intent. It seemed to say, don't try to get my brother Qianyu's attention, or else. Shangwan Xinyu wouldn't be intimidated by a little girl. She shot back with a glare and defiantly pushed her chest forward, which immediately dealt Ye Ningxin a heavy blow. Ye Qianyu sensed that the atmosphere was off and pulled Ye Ningxin's small hand to bring her to the other side, sitting her down. Be good and sit here, watching him train. Ye Ningxin obediently nodded. Okay. Then, looking at the watermelon in Ye Qianyu's arms, she lightly tapped his arm with her finger. Brother Qianyu, I want to eat too. Ye Qianyu looked at the cute little lowly and smiled, scooping a spoonful and feeding it to her. That is a big piece, so cold. Chapter 22 Scared Jean Yuqian. Ye Qianyu brought the 2 girls to where his 3 roommates were. Seeing Ye Qianyu hiding at the back, with his head down, he curiously asked, "Fatty Jean, why are you standing back here? Are you not feeling well? Why are you shaking like a leaf?" Ye Qianyu, "Can't see me. Can't see me. Look what? Aha, I'm not dead." Ye Qianyu turned his head, revealing an expression more pitiful than crying. He then looked at Ye Qianyu standing next to Ye Qianyu and trembled. Yi. Before he could finish, Ye Qianyu shot him a fierce glare. The meaning was clear. "Fatty Jean, if you dare to say anything weird, I'll chop you up." Scared, Fatty Jean quickly shut his mouth and complained, "Yea, Godfather. Ye Qianyu, has this kid suffered from heat stroke? Why is he calling everyone father?" Just then the phone buzzed. Ye Qianyu took out his phone and saw it was a call from Googol. He looked at the others and said, "I'll take a call. I'm heading towards the big tree." Seeing Ye Qianyu leave, Ye Qianyu gave Ye Qianyu a look, then walked to a nearby empty spot. Ye Qianyu understood and could only follow obediently. Chapter 23 East Asia Bank. In the afternoon, Ye Qianyu didn't go to the playground to watch his cute classmates train. One reason was that it was too hot in the afternoon, and the second was that he planned to go to the bank. He intended to get a few black cards because he would need to transfer money frequently in the future, and it was too troublesome to use his account for transfers all the time. If he used his Supreme Gold card, that would definitely cause trouble. So, in the afternoon, he chatted with Muzuru for a while, reminding her not to overexert herself during military training and to inform the coach if she couldn't handle it. To avoid heat stroke, Muzuru seriously replied, "Got it." Then he chatted with Ye Qianyu for a bit, discussing the position of the Lazy King in Sheep Village. After that, he told Ye Qianyu that he wouldn't be going to the playground in the afternoon. Ye Qianyu asked, "What are you doing in the afternoon?" Ye Qianyu replied, "Going to flirt with girls. Do you want to come?" Ye Qianyu, not going, angry. Ye Qianyu, "If you're not going, then don't be mad. What's wrong? Are you jealous?" Ye Qianyu, "Who would be jealous of you?" Ye Qianyu, "I'm just kidding. I'm going to talk business worth hundreds of billions with your dad." Ye Qianyu, "I don't believe you." Pouts. Ye Qianyu shrugged. It seemed that no one believed him even when he spoke the truth. In the end, he didn't reply and closed his phone to take a nap. Chapter 24 Encountering a dog at the bank standing quietly aside, Ye Qianyu was displeased. She took the lead and fiercely said, "What are you two barking about? Especially you, bald uncle, looking so ugly. Why are you scaring people? Hurry up and go back and put on a mask." Mr. Jiang, whose surname is Jiang, was furious upon hearing this. Where did this little girl come from? Adults are talking. What are you kids interrupting for? Do you have any family education? His name is Jiang Yixing, a boss who had just squeezed into a second-tier family. He also stumbled upon good fortune by working with the third master of the Chui family, one of the 4 great families of Magic City, and enjoyed a bit of their favor. He was fortunate to take charge of the real estate business, which significantly increased his net worth. This also led him to develop an arrogant and domineering personality, as he relied on the reputation of the third master of the CF family. Today, when he saw a little girl daring to insult him, he was nearly driven to the edge of collapse. At this moment, a man beside him said, "Mr. Jiang, please don't be angry. I'll handle this matter." He then turned to the bank staff and sternly asked, "Xiaobin, how do you handle things? The bank has rules. Strangers must verify their assets before entering. Did you check?" The bank staff who received Ye Qianyu felt a pang in his heart and thought to himself that this was bad. Chapter 25 Rossi Ethan what? Seeing this, everyone around was collectively shocked, petrified, terrified. Looking at the bowing bank president, they felt as if they were dreaming. What did they just witness? This was the president of East Asia Bank. Even the heads of first-tier families in Magic City had to personally welcome such a person. To think this figure would bow and apologize to a young person? Even more surprising was what the young man said next. "I'm glad you could arrive in 3 minutes, but I really don't like your employee's work attitude. I understand, Mr. Yi. I will handle this matter and definitely give you a satisfactory response." Upon hearing this, Ethan hurriedly bowed respectfully. He then raised his head, his expression darkening significantly, and his gaze toward team leader Su became cold. He said coldly, "From today onwards, I am terminating team leader Su's employment with our bank, and I will notify all enterprises in Magic City that you no longer need to stay here." As soon as he finished speaking, team leader Su, disregarding the pain on his body and face, crawled to Ethan's feet, holding onto his thigh and begging, "President Ethan, please give me another chance. I won't dare again next time. You can't do this to me. I have an elderly parent and young children to care for." Chapter 26 Shangwan River. Ethan continued, "May I ask, Mr. Yi, Which services are you looking to process? Could you specify your requirements? Ye Qianyu thought for a moment and said, then let's process 20 black cards and 100 each of storage cards for 1 million, 10 million, and 100 million. Set the password to 000001 in that order, and remember to stick it on the back of the card. That's it. He thought about his family, friends, or women needing to use them in the future, so he decided to get a few more. If someone else were to apply for a black card, the process would be quite complicated, but those who held a Supreme Gold card would have the process fully streamlined for them. All right, Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. Ethan did not refuse at all and nodded in agreement. Even if the holder of the Supreme Gold card wanted to take over the entire East Asia Bank in Magic City, Ethan would hand it over without hesitation. When Ethan walked out of the office, East Asia Bank immediately suspended receiving guests, and all staff began to get busy. Meanwhile, Ye Qianyu leisurely enjoyed a chilled cola. At this moment, after finishing her yogurt, Ye Ningxin stealthily approached Ye Qianyu and quietly asked, Brother Qianyu, why are you applying for so many cards? Chapter 27. Acquisition. Uncle He, you flatter me. You've been in business for many years, and I still have much to learn from you. Ye Qianyu smiled humbly without any arrogance, engaging in mutual flattery about business. Haha, don't belittle yourself. I'm speaking the truth. Shangguan He nodded in satisfaction at the young man. Calm and unassuming. At this moment, Gu Shang interjected. Mr. He, let's go into the room and talk while we eat. Haha. Oh, it's my fault. Come on. Come on. Young Yi, I neglected you. Let's go. I've ordered the kitchen to prepare several delicious dishes to treat you. Shangguan He smiled and was about to lead the two inside. Just then, a girl's voice came from behind. Brother Qianyu, wait for me. These shoes are so hard to wear. I finally managed to put them on. She then bounced over to Ye Qianyu's side, linking her arm with his. Ye Qianyu unceremoniously gave her a light tap on the head. I told you to take off your shoes. You're acting like a child. Ouch. That hurts. Ye Ningxin covered her head, pouting in grievance. Shangguan He turned to look and twitched his mouth. Isn't this the little girl from the Yi family in Kyoto? Could it be that this young man is from the Yi family? But I haven't heard of anyone like him in the Yi family. Could he be someone's illegitimate child? Chapter 28. Shangguan He's speculation. Good, Mr. He. He then looked at Ye Qianyu and smiled slightly. Mr. Yi, I didn't expect that after meeting you last night. Today you'll become my new boss. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to help you manage this hotel. Ye Qianyu stood up, patted his shoulder, and smiled. Don't be so formal. Just do what you used to do. I have only one requirement. Be serious and responsible. As long as you work hard, Yi Morin, won't treat you unfairly. From now on, all employee salaries will be doubled. Chun Jin immediately showed a bright smile, secretly thinking that this new boss was not bad. Thank you, Mr. Yi. I will inform everyone of this good news right away. Chun Jin bowed and hurriedly left the private room. Just then, a system voice rang in his mind. Congratulations, host, for spending 2 billion and earning 2 million points. Since this is the host's first time spending 100 billion, you receive a hidden reward, low-level inside eye. Low-level inside eye can view basic information about individuals. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a Lamborghini Blue Flame, which has been parked in the basement of Villa Number 1 in Tangong, and the relevant documents have been stored in the system backpack. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Night Security Company, whose entire staff has absolute loyalty to the host. Chapter 29. Emo Sha. The two returned to school and greeted each other before heading back to their dorms. Before leaving, Ye Ningxin even said, next time you go out, remember to take me with you. Ye Qianyu pretended to agree seriously, but inwardly he was complaining that he absolutely would not take her next time. How embarrassing. This girl was simply a social butterfly, and he needed to avoid her a bit when going out of school in the future. When Ye Qianyu returned to the dormitory, surprisingly, the three boys hadn't even played games and were all lying on their beds in disarray. Wow, how did these three gaming addicts turn to sloths? Hearing the sound, Jin Yuqian slightly raised his head and lamented, Old Yi, you don't know this afternoon. A few classes next door were jealous that we had melons to eat and water to drink, so they all came to our class to provoke us. I thought this wouldn't do, so our class challenged all 5 of their classes. Hearing this, Ye Qianyu became interested and asked, what are you competing in? Jin Yuqian, who had lost his previous gloomy demeanor, became lively and excitedly said, the boys are competing in push-ups. Whichever team lasts the longest wins. But those classes actually teamed up against our class. Ye Qianyu looked at Jin Yuqian, who was sitting on the bed with a face full of fat and drool flying everywhere, and said speechlessly, Chapter 30 System Upgrade. Is the system upgrade complete? Ye Qianyu retracted his thumb that was about to press the enter key. He asked the system in his mind, "System, what functions were upgraded?" Replying to the host, "This upgrade has added some items to the shop, making it more comprehensive. It also added a Goodwill return service. As long as friends and family have a Goodwill level of 95 points or higher, they can receive hidden rewards." Hearing this, Ye Qianyu began to check the system's shop. Basic ability potion, medium, 10,000 points, can use level 1 gene lock. Each bottle increases 1 point of ability. Beauty recipe, 100,000 points, obtain a beauty recipe. The beauty effect is 100 times better than the current effect. Ideal smart machine technology, 500,000 points. Obtain 50 years of smart machine technology. Complete AI smart technology, 2,000 points. Obtain 100 years later complete mature AI smart technology. There were too many items to see. It had definitely more than doubled. Ding. The host upgraded the system version. The system rewards the host with a personal bodyguard of thousands of troops. As long as the host encounters danger, a personal bodyguard of thousands of troops will come to the rescue, further enhancing the host's life safety. Chapter 31 Shui, Xiaodong upon seeing the message. Mu Ziru immediately felt something was wrong. One could imagine how lewd Ye Qianyu's smile was as he sent an emoji. I rolled JPG, then he took a few pictures of his slender, fair legs, and sent them all at once. Photo, straight legs, JPG photo, inward 8, JPG photo, both legs kneeling, JPG and posted. You become so indecent now. You used to be very serious. You wouldn't even let me hold your hand. Now that you're in college, you've turned into a lecher. HM. Ye Qianyu replied, "Huh, how can this be called a lecher? This is called exploring human origins. Let's explore together when we have a chance." Mu Ziru blushed from being teased and said, "No being lewd." Then she ignored this bad guy and directly burrowed into the quilt to laugh secretly. Ye Qianyu stopped talking and quickly opened the photos, then zoomed in to appreciate them. From time to time, he let out exclamations of amazement. He couldn't help but exclaim, These photos are really white." He closed the chat box and fell asleep beautifully. A few days later, Ye Qianyu occasionally went to the playground to watch the cute classmates train and tease Shangwan Qianyu when he had nothing to do. But most of the time, Ye Qianyu lay in the dormitory, enjoying the air conditioning and watching videos. Chapter 32 Confrontation on the Playground. Hearing the voice. Ye Qianyu did not get up immediately, but slightly raised his head and squinted his eyes to take a look. He saw that the leader was a young man around 20. He wore a black Armani suit on top, a white shirt and red tie inside, white trousers on the bottom, and shiny black leather shoes. Just looking at his outfit, he was like a young master with a career line. Although he looked good, Ye Qianyu thought to himself, "Dude, aren't you hot in this weather? You guys, what are you doing here? This is a military training ground. Please leave." Wang Jian was the first to stand up and stop them when he saw the situation was not good. "Instructor, please be quiet. I'm just here to resolve a personal issue. Just 10 minutes, Cui Xiaodong said while patting his suit in a pretentious manner. Wang Jian remained unmoved. "This student, if you have personal issues, please wait until military training is over to resolve them privately. This is a military training site. Please leave immediately." Cui Xiaodong glanced at him, and at that moment, a figure hurriedly ran over, and upon closer inspection, it was the chief instructor. He flattered Cui Xiaodong by handing him a cigarette and bowing and scraping. "Young Master Cui, I'm by lay. Thanks to Third Master S promotion, I can sit in the position of chief instructor." Chapter 33 Cui Xiaodong is disgraced. Ye Qianyu's playful gaze turned icy as he calmly stared at Cui Xiaodong. "Do you know what you're saying?" Zhang Yu, standing by, wanted to redeem himself and hurriedly stepped forward to scold. "Kid, do you know who young Master Cui is? Let me tell you, kid, you've gotten yourself into big trouble today." Ye Qianyu walked around Shangwan Qianyu and glanced at Zhang Yu. His cold, calm gaze almost made Zhang Yu lose his balance as he said flatly, "Do you have the right to interrupt when I'm speaking to your master?" Then he walked up to Cui Xiaodong, looking down at him, and repeated, "Do you know what you're saying?" Cui Xiaodong was somewhat intimidated by Ye Qianyu's momentum and stammered, I mean as long as you kneel and knock." Before he could finish, a loud slap. Ye Qianyu directly slapped Cui Xiaodong's face. It was visibly swollen on the right side. "You actually..." Cui Xiaodong couldn't believe it, looking at Ye Qianyu's palm, not expecting someone would dare to hit him. With a spurt, he spat out a mouthful of blood along with 2 white teeth. Chapter 34 Behind the Scenes Trouble by Yining Xin. Just as Ye Qianyu was lost in thought, she didn't even notice Ye Qianyu walking in front of her. "Hey, what are you thinking about? Why are you not reacting at all?" Ye Qianyu waved his hand in front of her face for a long time. Seeing she had no response, he patted her shoulder and shouted, I wasn't thinking about anything." Ye Qianyu pulled back to reality, was startled, and hurriedly fixed her bangs to cover her embarrassment. "No way. This little girl isn't falling for me, is she?" Ye Qianyu leaned closer, showing a big smile with his white teeth. "Who is falling for you? Don't talk nonsense." Ye Qianyu, feeling her thoughts exposed, pulled at Ye Qianyu's waist, causing him to contribute a bit more to the Earth's heating. "Is you're really ruthless. If there isn't, then there isn't. If there isn't, it's best. I have a girlfriend." Ye Qianyu touched the red mark on his waist, chuckling. "Oomph." Ye Qianyu's heart inexplicably twitched. She huffed and turned away, not wanting to pay attention to him. After thinking for a moment, she turned back, pointed her index finger at Ye Qianyu's arm, and worriedly said, "You broke Cui Xiaodong's back and stripped him. You're really not afraid of him coming to take revenge on you?" Chapter 35 Undercurrents. Ye Ningxin put down her phone, satisfied, and clapped her hands. "Hee. You've made my brother Qianyu angry." Then suddenly thinking of something, I picked up my phone again to call Ye Qianyu on WeChat. "Hello. What's wrong, Zai Ningxin?" As soon as Ye Qianyu saw, it was Ye Yatu calling after returning to the dormitory. He directly pressed the answer button. "Hee, Qianyu brother. I just saw the campus forum. You are so handsome." Ye Ningxin's soft and sweet voice came from the phone, not mentioning what she had just done. "Huh. That's just the beginning. I'm not even 1% as handsome," Ye Qianyu said smugly. "Haha. Yes. Qianyu brother is the most handsome." Ye Ningxin did not refute at all, going along with his praise. "Zai Ningxin, you didn't call just to compliment me, did you?" "Hee, of course not. I just wanted to ask if you need me to help deal with the Cui family." "No need. You just focus on your studies." Ye Qianyu rejected, but he felt quite touched inside. All right, Ye Ningxin felt a bit disappointed that such a fun thing fell through. "Okay, I'm hanging up. I need to rest for a bit." Chapter 36. The Dancing Lanlan. Without further ado, Ye Qianyu got down to business. He directly found the live broadcast group, first locating the beauty streamer section, not for any other reason, just for physical and mental health. Ye Qianyu browsed through dozens of streamers aimlessly, about half of whom had a beauty score of 8. An 8 in terms of looks, in reality, usually belongs to the beauty level. However, this is on the internet. As long as the beauty filter is turned on, even a pig can become a beauty. Therefore, Ye Qianyu felt no attraction to these seemingly beautiful and sexy women. In reality, whether it was Muzuru, Ye Qianyu, or the little girl Ye Ningxin, all of them were top beauties scoring above 9. Although he came to brush gifts to earn points, giving to these people made him feel like a big fool. Ye Qianyu browsed again. Suddenly, he came across an ID called Lanlan Loves Dancing, a dance streamer. She looked very pure. She was dressed in a pale blue ancient hanfu, with a light veil covering her face, making her features hard to see. Standing gracefully, her posture was enchanting, with hair like clouds and eyebrows like paintings, making her appear like a fairy, captivating and beautiful. Her skin was as white as snow, smooth and delicate, making it seem like you could feel her warmth just by touching the screen. Chapter 37. Shocked by the 1 million Sea Fortress. Some viewers in the live room were also enjoying the spectacle, eagerly commenting, "Lanlan, just go with our young Master Liang." Exactly, young Master Liang is rich. Following him is not a loss. If I were a girl, I would have followed young Master Liang long ago. How can you guys be like this? Love cannot be forced. Lanlan, we support you. Isn't Liang just a bit rich? I really look down on such pretentious people. What the person above said is right. The Lan family army will always stand by the streamer. Just as the two camps were exchanging verbal blows, suddenly, a sea fortress appeared on the screen. The entire live room was covered with dazzling special effects, lasting a full 8 seconds. This sea fortress was the most expensive gift Ye Qianyu could find, costing 5,000 RMB. Wow, a rich guy has arrived. If he doesn't act, he has fine, but as soon as he does, it's a fortress, calming his anxious heart. He smiled and thanked. "Thank you, little brother Qian Zai, for sending the sea fortress. What kind of dance do you like? I'll dance a piece for you." Ye Qianyu casually typed out a string of words. "Just dance whatever." "Okay. Then I'll perform a new dance I learned. Dai Fei Hua Wu." Chapter 38. Shock again in the live room. After sending out the 1 million Sea Fortress, Ye Qianyu finally stopped. He shook his sore wrist and muttered to himself, "Brushing gifts is quite tiring." If the people in the live room heard this, they would definitely be speechless. Damn, in just half an hour, you spent a whole 50 million renminbi, saying this is too demoralizing. Phew, the big shot finally stopped. My heart was about to explode. I would call him the strongest rich guy. No one else compares. I wonder if the rich guy likes men. If so, I volunteer to sign up. Pervert requests a streamer to kick him out of the live room. One Luo Xiaolan also breathed a sigh of relief, stammering toward the screen. Rich guy, please stop brushing. I can satisfy whatever dance or song you want. After resting, Ye Qianyu heard Luo Xiaolan's voice and casually typed, anything is fine. How about singing The Wind Rises? Seeing that the rich guy finally spoke, Luo Xiaolan felt relieved. Not afraid of you making requests, just afraid you wouldn't talk. So, she squinted her eyes, crescent-shaped, and softly said, okay, rich guy. Chapter 39, Trending. Just added. Luo Xiaolan sent a message. Rich Emperor, are you there? Ye Qianyu replied with a yes. Luo Xiaolan quickly sent a message. Do you need to add a WeChat? Here, as my WeChat ID, 133XXX. Okay. Ye Qianyu copied and pasted to add Luo Xiaolan as a friend. Ding dong. A message came through WeChat. Hello, Rich Emperor. My name is Luo Xiaolan. Thank you for the gifts you sent me today. They made my live room's popularity soar, and my fans increased from 100,000 to 700,000. I really appreciate you. If the Rich Emperor likes any songs or wants to see any dances, I can sing or dance for you. Ye Qianyu simply replied with a MM, and then stopped replying. This left Luo Xiaolan unsure whether to respond or not. Not replying would seem impolite, but replying might come off as nagging. After thinking for a moment, Luo Xiaolan said, Rich Emperor, if you have anything to do, go ahead. She put down her phone, staring blankly at the screen, feeling a little empty inside. Meanwhile, Ye Qianyu was scrolling through Luo Xiaolan's moments, which weren't many. Some were of her dancing, some singing, and a few were food pictures. The most recent post was from last week, where Luo Xiaolan wore a white court dress, holding an oil paper umbrella. With a light veil covering her face, her delicate feet lightly stepping in the creek. Chapter 40, gaining 400,000 followers. Huh, how'd he give you so much? A full 500 million. Jiang Yoshin couldn't hold back, shouting, how would I know? That person suddenly gave me so much. Luo Xiaolan shook her head, indicating she knew nothing. Whoa, if only such a rich guy would give me that much, I'd be eating dirt at this rate. Jiang Yoshin pouted, crying. She is also a streamer. Otherwise, she wouldn't be renting an apartment with Luo Xiaolan. However, her streaming content is different from Luo Xiaolan's. Because she enjoys playing games, she has become a humorous entertainment streamer for the game Honor of Kings. Although she is a gaming streamer, her gaming skills are consistently poor, which is often referred to as the bad, but loves to play series. Thus, her Dia ID is called Catch a Bad Tao Tao. She often gets mocked by netizens for her various bizarre deaths, and is also known as the second-generation Pikachu. Once, she teamed up with the top players in the national server, but in the end, she still suffered a disastrous defeat. Ultimately, it's either because Tao Tao is giving away points or is on the path to doing so. It is also because of her poor skills, sweet lowly voice, and comedic streaming effects that she has gained countless fans, becoming a popular streamer with millions of followers. Chapter 41, End of Military Training, September 16th. Today is the last day of military training and the school's assessment of students' performance after half a month of training. The new freshmen gathered on the playground, standing in neat rows, preparing to undergo the final inspection. Students and instructors, the time to assess your training results has arrived. Now, the 2023 Shanghai Military Training Inspection Parade begins. The military march music played, and the freshmen stood solemnly, their posture straight, waiting for the inspection. After half a month of military training, their youthful innocence transformed into faces of resilience and determination, and their fair skin turned into a dark tan. Under the scorching sun, they faced challenges head-on, embodying perseverance, step by step accumulating strength, with the ambition to overcome difficulties. Armed and ready, the new students gathered on the battlefield, united in spirit and strength, showcasing the graceful postures of Class 3, standing tall, with a thin layer of sweat on their military uniforms, moving with firm steps. Their calls resonating through the sky. The path to the rejuvenation of China is long and arduous, and today's students must shoulder great responsibilities, working together on this journey. The bitterness of military training transforms into sweetness in retrospect. Youth, is the time to strive. Chapter 42, Dormitory Social 1. Hey, how you think this outfit looks on me? Want any girls like me? Ye Qianyu wore a floral shirt and floral shorts, along with a bit of hair gel, twisting his hefty body in front of the mirror with a smug expression. Not great. You look like a good-for-nothing playboy. If anyone likes you, they must be blind. Ye Qianyu, who has dried her hair nearby, quipped. What if there really is someone blind? Xian Nanxing chimed in, ready to add another jab. Dream on. Jin Yuqian shot him a disdainful look, still grinning. Nowadays, young girls love guys like me, the bad boy type. If a man isn't bad, women won't love him. If a man isn't flamboyant, women won't be happy. Hearing this, Ye Qianyu rolled her eyes. Yes, just be careful if a girl says, little Jean. I can't sit still. Damn it, Jin Yuqian exclaimed. Has Jean forgotten something serious? We're here with Lao Yi to find Ye Qianyu, not for ourselves. Xian Nanxing continued his banter. Besides, girls nowadays prefer muscular guys. You don't look like one at all. I'm losing my mind. Ye Qianyu looked at the three, bickering, and shook his head, ignoring them. Chapter 43, Dormitory Social 2. About 15 minutes later, four glamorous girls stepped out of a DD, drawing the attention of those around. Ye Qianyu immediately locked onto Mu Ziru, who stood in the middle. She wore a pure, white long dress, the chiffon fabric gracefully cascading down to her waist and ankles, swaying with the wind. Her face was lightly made up, with brows like distant mountains and lips like cherry blossoms, her features exquisite enough to steal one's gaze. She was already very beautiful without makeup, and now she looked even more stunning, making hearts flutter. Ye Qianyu stood up, waved at her, and softly called out, Ziru, over here. Hearing this, Mu Ziru turned towards the sound and saw the boy she had been thinking about for 3 months. He seemed even more handsome and confident than before. Her roommate beside her also looked over and saw a very, very handsome boy. His casual yet tidy outfit, along with his stern and steady face and that subtle, playful smile, made their hearts skip a beat. They quickly shook their heads, reminding themselves that he was their roommate's boyfriend and they couldn't cross ethical boundaries. Wow, Ziru, is this your boyfriend? Mu Ziru smiled brightly and nodded. Chapter 44. Taking action as it approached 8 o'clock. Everyone had nearly finished eating and was chatting in their seats. Ye Qianyu's humor made the 4 girls laugh heartily, while Jin Yuqian and Ye Qianyu, the 2 dragons and phoenixes, were bragging to each other. Even Xian Nanxing occasionally chimed in with some witty remarks. I need to go to the restroom, Lin Ruishi said as she stood up apologetically. Qianyu, don't your school have a lot of pretty senior sisters? Mu Ziru asked softly in his ear, her voice sweet. Yeah, they're really pretty. Ye Qianyu noticed her little concern and couldn't help but chuckle. Well, am I prettier than them? Mu Ziru's tone turned anxious, trying to sound calm. Ha, of course, you're prettier. What, are you afraid I'll be tempted by them? Ye Qianyu laughed heartily, suppressing the urge to kiss her and ruffled her hair instead. Hee, then I can relax. Mu Ziru sighed in relief as he ruffled her hair, looking adorably cute and endearing. You all get away from me. Stay away. Suddenly, a scream rang out from a distance. It's Ruishi's voice. Let us go check it out. Mu Ziru recognized her roommate Lin Ruishi's voice and quickly looked anxiously at Ye Qianyu. Chapter 45. High Strength Ye Qianyu. Let us hurry up, Lin Ruishi urged. Why? Lin Ruishi explained seriously. Those big guys just now are from the Sanshihui. Sanshihui is the largest underground criminal organization in Shanghai. They are powerful, controlling everything, and are backed by big figures, rumored to be the Cui family. You should have interrupted them earlier. That's like slapping Sanshihui in the face. We need to leave now. As she spoke, Lin Ruishi's face turned pale, and her expression became anxious. Being a local from Shanghai, she was quite familiar with Sanshihui. Their notorious reputation was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, which is why she was so frightened. Ye Qianyu shook his head, signaling her to continue eating and not to worry about any so-called 3 snakes or 6 snakes. When danger arises, he would take the brunt of it. Looking at Ye Qianyu's calm eyes and steady tone, Lin Ruishi gradually calmed down. The barbecue shop owner hurriedly ran over, anxious, and said, Everyone, please leave quickly. I won't do business with you anymore. Just go. I beg you. The boss, rest assured. If something happens, we'll take responsibility for you, Jin Yuqian said with a smile, patting the boss's shoulder. Chapter 46. Running into a brick wall, Gao Chong threw away the tape in his hand, dissatisfied. Are you kidding me? Ye Qianyu chuckled and coldly replied. Weren't you the one joking with me first? What's wrong? Can't handle it. Upon hearing this, Gao Chong's face darkened, his eyes shadowed. Kid, you're looking for death. As soon as the words fell, Gao Chong clawed at Ye Qianyu's neck. Watch out! Mu Ziru and the others shouted in panic, their hearts racing, just as Jin Yuqian and Xie Nanqing were about to raise the nearby wine bottle to stop Gao Chong. In a critical moment, Ye Qianyu casually extended his right hand and swiftly seized Gao Chong's wrist with lightning speed. The immense force caused the bones in his wrist to crack. At the brink of breaking, seeing this, Mu Ziru and the others finally relaxed, patting their chests as they cautiously continued to steal glances. Jin Yuqian and Xie Nanqing tacitly released the wine bottles and resumed watching the show, but their gazes toward Ye Qianyu were a bit strange, and upon reflection, everything became clear to them. Gao Chong's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at his wrist being pinched. How is this possible? I was trained by the higher-ups. How could I be so easily subdued by this person? Chapter 47. Romantic bar. Watching the car drive away, Ye Qianyu glanced at the time. It was almost 9 o'clock. Turning to his 3 roommates, he said, "Let's go to the romantic bar for some fun." Jean Pongzi looked at him with a disdainful gaze. Old Yi, you just sent your girlfriend away and are heading to the nightclub to have fun again. You're such a scumbag. Be careful your wife finds out. Ye Qianyu touched his nose and coughed lightly. Are you going or not? Of course, that's the romantic bar, the best spot for the ladies of Magic City. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with a message from Ye Qianyu. Brother Qianyu, have you arrived? I'll be there in about 20 minutes. Ye Qianyu replied, almost there. He hailed a taxi and headed towards the romantic bar. Behind him, 4 black Rolls Royces followed at a distance. These were bodyguards secretly protecting Ye Qianyu, personally selected by Mo Shah from among thousands, consisting of the top 20 elite mercenaries. Whether it was reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance, or other skills, they were all at the highest level, making them versatile operatives. In this vast world, the safety of their boss was paramount. 10 minutes later, the taxi stopped steadily at the entrance of the romantic bar. Chapter 48. Arrival of 2 girls soon. In less than 2 minutes, the exclusive music for the Dragon set began to play in the bar. The stunning music and cool lights ignited the atmosphere of the romantic bar. Wow! Whether customers were drinking in booths or dancing on stage, everyone stopped in surprise. A wave of exclamations filled the air. Did someone order the Dragon set? The bar's atmosphere lights collectively shone on Ye Qianyu at booth A001. Everyone turned their attention to booth A001, where Jin Yuqian and his companions were flushed with excitement. At the forefront, Ye Qianyu appeared calm and composed, sitting with his legs crossed, but internally he felt a little excitement. Everyone has a sense of vanity, and as an ordinary person, Ye Qianyu certainly did too, but he had to maintain his composure when it mattered. The host on stage excitedly shouted into the microphone, "Congratulations to Mr. Yi for purchasing 10 sets of the 5-color dragon from our store. Congratulations to Mr. Yi for purchasing 10 sets of the 5-color dragon." The voice echoed throughout the romantic bar. What? 10 sets of 5-color dragon? One set costs 888. That S over 880,000. Chapter 49. Chui Xiaodong arrives. Some wealthy second-generation individuals, or white-collar workers, feeling a bit cocky, were calculating how much they would spend to get one of the 2 girls in a bed. Just as they prepared to stand up and approach, they suddenly stopped. They saw 2 girls being led directly to booth A001 by the hostess, and they sat on either side of the handsome man who had just ordered 10 sets of the 5-color dragon. Those who wanted to approach felt their plans dashed and could only return to their seats and drink their sour wine in frustration. At booth A001, Ye Qianyu looked at the 2 girls and asked curiously, "How did you both come together?" Shangguan Qianyu pouted, "It's because this little girl came to find me to hitch a ride." Seeing Ye Qianyu looking at her, Ye Ningxin could only explain, "Brother Qianyu, you know I snuck out, and I don't have a car, so of course I had to find someone with a car to ride with." Ye Qianyu rolled his eyes. "Didn't I give you a card? You could have just used it to buy your own." Hearing this, Ye Ningxin proudly looked at Shangguan Qianyu. "That Brother Qianyu card he gave me, it's a betrothal gift." Chapter 50. Looking for trouble again, seeing a group of people marching in at the entrance, led by their sworn enemy, Brother Yu from the 3 Serpent Society, who was holding a weapon. They thought the 3 Serpent Society was here to cause trouble again. The security personnel responsible for the romantic bar immediately appeared, blocking the entrance and confronting them. The previous hostess stepped forward and looked at Gao Chong. "Brother Yu, Why did you bring so many people here? This is Sister Rose's territory. We're full today. Please come back next time. Gao Chong stepped forward and smiled. He Hongmei, we're not here to cause trouble today. We're here to help Xiao Chui settle some personal grievances, so please let us through. Xiao Chui. The hostess looked at Chui Xiaodong, who was bandaged. Xiao Chui, if you want to settle personal grievances, that's fine, but this is the romantic bar. Sister Rose's territory. Please resolve it outside. You can't do it here. Upon hearing this, Chui Xiaodong's expression darkened, and he coldly said, I, Chui Xiaodong, can go in whenever I want. How can you, a mere blood rose, stop me? You should know I'm from the Chui family. Get out of my way. With a loud noise, more than 10 security guards rushed out of the bar to block the entrance. Chapter 51. Dark Knight Security appears. Ye Qianyu took a gentle sip of the red wine in his glass and smiled. I remember just seeing you not long ago. What do you want to do for Chui? Pointing to the person standing behind him, Chui Xiaodong said, No, I don't know him. We're here to have fun. Ye Qianyu looked up and glanced at the group of little brothers. You come have fun, but bring weapons? As soon as the words fell, these little brothers hurriedly threw the weapons they were holding to the ground. The sound of clattering echoed in the silent hall. Chui Xiaodong looked bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He stepped closer to Gao Chong and asked in confusion, Then that brother you, help me teach him a lesson. If 5 million is too little, I can add another 5 million. Gao Chong quickly waved his hand, stepping aside as if avoiding a plague. Chui Xiaodong. Am I the clown? Seeing Ye Qianyu looking at him from the VIP seat, Chui Xiaodong swallowed hard. His face darkened as he looked at Gao Chong and said, Gao Chong, I'm giving you face by calling you brother you. Is this how you help me? You better think it through. I'm the third young master of the Chui family. If anything goes wrong, you won't be able to escape. You know how terrifying my father is. Chapter 52. Blood Rose. Lu Nanchuan. Yes. Boss. One of the bodyguards in black responded, walking forward with a blank expression. Come here, Ye Qianyu. Do you dare? Chui Xiaodong was so scared he almost wet himself, and before he could finish his sentence, a bodyguard from the Dark Knight stepped on his arm that was in a cast. The immense pain made Chui Xiaodong scream like a pig being slaughtered. And then he fainted. But it wasn't over. The Dark Knight bodyguard stepped on his other arm again. The pain of the bones shattering woke Chui Xiaodong up again, and he fainted once more. This repeated 3 times. The onlookers watched with gritted teeth, and some timid girls even cried out in fear. Among the 3 roommates at booth A001, except for Yi Xiaotian, who seemed a bit restless, the other 2 watched with great interest. Meanwhile, the usually carefree Yi Ningxin took on a big sister role, comforting the trembling Shangguan Qianyu in her arms. It's okay, Sister Shangguan, don't be afraid. The bad guys have all been chased away. Crack. Finally, the Dark Knight bodyguard stepped heavily between Chui Xiaodong's legs. The sound of an egg breaking made countless boys in a room instinctively tighten their legs. Chapter 53. Lu Nanchuan seeing the man sitting above, staring blatantly at her thighs. Lu Nanchuan was not angry. Instead, she pulled her dress slightly to reveal more of her fair skin. In her years in the industry, she had encountered all kinds of men, none of whom dared to stare at her so openly. Even some high-ranking individuals pretended to be gentlemen in front of her, which made her even more curious about this person. Lu Nanchuan pulled out a Lady's cigarette from somewhere, lit it, and with her slender fingers resting on the delicate smoke, took a deep breath and let out a satisfied sigh. I didn't expect young Master Yi to also be a little pervert, staring at someone else's legs for so long. Hearing this, Ye Qianyu withdrew his gaze and smiled. When you talk to me, don't make sounds like a hen laying eggs. Lu Nanchuan cough. She choked on the smoke and coughed. Young Master Yi is quite the joker. Weren't you the one who joked with me first? Lu Nanchuan rolled her curly hair up, letting some strands fall perfectly to cover one eye, her red lips exhaling a puff of white smoke. Slightly raising her eyebrows and the corners of her eyes full of charm. What kind of explanation did young Master Yi want from me earlier? Chapter 54. Known as Brother Knife in the Jianghu, seeing Ye Qianyu come out, the scar-faced bodyguard waved his hand. The bodyguard responsible for vigilance quietly walked behind him, following the boss to the booth. The 2 women who had been chatting noticed Ye Qianyu's return and quickly stood up. Shangguan Qianyu stood quietly, not speaking, but her hesitant expression gave her away. However, Yi Ningxin had no such concerns and immediately ran to Ye Qianyu's side, whispering in his ear, Brother Qianyu, have you finished talking? That Ma Cha-chong didn't take advantage of you, did he? Before Ye Qianyu could respond, Lu Nanshuang, who had been the last to follow, twisted her waist and approached the two, laughing. Little sister, it's not good to talk bad about others behind their back. I'm now the boss's subordinate. She deliberately pushed her ample assets forward, making Yi Ningxin furious, thinking to herself, is that impressive? Well, meanwhile, Shangwan Qianyu stared in shock at Ye Qianyu. She knew very well the power and status of Blood Rose and Modu. Although not comparable to those first-class families, few dared to provoke her. Her father had tried many times to recruit Blood Rose under his wing, offering many benefits, but failing. Chapter 55. Dark Knight Security Secret Base. The entire hospital room was filled with oppression. Dad, Cui Xiaodong, who had been in a daze, seemed to see the dawn when he saw his father approaching and hoarsely called out. Cui Sanyun lightly responded, the usual doting gone, resembling a stranger. He continued, from now on, you will recuperate in hospital and don't even think about taking revenge on that kid named Yi. This matter is over. Boom. After hearing his father's words, Cui Xiaodong felt as if he had been struck by lightning, dazed and frozen in place, forgetting the intense pain radiating from his lower body. What does this mean? Why does it sound like I've been abandoned? Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, regaining her senses, began to scream like a shrew. Cui Sanyun, your son has been ruined, and you remain indifferent? Aren't you the third master of the Cui family? Not avenging your son? Smack! A slap landed on Lin Yuan's face, leaving a red handprint. Shut up. If it weren't for your excessive pampering, Xiaodong would have ended up like this. The other party has armed subordinates. Their background is not as simple as it seems. The Cui family already has many enemies. It's unwise to provoke another mysterious enemy. Are you just going to let your son's grudge go? He's your son. Chapter 56. Emo Sha, jumping back and forth on the edge of death before long. Emo Sha limped back again. Ye Qianyu looked at him with a half-smile for a long time, and Emo Sha shrank his neck, afraid to meet his gaze, fearing he would be kicked away again. Give me your account details, and I'll transfer a bit of money to you. Ye Qianyu took out his phone and said, all right. Emo Sha immediately perked up and fished out a notebook from his pocket. Ding dong. Soon, a transfer notification popped up on the phone. You have received 10 billion from your international bank account, ending in 1101. This money will be your military expenses. Brothers, reward those who should be rewarded. Don't hold back. Yes, boss. Emo Sha became serious and saluted straight. How much did you spend on acquiring this base? You can reimburse it from there, Ye Qianyu said as he took out a cigarette and tapped it in his hand. And not much, just 3 billion. Emo Sha scratched his head without a change in expression. Just then, the system sound echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host spent 2 billion, earned 200,000 points, remaining 700,000 points. Ye Qianyu narrowed his eyes and suddenly looked at Emo Sha. Emo Sha, startled, shivered and dropped the cigarette from his hand. Boss, why are you looking at me like that? Chapter 57. Entering Dia again early the next morning, a ringtone rang, waking Ye Qianyu from his sweet dream. Looking at the caller ID, it was Jin Yuqian. He answered the phone annoyed. Hello? Jin Air, why are you disturbing my beautiful dream so early? A duck-like voice came from the phone. Old Yi, today is the first class of the new semester. We have already gone back to school. Don't be late. Is that it? Is that your reason for interrupting my dream? It's too early. I'm not going. Just help me check in. Ye Qianyu directly refused, hung up the phone, and continued to sleep. What a joke. The principal is my uncle. Jin Yuqian listened to the busy tone on the phone and put it down. Old Yi, did you take the wrong medicine today? I really don't understand. Ye Qianyu slept soundly until noon, stretched comfortably, and got out of bed. Walking in the spacious and bright presidential suite, he stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the flowing traffic below. He felt great. The only small regret was missing that beautiful dream. That troublesome Jean Fatty. He secretly complained and then called the front desk to have lunch delivered. Not long after. Chapter 58. Exclusive gift. Dragon and Phoenix presenting auspiciousness. Congratulations. Wind blowing, dust returning. For opening the Emperor status in the live broadcast room of AI Dancing Long On. Ordinary Emperor. 120,000 RMB per month with the privilege of preventing mute. Wind blowing, dust returning spoke again, and golden letters floated on the screen. Mute? I have privileges. Xiaolan, you have two choices. First, meet me offline. Second, be disturbed every day. You would want your live broadcast room to be ruined, right? As soon as the words came out, Lamlin's fans and the entire live broadcast room protested. Wind blowing, dust returning. You big umbrella. Wind blowing, dust returning. What are you pretending to be? If you don't want to watch, get lost. Wind blowing, dust returning. You were just blabbering. For a moment, the entire live broadcast room was filled with foul language, with a high code density, almost tracing back to the ancestors. Suddenly, a dragon and a phoenix appeared in the entire live broadcast room, and the gift effects were simply cool. Qianzai sent an exclusive gift. Dragon and phoenix presenting auspiciousness. Everyone hurry to grab the treasure. The gift effect lasted a full 15 seconds and finally popped out a golden treasure chest. The dragon and phoenix font exclusive to Ye Qianyu floated on the screen. Wind blowing, dust returning. What are you barking about? Chapter 59. Bet Ye Qianyu's appearance ignited the atmosphere in the live broadcast room to a peak. Even the official sent several senior moderators to maintain the positive energy of the live broadcast, continuously kicking out some foul-mouthed haters. Seeing the grand occasion of Qianzong, some idle students or young people couldn't help but feel envious and yearn for it. Sigh, this is the way I dream of. When can I spend money like Qianzong? If I could experience it once, I would be willing to shorten my life by 10 years, but unfortunately, this is unrealistic. In a villa far away in Kyoto, a young man with yellow hair looked confusedly at his suspended account, falling into a daze. What the hell? How can they suspend me? He immediately called the Duya headquarters supervisor, and as soon as the call was connected, Feng Qingyang angrily scolded. I opened a Super Emperor account. Yet it can still be suspended? What kind of privilege is this? If you don't give me a proper answer, be careful I sue you. I have millions in my account, and it's just suspended like that. Who gave that Qianzong the right? Supervisor Feng replied lightly. Oh, I gave the privilege. Do you have any objections? You are committing fraud and harming my interests. I want to sue. Chapter 60. Eating melons and getting involved when Ye Qianyu exited Dia. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host spent 200 million. Earned 20,000 points. Congratulations, host fan count increased by 630,000. Earned 630,000 points. Congratulations. Host earned 63 reputation points. Total reputation points 103. Congratulations, host rewards doubled. Congratulations on increasing 10 affinity points. Congratulations, host earned a total of 300,000 points. Ye Qianyu silently thought. System, check personal panel. Host personal panel is as follows. Host, Ye Qianyu age, 19 height, 183 centimeters appearance, 999 capped. Readers 10, strength, 30, gene lock level 2, speed, 20 resistance, 20 identity. Freshman student in Magic City, hidden, reputation points, 103 affinity, 60 remaining points, 400. 000. After reading his panel, Ye Qianyu felt very excited. His points had once again inflated. He also recognized the Duya official's work. If it weren't for needing this to brush points, he would have bought this talent company long ago. Although the amount spent this time wasn't as much as last time, the effect of gaining fans was better than last time. Chapter 61. Shangwan promoting his daughter Ding Dong. He then received a video of the live debut of Lin Ruishi from a third-person perspective for 10 seconds. The camera only showed the upper body. Wearing a white shirt with exquisite makeup, and then a pair of long legs and black stockings appear below. Ye Qianyu. Oh yes, this live broadcast is really direct and really long. Cough cough, what's your roommate's ID? I'll call my brothers to help boost her popularity. Muziru quickly replied. Ruishi's Dia ID is CC. When Ruishi goes live next time, I'll let you know. Remember to come and help CC with her popularity. Hee. Okay. I'll leave my 3 big sons to support her. Huh. When did you become so funny? Go sleep. Remember to think of me. Okay. Zuo Bao. After ending the sweet conversation, Ye Qianyu directly did a somersault and threw himself onto the 3-meter big soft bed. 3 seconds to sleep. ZZZ. Pushing open the door to the exclusive VIP room, 888. I saw Shangwan, he's sitting in his seat drinking tea. Ye Qianyu, feeling quite awkward, greeted him. Ahem. Uncle He, sorry for being late. There was a traffic jam on the way, just a bit late. Chapter 62, Cooperation Uncle He. Let's put this matter aside for now. Let's talk about your situation. What specific help do you need from me? Ye Qianyu said, feeling a bit speechless and quickly avoiding the topic. Haha, I almost forgot about the important matter. Let's get back on track. Shangwan, he laughed, but his expression became serious again as he said, this Saturday at 7 p.m., There will be a cocktail party at Mingzhu Building. Some prominent CEOs and family heads from Magic City will be attending. Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu interjected, "Uncle He, I'm not really interested in this kind of gathering." Shangguan He waved his hand, signaling him not to rush. The purpose of this gathering is twofold. One is to network, and the other is that there will be an auction at 8 p.m. Is Uncle He's goal the items at the auction? Ye Qianyu asked while stroking his chin. Indeed. The highlight of this auction is the bidding for a piece of land in the west of Magic City. The goal of attending the cocktail party is precisely for that piece of land, and the Chui family will also be present. Ye Qianyu was puzzled again. What is so special about that area in the west? Why are so many people competing for it? Shangguan He explained, if it were ordinary, it wouldn't be necessary, but we received internal news from Kyoto that in the near future, the west will become an industrial park, and the appreciation potential there will greatly increase. Chapter 63, secretly inciting Gao Chong. After finishing the explanation with Lao Mo, Ye Qianyu opened the system shop in his mind. Searching for the keyword, technology, instantly, a myriad of black technologies popped up. For example, T0 graphics card, 200,000 points. With processing speed 20 times that of the most advanced graphics card currently. Graphene battery technology, 400,000 points. Mature graphene battery technology, FD new materials manufacturing technology, 600,000 points. New materials for the next 20 years. New energy vehicle manufacturing technology, 800,000 points. Concept car of new energy. Virtual game helmet, 1,000,000 points. Enter the virtual world of reality games. After looking for about half an hour, Ye Qianyu felt it was better to temporarily exchange for some more acceptable black technology. If he revealed too advanced things all at once, he was afraid others wouldn't be able to accept it. So, he exchanged for the T0 graphics card and graphene battery technology. He planned to first enter the electronic device industry, with one computer and one phone. Originally, he intended to exchange for the ideal smartphone technology, but to manufacture that phone, he would also need to exchange for complete artificial intelligence technology. Together, they required 500,000 points, which seemed unnecessary upon reflection. Chapter 64, The Art of War. Congratulations to the host for exchanging for a basic energy potion, medium, costing 10,000 points. Remaining 800,000 points. Ye Qianyu took out a yellow potion from his pocket and placed it on the tea table. Take this. At first glance, Gao Chong felt a jolt in his heart. It seemed he couldn't escape the 7-day death powder. He thought about the pros and cons, and it seemed that even if he didn't drink it, he wouldn't be able to leave this door. Tonight was a life-and-death situation. Determined, he gritted his teeth and walked seriously to the tea table, extending his trembling right hand to pick up the potion. Gulp! Looking at the yellow potion in his hand, he swallowed hard. His lips trembled as he said, "Young Master Yi, I will definitely work hard for you in the future. Please remember to give me the antidote on time. Don't forget that I'm just a small character like Gao Chong. If you forget me, I'm done for. Ye Qianyu." What the hell? Why does it sound like I'm poisoning you? Feeling misunderstood, Ye Qianyu explained, "This is not poison. It's a basic energy potion that can increase your internal energy." Upon hearing this, Gao Chong's lips stopped trembling and his hand steadied. He immediately stood up straight and awkwardly laughed. Chapter 65, Butler Wu Lan Tangong No. 1 is located at 555 Qingxi Road, Chongning District, Magic City. The community consists of only 18 villas, each with a different European style, with an area of 1,500 to 1,800 square meters. A deposit of 300 million is required just to view the properties, making it one of Asia's top 10 luxury residences. In Magic City, there's an old saying, wealth is in the bund, luxury is in the suburbs. Many people think it is Greentown, Huangpu Bay, or Thompson Riviera, but they are wrong. The true first luxury residence is Tangong. Every owner of these luxury homes is a well-known tycoon on the rich list, and neither their wealth nor power can be matched by ordinary people. However, no one has purchased Tangong No. 1, the top building, partly because its exorbitant price of 1.2 billion Dieters buyers, and another important reason is that the owner behind Tangong does not allow it to be sold. Many people believe that the owner of Tangong is Zheng Jifeng, but in fact, the true owner is the Shun family. While Zheng Jifeng is merely a spokesperson put forward by the Shun family. Although the Chui family is a real estate giant, they only develop and build mass housing and do not develop luxury residences. While luxury homes are expensive, they are hard to sell. Sometimes only one or two can be sold in a year, and sometimes it may take several years to sell one. The Shun family is not developing this project to make money, but rather to establish connections with wealthy individuals from across the country and even the world, laying the groundwork for other businesses, which is a long-term perspective. Chapter 66 fitting Ye Qianyu then followed Wu Lan's lead and roughly toured the entire villa. The low-key yet magnificent and luxurious decoration made him feel a bit moved, thinking that the decoration was quite good and not particularly ugly. Of course, with a renovation price of $1 billion, even a bathroom could be made to look like something ordinary people couldn't afford. The entire number 1 building, excluding the garden, is 3,000 square meters. Including the garden, the total area is over 4,000 square meters, making it the largest villa in Tiangong. The main building has a total of 5 floors. The first floor is a reception hall, and the second and third floors are guest rooms. Ye Qianyu roughly calculated that there are about 10 rooms on each floor. The main room is on the 4th floor, and the top has a balcony that offers a panoramic view of the entire Tiangong. In addition to the rooms, there is also a wine cellar, tea room, cinema, 2 terraces, an indoor swimming pool, gym, esports room, game hall, a study of about 300 square meters, an indoor elevator, and a large garden facing south. The auxiliary buildings are 2 3-story buildings on either side of the main building, with approximately 30 rooms available for accommodation. These auxiliary buildings are typically provided for the butler, cleaning staff, chefs, servants, and security personnel, but they have not yet been hired. Chapter 67 Welcome Party begins. In the following days, Ye Qianyu lazed around like a salted fish, doing nothing in the Tiangong villa. This boring and laid-back life is really dull. On the rooftop balcony, Ye Qianyu was lazily lying on a lounge chair in a loose bathrobe, admiring the distant scenery, and couldn't help but sigh. Ding dong. The sound of a WeChat message rang out. Ye Qianyu slowly picked up the phone beside him to check. It was a message from Shangwan Qianyu. Hey, you've been skipping class for several days now. Several professors have asked me about you. Are you really not planning to come to class? Only then did Ye Qianyu remember that he seemed to still be a freshman and slowly replied, Cough, cough. I've been busy these days. I will definitely attend class on time next time. Busy with what? What could a freshman like you be busy with? Shangwan Qianyu didn't believe his nonsense. Busy with business. Ye Qianyu replied. Tue. Shangwan Qianyu lightly exhaled and said, Let's put that aside for now. Today is Friday, and their essay welcome party on campus tonight. Don't forget. You're one of the performers from your class. Have you thought about what to perform? I need to report it now. Cough, cough, oh, it's Friday. Chapter 68. Ye Ningxin's appearance at the time was 7 o'clock in the evening. The welcome party officially began. The wonderful BGM music played in the hall, and the originally noisy auditorium instantly quieted down. The lights in the hall dimmed, and the curtains slowly moved apart, revealing 2 glamorous hosts, a man and a woman, walking hand in hand from backstage. Good evening, students and teachers. We are very glad you could come to this year's welcome party. After the 2 finished their opening remarks, they started to announce the first performance. First up were 4 stylishly dressed boys and 4 beautifully made-up girls, performing a cool street dance to liven up the atmosphere. Under the lights, the 8 performers shone with charisma, drawing waves of applause from the audience. After the street dance, one performance after another followed, including singing, rapping, skits, magic shows, and more. Halfway through the show, backstage, Shangwan Qianyu was pacing back and forth, occasionally glancing towards the door but not seeing that person's figure. She took out her phone and dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, before the other party could speak, she said, Ye Qianyu, didn't you promise to arrive on time at 6:30? Look at what time it is now. It will be your turn to perform soon. If you miss it, our finance department class 3 will be criticized for roll call. Chapter 69. Shun Qingxue. After the dance ended, applause erupted throughout the venue. The audience buzzed with chatter, mostly consisting of discussions among otaku and LSPs. Wow, this little lowly dances so well. Love it. Is this little girl a freshman? It turns out freshmen have treasure girls. I think the 3 school beauties will become 4. Hee hee. While the little girl is still pure, brothers, hurry and flatter her. The earlier you do it, the more successful you'll be. Ye Ningxin bowed slightly toward the audience, but still couldn't find her brother Qianyu's figure. She made a face and pouted, secretly cursing. Humph. Stinky brother Qianyu, you didn't come. Humph. I specially danced for you. She then angrily walked off the stage. Meanwhile, Ye Qianyu had finally escaped the traffic jam and was heading straight to Magic City University. Luckily, with his top-notch driving skills, he arrived at school in just 20 minutes. He couldn't help but mutter, "Damn, next time I must buy a helicopter to avoid traffic troubles." Who said driving a luxury car means you can clear a path in a traffic jam? That's all a lie. Everyone is equal in front of traffic. Chapter 70. Ye Qianyu takes the stage. Wait, system, why does Shunqingxue have such a high favorability rating? I don't think I know her, right? I can't find any memories about her in my mind. Are you malfunctioning? Ye Qianyu asked the system, looking confused. Otherwise, how do you think you could obtain the non-saleable Tangwa No. 1 villa? The system replied nonchalantly. Huh? What do you mean? Ye Qianyu was puzzled. This system has used a little trick to implant a memory of you two when you were young into her mind. The system chuckled mischievously. Are you bored? Didn't you always say you were invincible? Why do you need this trick to get Tangwa No. 1? Ye Qianyu said, looking speechless. There's indeed a method to obtain it, but this method is more convenient, master. It can not only get you the villa, but also a little girl who admires you. This system is really working hard for you. As the system continued, it even started to whine, making Ye Qianyu feel a bit embarrassed to criticize it. The accompaniment began. Shunqingxue extended her slender, fair fingers and gently caressed the piano keys. Zang zang zang. The piano suddenly resonated in the hall, the music both melodious and powerful, instantly quieting the previously noisy auditorium. Everyone listening quietly. Chapter 71. A song through time and space. Dang, 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 dang. The piano sounded like the wind, the notes like rhymes, clear as a spring stream, gentle as clouds rolling. The man's fingertips glided across the keys, the music resonating like the sounds from deep valleys, clear and pure, touching the heartstrings. The few students who had been complaining had quietly closed their mouths, listening attentively. Some girls even closed their eyes, feeling it deeply. This is the terrifying power of master-level piano skills. The music can reach deep into people's souls. In an instant, everyone fell silent, straining to listen. The prelude was simply divine. From the very start, it drew people in. Even Jin Yuqian and the four girls beside Mu Ziru had their expressions freeze in shock. Ye Qianyu really could play the piano, and so well. It was unbelievable. So beautiful. Just the prelude made it impossible to extricate oneself. What would it be like when it entered the theme? Everyone in the audience no longer looked disdainful, but rather filled with anticipation. As the prelude finished, it transitioned into the main theme. The piano music became deep and flowing, like the longing between lovers. The pure piano melody, along with Ye Qianyu's playing, swept through the entire auditorium. Chapter 72. The backyard almost caught fire after the welcome party ended. Everyone exited in an orderly manner. During the exit, they were all discussing Ye Qianyu's piano performance. They hadn't expected that Ye Qianyu played even better than the school beauty Shun, the kind of ambience that was indescribable, as if one was immersed in it. So wonderful. Yeah, just this song alone could easily surpass those famous musicians. I was so focused on listening that I forgot to record video. If I uploaded it online, it would definitely get a ton of likes in no time. Hee. Luckily, I don't have a long-distance relationship, so I don't feel it as deeply. I recorded a video. I'll upload it to Douyin later. Still showing off without a girlfriend? How arrogant of you. Zhao Ye Qianyu walked with Shangguan Qianyu towards class 3 of the finance department. Along the way, Shangguan Qianyu remained silent, her head down, lost in thought. In the distance, Ye Qianyu spotted Jin Yuqian and his group, who greeted the four girls with a smile. You all are here. Yu Jiyuan stepped forward first, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she said, Ye Qianyu, you are amazing. You play so well. Ye Qianyu smiled slightly, humbly waving his hand. I just know a little. Chapter 73. Jealousy at the barbecue restaurant on the pedestrian street. 3 DD cars pulled up, and Ye Qianyu got out of the passenger seat. The back door opened, and the 3 girls, each unique in their own way, got out one after another, drawing envious glances from the diners. This guy is really impressive, bringing 3 top beauties with him. Just look at how handsome he is. His looks are on par with those of the big stars, if not better. The world has changed. It's a world that values looks now. Soon, Jin Yuqian and his 2 companions, along with Mu Ziru's roommates, gathered. Jin Yuqian shouted with his duck-like voice, Boss, we want to order. Coming. The boss replied, running over with the menu. Upon seeing them, he exclaimed in surprise, Oh, it's you guys. What do you want to eat? I'll give you 20 off. He made a gesture with his hand, showing the number 8. Let's start with 2 boxes of beer and a few types of juice, then 10 skewers of each dish, and 2 stir-fried snacks to go with the drinks. All right, please wait a moment. At this moment, Su Sure, who had been quiet, softly said, "Can we finish all this food? Won't it be too wasteful?" Ye Qianyu patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, just eat as much as you want. If we can't finish it, we can always take it away." Chapter 74. Going to the Shangwan family around 10 o'clock after the late-night snack ended. Ye Qianyu sent Mu Ziru and the other 3 girls off in a DD car, heading to the Music and Film Academy. However, before getting in the car, Mu Ziru's aggrieved expression made him feel a bit awkward. After that, Ye Qianyu flagged down another DD and said to Shangwan Qianyu, "You can take Yi Ningxin back to the dorm." Okay. Shangwan Qianyu nodded in agreement. After helping the sleepy Yi Ningxin into the car and watching them leave, Ye Qianyu turned to Jin Yuqian and said, "You guys head back to the dorm first. I have some things to take care of." All right, Jin Yuqian nodded, not asking further, as some things didn't need to be questioned. After the 3 left, Ye Qianyu walked into a tavern, which was a base for Lu Nanchuang's intelligence operations. He said to the bartender, "A glass of ice cola, please." The bartender responded, and while Ye Qianyu was tasting the 1982 cola, a man wearing a fisherman's hat, a coat, and a mask sneaked up to him. With a serious expression, he said, "Boss." Ye Qianyu's expression turned dark, and he replied speechlessly, "Gao Chong, what are you doing?" Gao Chong removed his mask and said with a lewd grin, "Hee, boss, didn't you ask me to meet you secretly? Look at my disguise. No one can recognize me." Chapter 75. Slapping faces following the navigation provided by Shangwan He, Ye Qianyu arrived at a private territory in the western suburbs of Magic City. This area was rarely visited, with a pleasant environment, a rare quiet spot in the bustling city. This 10-kilometer radius was the private territory of the Shangwan family, which was the foundation of their legacy. After passing through strict checks, Ye Qianyu finally arrived at the core manor of the Shangwan family. "Hello, Mr. Yi. I'm the butler here, Shangwan Li. The head of the family has been waiting for you for a long time. I'll take you in." An elderly man with white hair and over 50 years old bowed respectfully. "All right, thank you, Butler Li," Ye Qianyu politely responded. Despite his age, the old man was actually a master who had unlocked the second-level gene lock. Shangwan Li glanced at the bodyguards following from a distance and apologetically said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, but due to family regulations, you can only bring 2 bodyguards inside." Ye Qianyu waved his hand, indicating it was unnecessary, and instructed Brother Dao to wait outside. After giving his instructions, he restarted the car and followed Butler Li into the Shangwan Manor. The entire manor was large, with the residential area alone occupying 15 acres. Much larger than the Tangon No. 1 villa. Chapter 76. Attending the cocktail party. 1. "I am your father's business partner. Why can't I come?" Ye Qianyu responded with a smile. "You? Business partner? Dad, is he telling the truth?" Shangwan Qianyu approached with a skeptical look, surveying the area. Seeing Ye Qianyu still smiling, she turned to her father. Oh yes, Shangwan He, suddenly being asked, nodded honestly. "Haven't I already told you that I'm negotiating a project worth hundreds of billions? It's with your dad." Ye Qianyu shrugged. "I thought you were lying to me." Shangwan Qianyu rolled her eyes. "Who talks about 100 billion projects in their freshman year?" Ha ha ha. "Brother Yi, it's about time. Let's go directly to the Mingzhu building for the cocktail party," Shangwan He said with a smile. Seeing the way his daughter looked at Ye Qianyu, he could roughly guess that the person his daughter liked was this young man. Thinking of this, Shangwan He revealed a kind smile, like a doting father. "Oh, this son-in-law is settled. Up in, prepare the car." Shangwan He called out. "Yes, head of the family." A big man in black stepped out from a corner and said coldly. Ye Qianyu glanced at him, realizing he was also a master who had unlocked the second-level gene lock, with a physical ability attribute just slightly lower than Butler Li's, at a solid 55 points. Chapter 77. Attending the cocktail party. 2. A handsome couple looked at the 2 who had just entered the hall and whispered, "Isn't Shangwan Qianyu the woman that Cui Xiao has designated? This guy is courting death, daring to compete with Cui Xiao for a woman." Speaking of Cui Xiao, I heard he was crippled by a mysterious young man and has already been abandoned by Cui Sanyi. Now, his illegitimate son, Cui Xiaocheng, is managing Cui Sanye's business. Since he took over, profits have risen by 5%. Earning him Cui Sanye's favor and a chance to compete for the next head of the Cui family. What? Cui Xiaodong was crippled? Could it be this young man before us? Meanwhile, Shangwan, he was conversing with several business tycoons, including a middle-aged man with a big belly who asked with a smile, "Brother Shangwan, is this young man the marriage partner your family found? Can you introduce him to us? Generally, no man can catch your eye. Others may not know. But I know you're a daughter slave, ha ha ha." This middle-aged man, named Ye Qianyu, was a real estate tycoon in Hangzhou, although he couldn't compare to the Shangwan family. He was also the head of a top family in Hangzhou and a longtime partner of Shangwan He. "Yes, Brother Shangwan, why not introduce him to us? We'd like to hear the gossip, haha." Chapter 78, Shocking Words, Do You Dare to Hit? Cui Xiaocheng staggered to his feet, covering his swollen right cheek in disbelief. His originally clean and tidy suit was now in disarray, with water stains on both sides, and a piece of cake cream on his head, looking very disheveled. At this moment, Cui Xiaocheng resembled a vagrant who had been out for a week, far from the rebellious demeanor he had just displayed. His face twisted in anger. He struggled to spit out a few words. "You're asking for death." As he spoke, he picked up a wine bottle that had fallen at his feet and, in a fit of rage, hurled it at Ye Qianyu's forehead. Ye Qianyu elegantly wiped his mouth with a wet towel and, seeing Cui Xiaocheng rushing over, narrowed his eyes and was about to unleash his super invincible whip kick when a loud shout came from the distance. "Stop." The crowd parted, and Cui Sanchun, accompanied by a group of business tycoons, approached with a grim look directed at Cui Xiaocheng. "Dad." Cui Xiaocheng rushed forward like a child seeing their parent, ready to complain, but before he could say anything, he heard Cui Sanchun's cold voice. "Shut up. Aren't you embarrassed enough? Hurry up and change your clothes." He then turned to Ye Qianyu, who was sitting on a bench, and said with a forced smile, Chapter 79, the host arrives. Ye Qianyu smiled and shook hands with Ye Qianyu, saying, "Hello, Mr. Li. My hometown is also Hangzhou. I might return during the National Day holiday. Perhaps we can meet." Upon hearing this, Li Jian paused for a moment, unable to recall anyone notable from Hangzhou. In the end, he could only give up. Perhaps those were the reclusive individuals he had no access to. In that brief moment, Li Jian mentally categorized the young man before him among the reclusive families, and his gaze towards Ye Qianyu became mysterious. Because the power held by those reclusive families or financial tycoons was beyond what people like them could shake, and with just a slight maneuver, even his 100 billion fortune could evaporate overnight. "Ha ha, I didn't expect Brother Yi is also from Hangzhou. What a pleasure. If you need any help, don't hesitate to ask." Li Jiayun Laoga Hartili. Meanwhile, Fan Duong took the opportunity to present his business card, enthusiastically saying, "Brother Yi, my name is Fan Duong. This is my business card. I run an investment company. If you have a project, feel free to reach out for collaboration." "All right, Mr. Fan." Ye Qianyu accepted the business card and nodded in response. Chapter 80 meeting. As Secretary Qiao approached, the business tycoons all raised their glasses to compliment her. "Secretary Qiao, it's been years, but you still exude the same extraordinary demeanor as back then." "Secretary Qiao, I have a project ID like your approval on. May I?" But Secretary Qiao merely glanced at those flattering her, ignoring them completely as she walked with some official members into the lounge to wait. Shenwan turned to his daughter behind him and said, "Qingxue, there is still half an hour before the auction starts. Go talk with these young heirs." Shen Qingxue replied lightly, not saying anything more. Seeing his daughter nod, Shenwan also headed toward the lounge. Shen Qingxue stood in the center of the hall, exuding a cold elegance that made her stand out. The atmosphere in the hall immediately grew noisy as they looked at the cool Shen Qingxue. Some tycoons thought that if they couldn't get close to the head of the Shun family, they might as well win over his daughter. Many tycoons encouraged their juniors to pursue Shun Qingxue, but the juniors didn't dare approach her. They didn't even have the courage to chase after her. Not to mention Shun Qingxue's deep background as the first family in Modu, her proud demeanor was simply unattainable for these second-generation rich kids. Chapter 81, Entering the auction. You still say you don't know her? The ignored Shangwan Qianyu asked, staring wide-eyed at the two hugging. "I really don't know." "Ye Qianyu Shuruk." "Then why are you hugging and holding each other upon meeting? Who would believe that?" Shangwan Qianyu couldn't accept it at all. "You, Shun Qingxue, usually have such an aloof demeanor. I thought you were a lesbian, but it turns out..." The smile on Shun Qingxue's face faded, and her gaze turned icy. She looked at Shangwan Qianyu and said coldly, "Shangwan Qianyu, what are you to Brother Qianyu? Why are you meddling in our business? What we do is none of your concern." Following that, she took Ye Qianyu's hand gently, looking at him tenderly. Shangguan Qianyu was left speechless. Qingxue, we are at least friends. How can you say that? Shen Qingxue replied indifferently. I see you like brother Qianyu too. We were friends before, but we are rivals now. You love-struck fool, utterly hopeless. He already has a girlfriend. You don't want to steal someone else's love, do you? Shangguan Qianyu squinted her eyes and chuckled. Chapter 82 Auction 1. Brother Qianyu, if you don't have enough money, I still have a bit in my account. Shen Qingxue took out a bank card and then casually added, the password is your birthday. Goodness, you even know my password? The side observer Shangguan Qianyu clenched her fist and shot Ye Qianyu a resentful glance. Still claiming you don't know her? You even remember his birthday. Ye Qianyu cleared his throat. No need, I have enough. While waiting for the auction to start, Ye Qianyu asked casually, why haven't I seen the Qin family? Among the 4 great families of Modu, he had seen 3, but had yet to encounter the second-ranking Qin family. The Qin family is different from our 3 families. They are involved in industries that we are not, such as oil, jewelry, and sports cars, so they don't necessarily have to attend this auction. Shen Qingxue explained, pointing to a middle-aged man in a black suit in the front row. That bearded man is the second brother of the Qin family head. He usually attends these social gatherings. I see. Ye Qianyu nodded in realization. As it approached 8:15, the head of the Shun family and Secretary Qiao arrived, indicating that the auction was about to begin. Chapter 83 Auction 2. The auction venue was dazzlingly lit, and the crowd surged. Shen Sanchio held a small wooden hammer, standing on the stage as he continued to unveil the next red cloth. He carefully picked up the auction item to showcase to everyone. It was an exquisite jade sculpture, carved with a lifelike phoenix. He introduced, the next item for auction is a precious jade sculpture named Phoenix Spreading Wings, dating back to the Ming Dynasty. This phoenix is exquisitely carved, a top-notch piece among jade sculptures, made from the finest imperial red jade. Now, we will begin the auction with a starting price of 70 million, and each bid must be no less than 100,000. As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the crowd began a bid. 71 million. Without pausing, another young woman quoted 75 million, 78 million, 80 million, 92 million, 150 million. The price kept climbing, and more people joined the bidding. It wasn't until the price soared to 160 million that the venue finally quieted down. Shen Sanchio looked around and said, 160 million. Is there anyone bidding higher? Ye Qianyu slowly raised his hand and said nonchalantly, 200 million. Chapter 84 Auction 3. Can this device detect the components inside? Ye Qianyu asked after thinking for a moment. His reasoning was simple. With more subordinates in the future, it was impossible to have them all injected with gene serums. His current points were simply not enough to support so many people. If he could replicate this gene pill, he could continuously produce experts. Yes, not only can it be done, but it can also be optimized and upgraded, but it requires points. That's good enough. 190 million. The head of the Wang family bid 360 million. Is there a higher bid? 210 million. 250 million. Ye Qianyu slowly raised his hand. Upon seeing this, many people couldn't help but curse. Damn, this thing is back. 300 million. A calm voice echoed in the hall, and a few who had been bidding stopped. The normal price for the gene pill was usually around 200 million, with a maximum premium of 50 million in auctions or on the black market. Now that someone had bid 300 million, the others could only give up. Spending an extra 50 million wasn't worth it, and they would have to wait for the next auction. The head of the Wang family was somewhat angry. He was almost able to win the bid, but this kid suddenly jumped in. He stood up indignantly and shouted. Chapter 85 Back to school. The auction ended. People left the venue in droves, and today's auction left a deep impression on them, especially Ye Qianyu, who won all the lots, made them deeply aware of this mysterious young man. They each planned to advise the younger generation not to offend this person, but to make good relations instead. Meanwhile, Cui Sanxiong had also left early. Before leaving, he cast a sinister glance at Ye Qianyu, not knowing what he was plotting again. Ye Qianyu didn't pay much attention, busy greeting some wealthy individuals present with good intentions. In less than 3 minutes, he had accumulated a stack of business cards. At this moment, Shun Wan and Secretary Qiao approached, and the surrounding wealthy individuals tactfully stepped aside. Secretary Qiao tentatively asked, Young man, you are quite impressive. May I ask which family you belong to? Sorry, Secretary Qiao. That's not something I can disclose. Ye Qianyu replied calmly, making eye contact without revealing his identity. In fact, he didn't have any identity or background to speak of. Ha ha ha, young man. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come to me. Secretary Qiao laughed heartily, leaving behind a baffling remark before taking his leave. Shen Wan looked at his daughter, who was hanging onto Ye Qianyu's arm, and shot a glare at Ye Qianyu. Chapter 86. If you can't flirt, don't force it suddenly. The dull system voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for spending 5 billion, earning 25 million points, total points, 6 million. Congratulations, host, for being the first to spend over 5 million in one go, rewarding the host with the indestructible kidney. Indestructible kidney? What do you mean by that, system? I really need this. Of course. When Ye Qianyu returned to the dormitory, he saw his 3 sons huddled together, whispering about something, completely oblivious to his arrival. Ye Qianyu quietly approached them and overheard Jin Yuqian's sigh. What should I do? She hasn't replied to me for 5 minutes. What should I say? Ye Xiaodian adjusted his glasses and said earnestly, you should send, as my longing for you pours out endlessly, please give me a chance. No, it needs to be more subtle. Fourth, you say something. Xian Nanqing's eyes narrowed, and he said seriously, you should be direct. Just say I like you. Jin Yuqian then noticed Ye Qianyu standing there, and his eyes lit up. Old Ye was a master of flirting. There was no girl he couldn't win over. Chapter 87. Going home in the following days, Ye Qianyu unexpectedly became a good student, attending classes regularly. This left many classmates amazed. The usually elusive class monitor actually came to class. In the last 2 days, the whole school held a sports meet. With Xian Nanqing's physique, he undoubtedly became the overall champion and was a celebrity for a day. Many senior girls rushed to get Xian Nanqing's contact information, and even the calm and reserved Xian Nanqing blushed and hurried back to the dormitory. At this moment, the 4 were in the dormitory, chatting idly. Old Jean, have you hooked up with any girls? Ye Qianyu asked while cracking sunflower seeds. Old Ye, you won't believe it. Your method really works. There are indeed aunts introducing their daughters to me, and I have to go again tonight. Speaking of this, Jin Yuqian became animated, excitedly recounting his dating experiences. Old Jin, tomorrow is National Day. Are you planning to go home? Ye Qianyu asked, knowing Jin Yuqian was from the Jin family in Kyoto. Yeah, I guess I'll go back. Jin Yuqian thought of his sister, who suppressed his bloodline, and felt a twinge of fear. What about Xiaodian? Ye Qianyu turned his gaze to Ye Xiaodian. Chapter 88. Hate the sky, not the girl, hate the girl, not the sky. After a long wait of 6 hours, they finally arrived in Hangzhou. Ye Qianyu was determined. This time he would definitely buy a few helicopters. The night shadow drove steadily along the country road, enjoying the rural scenery and breathing in the fresh air. Ye Qianyu's hometown is in a small rural area in the outskirts of Hangzhou, called Changdong Village. Although it is a small village, the construction is quite good due to the government's benefits. Along the way, blue bricks and tiles were everywhere. The asphalt road was smooth and wide, and the trees and flowers by the roadside were neatly trimmed, making one feel refreshed. The further Ye Qianyu went, the lighter and more joyful his mood became, as if he had returned to his childhood. Winding around, he finally arrived at a small courtyard, which was his old home, belonging to a relatively poor family in the village. The yard was small, containing only a 2-story flat house and an osmanthus tree. Next to it was a place for raising chickens, ducks, pigs, and dogs, and the backyard had several vegetable plots, a typical rural design. When a stylish and eye-catching sports car drove into the courtyard, the nearby villagers began to gossip among themselves, speculating about whose car it was and wondering when old Ye's family had such a wealthy relative. Chapter 89. Ye Qianyu's identity? Ye's father took a deep breath, exhaled, and asked, how's college? Ye Qianyu held a cigarette in his mouth, exhaling a puff of smoke, and spoke. It's pretty good. Classes start at 8 and end at 5 every day. That's good. Ye's father nodded. Ye Qianyu joked, Dad, aren't you going to ask about my car? He had been contemplating how to come clean to his parents about being wealthy. I'll come clean. I'm a billionaire. But after thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with a reason. Should he say he hit a stroke of luck and became rich overnight? Or should he say he was adopted, and his biological father found him to inherit a $1 trillion fortune? These seemed unrealistic. No one would believe them if he said them. But now seeing Ye's father with no expression of surprise, Ye Qianyu was puzzled. Did his father, who lived in the countryside all these years, not know about the car? It should be the case. Ye's father took another puff of his cigarette and calmly said, You can explain when you're ready. No need to find a reason. Cough. Ahem. Ye Qianyu almost choked on the smoke, gave an awkward smile, and continued speaking. Chapter 90. Bounty to assassinate Ye Qianyu after the glasses-wearing man left. Cui Sanxiong took out his notebook, entered a website, and then input his password to verify his identity. In a short while, the computer interface switched to another page. This website is referred to as the dark web, but not everyone is qualified to access it. To visit the dark web, one needs an introduction and specific skills and authorization to enter. Here, it is a paradise for criminals and a treasure trove for arms dealers. Human trafficking, child trafficking, organ trade, and illegal drug transactions are rampant. As long as you have money, you're the most sought-after presence on the dark web. With money, you can do whatever you want. Cui Sanxiong clicked into the assassin page, which gathered hundreds of international assassin organizations. Although he is the third master of the Cui family, he wouldn't use the Cui family's power. Hiring someone to assassinate or to do dirty work usually doesn't involve sending their own subordinates. If someone with ulterior motives discovered clues, it would lead to unnecessary public outcry, which is not worth the trouble. Therefore, in this case, hiring these assassins with money is the simplest solution. Chapter 91. Meeting an acquaintance at the entrance of Hangqing Building, the cool black night shadow parked in a space, attracting the attention of many passers-by. So handsome, absolutely stunning. Should I go over and ask for a WeChat to achieve my goal of getting rich overnight? Ye Qianyu got out of the car, and his handsome appearance caught the attention of many fake socialites. It seemed they were about to approach him when they realized no one was noticing them, quickly crossing their legs and walking toward Ye Qianyu with a flirtatious gait, saying, "Hey, handsome, can we add each other on WeChat?" Before Ye Qianyu could respond, Ye Yunxi in the passenger seat slammed the car door. She got out, walked straight to Ye Qianyu, linked her arm with his, and pinched her nose in disgust, saying, "What's that smell? Why is it so strong?" Ye Qianyu laughed and replied, "Maybe it's body odor. Let us hurry up." Saying this, the two didn't even glance at the fake socialite and headed toward Hangqing Building. As Ye Qianyu passed a security guard, he pulled out 500 yuan from his pocket, pointed at a distant car, and said, "Keep an eye on that car. Don't let any pesky rats get close." The security guard looked at the 500 bucks and quickly patted his chest, assuring, "Don't worry, young master, I'm a professional." Chapter 92. Buying a house after Ye Qianyu drove away. He didn't go home immediately, but took Ye Yunxi to one of the most expensive luxury villas in Hangqing, the Taihao Lakeside Villa Park. He planned to buy a house for his family. Although his father said it was unnecessary, he still wanted to buy it. It might not be lived in, but it must exist. "Hello, welcome." The saleswoman, seeing the handsome man and beautiful woman walk into the lobby, quickly got up with a beaming smile to greet them. "Are there any unsold villas here?" Ye Qianyu asked directly. "Yes, sir, there's 6 unsold. What is your budget?" "I can help you with that," the saleswoman said, her eyes lighting up, sensing good fortune today. "The most expensive. Sir, how about this one? It covers a total area of 500 square meters, equipped with 7 bedrooms and 12 bathrooms. The saleswoman presented the villa layout, enthusiastically introducing it using professional terms. Halfway through, Ye Qianyu interrupted. "How much?" Sir, this villa is priced at 300 million. The saleswoman stuttered. "Do you think it looks good?" Ye Qianyu asked, showing the layout to his sister. Chapter 93. Visiting the alma mater initially, he wanted to discuss some matters regarding the construction of the industrial chain park with Shangguanhe. But then he thought it best to let the workers enjoy their holidays for the National Day, and everything could be discussed after the holiday. The next day, looking at Ye Yunxi, who was drooling while lying on him, Ye Qianyu lifted her by the nape of her neck and pulled her off. Yet, Ye Yunxi still looked like she was asleep. The entire morning, Ye Qianyu lay under the osmanthus tree reading a novel. Time flew by, and soon it was time for his date with Mu Ziru. Ye Qianyu washed his hair, shaved his beard, and dressed up a bit. Looking at himself in the mirror for a long time, he narcissistically said, "Still so handsome. How can I not compare to that legendary reader of that labor something? What kind of godly looks do they have?" Just as Ye Qianyu was mumbling to himself, Ye Yunxi quietly approached him from behind and exclaimed, "TSK, TSK, TSK, big brother. Don't be so vain. You have a date in the afternoon, right?" "Yeah." Ye Qianyu nodded without turning around. "With whom? Is it with Sister Ziru?" Ye Qianyu replied with a soft "Big brother, can you take me with you?" Chapter 94. Long night ahead as night fell, after saying goodbye to Grandpa Yu. The two got into the Black Knight Shadow and headed towards Yintai. After dinner, they waited on the third floor of the film city. It was now 6:50 p.m., 10 minutes before the movie started. After picking up the tickets, Ye Qianyu bought Mu Ziru's favorite popcorn and milk tea. Soon, Ye Qianyu and Mu Ziru entered the cinema. Their seats were in the last row, and it was a couple's seat, separated by barriers. It was unclear whether it was Mu Ziru's choice or because the National Day crowd was large, but there were no good seats available. Ding, ding, ding. The movie started. The movie tells a comedic and touching love story set in a school during youth, which is quite similar to the relationship between Ye Qianyu and Mu Ziru. What's wrong? Why do you look so jealous? Ye Qianyu asked, looking at Mu Ziru, whose eyes were red with emotion. No, I just feel like it's quite similar to us. I'm really happy to know you. Hee hee. Mu Ziru wiped away her tears and smiled through her sobs. Silly. Ye Qianyu teased with a laugh. The two held hands tightly, as if trying to grasp each other's souls, moved by the film's plot. Chapter 95. The Mu family. The sun was high in the sky. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains onto the 2-meter-wide bed. Ye Qianyu slowly withdrew his somewhat numb arm. You're on my hair. Mu Ziru made a tiny sound, like a lazy kitten. Looking at the dreamy beauty of Mu Ziru just waking up, Ye Qianyu sighed. Ah, the indestructible kidney is indeed impressive. I feel nothing at all, no back pain, no leg pain, and I feel great. Ye Qianyu covered her back with the quilt, pressing Mu Ziru beneath him. Mu Ziru, still half asleep, suddenly opened her eyes and exclaimed, fully awake. What are you doing? Ye Qianyu smiled playfully and said meaningfully, Ziru, have you heard a saying? The morning is crucial for the day, and spring is crucial for the year. Huh. Mu Ziru pushed against Ye Qianyu's strong chest with both hands, pleading in fear, Ye Qianyu. All right then. Seeing Mu Ziru's pitiful expression, Ye Qianyu had to relent, leaning down to gently kiss her lips, saying softly. Few upon seeing this, Mu Ziru finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was so scary. The two got up, washed up, and tidied themselves before heading down the elevator. Chapter 96. The bet on Dia is about to begin on the way home. Ye Qianyu heard the system's voice in his mind. Mu Ziru's favorability toward the host has reached 95 points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 shares of Proya. Relevant documents have been stored in the host's system backpack. The sudden voice made Ye Qianyu pause slightly. Thinking, system, check Mu Ziru's personal information. The next moment, a liquid crystal screen appeared in his mind. Name, Mu Ziru. Identity, daughter of the Mu family in Hangzhou specialties. Proficient in dance, violin, singing, and painting. Appearance, 95. Purity, 90. Host has consumed. Favorability, 95. After reading the information, he closed the panel. Reflecting on Proya, it seemed to be a cosmetics company, valued at around 45 billion. Upon returning home, Ye Qianyu saw his parents and sister staring at him with scrutinizing eyes, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under their gaze. Ye Qianyu coughed and said, Cough, cough. Why are you all looking at me like that? You little rascal, you didn't come home all night. Or were you fooling around? His mother asked sharply. I was at a friend's gathering, drank too much, and stayed at my friend's house. Ye Qianyu said seriously. Chapter 97. It's actually Jin Yuqian. Before Xiaolong could speak, Sister Wan spoke first. Money Emperor, Feng Huang says it's time to start. As soon as she finished speaking, the opponent's health bar filled up instantly. The public screen lit up. Feng Sa Chengui sent a Sea Fortress in Sister Wan's live stream. Everyone go check it out. Wang Xiao sent a Sea Fortress in Sister Wan's live stream. Everyone go check it out. Old Eight's Secret Hamburgers sent a Sea Fortress in Sister Wan's live stream. Everyone go check it out. Golden Glorious Pig sent a golden pig descending to Earth in Sister Wan's live stream. Everyone go check it out. Suddenly, a golden pig popped up, accompanied by a pile of coins falling. However, this was just a special effect and could not be claimed like Ye Qianyu's gifts. This gift was the exclusive effect of the ID Golden Glorious Pig, valued at 188,888. As soon as the golden pig descending to Earth effect appeared, it instantly dominated the entire live stream, causing an uproar. This is the exclusive gift of Pig Emperor. The opponent actually invited Pig Emperor. Pig Emperor hasn't been on Dia for nearly a month. Today is a rare chance to see Pig Emperor. The showdown between Money Emperor and Pig Emperor promises to be exciting. Chapter 98. Entering Jiang Yoxin in the live stream. Old too. You seem to be living quite well. So it turns out the mighty Pig Emperor is you. Ye Qianyu said in a sarcastic tone in the bullet screen. Aha, old Yi, so you're Mr. Money. Jin Yu Qian awkwardly smiled, trying to change the subject. Damn, why is it old boss? Isn't it barbecue? Don't try to change the subject. You were crying poor in the dormitory over a meal, and now you're good enough to spend 5 million without blinking. In just 3 minutes. Jin Yu Qian was speechless, kneeling on the floor, stammering. All right, from now on, you'll pay for meals. Don't force me to cut you. Oh, Jin Yu Qian agreed helplessly. At this moment, Feng Qingyang asked, Golden Glorious Pig, old boss, do you know this Mr. Money? Who is he? Feng Qingyang's question was also the curiosity of the many onlookers present. Another big scoop. This is my boss. From now on, when you see him, show him some respect. As soon as this was said, the whole place was stunned. What? Mr. Money is actually Pig Emperor's boss? The fact that even the famous Pig Emperor has to call someone boss makes Mr. Money's background terrifying to think about. Chapter 99. You said the prince should get in the car. How did it explode again? In front of the screen, Jiang Yoxin performed a head crash on the table. Bang, bang, bang. The huge impact sound echoed in the live stream, provoking a wave of teasing from netizens. Host, the table will hurt. Host, it's okay. Winning or losing is common in battle. To the person above, I hope you're being serious. Go for it, host. You're a useless little spicy chicken. Wow, how can you all bully me like this? Jiang Yoxin cried out. Her voice present, but no tears. The netizens in the live stream were used to it, laughter filling the air. Ye Qianyu felt quite relaxed and couldn't help but say, Host, how about letting me play around? The one above, pretending to be cute. If you want to host a play with you, you need to pay the car fee. Ye Qianyu asked, cut down. Jiang Yoxin's eyes lit up at this bullet screen. Hee, a business opportunity has come. Then she retracted her expression, clenched her fist with 5 fingers, and placed it on her mouth, pretending to cough twice before saying, That brother Qian. The fare is a hot air balloon. Do you want to get on? Let me tell you, the anchor will take you on a killing spree. Ye Qianyu's mouth twitched as she looked at her Crimson Game record, feeling speechless. Chapter 100. Assassination Attack, Parent Strike. System, check personal panel. Ye Qianyu thought to herself. Host personal panel as follows. Host, Ye Qianyu age, 19 height, 183 centimeters appearance, 999 max. Readers 10, strength, 30, gene lock level 1, speed, 20 defense, 20 identity. President of Polaroid, second largest shareholder of Gucci, 10 shareholder of Vacheron Constantine. Freshman in Modi University, hidden, reputation, 178 affinity, 60 remaining points, 6 million system. How many potions can I use at once? Ye Qianyu asked again in her heart. After fishing for so long, it was time to increase her base abilities. Host, it has been 20 days since the last use of potions system. Purchase 60 intermediate base ability potions. Congratulations to the host for purchasing 60 intermediate potions, deducting 600,000 points. Remaining points, 7 million. Host, would you like to use them? Usage successful. Host strength, 3050. Gene lock level 2. Speed, 2040 defense. 2040 in less than 3 seconds. Ye Qianyu felt as if she had transcended. Chapter 101. The Sixth Night, Ye Qianyu. Is this internal energy? How is that possible? In the distance, the blood blade's pupils widened in disbelief, and even the hand gripping the dagger loosened slightly. He murmured, to use internal energy, one must at least unlock the 3rd level of the gene lock. But such masters have signed treaties and cannot act freely. How could there be such a person in this small village? Ye Qianyu turned around, squinted his eyes, and said with a forced smile, Since you know, then you should understand that you won't survive tonight. Hearing this, Bloodblade's expression stiffened, and he staked everything. All together, kill them. Upon hearing the command, the other subordinates gritted their teeth and rushed forward with daggers. Seeing his subordinates advance, Bloodblade turned and ran without hesitation. Upon seeing this, Ye Qianyu snorted coldly, his body like a ghost, bypassing several people, and pursued in the direction Bloodblade was escaping. The 8 assassins, having lost their target, turned to the new target, Luo Xiaoyu, who was standing in the back. Luo Xiaoyu pulled out a 2-inch dagger from her wrist and walked gracefully into the encirclement of the black-clad men. Her brow and eyes were picturesque, with a slight smile at the corners of her lips, yet she was cold and resolute. The cold light of the sword and the splatter of blood erupted. Chapter 102. Calling for help. Hello, Ziru. Have you missed me after such a short time? Ye Qianyu joked as the call connected. Qianyu, can you take me away? A tearful voice from Mu Ziru came through the phone. Don't cry, what's going on? Ye Qianyu's smile faded, replaced by a cold demeanor. My grandmother's birthday is tonight, and she wants to marry me off to Jia Yuliang to maintain the Mu family status through the Jia family. Jia Yuliang is actually from the Jia family? Ye Qianyu raised an eyebrow. He had known since middle school that Jia Yuliang's family was wealthy, thinking he was just a side branch. But it turned out to be direct lineage. Yes, he probably came up with this idea after I didn't attend the class reunion he held the day before yesterday. What should I do? The Jia family's influence in Hangzhou is growing, and in a few years, they might become a top-tier power. Mu Ziru's tone was urgent on the phone. Ziru, I know you're anxious, but don't panic. I'm here. Ye Qianyu comforted her softly first, then said slowly, since Jia Yuliang is so obsessed with you, you should still celebrate your grandmother's birthday, as usual. As for the marriage, let's see if they dare to propose it then. Chapter 103, The Birthday Celebration. At 7 in the evening, the Mu family was brightly lit and festive. Various luxury cars were parked at the entrance of the Mu family's villa, with elegantly dressed CEOs and wealthy ladies stepping out of them. These guests were invited by the Mu family to attend the birthday banquet, all having some assets in Hangzhou. Some were billion-dollar company bosses, some were partners of the Mu family, and others were lesser-known families trying to curry favor with the Mu family. In the villa's hall, the entire Mu family gathered together. Mu Wenshun sat in the center of the birthday hall, dressed in a red tang suit, wearing a round pearl necklace, holding a cane, and smiling. The birthday hall was decorated very festively, with red longevity characters hanging on the walls and exquisite pastries and fruits placed on the table. At this moment, Mu Ziru stood behind Mu Wenshun, dressed in a light blue long dress, her waist barely fitting in a single grip. She wore a pair of matching lace-up high heels, revealing her long, fair neck like a swan and delicately white skin. Her black hair fell over her shoulders, and her face was stunningly beautiful. She was like a lotus flower, emerging untainted from the mud, and not alluring despite being washed clean. Although the main character tonight was the elderly matriarch sitting in the center. The guests coming to celebrate her birthday would first cast their eyes on the stunning Mu Ziru behind her. Chapter 104, Arrival. I disagree. A handsome man who seemed almost unreal walked in through the door. Who are you? How dare you speak like that? Don't you know that this is Jia Xiao proposing? If you anger Jia Xiao, can you bear his wrath? Zhao Tiandong was the first to step forward, pointing at Ye Qianyu. My girlfriend is not someone he can propose to. Ye Qianyu said calmly. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted in the hall, and Jia Yuliang laughed heartily. Haha, Ye Qianyu, I didn't expect you to really dare to come. What, you, a kid from a poor village, want to marry Mu Ziru? Do you have that ability? Why don't you take out the 20 billion betrothal gift? Enough, stop laughing like a fool. You'd better stay away from me. I have a phobia of large objects. If I get sick, I'm afraid I might do something bad. Ye Qianyu glared at Jia Yuliang and sneered. What does your phobia of large objects have to do with me? Jia Yuliang asked, puzzled. Ye Qianyu replied coldly. It has everything to do with me. So stay away. I'm afraid of big idiots. What the hell? Ye Qianyu, are you looking for death? That's a big idiot, and your whole family is a bunch of big idiots. Jia Yuliang charged out angrily, raising his fist towards Ye Qianyu. Chapter 105, Lin Yuan. I don't know, Masterly. Although Mu Wenshun felt unhappy, she dared not voice her anger. Masterly, you must be here at my father's invitation. I didn't expect you to value my father so much and come in person. Jia Yuliang walked over with a smile, glancing sideways at Ye Qianyu with a sense of pride. Li Jiayan looked at Jia Yuliang with a foolish expression. Where did this big fool come from? Uncle Yin, I called you to support me. Why did you make such a big fuss and invite so many people? People who don't know might think it's a gang fight. Ye Qianyu stepped forward slowly, speaking in a casual tone with a smile. Ye Qianyu, do you know what you're talking about? What Uncle Yin? He is the head of the Li family, someone you, a rural kid, can just casually try to connect with? Jia Yuliang stepped forward to block Ye Qianyu. A loud slap landed heavily on Jia Yuliang's face. A clear 5-finger mark immediately appeared on his face, and blood began to seep from the corner of his lips. The one who struck was Li Jiayan. This scene left everyone present confused as to why Master Li would hit young Master Jia. Master Li, why? Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu's forehead was covered with 3 black question marks. Who is this person? He then directly spoke to the system in his mind. System, use the eye of insight. If you don't understand, just ask the system. It's that simple. Name: Lin Yuan. Identity: head of the Lin family. One of the top 3 families in Hangsheng. Ability: 55, unlocked level 2 gene lock. Favorability: 70 loyalty, 80 horsepower. The Lin family is secretly supported by the couple Rocha. After reading Lin Yuan's personal panel, Ye Qianyu, who was originally confused, became even more bewildered. Looking at Lin Yuan's 80 loyalty towards him left him puzzled. Who are this Rocha couple? Do I know them? Regardless of who the Rocha couple is, they're here to help me. Since Lin Yuan has such high loyalty to me, why should I care about those unknowns? The system doesn't deceive people. Following the system's guidance is definitely the right path. After a moment of thought, Ye Qianyu made a fist with his hand and pretended to clear his throat to cover his embarrassment. Ahem, Master Lin, there's no need to be so polite. We're all family. Seeing Ye Qianyu's friendly demeanor, it appeared to Lin Yuan as, looking at the extravagant Ye Qianyu, the crowd could only be speechless. It's fine if we don't eat this meal. It's too demoralizing. No problem, young Master Yi. Mu Wenshun replied reluctantly, her face blossoming with a smile. This young man is someone even the head of the Lin family must treat with utmost respect. How could there be any reason to disagree? Unless she was out of her mind. If the Mu family could get such a golden son-in-law, wouldn't they just soar to new heights? Who would dare disrespect them in Hangsheng in the future? And they might even have a chance to become the 4th top family in Hangsheng. The more Mu Wenshun thought about it, the more excited she became, her hand gripping the cane, trembling with excitement. Young Master Yi, what is the second matter? Mu Wenshun asked with a big smile. The second matter is, Elder Mu, you are advanced in age and should be thinking about retirement. It's time to hand over the power to Uncle Mu Hong. Also, the collateral branches of the Mu family should not interfere with Uncle Mu Hong's decisions. They should obediently stay at home and receive a salary of 6K plus 5 insurances and 1 fund. Ye Qianyu's words were straightforward, clearly indicating that in the future, the Mu family would be managed solely by Uncle Mu Hong's family, with no one else involved. Why? We are also members of the Mu family. Why can't we participate in the Mu family's decisions? Close to the end, Lin Yuan and his entourage left in a grand manner. Li Jiyun and the other first-rate family heads also bid farewell to Ye Qianyu and left one after another. Before leaving, Ye Qianyu exchanged contact information with them, saying he would get in touch when developing business in Hangsheng in the future. After hosting the last batch of company bosses who came to curry favor, Uncle Mu Hong walked up to Ye Qianyu with a beaming smile and said, "Little Yi, thank you. I believe that in the next 3 years, the sewing machines in the Mu clothing factory will probably be smoking. Haha, Uncle Hong, we're all family. There's no need to be so polite. Ah, yes. You good boy. You've hidden so deeply for so many years that even I became a fool." Uncle Mu Hong gently punched him on the chest, looking somewhat resentful. Ahem, it's all arranged by the family. It has nothing to do with me. Ye Qianyu shuruk. I understand. I understand the tricks of big families. Uncle Mu Hong made a knowing expression. You understand this? Little Yi, I know it's quite normal for people in big families to have multiple wives. Haha, you're too bad. Mu Ziru couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Joking aside, the boss still can't be at a loss. It's not easy for them to do business. Ye Qianyu just scanned the payment code page and entered 100 to transfer. Book me a presidential suite. Thank you. Ye Qianyu held fried eggs in one hand and held Mu Ziru's delicate hand as they walked into the lobby and said to the front desk staff, "Okay, sir, the total is 888 for one night. Swipe the card." After paying, the two followed the lobby manager into the 300 square meter suite. "Gentlemen, this is your room. If you need anything, please call me. I will be on standby 25 hours a day." The lobby manager slightly bowed and said respectfully before leaving. After closing the door, Mu Ziru walked slowly to the bed and sat down. At this moment, she looked a bit flushed, and her breathing seemed hurried. Anyone could notice her nervousness. Although she had been with Ye Qianyu before, she still felt a bit apprehensive. Her fingers unconsciously clenched, sweat seeping from her palms as she bit her lip, trying to hide her anxiety. After lunch, Ye Qianyu sent Mu Ziru home. He didn't go home immediately, but went to Yunling Real Estate Company, which is the headquarters of Li Jiayun in Hangsheng. Before leaving last night, Ye Qianyu had stopped Li Jiayun and scheduled a meeting to discuss cooperation at 8 o'clock this morning. Originally, Li Jiayun had planned to come find Ye Qianyu in person in the morning, but unfortunately, Ye Qianyu had a comfortable night and didn't wake up until after 10. Since the Intercontinental Hotel wasn't far from Yunling Real Estate Company, Ye Qianyu drove over. After getting out of the car with his outstanding looks, he immediately attracted the attention of the busy female staff in the lobby. Soon, a front desk girl with about an 8 out of 10 appearance came over. Slightly starstruck and politely asked, "Hello, sir? Who are you looking for?" Ye Qianyu smiled slightly. "I'm looking for your boss, Ye Qianyu." Upon hearing this, the receptionist obviously paused for a moment, scrutinizing the man in front of her from top to bottom. She wanted to see what was different about him. But after a long look, she found nothing particularly special. If there was anything, it was that he was a bit handsome. In her time working in reception, she had never encountered anyone who directly called the boss by his real name. Chapter 111. Treating to dinner. That's enough for now. As for the construction module, Ye Qianyu rhythmically tapped on the table and said to the system in his mind, "System, do you have construction templates?" "Yes, master. What kind do you have?" "There are a total of 1.3 billion construction templates. Please select host." "So many? What do you recommend at this stage?" This system has selected 3 high-cost performance templates for the host, priced at 100,000, 300,000, and 500,000 points respectively. What's the difference? These represent construction blocks for 3 years, 5 years, and 10 years from now. Please choose host. After roughly reviewing the details of the 3 samples, Ye Qianyu felt that the differences among them were significant, with each representing a qualitative upgrade. Moreover, there was one more thing. The templates recommended by the system seemed unlike traditional ones in this world, more akin to alien designs. Because in terms of construction style and purpose, they were more sci-fi, more convenient, and safer than what exists in today's world. Ye Qianyu decisively chose the 500,000 point construction template, and he paid in full. There was no way around it. He had plenty of points now, without any need to be stingy. Congratulations, host, for purchasing a crisp design blueprint, costing 500,000 points. Remaining points, 5 million. Relevant documents have been placed in the system backpack. Chapter 112. Offline. Young Master Yi. This design blueprint is truly stunning. I can't believe I didn't think of designing it this way. Ye Qianyu put down the construction template in his hand, looking excited, with fire burning in his eyes. The Li family built their foundation on civil construction and relied on real estate for their current status. They had an obsession with construction design that far exceeded others, constantly thinking about new construction concepts. Since childhood, Ye Qianyu had studied construction design and had a fervent passion for design. Today, he finally got what he wished for. Seeing a construction plan that had never appeared before, how could he not be excited? Ye Qianyu nervously rubbed his chubby hands together with a hopeful expression, saying, "Young Master Yi, I have a small request. May I ask who designed this plan? Can I meet him for some advice?" Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu's mouth twitched. "Where am I supposed to find this designer for you? Should I call the system out?" Clearing his throat, he said, "Ahem. This designer has a peculiar personality and doesn't like meeting people, so it might disappoint you." Old Li. Hearing this answer, Ye Qianyu's face fell, and he sighed. Alas, to be able to design such a blueprint, if he didn't have a bit of a quirky personality, that would be strange. If there's an opportunity, I hope young master you can negotiate with him more. Chapter 113. Rich and handsome. The Qianyu Square serves as a gathering place for students from the 3 major campuses. Especially crowded at night, second only to the food street in terms of foot traffic. At this moment, the onlookers turned to watch the direction from which the roaring engine was coming. When they saw a completely black supercar slowly approaching, they were stunned by its aggressively attractive appearance. With a low and wide body, its smooth and dynamic lines seemed to exude speed and power from every inch. The sharp headlights resembled the eyes of a fierce beast, combined with the roar of the engine, giving an unprecedented impact. The deep sounds of the engine were like the horns of a show-off. Just by hearing the roar of this car, one could tell it was worth a fortune, far beyond the sound emitted by a mere million-dollar sports car. The male onlookers stared at the sleek black supercar with envy. It could be said that 99 of boys in the world dream of owning their own flashy sports car to show off while cruising and flirting. The remaining one belonged to the motorcycle crowd. Whenever a sports car is put in front of you, no one can resist its charm. Chapter 114. A deaf in the car. Luo Xiaolan was still in a daze. Did she just get in the car without realizing it? She stared with her clear eyes, curiously watching Ye Qianyu drive. As a girl, most of them are attracted to looks, and she was no exception. No matter how handsome the male stars she had seen online were, they paled in comparison to the man in front of her. Whether it was his looks, temperament, or status, he could crush them all. Do I have a pimple on my face? Ye Qianyu joked while touching his cheek. Uft. You're so funny. Luo Xiaolan giggled, breaking the awkward atmosphere in the car. Without a pimple, why are you staring at me? Are you attracted to my handsome looks? Ye Qianyu said narcissistically. A bit. Luo Xiaolan nodded directly in acknowledgement, then tentatively asked, Are you really Qianzong? What? Do I not look like Qianzong? Ye Qianyu glanced at the incredulous Luo Xiaolan and retorted. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaolan hurriedly waved her hand. Chapter 115. Mountain Pig Can't Eat Fine Grain. Once seated, a dedicated waiter placed 3 bowls of lemonade in front of the 3. Before Ye Qianyu could speak, a Defa, sitting opposite, straightened his collar and said first, Brother Yi, classmate Luo Xiaolan. The 3 bowls of water in front of us are not just any ordinary water. 3 big question marks appeared above Luo Xiaolan's head. Isn't this just ordinary lemonade? Why is it not just any water? Is there some special significance? She looked at a Defa with curious eyes, wanting to hear how he would explain it. Ye Qianyu also became interested, looking at him with a half smile. Seeing the two with puzzled expressions, a Defa felt secretly pleased. Hee hee, I love seeing your naive faces. Clearing his throat dramatically, he explained, This is called lemonade, rich in vitamin C, very good for the body. You can drink it. Luo Xiaolan. Ye Qianyu. The two looked at a Defa, who was still smug, as if they were looking at a fool, completely speechless. Did you really need to explain that? Any normal person would know. It was simply better to hear 1 word from you than 100. What nonsense. Haha, Brother Aid, you are simply a talent. Chapter 116. Purchasing the Ultimate Beauty Pill. The 3 of them remained silent, ending the dinner in quietude. As they parted, they didn't forget to add Ye Qianyu on WeChat, saying he could be contacted if needed. He then looked at Luo Xiaolan. Classmate Luo Xiaolan, feel free to reach out to me anytime if you figure things out. Shut up. Watching Aid leave, Ye Qianyu smiled slightly and said to the still dazed Luo Xiaolan, What are you still staring for? Let's go. After Luo Xiaolan got into the car, Ye Qianyu finally started the vehicle. The Black Knight Shadow drove aimlessly on the main road. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere was awkward to the extreme. The air in the car seemed to have solidified, and they could even hear each other's breathing. The scenery outside the window kept passing by, but their attention was not on it. Luo Xiaolan was thinking whether she should show him her true appearance. After he saw it, would he dislike her? The more she thought about it, the stiffer her body became, and as time passed, her heart grew more anxious. What should she do if he kept silent? Should she continue to remain silent or take the initiative to explain? Ye Qianyu, on the other hand, was driving while speaking to the system in his mind. Chapter 117. Back at the Intercontinental Hotel, Luo Xiaolan covered her face with both hands, tears streaming down between her fingers as she let out a choked sob. At that moment, she forgot everything around her, forgetting where she was. Ye Qianyu quietly watched her without interrupting. After a while, Luo Xiaolan gradually calmed down, wiped away her tears, and took a deep breath. She raised her eyes to face the man beside her, revealing a radiant smile as she softly said 2 words, Thank you. Then how about showing me something more practical to thank me? Ye Qianyu looked at Luo Xiaolan with a teasing smile, his eyes glimmering mischievously. You're so bad, Yi. Luo Xiaolan seemed to recall something embarrassing. How bad can I be? Ye Qianyu leaned slightly forward, looking into her eyes closely, making her feel uncomfortable enough to hurriedly shift her gaze elsewhere. It's just very bad. Luo Xiaolan's voice was barely audible, her face flushed like a kettle of boiling water. Then I'll leave? Ye Qianyu spread his hands, pretending to get out of the car. Hearing this, Luo Xiaolan, forgetting her shyness, anxiously grabbed the corner of Ye Qianyu's clothes. Stammering, don't go. Chapter 118, Long Night. Knock knock. 2 knocks on the door. I'll go open the door. Ye Qianyu opened the door to see a woman in black with her face covered. Boss, here. The masked woman expressionlessly handed over a shopping bag. How many sets? 3 sets. That's enough. Go back and have old Mo reimburse you. After saying this, she closed the door. Seeing the boss close the door, the masked woman left discreetly and dialed Mo Shaw's number. Hello. What is up, number 1? A voice full of irritation came from the phone. I just bought 3 sets of outfits for the boss, totaling 300,000. He told me to have you reimburse him. The masked woman said calmly. Upon hearing this, Mo Shaw's voice on the phone rose an octave. What? What did the boss buy at this hour? 3 sets. Uniforms. Mo Shaw replied, in the presidential suite. What do you have in your hand? Luo Xiaolan looked at the black shopping bag, puzzled. Wealth. Ye Qianyu uttered 2 words. This. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaolan immediately transformed into a steam engine, with white smoke puffing out from her head. Ye Qianyu had anticipated Luo Xiaolan's reaction and walked over to sit beside her. Chapter 119, Vaccine. The next day at noon, after lunch, Ye Qianyu took Luo Xiaolan shopping around Hangzhou Tower and then parked the car downstairs at her apartment. Why aren't you getting out of the car? Ye Qianyu asked, as Luo Xiaolan hesitated to exit. Luo Xiaolan pouted and complained, What's this? After eating and drinking, you want to drive me away? Not at all. Ye Qianyu shook his head in denial. Sigh. Luo Xiaolan sighed, her expression pleading. Please don't forget me after you've had your fill, okay? How could that be? Why would you think that? Ye Qianyu gently rubbed her little head. Luo Xiaolan's beautiful eyes gazed at Ye Qianyu, her expression complex. I'm afraid you'll be like those rich second-generation heirs, playing around and then abandoning me. For women like us, you can have as many as you want and wouldn't care. Besides, you're too rich and handsome. Facing you, I don't have the confidence I used to have. You standing in front of me feels like a prince on high, while I'm like Cinderella, with a sense of inferiority from the start. I never believed in the Cinderella story in reality. I'm just a streamer. In terms of identity, status, and background, I don't match up to you at all. The gap between us is like a chasm. Chapter 120, Meeting of the Chui Family. Ye Qianyu drove the Black Knight Shadow back home. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw his sister Ye Yunxi sitting at the door in a blue and white JK uniform, wearing sandals, glaring at him. Haha, sister. Why are you sitting at the door? The weather is getting cooler. Be careful not to catch a cold wearing so little. Ye Qianyu akardli aprurochit. Ye Yunxi remained silent, coldly snorting and turning her head away. Oh, what happened to my understanding and cute little sister? Ye Qianyu rubbed her little head, turning her originally smooth hair into a messy nest. Bad brother, don't mess up my hair. I want to grow tall. Ye Yunji pautet in dissatisfaction. All right, don't be angry. I was out negotiating business. Ye Qianyu quickly explained. Liar, you smell like a woman. Ye Yunxi pouted. Cough, cough. Caught by his sister, Ye Qianyu felt embarrassed and could only cough wildly to cover up. Okay, don't be angry. Tonight, I'll take you to have fun, eat good food, and buy what you like, all right? Just consider it a way to make it up to you. Ye Qianyu threw out an irresistible offer for Ye Yunxi. Chapter 121, Back to Magic City. Second brother, I think this is inappropriate. Someone who can casually take out over 500 billion is not someone our Chui family can provoke. He might be from one of the 8 great families in Kyoto. I think we should let the third brother apologize. Chui Yixiong spoke up to advise. Big brother, if the third brother hadn't issued a bounty, we might still have a chance to talk about peace. But now the boat has sailed. Do you really think this kind of wealthy young master would agree to negotiate? Chui Yixiong picked up his teacup and calmly sipped, saying, But aren't you afraid of retaliation from the forces behind him? It seems our Chui family is not strong enough to withstand it, Chui Yixiong said with concern. As the head of the Chui family, there are many things he worries about. Big brother, have you been sitting in the position of clan leader for so long that you've become foolish? We have the Wang family backing us. If something happens to us, how will the Wang family's goods be sold? Think about it. What forces in the world can compare to the Wang family? Today I will show some wisdom. Kui Erxiong scolded, his confidence entirely stemming from the Wang family in the capital. Fine, since we are going for a complete assassination, relying solely on Ming Shu won't work. I will invite a few of the offerings from the backyard to join in, ensuring a one-hit kill. Chapter 122, Bar Meeting at Night. Ye Qianyu did not return to the Tan Palace No. 1 villa, but chose to go to the romantic bar. At this time, the romantic bar had stopped operating. The exciting rock music and dazzling lights were gone, leaving only a quiet atmosphere. In the spacious and dimly lit bar hall, a group of men in black suits stood neatly in 2 rows. Each of these tall and sturdy men looked like they had undergone strict training. They had serious expressions, their hands crossed in front of them, and their gazes fixed on the entrance, seemingly waiting for someone important. The leader was Mo Sha, flanked by Lu Nanshuang and Gao Chang. They had received instructions from their boss, Ye Qianyu, 10 minutes ago, and quickly gathered some of the night security and trained underworld subordinates to wait for Ye Qianyu's arrival. Time passed second by second, and finally, a man in black appeared at the door. He was tall and walked steadily, wearing a confident smile, followed by 2 black-clad bodyguards, Brother Dao, and the masked woman in black who had silently followed him for a week. His appearance drew the attention of all the men in black, their gazes focused on him. Chapter 123. Back to the dormitory, Ye Qianyu arrived at school, and, as soon as he got out of the car, saw a small girl with double ponytails running towards him. The next second, Ye Qianyu found himself with a kangaroo bear hanging on him. Ye Ningxin buried her head deep in Ye Qianyu's chest, intoxicated by his unique masculine scent. Brother Qianyu, I miss you so much. I was thinking all day at home about coming here, but my dad wouldn't let me come early. Ye Ningxin slightly tilted her face up, with a hint of moisture in her beautiful and ethereal features, looking quite pitiful. Ye Qianyu held her delicate and perky bottom with one hand and gently wrapped his other arm around her slim waist, feeling how soft and warm her body was. Ye Ningxin's double ponytails draped over his shoulders, exuding a faint fragrance. Ye Qianyu lowered his head to look into her big, beautiful eyes, noticing her gaze filled with trust and reliance. Didn't you see me? Why did you come here so late at night? Ye Qianyu rubbed her little head and asked gently. I thought today was the last day of the National Day holiday, so I was wondering if you would come to school. I wandered around and ended up here, hoping to run into you. Chapter 124. My foolish brother. Close to 4 in the morning. In a narrow alley, a man walked hunched over under the cover of night. His clothes were tattered, his chest rising and falling erratically, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. The wound on his body was soaked in blood, and each breath brought a wave of excruciating pain. He gritted his teeth, trying to stop the bleeding with trembling hands, but it was futile, as blood continued to drip from his fingertips onto the ground. Even when he encountered young boys and girls returning home at night, they could not see his face clearly. This was how Xian Nanxing walked, checking the nearby stone platforms and doors, while also straining his ears for any suspicious sounds. When he encountered a group of black-clad men at a corner, he immediately straightened up and sprinted into the dark depths of the alley. Chase! Dozens of black-clad men followed closely, running towards Xian Nanxing's direction. Occasionally, faint sounds of short-range combat could be heard, followed by immediate separation. One chased, the other fled, truly relentless. This endless pursuit had lasted for 3 days and nights. In his escape, Xian Nanxing inwardly cursed. Do you really want to be this ruthless? Brother! Xian Nanxing dared not look back and could only keep running forward, hoping to shake off the group of assassins behind him. Chapter 125. A pair of A's are too much. The next morning. Hello, Brother Qianyu. As soon as he answered the phone, he heard Ye Ningxin's sweet voice that could melt anyone's heart. Hey, Xiaoxin, what's going on so early? Ye Qianyu, waking from a loving dream, yawned and asked, Brother Qianyu, didn't you say you would take me out to play last night? You didn't forget, did you? Ye Ningxin's slightly anxious voice came from the phone, fearing that her brother Qianyu would not take her out to play. I've been thinking about it all night, and I woke up at 5 in the morning. If I weren't afraid of disturbing your beautiful dreams, I would have called 4 hours ago. Oh, how could I forget? Get ready. Wait for me in the parking lot in half an hour. Okay, Brother Qianyu, once reminded by Ye Ningxin. Ye Qianyu slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling that he had promised to take her out to play before they parted last night. He had originally just been joking, but he didn't expect her to take it seriously. Helpless, Ye Qianyu had no choice but to get up, get dressed, use the bathroom, and wash up. Sigh. Who can refuse a sweet request from Ye Ningxin so early in the morning? Is today Monday? Classes? Not a chance. The principal is our uncle. Chapter 126. Another assassination attempt. When Ye Qianyu came out of the Guijin Center, he had spent over 10 million yuan on Ye Ningxin. The other clothing was fine, costing only around 1 million. The main expense was the crystal bracelet Ye Ningxin wore, which cost nearly 10 million. Regarding the 1,000 points that the system had not credited for a long time, Ye Qianyu had just inquired with the system. The system explained that points below 10,000 would not be counted. It seems the system has OCD. Ye Qianyu was too lazy to argue with the dog system about its explanation. If this had been at the beginning, he might have been anxious. But now, with 8 million points in hand, it was not worth mentioning. Let it embezzle as it liked. Except for the bracelet. Everything else was delivered to a designated address by the staff. In such a luxury store, there is delivery service, so there is no need to carry things personally. Ye Ningxin held Ye Qianyu's big hand and, sticking out her tongue, said somewhat shyly, Brother Qianyu, did I buy too much? No, not all. How much is this? Didn't I give you a black card before? Just use it for purchases in the future. Don't save money for me. Ye Qianyu said, Dan Dan. Hee hee, Brother Qianyu. You are really nice. Chapter 127. The appearance of the Earth-level assassins. The group of assassins did not respond, staring expressionlessly at Ye Qianyu, ready to attack at any moment. One of them raised his arm and said, "To avoid long nights and many dreams, let us act." As soon as he finished speaking, 4 assassins charged forward with knives. "Little knife, number 1, cover me from behind." Watching the assassins approach, Ye Qianyu said to the 2 beside him, then looked at Ye Ningxin and instructed, "Protect yourself well." Just now, he used the Eye of Exploration to check these assassins and found that they had all unlocked their second-level gene locks. Although Brother Knife and number 1 had been with him the longest, they had only increased their basic abilities to 20 points. If they went up, it would be seeking death. There was no way. They had just developed for 100 chapters, unlike those who had decades or even centuries of foundation. Why should a few days of achievement catch up with the foundation of others' lifetimes? Unless one had to cheat. Don't worry, Brother Qianyu. Ye Ningxin raised her small fist and said. Ye Qianyu raised his fist to face the enemy. Just as the 2 assassins swung their knives, Brother Knife and number 1 fired 2 shots, aiming at their foreheads. Having learned from previous experiences, the 2 assassins immediately dodged to the side. Chapter 128. Thousands of troops and horses. Kid, you really have some skills. No wonder the yellow-level assassins who tried to kill you before failed. Ning min sneret. What yellow-level assassin? What strange things are you talking about? I don't understand. Was he the first wave you guys trying to kill me? Ye Qianyu asked in confusion. During this time, he had been in Hang City and hadn't encountered any assassins at all. Seeing Ye Qianyu's puzzled expression confirmed that he was not lying. What about the previous group? Did they just disappear into thin air? If he couldn't figure it out, then he simply wouldn't think about it. It was just a group of yellow-level minions. Kid, you met me, and you will die today. Even Jesus can't save you, I said. Ningmin squinted his eyes, revealing a dangerous glint. He then slowly drew 2 silver tiger claws from behind him and began to approach Ye Qianyu step by step. Boss, you and Miss Ye go ahead. We'll stay back to cover you. Brother Knife stepped forward, blocking Ye Qianyu's path, his eyes firm and fearless. Number 1 said nothing. But like Brother Knife, he raised his weapon to shield Ye Qianyu. The 2 knew this might be the last moment of their lives, but they were undeterred. Chapter 129. I reward myself? Ye Qianyu looked at this peculiar combination and secretly checked the personal panels of the 2. Name, Qianjun identity. Host's personal bodyguard, system assigned, basic ability. Level 4 peak features, skilled in hand-to-hand combat, incredibly strong, iron wall loyalty, 100 PS, after level 4. It divides in a low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade peak. Name, Wanma identity. Host's personal bodyguard, system assigned, basic ability. Level 4 peak features, skilled in claw knives as fast as lightning. Kills invisibly loyalty, 100. After reading the panels of the 2, Ye Qianyu immediately scrapped the idea of returning them. Now, looking at the 2 of them, they seemed particularly pleasing to the eye. So you 2 are Qianjun and Wanma. Ye Qianyu smiled and said to the 2 figures before him. Yes, that's right. Qianjun and Wanma said in perfect harmony. So you have been secretly protecting me all the time? Ye Qianyu continued to ask. Yes, that's right. The 2 continued, answering concisely. Ahem, so when I was doing that, you were also protecting me? Ye Qianyu coughed lightly and asked the question he most wanted to know. Chapter 130. The wind rises, the Chui family should be annihilated. Ye Qianyu picked up his phone and saw that it was an unknown phone number from Odu. Without thinking, he directly hung up the phone. Is the real estate business so competitive now? After hanging up, Ye Qianyu muttered. Just as he was about to put his phone back in his pocket, it buzzed again. Coming again? Ye Qianyu answered the phone, and before the other party could speak, he said, Hello, I don't swim, don't work out, don't buy a house. Don't rent a house, don't buy insurance, don't buy funds, don't apply for a credit card, don't learn English. And I definitely don't buy Amway, nor am I buying an excavator. All right, goodbye. After saying that, he hung up the phone again. On the other side, Chui Sanqiong looked at Chui Ming in a daze, self-doubting. I seem to be on the side of the kidnappers. Why does it feel like it's reversed? This surname, Yi, is taking the initiative, Uncle Ming. The old man in black looked lecherously at the slender and graceful figure of Shangwan Qianyu, not turning his head as he said, Keep hitting. Then he stroked his chin and said, If that surname doesn't come soon, I'll enjoy this woman first. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Chui Sanqiong hurriedly said, Uncle Ming, don't. This woman still has her uses. After this matter is over, you can enjoy her however you want. Chapter 131. As promised, close to 11 p.m., a cool black sports car was driving silently in the suburbs. There were no other vehicles on the road, only the street lights standing lonely by the roadside, illuminating the road ahead. The sound of the sports car's engine was particularly clear in the silence, with the tires squeaking against the road surface. Outside the car window, darkness enveloped everything, with only a few distant lights flickering in the dark, like stars twinkling fireflies. Ye Qianyu was focused, his eyes tightly fixed on the road ahead, alert to everything around him. Any slight sound could catch his attention, fearing that something unexpected might occur along the way. Given Cui Sanxiong's character, he had a guard against him pulling some tricks midway. Finally, through the windshield, Ye Qianyu saw an abandoned factory ahead, which perfectly matched the location on the navigation. The abandoned factory at night was shrouded in silence and darkness. The tall factory buildings stood like giant beasts, their outlines appearing eerie and ghostly in the night. Vines and moss covered the walls. The glass on the windows was shattered, occupied by dust and spider webs, indicating that it had been in this dilapidated state for some years. Chapter 132. Gunfight begins. Ye Qianyu, they were holding handguns. Shangwan Qianyu widened her eyes, pointing at a group of men in suits holding guns on the upper floor, her voice trembling as she spoke. Her face was pale, her lips quivering, her eyes filled with fear and despair, and her body involuntarily leaned closer to Ye Qianyu. At this moment, only this man in front of her could provide her with a sense of security. Ye Qianyu also looked up in the direction she was pointing and discovered that the second and third floors were filled with men in black suits, estimated to be around 50 or 60. These armed men stared coldly at the two of them, showing no expression. Ye Qianyu gently patted Shangwan Qianyu's hand to signal her not to be afraid. He then turned to Cui Sanxiong, who had a confident expression, and said, "It seems you are well prepared tonight. Of course, I know you have a powerful background, but there's no possibility for us to negotiate anymore. So I can only kill you in one blow. Otherwise, it would be me who suffers." Cui Sanxiong's eyes darkened as he continued, "Ye, the King of Hell wants you to die at the third watch. Who dares to let you live until the fifth watch? Go die well, huh?" Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu spat a perfect arc of phlegm right into Cui Sanxiong's mouth, who was still laughing maniacally. Chapter 133. The Death of Cui Sanxiong. Vanma. Kill all the old men except Cui Sanxiong. Ye Qianyu continued issuing orders. A ghostly voice echoed in the darkness. Yes, young Master Yi." His figure darted through the shadows like a ghost. He was small in stature, but moved with extraordinary agility, seemingly unaffected by the laws of physics. Wan Ma's steps were light and silent, each movement carrying a deadly threat. In his hands, he wielded two sharp claw knives, their tips shimmering with a cold light. "Be careful. There are experts hidden among us," one of the old men shouted loudly. Then, the five old men and Cui Sanxiong formed a circle, vigilantly watching their surroundings. They were all somewhat renowned experts, but in front of this small figure, they felt unprecedented pressure. Suddenly, the small figure flashed and appeared behind one of the old men, easily slicing his throat with a claw knife. The old man's face showed a look of shock as he fell to the ground. By the time the others reacted, Wan Ma's figure had already vanished. They only felt a flash in front of them, and Han Ti had time to respond before feeling the coldness of the knife's tip. Chapter 134. Departing for the Cui family. "Young Master Yi, how should we deal with this?" Qian Jun asked, lifting Cui Ming's neck into the air. "Since he likes women, let him enjoy himself. Have someone find dozens of sows, feed them some medicinal herbs, and let him have a good time. Once he has done, we can deal with him." Ye Qianyu replied lightly. "All right." Qian Jun grinned lewdly, then broke his limbs and casually tossed him to a dark night bodyguard. After resolving the situation here, Ye Qianyu supported Shangwan Qianyu out of the abandoned factory. Inside the car, Yi Ningxin, seeing that Ye Qianyu and the others had safely emerged, finally relaxed her worried heart. She then opened the car door, stepping out with a skip, and ran towards them. "Brother Qianyu, Sister Qianyu, you're safe. That is so great. I was so worried hearing all those gunshots just now." After speaking, Yi Ningxin couldn't help but pat her rather unremarkable chest. "Ye mifine." "Thank you, Excellent," Shangwan Qianyu said, still shaken, her face a bit pale. The gunfight had clearly frightened her. It's understandable. A girl who has always been sheltered suddenly experiencing such a scene would be scared to tears. Ye Qianyu was already doing very well to be in her current state. Chapter 135. The Destruction of the Chui Family. Boss, we've arrived at the Chui family, Mo Sha said, looking at the towering iron gates ahead. Ye Qianyu opened his eyes, nodded slightly, and said, "Get out of the car." Hearing this, Mo Sha immediately got out, pulled out a specially designed umbrella from the Rolls-Royce's door, opened the back door, and waited. Ye Qianyu stepped out of the car, followed by Qianjun, Wan Ma, and Lu Nanshuang standing behind him. A group of night bodyguards had long been waiting nearby, holding submachine guns and dressed in black raincoats. They looked like ghosts in the night, their eyes firm and cold. Rainwater dripped from their hat brims, but did not disrupt their stance. Outside the Chui family compound, 5 guards stared in disbelief at the convoy before them, the number of vehicles exuding an imposing aura. The headlights pierced through the dense fog of night, illuminating the entire horizon. The guards' faces were filled with shock, their eyes wide open, unable to believe what they were seeing. What shocked them even more was the nearly 100 men in black who emerged from the vehicles, standing neatly on both sides of the lead car, as if waiting for some important figure. They had never seen such a large convoy or such a multitude of bodyguards. Chapter 136. Eradicating the Roots. Ye Qianyu sat quietly on a wooden chair in the hall, smoke curling from the cigarette in his hand, filling the air. His gaze passed through the smoke, landing on a multitude of corpses on the ground. The bodies of the Chui family lay sprawled in disarray, blood pooling into small puddles. Their faces still bore expressions of fear, despair, and unwillingness. Ye Qianyu's expression was calm, showing no waves as he quietly watched everything. Although it was his first time experiencing such a terrifying scene, he felt no inclination to show mercy. Instead, it felt somewhat exhilarating. It seemed to ignite a certain aspect deep within him, making his blood boil. He slowly took a puff of his cigarette and then exhaled the smoke. The smoke swirled in front of him, blurring his vision, but his gaze never left those corpses. After finishing the last puff, he tossed the cigarette but on the ground and extinguished it with his foot. Then, he stood up and walked toward the door. At the moment he stepped outside, a dark night bodyguard approached him, holding a small boy. "Boss, we found a small boy in the room. We don't know if he is related to the Chui family." Chapter 137. The Shock of the Magic City. The next morning at 6 o'clock, the sunlight after the rain filtered through the curtains and fell on Ye Qianyu's face. He slowly opened his eyes and sat up in bed. He was wearing loose pajamas, and his hair was somewhat messy. Ye Qianyu picked up his phone from the bedside table and dialed Shang Wanhe's number. Soon, Shang Wanhe's voice came through the phone. "Hello, Brother Yi. Why are you calling me so early? Is there something important?" "Uncle He, how is Qianyu?" "Brother Yi, Qianyu is doing well now, thanks to you. My daughter was able to return safely." Shang Wanhe said sincerely over the phone. "A family doesn't speak as 2 families do. She got involved in this dispute because of me, so I must save her." Ye Qianyu smiled, and then his expression turned serious, continuing, "Uncle He, I called to tell you something important." "What is it?" "It's nothing much, just gonna stuff a big cake in your mouth," Ye Qianyu joked. From now on, buy as many shares of the Chui family as you can." "Why is that? Did something happen to the Chui family?" Shang Wanhe reacted and guessed. "The Chui family has been wiped out by me," Ye Qianyu said calmly. Chapter 138. A storm is coming in one night. A family was exterminated, and Ye Qianyu was heading to Magic City University without anything to do. However, the weather in Magic City had changed. The news of the Chui family's extermination spread quickly to the other 2 major families apart from the Shangwan family, making them uneasy. They quickly ramped up their family's defenses. If one could wipe out the Chui family overnight, they could do the same to them. Although there was evidence pointing to the Tianshao Society, it wasn't easy to annihilate a family. Moreover, the Tianshao Society had signed agreements with the official government of Huaxia and wouldn't eliminate a family without warning. Therefore, they speculated that this was a frame-up by the other party. If that were true, it would be the most terrifying and unbelievable thing because the other party left no trace of the crime, no fingerprints or footprints. The happiest was Shang Wanhe, who secretly acquired the Chui family's peak industries at a low price. In just 2 hours, the Shangwan family's assets skyrocketed by hundreds of billions. By the time the Shun and Qin families reacted, it was already too late. The extermination of a family also alarmed the capital, especially the Wang family. The Chui family, as the largest pork supplier for the Wang family, earned nearly 10 billion in net profit for them each year. Chapter 139. Watch and learn, practical content. When this was said, the whole class was stunned. All the students looked at Ye Qianyu with their mouths agape, filled with disbelief. They collectively stared at Ye Qianyu as if looking at a monster, and some even rubbed their eyes, doubting if they were dreaming. The English teacher's expression changed quickly, and in mild anger said, "This student, do you truly not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? Are you trying to cause trouble?" The English teacher wanted to scold further, but at that moment, the class bell rang. "Teacher, class is over. Let's talk next time," Ye Qianyu said, quickly pulling Jin Yuqian and Ye Xiaotian on either side and slipping out the back door. The three returned to the dormitory. Ye Qianyu asked, "Where's the fourth? Haven't returned to school yet?" Jin Yuqian shook his head, "Not yet, and still no news. I've asked someone to inquire, and I believe news will come soon." Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu's expression became serious. In his heart, he spoke to the system. "System, accurately locate Xie Nanxing's position. Search service, 500,000 points. Does the host confirm the search?" "Confirm. Congratulations on using the search service. Spent 500,000 points. Remaining points, 7,500,000. Chapter 140. A letter from Shun, Qingxue Ding Dong. Shocking. One of the four major families in Magic City, the Chui family, was exterminated overnight. Who is responsible? The biggest suspect seems to be the Tianshao Society. Shocking. The most arrogant murderer in Huaxiao appears, killing a family overnight. Only shocking. The Chui family's destruction causes turmoil in Magic City. The other three major families scramble for the Chui family's resources. Shocking. Shocking, what a shock. Damn. Jin Yuqian, who had regained his composure, suddenly shouted, standing up abruptly. Ye Qianyu looked at the swaying bed, worried that one day this fat guy would break it. In broad daylight. "Are you calling ghosts?" "No, old Yi, look." Jin Yuqian hurriedly got off the bed, holding his phone in front of Ye Qianyu, saying, "Look, the Chui family was exterminated last night." Upon hearing this, Ye Xiaotian's curiosity was piqued, and he leaned over to look at the explosive news reports on the phone. "Damn, I can't believe it. The dignified Chui family, one of the four major families in Magic City, was exterminated overnight? Which big shot is this powerful? If I find out, I will definitely kneel and acknowledge him as my godfather." Chapter 141. Xie Nanxing awakens boss. The person has been brought back to the base. A call came from Mo Sha. "Old Mo, how is he now?" Ye Qianyu quickly asked. "He has lost too much blood and is currently being rescued. I'll come right over. Tell the medical staff to do whatever it takes to save his life," Ye Qianyu said with a serious expression. He then hung up the phone and said to Jin Yuqian and Ye Xiaotian, "I'm going out for a bit. Call me if something happens." Without waiting for the two to respond, Ye Qianyu took his coat and left the dormitory. "Damn, old Yi, you haven't even warmed your seat yet. And you're going out again," Jin Yuqian shouted at the dormitory door. Ye Qianyu arrived at the base, and as soon as he opened the medical room door, a strong smell of blood hit him. The people inside saw Ye Qianyu enter and hurriedly set aside their tasks, collectively shouting, "Boss." Ye Qianyu nodded slightly in response and walked directly to the bedside. There lay Xie Nanxing, covered in injuries, unconscious. His clothes were soaked in blood, and his body was riddled with wounds of various sizes, some still oozing blood. The most eye-catching was the prominent knife wound on his left chest, which had just been stitched up and had yet to be bandaged. Chapter 142. If you can't adapt to the rules. Change the rules. Do you think my tattoo is different from other Tianshao Society members? Xie Nanxing rolled up his right sleeve. Ye Qianyu nodded and said yes. Other Tianshao Society members have their tattoos at the back of their necks, while yours is on your arm. Moreover, Ye Qianyu paused, thoughtfully saying, "The color of this mark seems to be more red." Xie Nanxing propped himself up with both hands to find a more comfortable position and smiled. "You're right. Every member entering the Tianshao Society must get the exclusive mark at the back of their necks. But only direct members of the Tianshao Society are qualified to have it on their arms." "So you're the young master of the Tianshao Society?" Ye Qianyu looked at Xie Nanxing with a strange expression. "Yes, I am the second young master of the Tianshao Society," Xie Nanxing replied calmly, his expression unreadable. Upon hearing this answer, Ye Qianyu's lips twitched. "Great, they're ISNT, a single normal person in dorm 608. No wonder it's the protagonist's dorm." Jin Yuqian is the second young master of Kyoto. Ye Xiaotian is the founder of the Hongxing hacker organization. And now it turns out that the mysterious Xiao Si is actually the second young master of the world's #1 assassin organization. Besides himself, who is just a bit of a loser, everything seems normal. Chapter 143. Exchange Concepts Smartphone Technology. Tomorrow at noon, the sun shines brightly, casting dazzling rays that envelop the entire city in warmth. Ye Qianyu and Ye Nanxing stand on the rooftop, enjoying the comfort of the warm breeze brushing against their faces. They quietly smoke, with the rising smoke curling gently in the air. They stand still, gazing into the distance, and the barren fields before them look particularly beautiful under the sunlight. In this moment, they seem to forget all their troubles and focus solely on each other's presence. In this tranquil moment, their conversation shifts to the future. How terrifying is the Tianxiao Association? Ye Qianyu asks. Hearing this, Ye Nanxing's thoughts return, and he turns to Ye Qianyu, saying, I don't know. Ever since I was born there, it's been like a fog. Only by rising in status can one understand more. As for how powerful it is, I can't say, but it's definitely formidable. Don't worry. I will help you sit in the chief position of the Tianxia Association in the future. Ye Qianyu smiles and pats his shoulder. Let's hope so. Ye Nanxing exhales a puff of smoke, looking into the distance. To be honest, he feels very touched. But he knows best how terrifying the Tianxia Association is and treats this conversation as a transitional phase. Chapter 144. System products must be high quality after the introduction. Ye Qianyu is taken aback and instinctively says, System, you can't be talking about the 2060 Chinese brand smartphone. Can you, silly girl? Reply to the host, no. That's a concept device from 50 years later. Then he exchanged for battery technology and AI, artificial intelligence technology. Ye Qianyu thinks to himself, congratulations, host. You have exchanged for the core technology of photovoltaic BC batteries, spending 800,000 points, with 5 million points remaining. The core technical data has been placed in the system backpack. Photovoltaic BCV battery, fully charged, it can last for 360 days. It can be charged with any light source, such as lamplight, firelight, sunlight, starlight, moonlight, etc. Congratulations, host, you have exchanged for complete AI, artificial intelligence technology, spending 2 million points, with 3 million points remaining. Complete AI, artificial intelligence, fully mature AI technology 100 years later. Congratulations, host. You have exchanged for top-level hacker skills, spending 500,000 points, with 5 million points remaining. Top-level hacker technology, the highest achievable hacker field technology on Blue Star. The continuous prompts from the system echo in Ye Qianyu's mind. Then, Ye Qianyu feels a buzzing in his head, as if countless pieces of information are flooding in. Chapter 145. Wang Fubo hits a wall. Hey, I'm Wang Fubo. I'm at the romantic bar. You need to come see me right now if... Ye Qianyu answers the phone, only saying one hello, when a rebellious voice on the other end introduces himself as Wang Wenbo and goes on to say a bunch of lines. Ye Qianyu immediately feels a chill and quickly hangs up the phone. After a while, the phone rings again. Ye Qianyu originally didn't want to answer, but seeing it was the same number, he realizes it's someone from the Wang family looking for him. However, he dislikes the tone of the other party, who seems to be putting on airs. He only allows himself to act that way and can't stand others doing it better than him. After thinking it over, he decides to answer, wanting to hear what the other party has to say. Hey, what do you want to say? Ye Qianyu asks impatiently. I said, I'm Wang Fubo. I'm at the romantic bar. You need to come see me right now, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. The other party repeats himself, his tone even more arrogant. Ye Qianyu feels his anger rising and thinks this person must be crazy, so he hangs up again. However, the phone rings for the third time. Ye Qianyu hesitates for a moment, but decides to answer it. Chapter 146. Mengda Syndrome after blocking Wang Fubo's number. Ye Qianyu puts his phone in his pocket. He turns around and strides down from the high platform. As he passes by an open area, he suddenly hears a commotion. Following the sound, he sees a group of Dark Knight bodyguards sitting around a small fire, over which there is a skinned dog. The dog's body has been grilled to a charred black, emitting a fragrant aroma. The bodyguards sit around the fire, expressionless, gazing at the dog's carcass. No one speaks. Only the crackling of the flames licking the dog meat and the sound of them swallowing saliva can be heard. Ye Qianyu curiously approaches. Seeing Ye Qianyu, the Dark Knight bodyguards stand up and respectfully bow to him, shouting, Boss. Ye Qianyu waves his hand, signaling them not to be so formal, then smiles and asks, Is this dog meat? One of the Dark Knight bodyguards replies, reporting to the boss, This is the Tibetan Mastiff from the Chui family. I thought it was a pity just to take its head, so I brought it back to feast with the brothers. Saying this, He pulls out a sharp dagger from his waist and walks up to the small fire, skillfully cutting off a fully roasted hind leg. Chapter 147. Writing Artificial Intelligence. Ye Qianyu immerses his entire mind into artificial intelligence. The more he learns about hacking knowledge and artificial intelligence, the more he speculates about the mysterious origins of the system. Could it be that the system is a product of advanced artificial intelligence? But it seems even more impressive than advanced artificial intelligence. It can instantly change a person's physique, instantly grant skills, and provide unlimited legal money, abilities only a deity could possess. Could it be that the system is a product of some high-dimensional space? Or is the system merely a game set up by high-dimensional beings, and he is just a lucky one chosen by them? Or, in the vast universe, is he not the only one to have obtained the system? In short, the existence of the system is too extraordinary and has completely exceeded Ye Qianyu's understanding. Unable to make sense of it, he decides not to think about it and to take things one step at a time. After all, in such a short time, he has experienced material and spiritual needs that he could never attain on his own thanks to the system. System, what kind of existence are you really? Ye Qianyu silently invides. Host, stop guessing. Little system is just a small account of the author. What's there to guess? Chapter 148. 7 days later, for a full 7 days, Ye Qianyu is holed up in the computer room, tirelessly writing program code. His eyes are glued to the screen, fingers flying over the keyboard, lines of code scrolling rapidly on the screen. He has forgotten the passage of time. Completely immersed in the world of code, his mind is focused solely on one goal: to personally create an artificial intelligence that will revolutionize the world. For 7 days, he had not left the computer lab for a moment and had not eaten a proper meal. If it weren't for his high level of physical stamina, he would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. The once handsome Ye Qianyu was no longer present. In his place was a scruffy figure resembling a thug. His beard was unkempt, as if he hadn't shaved in days. His hair was as messy as a bird's nest, lacking the neat appearance he once had. His eyes were bloodshot, exuding a wild and unruly aura. Although Ye Qianyu was holding on with his strong stamina, the continuous typing on the keyboard for 7 days and nights had left him physically and mentally drained. He exhaled a long breath, as if trying to expel all his fatigue with that exhalation. Chapter 149. The duo of eating. Ye Qianyu gently pushed open the door, and standing at the entrance was a figure. Upon closer inspection, it was Mo Sha. However, his appearance startled Ye Qianyu. Mo Sha looked worse than Ye Qianyu. His beard was unshaven, as if he hadn't groomed himself for days. The once shiny bald head had an unusual tuft of fine hair growing, covered in a dense web of spider silk. His eyes were blood red, and the pupils swayed back and forth like a pendulum, seemingly devoid of reason. Upon closer inspection, Ye Qianyu noticed that Mo Sha was holding a bone that had long been gnawed clean. Indeed, it was the dog leg they had before. The flesh had completely disappeared, leaving only a bare bone. Ye Qianyu couldn't help but take a step back, surprised as he asked, "Old Mo, what happened to you? Why do you look like this?" Hearing this, Mo Sha seemed as if he had been electrocuted, his whole body shivering slightly. He slowly raised his blood-red eyes to look at Ye Qianyu, as if seeing a relative with his eyes turning red, and then he lunged forward. "What the hell, a zombie?" Ye Qianyu quickly extended his right foot instinctively to kick forward, and Mo Sha, still in midair, flew backward, sticking to the white wall behind him. Chapter 150. Seeking help from Fan Wong. "Yes, it's me. Who are you?" Ye Qianyu was slightly surprised to hear the familiar voice, trying hard to recall the owner of that voice. "Mr. Yi, you finally answered my call." A middle-aged man's excited voice came from the other end of the line, quickly introducing himself. "I am Fan Wong. We met at the auction house last time." Only then did Ye Qianyu remember who the voice belonged to. He responded with a slight and fell silent, quietly waiting for the other party to speak first. He had already guessed why the other person was calling him, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Fan Wong continued, "Mr. Yi, I called to ask for your help." "Oh, Brother Fan, it seems we aren't that familiar, are we? You call me just to ask for help. Why should I help you?" Ye Qianyu said coldly. Since he was going to accept the other party's request, he decided to play hard to get first, making it clear that he wasn't someone easy to deal with. Why should he help just because the other person called him? When asking for help, one should have the attitude of asking for help, letting him know that some favors are not so easily granted. Only by putting pressure on him would he be willing to work for you. Otherwise, he could just find someone else. Chapter 151. Subduing Fan De Wong 1 hour later, Ye Qianyu drove the Black Knight Shadow to the Golden Capital Hotel. When Ye Qianyu drove into the entrance of the hotel, the security guard had already informed the hotel manager of his arrival via the intercom. At this moment, Chen Jin, dressed in a neat suit, stood upright at the entrance, his gaze fixed on the intersection, with a gentle smile on his face, ready to welcome Ye Qianyu. As Ye Qianyu's car slowly approached, the manager's gaze followed closely, watching as the vehicle parked in the designated space in front of the hotel. Ye Qianyu opened the car door and got out. Seeing this, Chen Jin quickly approached and warmly greeted Ye Qianyu. His voice was gentlemanly and filled with friendliness. "Boss, you're here." Immediately, a row of waitstaff behind him shouted in unison, "Good afternoon, boss." The commotion drew the attention of other guests entering the Golden Capital Hotel, who couldn't help but turn their heads to watch. Who is this young man, and why is Manager Chen personally welcoming him? A beautiful woman exclaimed softly. A middle-aged man in a suit, standing next to her, apparently her husband, said, "Didn't you hear them call that young man boss? But isn't the Golden Capital Hotel owned by the Shangwan family?" The beautiful woman questioned. Chapter 152. Triggering Hidden Rewards. Give me your bank card number. Ye Qianyu said, while taking out his phone to prepare for the operation. Fan De Wong quickly pulled out his bank card from his wallet, respectfully handing it to Ye Qianyu with both hands, saying, "Here you go, Mr. Ye." Ye Qianyu took the bank card, his fingers swiftly sliding across the phone screen as he entered Fan De Wong's bank card number. Fan De Wong nervously watched Ye Qianyu's actions, silently praying for everything to go smoothly. Ye Qianyu's movements were skilled and quick, his gaze focused, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding environment. Fan De Wong waited quietly, gripping his clothing tightly, his finger joints turning white from the pressure. About 20 seconds later, Ye Qianyu put down his phone, raised his head, and looked at Fan De Wong with a hint of a smile in his eyes. "It's done. Check if you've received the text message." Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Fan De Wong's phone vibrated. He eagerly picked up his phone, and there it was, the bank transfer record. CITIC Bank. Your card ending in 3368 received a transfer of 5,000,000,000 on October 28th at 12:32, remaining 50. 353, 500, 036. Chapter 153. Ye Qianyu. Shot while lying down, Ye Qianyu gently pushed open the door to the private room. The moment the door opened, Manager Chen's professionally smiling face came into view. "Boss, is there anything I can do for you?" Manager Chen softly asked, his tone revealing respect for Ye Qianyu. Ye Qianyu patted Manager Chen's shoulder, pointed into the private room, and smiled softly. "Have them prepare a few signature dishes from a restaurant and send them to the private room." Manager Chen slightly bowed and replied, "Okay, boss. I'll have the chef prepare it right away." Ye Qianyu nodded and stepped out of the hall. Once outside, Ye Qianyu opened the door of the Black Knight Shadow. After settling in, the engine emitted a low rumble, and then the vehicle sped away like an arrow, disappearing into the bustling district. 10 minutes later, Ye Qianyu returned to his familiar campus. As soon as he got out of the car, he took a deep breath of fresh air, the familiar atmosphere of the campus, the fresh smell of grass. After a few days, I, Hu Huan-san, have returned to this place I both love and hate. But before I could savor this nostalgic scent, I was interrupted by a middle-aged man with a duck-like voice. "Oh, Ye Qianyu, I've finally caught you. You actually remember to come back to school? I've been looking for you for quite a while." Chapter 154. I am not a film god. Ye Qianyu returned to the dormitory. As he pushed open the door, he saw 3 roommates huddled over Ye Xiaoyan's computer desk, necks craned and butts raised. They were intently watching something, and inappropriate sounds occasionally emanated from the computer. The 3 were passionately discussing their impressions of what they were watching, completely oblivious to Ye Qianyu's return. Ye Qianyu's mouth twitched as he thought, what the hell are they watching that has them so engrossed? Complaining aside, he found his feet moving as if controlled by a remote, and he unwittingly joined them at the computer desk to watch as well. The 4 of them crowded together, eyes glued to the screen, sometimes holding their breath in tension, and other times cheering excitedly. Ye Qianyu gradually became captivated by the video content, forgetting his earlier complaints and fully immersing himself in it. As the video finally came to an end, the 4 of them exhaled in unison. Phew, that was exhilarating. Suddenly, the 3 of them froze, eyes wide as they exchanged bewildered glances. 1, 2, 3, 4? Ye Qianyu counted the number of people, realizing he had miscounted, and pointed again. Chapter 155. Shun Qingxue delivers milk tea. After that, the dorm fell into silence, a silence that lasted nearly 10 seconds. Suddenly, Ye Qianyu and the other three burst into applause. Ye Qianyu looked at Ye Xiaotian in shock. Usually so soft-spoken, he never expected him to have such grand dreams. He gave a thumbs up and said, "Xiaotian, I really support your dream. What's the difference between having no dream and being a salted fish? I will always support you until you achieve this dream, and you will be the film god of the world." Beside him, Ye Qianyu nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. That's right. Second brother supports you too. Just hope you can let me invest a share when the time comes. Are you talking about investing or investing? The usually quiet fourth brother spoke up at this moment. Cough, cough. Third brother, I haven't really asked anyone for a favor before, but I want to ask you for one thing. If you end up needing a male lead, I hope you can think of me first. As he spoke, the usually unflappable Xie Nanxing blushed for a rare moment. As soon as these words were spoken, the dorm once again became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The three of them all turned their gaze to Xie Nanxing. Chapter 156. I want to be Zhang Wansen. I want to be Ye Qianyu. In room 608, where Ye Qianyu was staying, the three of Ye Qianyu had been chatting excitedly when they heard some commotion outside. They hurried to the balcony, sticking there, but out to watch the excitement. Wasn't he that Shun Qingxue, the first high-cold school beauty who possessed both wealth and beauty, along with knowledge and wisdom? Why was she in our male dormitory? Ye Xiaotian looked at the white-haired girl downstairs in confusion. Ye Qianyu stood in front of the window, his gaze fixed on the graceful figure below, repeatedly shouting, "Old knight, hurry up, that's Shun Qingxue from the Shun family downstairs." He waved his right hand behind him, trying to summon Ye Qianyu over to watch the spectacle. However, after waiting for a long time, he heard no response from Ye Qianyu. Ye Qianyu turned around and discovered that Ye Qianyu had already vanished. He scratched his head and muttered to himself, Where did old knight go? He was just here. How could he disappear in the blink of an eye? Beside him, Xie Nanxing tugged at his sleeve, pointing at the figure downstairs and asked, "Second brother, isn't that night boss down there?" Ye Qianyu followed Xie Nanxing's finger and saw Ye Qianyu walking towards Shun Qingxue. He exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 157. Just because he is our boss, the news that the high-cold goddess Shun Qingxue personally delivered milk tea to Ye Qianyu spread throughout the entire campus in just 2 hours. The forum about Ye Qianyu once again climbed to the top 3 of the campus rankings. Shocking. The high-cold school beauty actually delivered milk tea personally. And the male lead is the scumbag Ye Qianyu. Shocking. The high-cold goddess Shun Qingxue is pursuing Ye Qianyu. Shocking. Ding dong. A WeChat message popped up. Ye Qianyu opened it to find it was sent by Shangwan Qianyu. Wow. You just came to school today and you're already in the news. You're amazing. Seeing this message, Ye Qianyu's lips curled up slightly, and he chuckled softly. He quickly typed a reply. Why do I smell that sourness even through the screen? Shangwan Qianyu. How can it not be sour? You came to school without telling me, making me worry about you for so long. Aggrieved, Ye Qianyu. How about we go to a romantic bar for a few drinks tonight as a way to apologize? Soon, Shangwan Qianyu replied. You said it. Don't leave me hanging. How could I? Knight, only leave snakes, not doves. Chapter 158. The heavens reward the hungry as Ye Qianyu stepped into the romantic bar. 2 security personnel walked out from the shadows, clearing a path for Ye Qianyu and his 2 companions. Ye Qianyu entered the dance hall of the romantic bar, instantly surrounded by dazzling lights and explosive DJ music. On stage, handsome men and beautiful women danced passionately, their movements filled with enthusiasm and energy, pushing the atmosphere of the entire bar to a climax. Every waiter who saw Ye Qianyu paused their work, respectfully greeting him. Boss, good evening. Ye Qianyu smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. He was already accustomed to such occasions and the respect people showed him. The 3 of them made their way through the crowd and arrived at the central A001 booth. Since the last time, Lunan Chuang had designated this spot as Ye Qianyu's exclusive booth, never to be open to the public. This booth was located in the center of the bar, providing a wide view to take in the lively scene of the entire bar. In addition to Ye Qianyu and the others, 3 unfamiliar women were also sitting at the booth. Although they were not beauties of school flower level, they were still quite pretty, scoring around 70 or 80%. Chapter 159. This security guard understands. What's going on? Ye Qianyu walked into the booth, signaling for the security to leave, and frowned as he inquired. Xiaoli grabbed Ye Qianyu's arm, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. I've already broken up with him, but he just won't let go of me. Please help me. Ye Qianyu looked at his tightly gripped arm, narrowing his eyes. He then withdrew his hand and said to the blonde, "You can discuss your matters outside. Don't make a fuss here." The blonde, observing the two pulling at each other, immediately felt a wave of anger and cursed at Xiaoli. "Damn it, you filthy bitch." He then turned to Ye Qianyu and said, "Kid, I'll let you have this stinking woman. How about you let me have those two girls in exchange?" He pointed at Shangwan Qianyu, who was sitting quietly watching the show, and Yi Ningxin, who was devouring food. Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu's expression turned cold. Before Ye Qianyu could make a move, one of the tall nightclub security personnel, standing nearby, stepped forward, swung his arm, and delivered a sharp slap to the blonde, knocking him into a daze. The crisp sound of the slap nearly drowned out the noisy DJ, and nearby customers turned to look at the commotion. Chapter 160. Continue the music, continue the dance. The trembling blonde on the ground saw dozens of fully equipped SWAT officers walk in through the doorway. His eyes lit up, but he still muttered in confusion, "I just made a simple emergency call. Why are so many police officers here? Even the military has been mobilized? Never mind, self-preservation first." He quickly got up, waved his hands, and shouted, "Officer, help me. I'm here, I called the police." The leading middle-aged man didn't even glance at the blonde, walking steadily straight to Ye Qianyu. His sharp gaze revealed an undeniable authority. He introduced himself. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I didn't expect to meet you this way. I am the current director of the Shanghai Criminal Investigation Bureau, Ye Qianyu. I suspect you are related to the previous Chui family massacre case, so please come with me." After saying this, two armed SWAT officers stepped forward, ready to take Ye Qianyu away. However, Ye Qianyu raised a finger, shaking it left and right, stopping the actions of the two SWAT officers. Ye Qianyu's gaze was calm as he looked at Ye Qianyu and said in a deep, powerful voice, "Director Yi, I understand your responsibilities, but your actions seem a bit inappropriate without solid evidence." Chapter 161. Interrogation. Ye Qianyu held Yi Ningxin's small hand and got into the black night shadow. Ye Qianyu led the way. They passed through the bustling streets and arrived at the Criminal Investigation Bureau. Ye Qianyu brought Ye Qianyu and Yi Ningxin to a tea room and asked, "Mr. Yi, what tea would you like?" Ye Qianyu softly replied, "Coke chilled, thank you." Beside him, Yi Ningxin raised her little hand and shouted, "Uncle, I want yogurt." Ye Qianyu couldn't help but feel speechless, thinking, Coke and yogurt. As expected, you can't get two different kinds of people from the same bed. Even their drinks are so unique. Ye Qianyu smiled on the surface, but grumbled internally. Yet he still gritted his teeth and instructed his subordinates to prepare the Coke and yogurt. When the drinks arrived, Ye Qianyu took out a notebook, sat across from Ye Qianyu with a serious expression, and asked, "Mr. Yi, what were you doing 10 days ago?" Ye Qianyu replied calmly, "I was playing with Xianingxin that day. We went to the Shanghai International Finance Center and had a meal. Then we went to the Shanghai Wild Animal Park, Zhu Jiajiao Ancient Town, Disneyland, and finally had dinner at the top of the Oriental Pearl Tower, that's all." Yi Ningxin nodded rapidly like a little chick pecking at grains, agreeing. Chapter 162. Expensive fruits. Yi Ningxin intimately linked her arm with Ye Qianyu's as they walked into the luxurious villa together. As she walked, she deliberately displayed the demeanor of a hostess. Not to mention how beautiful all these dazzling women were, they were also in maid uniforms. Just by their high-pitched voices, it was enough for her to handle cautiously. Perhaps Brother Qianyu liked this type of high-pitched voice? Her greater advantage was that she was a beautiful young girl, at the age of 18, with a 15-year-old's figure. This was the ideal state many boys dreamt of. She must protect her place beside Brother Qianyu and not let these dazzling women take her spot. They shouldn't even think about it. After entering the villa, Yi Ningxin was shocked by the luxurious decor, exclaiming for quite a while. Then, she obediently sat on the sofa and casually picked up a black strawberry from the coffee table and took a bite. Instantly, Yi Ningxin's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Wow, this strawberry is so sweet." Ye Qianyu affectionately ruffled her hair and smiled. "If you like it, eat more. If that's not enough, there's papaya over there." Yi Ningxin was somewhat speechless at this, thinking, "Do you think I'm too young?" Chapter 163. Exchange for God-level voice actor. After taking a shower, Ye Qianyu exited the bathroom. Water droplets dripped from his hair, sliding down his firm chest and disappearing in the grooves of his abs. Ye Qianyu casually dried his hair with a towel and walked toward the 2-meter-wide bed. He lazily lay on the bed, his perfect physique resembling a sculpture. Every inch of his muscles was filled with strength, yet retained elegance. His chiseled side profile looked like the main character from an anime. His abdomen was tight and powerful, with clear lines, as if a charming curve was drawn on his stomach, evoking imagination. Ye Qianyu lay on the big bed, adjusting to a comfortable position. He then picked up his phone and skillfully opened Douyin. How could he sleep peacefully without watching some health videos before bed? First, he found Luo Xiaolan in his following list and discovered that she hadn't streamed today. So he sent her a message. Why didn't you stream today? Soon, the reply came back. Mr. Qian, you finally remembered me after such a long time? I thought you had forgotten me. Ye Qianyu. Am I that kind of person? If you want, you can come to my villa tonight. After saying this, he sent the address of the Tangwa No. 1 villa. Chapter 164. Newbies pecking at each other. Ye Qianyu was initially quite uneasy. Redeeming a voice acting skill actually cost him a whole 100,000 points. The system could obviously snatch it, but insisted on giving him a skill. However, after reading the analysis of the god-level voice actor, he felt it was worth it. Ye Qianyu cleared his throat and softly called out 3 times, "Woof, woof, woof." Huh, it seems there is no difference. Ye Qianyu scratched the back of his head, puzzled. System. No. Host, do you have some major illness? Ye Qianyu, what did you say? Host. What I mean by communicating with animals without barriers is that each speaks their own language. You speak human language, and the dog speaks dog language. I didn't ask you to learn how to make dogs talk. I'm really fed up with this. Ye Qianyu, why didn't you say it earlier? I thought you could understand the literal meaning, but I overestimated you. Why don't you fill in the IQ section? So I wouldn't have to embarrass myself in the system interface. Zhang Yoxin, Mr. Qian, the brothers in the live stream are asking you to open your mic. If you don't want to, that's fine. I'll just open it directly. Ye Qianyu possesses god-level voice acting skills, able to easily imitate various voices and use them fluently. Chapter 165. Midnight Ambush. Sure enough, these 4 girls are beings even the gods fear. Ha, did you see that? The speed at which Emperor Qian quit the game. Qian Zai Zai, Emperor Qian, if you want to handle these 4 girls, you'd better acquire the Tengshuan group. Ye Qianyu, a game that even dogs don't play? I've already uninstalled it. As soon as this was said, the livestream viewers flooded the chat with haha 999. Zhang Yoxin awkwardly coughed and timidly said, Ahem, Emperor Qian, you aren't angry, right? It's all because of those 3 noobs. Otherwise, our duo could have won. Host, your king of glory skills are average, but your ability to shift blame is top-notch. By Xiaoxi, how can you say that? You're the one who gave away the most. I advise you to play properly. Don't use your feet. Kai Xiaozhu. Exactly. Even a noob like Yao can feed like this. Apart from you, there's no one else on the internet like that. Meng Xiaoka. If I hadn't lagged, I would have carried you. Qian Zai Zai. Mr. Qian, don't be angry. Ye Qianyu typed back. Not at all, not at all. Just a game. Although you all played terribly, I had a great time. Zhang Yoxin and the others. Chapter 166. Bugatti Chiron. The next morning. Sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, shining on Ye Qianyu's face, warming his handsome profile and waking him from his slumber. Ye Qianyu slowly opened his eyes, feeling the warmth of the sunlight. He stretched and relaxed his body, then sat up from the bed. He rubbed his eyes, trying to wake himself up completely. Ye Qianyu was wearing loose pajamas, and, as he got up, the hem of his pajamas gently swayed. His hair was a bit messy, resembling a wild lion. His gaze was still somewhat dazed, as if he were still immersed in a dream. He yawned and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Then, with his makeshift tent on his head, he stepped toward the window and pulled open the curtains. After that, he walked into the bathroom to relieve himself, wash up, and complete his morning routine. After finishing all this, he picked a comfortable outfit from the wardrobe and went downstairs. I have an elevator, but I'm not using it. Just for fun. Ye Qianyu walked down the stairs with a lively pace, the sound of his footsteps echoing on the stairs. When he reached downstairs, the maids put down their work and collectively greeted him. Young Master Yi, good morning. Ye Qianyu nodded slightly in response. Chapter 167. Silken Pants. Ye Qianyu drove the Bugatti Chiron to the entrance of Moda University. The cool red sports car sparkled under the sunlight, attracting envious glances from passing students. Some students stopped, whispering to each other, their eyes filled with longing for this supercar. Wow, that's a Bugatti Chiron. I've only seen it in magazines. A boy said softly, his eyes shimmering with envy. So cool. I dream of owning a car like that. A girl chimed in, her gaze revealing a desire for a luxurious life. You probably have no hope. This Bugatti Chiron is limited to 10 units nationwide, and just the landing price is 1.2 billion. A knowledgeable guy in glasses stood up, adjusting his glasses and speaking in a deep voice. I wonder which rich kid is driving it. It's really enviable. Another student interjected, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Looking at the license plate, I bet it's Ye Qianyu. A female student said, with sparkling eyes. Oh, then it's fine. The student's whispers spread in the air, filled with envy and longing for Ye Qianyu's identity and wealth. Chapter 168. Experience at Ye Qianyu's eyes widened. Fixated on Shangguan Qianyu's legs. Shangguan Qianyu sat elegantly, her jeans revealing stockings that wrapped around her fair skin at the ankles. The key point is, the stockings even had letters on them. Ye Qianyu clicked his tongue and couldn't help but glance more and more. Being stared at like this made Shangguan Qianyu both shy and secretly pleased. She asked in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "Do they look good?" Ye Qianyu nodded, not lifting his head, sincerely replying, "They look good. Since they look good, you can look a bit longer," Shangguan Qianyu said, slightly pulling up her jeans to reveal her long legs wrapped in stockings, her eyes gleaming with mischief. What the hell? When did this woman become so bold? Openly flirting with me in public? How dare she? With a snap, the lighter in Ye Qianyu's hand accidentally fell to the ground. Ye Qianyu bent down to pick up the lighter, his eyes wide, searching for it. After that, for the rest of the class, he was just picking up the lighter. Those stockings are really something. The small part of her bare legs exposed is just so enticing. Chapter 169. Skin Club. Ye Qianyu drove the Bugatti Chiron closely behind Jin Yochin's car. The two supercars sped down the road, causing quite a stir. Passers-by and vehicles turned their heads, admiring the two cool sports cars, filled with envy and amazement. After a while, the two cars exited the bustling city center, heading toward a remote area in the suburbs. As they drove deeper, the number of people on the road decreased, and the surroundings became quieter. Eventually, they arrived at a winding mountain area. At the entrance to the mountains, Ye Qianyu saw various sports cars waiting neatly for inspection. Dozens of staff stood at the entrance, carefully inspecting every vehicle entering the mountains. Jin Yuqian rolled down the window and said to Ye Qianyu, "Old Yi, this is the Blue Moon Circuit, built by Qin Feng and several key members of the Skin Club through pooled resources. Even among international circuits, it's among the top, with a total construction cost of 13 billion. Ye Qianyu had also come across related information about the Blue Moon Circuit while browsing on Douyin. The Skin Modu Supercar Club consists of members who are either rich or distinguished. Chapter 170. Entering the circle, the group finally arrived at their destination, Modu Blue Moon International Circuit. This racetrack ranks among the top 10 in the world and is a coveted challenge for racers. It stretches 10 kilometers, featuring a complex array of turns and various challenges. The starting point has a wide straightaway, providing an opportunity for acceleration. Following that, the track gradually narrows, with turns appearing one after another, testing the driver's control skills and reaction times. Dense forests and spectacular mountains flank the track, adding a natural beauty to the race. Several viewing platforms are set up along the way, allowing spectators to closely appreciate the thrilling scenes of cars speeding by, experiencing the clash of speed and passion. In the design of the track, the organizers meticulously considered various factors to ensure the safety and fairness of the race. Buffer zones and protective facilities are fully equipped to provide solid assurance for the drivers. Additionally, the track is equipped with advanced timing systems and monitoring equipment to ensure the precision and transparency of the race. Whether professional racers or car enthusiasts, this track offers them an unparalleled driving experience and challenge. It symbolizes speed, skill, and courage, attracting countless people to pursue the ultimate thrill of motorsport. Chapter 171. Wang Fubo arrives. As soon as this statement was made, the wealthy second-generation crowd was instantly stunned, collectively shocked into silence. What had they just heard? This young man, called Yi Xiao, was actually the mysterious Money Emperor? It should be noted that not long ago, the Money Emperor had repeatedly made headlines, trending in the top 10. His extravagant spending left people in disbelief. It was said that he once spent 1 billion to have Dia's official change the rules just for him. Now, looking at that one, 2 billion Bugatti Chiron. It suddenly didn't seem like such a big deal. After all, for the Money Emperor, 1 billion was just casually thrown away. It was merely buying a toy car worth a little over 100 million. So what was there to be surprised about? The rich second generation looked at each other, the shock in their hearts indescribable in words. They had originally thought they were wealthy, but compared to the money emperor, they were simply small fry. At this moment, their attitude towards Ye Xiao instantly changed, filled with awe and admiration. The revelation of Ye Xiao's identity cast a subtle atmosphere over the scene. The wealthy second generation began to reassess their wealth and status, realizing that before a true giant, they were merely the tip of the iceberg. Chapter 172. To get involved, one must have power and background. Hearing this, Ye Qianyu merely glanced at this fool. He then turned his gaze to the sycophantic man beside him. Ye Qianyu did not expect this person to be Zhang Yu. Earlier, he had been flattering Cui Xiaodong, and now that Cui Xiaodong was dead, this bootlicker had turned around to become Wang Fubo's follower. Truly the number one sycophant. If this were a time of war, he would definitely be a traitor. In public, Wang Fubo, ignored by Ye Qianyu, felt embarrassed and suddenly erupted in anger. Are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu frowned and finally looked at this pretentious fool, coldly snorting. What are you barking about? Wang Fubo, who is usually respected, was instantly dumbfounded, speechless. What do you mean what? I'm asking you what you're barking about. You stand there and don't make a fuss. Ye Qianyu reprimanded. After speaking, he silently said to the system, System, check this pretentious fool's information. Panel as follows. Name, Wang Fubo. Identity, second young master of the Wang family. One of the 8 great families in Kyoto. Father, Wang Yaodong. Mother, Hifusha. Brother, Wang Xiaojia. Chapter 173. Upgrade to God-level driving skills. Ye Qianyu drove the Bugatti Chiron slowly to the top of the racetrack, aligning with Wang Fubo's car. This position was specifically reserved for Ye Qianyu and Wang Fubo, with Jin Yuqian and Qin Feng behind them. Although this track could accommodate 8 cars side by side, they had intentionally left space for the two due to their bet. After a while, a lawyer from Inca law firm arrived at the Blue Moon International Circuit in Magic City, hurriedly jogging over. Soon, Ye Qianyu and Wang Fubo signed the betting agreement. This was to prevent Wang Fubo from denying the bet in case he lost the race. After signing, Wang Fubo mouthed a message to Ye Qianyu. Kid, don't fall behind my exhaust. In Wang Fubo's view, although Ye Qianyu was driving the Bugatti, known as the king of land speed, he was not worried at all as a professional racer. He believed that someone without professional training could not unleash the full potential of the Bugatti. In a racing competition, winning was not only about the vehicle's performance, but also about the driver's experience and skills. In the racing circle, he had never seen Ye Qianyu. To him, Ye Qianyu was merely an amateur car enthusiast. Chapter 174. Just a slight push. Ye Qianyu's expression was calm as he gripped the steering wheel tightly. The speedometer's needle continued to soar, now surpassing 370 miles per hour. The roar of the Bugatti Chiron's engine grew fiercer, like an enraged lion emitting a deafening roar. Shangguan Qinyu looked out the window. At high speed, she couldn't see the scenery outside clearly. Everything turned into blurred shadows, fleeting in an instant. At this moment, Shangguan Qinyu was so terrified that she couldn't speak, gripping the handle tightly as if it was the only thing that could give her a sense of security. In her impression, the speed of racing cars usually hovered around 200 miles per hour and wouldn't exceed 250 miles per hour at most. However, now, just half a minute into the race, the speed had reached an astonishing 370 miles per hour, making her heart leap to her throat. The thrill of this extreme speed was undoubtedly immense, but it also came with a high level of danger. Even a tiny mistake could lead to a tragic accident. This made Shangguan Qinyu feel both worried and scared, her toes involuntarily gripping the ground, as if this could provide her with a bit more security. Chapter 175. The beauty personally lights a cigarette for him in the final lap. Ye Qianyu looked at the completely limp Shangguan Qinyu and chuckled dryly. He then withdrew his hand, instinctively placing it on his nose. Aside from a hint of shower gel scent, there seemed to be nothing unusual. At this moment, Ye Qianyu glanced at the Koenigsegg ahead and suddenly pressed the accelerator to catch up. When he was level with Wang Fubo, Ye Qianyu suddenly slowed down. Beep, beep, beep. Ye Qianyu honked the horn, provoking him before speeding away again. Wang Fubo. What? Why is Ye Qianyu's car behind me? Damn, no way. Is that dog trying to lap me? Impossible, absolutely impossible. But the fact is right in front of me, and Wang Fubo has to face the reality. Watching the taillights of the disappearing Bugatti Chiron, Wang Fubo lost the desire to chase. How can I chase after a car that's already lapped me? Without a doubt, Ye Qianyu won first place with crushing driving skills. In the stands, the rich second-generation heirs all stood up, staring at the screen with the Bugatti Chiron, shocked beyond belief. At this moment, these supercar-loving young masters revealed their admiration and submission towards Ye Qianyu in their eyes. Chapter 176. Where is Kuan? As soon as the words fell, a scar-faced man walked out from the contestants, followed by 19 members of the night bodyguard team. These were the 20 night bodyguards secretly protecting Ye Qianyu. The Scar guy originally planned that if the boss fell behind, he would set a trap for Wang Fubo together with the other night bodyguards, but it seemed unnecessary. The 20 night bodyguards led by Scar guy surrounded Wang Fubo. Looking at the 20 fierce, muscular men, Wang Fubo felt a bit intimidated. Although Wang Fubo had 30 points of basic skills, these 20 night bodyguards had the best resources after following Ye Qianyu for a long time. In just a month and a half, each had already reached 25 points of basic skills, and Scar guy even reached 31 points. Wang Fubo's face darkened as he threatened. Ye Qianyu, do you dare? I am from the Wang family. If you touch me even a little, the consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. Although Wang Fubo had protection, he was used to being arrogant as a young master of the Wang family. He didn't believe anyone in Modu would dare to defy him. That's why he only brought Qianyu with him and didn't bring those two bodyguards. Chapter 177. I am the rule today as humiliation, tomorrow as revenge. You son of a BTCH. Scar guy stepped forward with a big kick, cursing as he went. Not done yet. He kicked again, sending him far away, then spat a thick phlegm on the ground. Have you watched too many gangster movies? Get lost, I spit. Everyone. Not only is young Master Yi powerful, but even his subordinates are this ruthless. At this moment, Wang Fubo was on the ground, and the little Kuan that was tightly held was completely exposed in front of everyone, finally giving a direct impression. This once again caused a stir among the crowd. So humiliating, I want to go home, Wang Fubo cried silently. Jin Yuqian glanced casually at the spectator stand and saw a sneaky figure stealthily retreating. Upon closer inspection, it was Zhang Yu, the number 1 lackey who had followed Wang Fubo. Realizing the situation was bad, he wanted to escape and call for help. Jin Yuqian showed a wicked smile and immediately chased after him. Zhang Yu, seeing he was discovered, no longer cared about being stealthy. Damn, he shouted, then turned to run. You run. He chases, I can't fly away. Chapter 178. The new generation of aristocrats. As everyone saw Wang Fubo leave with his companion, someone shouted, Young Master Yi, awesome. Instantly, the crowd erupted, everyone shouting in unison, Young Master Yi, awesome. The sound was deafening, echoing for a long time. Ye Qianyu looked at the crowd, smiled slightly, and raised his hand to signal for silence. The crowd quieted down, focusing their attention on Ye Qianyu. Ye Qianyu surveyed the crowd and slowly spoke. Everyone doesn't need to be so excited. Yes, just a clown. Today is meant for us to race together, and it's not easy for us to gather. Let us not let this incident spoil everyone's mood. As soon as Ye Qianyu finished speaking, the crowd erupted into warm applause again. Young Master Yi is right. Jin Yuqian stepped forward and whispered in Ye Qianyu's ear, Old Yi, did you go a bit too far? Aren't you afraid that Wang Fubo will seek revenge later? The power of the 8 great families is not something ordinary people can resist. Ye Qianyu glanced at Jin Yuqian with a half-smile and said, Too far? It's good that I didn't cut his throat, and it seems like you were pretty ruthless too. Jin Yuqian was speechless and said, I'm not afraid of Wang Fubo's revenge, but I'm worried about you. Chapter 179. Long night. Ye Qianyu and Shangguan Qianyu drove to the Jindu Hotel one after the other. They didn't mention their purpose for coming here. They simply wanted to enjoy a seafood feast. As soon as they got out of the car, they saw Chun Jin waiting at the entrance with a group of waiters, standing at attention. Ye Qianyu hugged Shangguan Qianyu and approached, first giving generous tips to the waiters, then leaving Chun Jin standing there alone. He patted Chun Jin's shoulder and said with a smile, Manager Chun, don't do these formalities in the future. It's already hard work for the waiters without this. Chun Jin had a bitter expression and said aggrieved, It's not that I want to do this, boss. They insisted I come to welcome you, because every time you tip them 1,000 yuan, it's equivalent to 3 days' wages. And they've been looking forward to you these days. Ye Qianyu coughed lightly and decided not to dwell on that topic, glanced at his watch, and said, In 2 hours, instruct the kitchen to prepare some signature dishes to be sent to the presidential suite. 2 hours? Is that so? Chun Jin murmured softly. Then, he looked up at Ye Qianyu and winked lecherously. Chapter 180. affectionate but not indiscriminate at this moment. Chun Jin was pacing back and forth in the kitchen, waiting for Ye Qianyu's call, feeling extremely anxious. He kept glancing at his watch while muttering. Didn't he, the boss, say 2 hours later? It's been 4 hours and 15 minutes, and it's still not over? The boss is so vigorous. No wonder he is young. A group of top chefs stood at their stations, all looking at Chun Jin, their eyes revealing impatience. One of the chefs wearing a tall hat couldn't help but ask, "Manager Chun, we've already remade the dishes 3 times. Do we need to make them again?" Chun Jin furrowed his brows and said in a deep voice, "Make it, do it again, and tonight each of you will be rewarded 3,000. But you must ensure the taste is good. If the boss gets angry, then you can pack your things and leave." Got it. Upon hearing about the generous reward, everyone's frustration was immediately swept away, and they enthusiastically got back to cooking their signature dishes. Time passed by minute, and Chun Jin's heartbeat quickened. He kept looking at his watch, as if every second had become particularly long. Chapter 181. Hanging for 3 weeks at 11 o'clock in the morning, Ye Qianyu and Shangwan Qianyu finally got out of bed. After washing up, they had a simple meal. Shangwan Qianyu looked at Ye Qianyu and asked, "I have class in the afternoon. Are you going back to school with me?" After thinking for a moment, Ye Qianyu shook his head and said, "No, I probably won't be going to school for a while. I have some things to take care of." He secretly planned to complete the coding of the L2 level artificial intelligence within the next 3 weeks. If he succeeded, he would control all the information on the global internet and could create a series of intelligent products. Also, this timing coincided with Shangwan's completion of her work. Shangwan Qianyu's beautiful eyes flickered, but she didn't press for more details. She smiled slightly and said, "All right, make sure to rest and don't get too busy with work. Message me on WeChat when you have time." After saying that, Shangwan Qianyu limped toward the Porsche 911. Behind her, Ye Qianyu's voice was slightly worried. "Can your leg still drive?" Upon hearing this, Shangwan Qianyu shot him a glare, bared her teeth playfully, and huffed, "My leg is fine. It's you who's the beast. Now you only remember to worry about me? That's really fake." Chapter 182. The birth of L2 artificial intelligence 3 weeks later. Ye Qianyu sat in front of the computer, his eyes fixed on the densely packed code on the screen. His fingers gently rested on the keyboard, ready to press the spacebar to start the final program. Taking a deep breath, Ye Qianyu pressed the enter key. The computer screen went black. Ye Qianyu. Oh? The computer crashed? Just as Ye Qianyu was about to spit blood, a string of words suddenly popped up in the middle of the screen. "Hello? The L2 artificial intelligence program is about to be activated. Please say the boot password. Bye bye ba bye bon tin mot mot nam. Zatian bang nubi. Activation password correct. Character verification in progress. Scanning face, pupils, height, giant, Cohen. Verification successful. Please name your creation. I'll call you AI Lee. Name successful." Activation started. The code on the screen began to run rapidly, and the entire room seemed to be filled with a tense atmosphere. As the code ran, it intertwined and gradually formed the shape of a person. Finally, a virtual girl appeared on the computer screen. She was tall with flowing long hair, and her eyes revealed a sense of spirituality. Chapter 183. The death of Wang Fubo. As AI Li transmitted her avatar, Ye Qianyu lazily lay on the recliner, hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling made of unknown materials. He seemed to be thinking about something, or perhaps nothing at all. His legs were casually draped over the table, and his whole body displayed a relaxed yet bored state. After 3 weeks of intense coding, even his body, which had unlocked the level 2 gene lock, felt a bit fatigued. It was just the right time to take a break. After a moment, Ye Qianyu silently asked the system, "How many days have passed?" The system's voice echoed in his mind. 42 days. Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu stroked his chin and said, "System, purchase 120 intermediate gene potions. Congratulations, host, for purchasing intermediate potions X120, deducting 1. 2 million points, remaining points 300,000. Host, would you like to use them? Use. Usage successful. Host strength, 5090, speed, 4080, resistance, 4080. As soon as the system's voice finished, Ye Qianyu felt a sudden warmth in his body, and the fatigue in his heart disappeared. Chapter 184. The name of a person. The shadow of a tree. The Rakshasa couple suddenly appeared here because Lin Yanjun returned to the Lin family and informed his father, Lin Yuan, about the situation with the Blue Moon International Circuit. Lin Yuan, knowing the seriousness of the matter, immediately took out an old phone he never used and called the only number on it to inform Luo Xiaoyu. At that time, Luo Xiaoyu was watching country stories. Upon learning of this, she quickly called Knight Jiuyu, who was outside peeling corn, and they changed into travel outfits, leaving the small village they hadn't exited for 10 years. The Rakshasa couple skillfully severed the heads of the 3 people, then carried a few heads and went to the Wang family manor. What people? The guard at the door noticed their suspicious behavior and immediately shouted. But before he could finish speaking, the Rakshasa couple pierced his head. Looking at the towering iron gate, Luo Xiaoyu kicked it without hesitation. With a bang, the iron gate burst open. The huge noise attracted the attention of the Wang family, and they rushed towards the front gate. Who dares to be reckless at the Wang family? So loud. Are you looking for death? How dare you? Kneel down immediately, or we will leave your whole corpse. Before the person arrived, their voice had already come. Chapter 185. The new emperor of Shanghai, Ye Qianyu dressed in black. Ye Qianyu walked to the door. A group of night bodyguards in uniform stood ready at the empty space outside the door. Ye Qianyu, wearing sunglasses and holding a cigar, strode forward, exuding the demeanor of a big boss. Upon seeing Ye Qianyu, everyone's eyes turned towards the front, and they shouted in unison, "Boss! Brothers, get in the car, let's go." Ye Qianyu waved his hand and said. At his command, everyone moved in unison, splitting into 10 squads and boarding the Mercedes-Benz S600 Maybach Pullman parked behind. After everyone got in the car, Ye Qianyu and Mo Sha boarded the Bugatti Chiron. Surrounding the Bugatti Chiron were bulletproof Rolls-Royces, primarily to protect Ye Qianyu's vehicle. The convoy drove through the city streets, causing quite a stir. The fleet moved in an orderly fashion, maintaining a certain distance between vehicles, as if a dragon was winding its way through the city. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, just the time when workers were getting off work. The traffic on the road was a bit congested, but for this convoy, it was a breeze. Chapter 186. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey during this time. It wasn't just Jin Yuqian secretly boosting from behind. Many second-generation rich kids in the new generation of aristocrats group had also invested to varying degrees. Even Ye Ningxin, who had been skipping class until now, was lying on her bed, shaking her white little feet, secretly supporting Ye Qianyu. He secretly going on Douyin, then let brother Qianyu shine in front of everyone. Ye Ningxin vispirit. Their total investment in Douyin during this period has nearly reached 50 million. Such a huge investment has kept Ye Qianyu's popularity soaring on various platforms. Moreover, Jin Yuqian and Ye Ningxin, along with others, have also pressured major media and platform officials through family connections. As a result, the term Shanghai's new emperor, Ye Qianyu, has remained consistently popular across various platforms. Additionally, it has dominated the hot search rankings for nearly a month. This is unprecedented. Shanghai's new emperor, Ye Qianyu, is well-deserved as the protagonist. Ye Qianyu did not pay much attention to the comments online. Even if he knew, he didn't care at all. Increasing his exposure and popularity has no downside. There's no need to hide and be a cautious king. Chapter 187. Exchange for lithography machine. Seeing the reactions of everyone, Ye Qianyu knew that he had achieved his goal. He then took a folder from a Dark Knight bodyguard and handed it to one of the researchers. After scanning through the system, he confirmed that this researcher was the most experienced one among them. This is the research data for our latest smart device. You need to quickly understand it in depth and start production, Ye Qianyu said. The group began to review the materials. At first, they just flipped through casually, but as time went by, they became more and more engrossed. After a while, one person exclaimed, This is unbelievable. If it can really be mass-produced, it will cause a sensation across the country and even the world. It will overturn human understanding. However, the black technologies mentioned in the data only exist in theoretical concepts. Is there really a way to realize them? Just the artificial intelligence alone is a global, unsolvable problem, not to mention the graphene batteries, chips, and material technology concepts. Are they joking? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. This smart device is too advanced. It's probably a product from 20 years in the future, and with our current technology, it's simply impossible to manufacture. Chapter 188. Weiyuan Technology Park. Just as Shangwan he was turning to leave, he suddenly seemed to remember something and turned back to ask, By the way, I forgot to ask, what name do you plan to give this technology park? Hearing this, Ye Qianyu thought for a moment and said, Let's call it Weiyuan. It signifies that the technology park is the source of future technology, continuously nurturing innovative technological achievements. Wei Yuan, Shangguan, he softly repeated, and suddenly his eyes lit up, clapping in approval. Good, that's a great name. Then, Shangguan, he looked at Ye Qianyu and continued. All right, I'll have someone arrange the design. I'll get busy now. Xiaoya, you can explore on your own. Shangguan, he could tell that Ye Qianyu had his own things to do, so he left on his own accord. Everyone has their own secrets. He had no intention of knowing them, just doing what he was supposed to do. After watching Shangguan, he and the others leave, Ye Qianyu took his subordinates to explore Wei Yuan. The entire technology park is divided into 4 main areas. The first area is managed by Shangguan He, focusing on electronic information, mainly responsible for manufacturing Panga chips, graphene batteries, T0 graphics cards, and a series of products in the electronic information field, such as Hualong smartphones. Chapter 189. Mu Ziru's confession. Ye Qianyu stepped out of the maglev elevator. Although he was somewhat prepared, he was still shocked by the scene before him. It wasn't the dark place he had imagined. It was bright as day. The energy-saving lights on the ceiling emitted a soft glow that illuminated the entire space. Moreover, Ye Qianyu felt no discomfort. His breathing was smooth. If he didn't know he was 2,400 meters underground, he would have thought he was on the surface. Furthermore, the space here is vast, even larger than the combined 4 areas above ground. After taking a simple tour, Ye Qianyu said to his surrounding Dark Knight bodyguards, Lao, Mo, take them around to familiarize themselves with the environment. You will be staying here from now on. After saying that, he walked alone into the control hall. Yes, boss, Lao Mo replied, then took the other Dark Knight bodyguards to start inspecting the area. Upon entering the control hall, Ye Qianyu was immediately attracted by the huge screen. The screen displayed various complex charts and data, as well as real-time monitoring footage of the base from all angles. In the center of the control hall was a massive control console, equipped with various advanced instruments and devices. Chapter 190. You want to date my girlfriend? As soon as Mu Ziru said this, the surrounding students immediately began to discuss among themselves, especially those hired by Shi Wendy, who were even more eager to stir the pot. Mu Ziru, look, Shi Xiao has money and looks, just go with Shi Xiao. Exactly. As long as you become Shi Xiao's girlfriend, you could get $1 million Porsche. If it were me, I would have agreed long ago. Stop pretending, Mu Ziru. I saw you get out a luxury car last time, and now you're still pretending. You just want more, right? Mu Ziru, just agree to Shi Xiao. Agree to him. Seeing his pawns working, Shi Wendy adjusted his luxurious Armani outfit and said arrogantly, Mu Ziru, please accept my love. Mu Ziru's face turned very ugly. She was just about to leave with Lin Ruishi and the others. At that moment, a unique engine roar suddenly approached from outside the school. It was a Bugatti Chiron, speeding into the campus at an incredible pace. Ye Qianyu was driving the Bugatti Chiron, executing a perfect drift and stopping right in front of Mu Ziru. Meanwhile, behind him, when he happened to get a face full of exhaust from the rear of the Bugatti Chiron. Chapter 191. What's wrong with your leg? Ye Qianyu and the others drove away from Modu Film Academy. However, his real photos had already been uploaded to Douyin and other platforms by some students. Soon, a series of news about Ye Qianyu once again topped the hot search. Shanghai's new emperor Ye Qianyu, real photos exposed, along with the photos. Girlfriend confessed by second generation. Shanghai's new emperor Ye Qianyu shines on, with accompanying videos. National male god Ye Qianyu is born, with photos and retweets. Ye Qianyu's photos quickly spread across the internet. Anyone who saw his pictures was left in tears, feeling weak. My God, what kind of divine looks are these? Simply too handsome. No wonder he's the Shanghai's new emperor Ye Qianyu. It's so impressive. With Ye Xiao's looks, if he entered the entertainment industry, what are KK, Fan, and Cian? Hubby, my heart is filled with you, and you're all I hold in my arms. Brother Yi, I am your exclusive traffic. These pests should calm down a bit. This is the comment section, not a no man's land. If young Master Yi agrees, gender isn't that important. Chapter 192. That man has returned on the other side. At Magic City University. In the campus, people come and go. It was exactly 2:30 in the afternoon, and I had just finished lunch and arrived at school. Unfortunately, I stayed up all night with Mu Zero exercising, and after a 2-hour nap after lunch, I came to school to take a look. At this time, it was the peak hour for students coming and going to classes. Countless students, some carrying books heading to class, some just coming out of the teaching building. There were also sweetly dating university boys holding hands, strolling around the campus, sharing their secrets with each other. Suddenly, a sport car approached with a rumble. The sound of its massive engine roaring echoed. It attracted the attention of many university students. The cool red car body shone brightly, with smooth lines, a low body, and sharp headlights, exuding the charm of luxury and speed. In front of the car, the unique brand logo glittered, showcasing the noble identity of this sports car, Bugatti Chiron. Moreover, what caught people's eyes even more was the license plate of the Bugatti Chiron, US111111, indicating that the person driving it was the new king of Shanghai. Ye Qianyu. Everyone stopped in their tracks, their eyes fixated on this flashy sports car. Chapter 193. Money is for women to see, not for women to spend before leaving. Ye Qianyu promised Ye Ningxin that he would take her out next time. Hearing this, Ye Ningxin happily jumped back. Watching Ye Ningxin's ponytails swaying, Ye Qianyu couldn't help but sigh. Ah, this is simply an attack speed outfit, if it weren't for your small frame, otherwise. Then, Ye Qianyu meandered back to dorm 608. Before he even entered, he kicked the door hard and shouted, "Sons, your dad is back." However, after a while, there was no response from inside. Ye Qianyu closed the dorm door with little enthusiasm, only to see 3 sons sprawled on the computer desk watching something. Ye Qianyu walked over and asked, "What you watching?" Jin Yuqian looked up at Ye Qianyu, then tiptoed and hugged his shoulder, pulling him to the computer desk excitedly, saying, "Old Yi, look, Guiqigong from the Guo family in Xiangjiang and the Xiangjiang officials have sent a notification that in 3 days, the king of football, Messi, is coming to Xiangjiang for a friendly match. Moreover, the club Messi is part of also posted about the trip to Xiangjiang in 3 days." Jin Yuqian chuckled, pointing at the male lead in a jersey on the screen, saying, Chapter 194. Difficult? Then don't do it. Suddenly, Feng Qingyang from the new generation of wealthy families group sent a message. "Money Emperor, young Master Yi, it's bad. Urgent, Sister Lanlan has been harassed. The other party has some background." Ye Qianyu felt his phone vibrate, but he had no intention of looking. Yet, Jin Yuqian, who was on the bottom bunk, was keeping an eye on the new generation of wealthy families group. Upon seeing this message, he suddenly stood up. Due to the urgency, he didn't notice the iron rack above. Bang! His forehead hit the iron rack solidly, and he instantly fell asleep on the spot. Ouch, that hurts so much. Jin Yuqian rubbed the big bump on his head, howling in pain. However, after a while, he didn't care anymore and picked up his phone to ask, "Feng Siken, what's going on?" Feng Xingyang quickly replied, "Jin Xiao, things are a bit complicated. I'll keep it short. It's a long story just now." Jin Yuqian, can you shut up? Stop talking nonsense. Old 8, the secret hamburger, you say something? Old 8, who had been lurking in the group watching the show, quickly revealed himself and replied, "It's like this, Jin Xiao. Sister Lanlan was just live streaming when an outsider came in and started harassing her." Chapter 195. A shocking bet. Ye Qianyu skillfully opened WeChat and found Luo Xiaolan's WeChat contact in the address book. His finger lightly touched the screen, typing quickly, "Why didn't you tell me?" Originally planning to close her computer, Luo Xiaolan heard the concerned WeChat notification ring. She quickly put down what she was doing and grabbed her phone to check. Just as she picked up the phone and clicked to view the message, Luo Xiaolan's expression visibly stiffened, but she still replied, "It's just a small matter. I didn't want to disturb you. You're so busy, definitely overwhelmed with work. I also don't want to be a burden to you, bothering you with every little thing, making you feel I'm useless." Luo Xiaolan spoke each word slowly, her eyes gradually welling up with tears, as if they could fall at any moment. She had seen news or posts about the new king of Shanghai, Ye Qianyu, before, and she never expected the money emperor to be Ye Qianyu. So, she didn't want to seek him out at the first sign of trouble, fearing he would dislike her and not want her. Ye Qianyu frowned and said, "Don't worry. It doesn't matter if you don't look for me. 3 times is just not enough." Luo Xiaolan, is it the same? Hey, Ye Qianyu continued. Chapter 196. The escort ships suddenly. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room, which originally had 600,000 people, was still continuously increasing. In just a moment, the number of viewers surpassed 1 million. It happened to be nearly 6 o'clock, the time when workers get off work and relax by watching Douyin. Coupled with the official promotion from Douyin and the stream of gifs like Dragon and Phoenix presenting congratulations, the number of people entering the live broadcast room skyrocketed like a rocket. The barrage in the live broadcast room scrolled quickly, the audience's enthusiasm burning like fire, as if it could ignite the entire live broadcast room. Comments sent out instantly disappeared. Caught up, finally caught up this time. Can see the money emperor spending lavishly in person. A shocking PK, the biggest betting agreement in history. I'm just a bystander. Only here to grab boxes, turn into a fan, not for anything else, just for a line. Money Emperor is awesome. Money Baby sent Dragon and Phoenix, presenting congratulations X20 in Alamlin's live broadcast room. Everyone hurry to grab boxes. Money Baby sent Dragon and Phoenix, presenting congratulations X122 in Alamlin's live broadcast room. Everyone hurry to grab boxes. Money Baby sent Dragon and Phoenix, presenting congratulations X320 in Alamlin's live broadcast room. Everyone hurry to grab boxes. Chapter 197. The Money Emperor's identity exposed. Although the Hainan Financial Consortium is powerful, it is still slightly better than the Jin family. In front of many top families, the Hainan Financial Consortium also appears to be insignificant. Hainan Miller sat weakly in a chair, murmuring, "It's over. If he loses this PK, the 12 shares in his hands will no longer exist. Based on the current estimated market value of 3 trillion for Dia, that would mean giving the other party over 360 billion for free. Damn, I should have prepared more." Hainan Miller felt regretful, cursing under his breath. He couldn't understand how someone could casually have tens of billions in cash. As the third son of the Hainan Financial Group and the head of Asia's business, he only had around 100 billion in liquid assets. Even more unexpectedly, a fleet of warships appeared behind him, catching him off guard. He immediately picked up the phone and called the official person in charge of Dia, questioning, "How do you conduct business? What is that fleet of warships behind? Why was I not informed?" The person in charge replied, "Sorry, young Master Miller, this was instructed by President Zhang. If you have questions, you can ask him." After hanging up, Hainan Miller dialed Zhang Ming's number. Chapter 198. System rewards. The next day, the internet exploded, falling into a frenzy. Ye Qianyu's news once again topped the trending list, causing a stir. A shocking bet. Money Emperor triumphantly claims victory. In one night, 50 billion spent. Breaking the single spending record, Money Emperor's identity revealed. He is actually the new king of Shanghai. Ye Qianyu. Eye-catching headlines flooded major media platforms. Netizens enthusiastically discussed last night's PK match, their excitement palpable. Yesterday's match was simply amazing. You have no idea how majestic Money Emperor looked. I almost cried. The gifts kept coming in at 888,888. And those hundreds of Starry Guard ships, all built by well-known second generation from Dia. The scene was too spectacular. Money Emperor is really generous. I watched from 6 p.m. last night to 6 a.m. this morning. The gifts never stopped. I grabbed over 3,000 boxes. I decided to take a day off and just sleep. I calculated it. Money Emperor probably spent 50 billion renminbi. Oh my god. That's enough to acquire a big company. This is the first time I've seen someone so extravagant. The gifts he spent in one night would last me 3 months. Chapter 199. Jin Yoqian's new girlfriend. Just then, the phone rang unexpectedly. Hainan Miller gestured to the American flight attendant standing next to him. The flight attendant understood and quickly picked up the phone. Looking at the caller ID, she respectfully said, "Young Master Miller, it's your father's call." Hearing this, Hainan Miller's eyebrows involuntarily twitched, then relaxed. It seemed his father was coming to demand an explanation. Hainan Miller muttered, then answered the phone. "Hello, respected father. You must be calling about the bet. Don't worry. I've already flown back to the United States. You don't need to worry about the shares." Without waiting for the other party to speak, he spoke confidently and calmly. "You're talking nonsense, you fool. Have you looked at your stock market shares? They've all been transferred. Damn it, the 12 stake in Dia that I painstakingly acquired has all been wiped out overnight. Because of you. Is this how you handle things for me?" On the other end of the line, Hainan Keed cursed furiously. Upon hearing this, Hainan Miller's heart sank, and he stood up, speaking urgently. Chapter 200. You're really hungry, Jin Yuqian. Oh, Jin Yuqian, you really are a talent. You found yourself a second wife. He then checked Sun Ernyang's personal information. Name, Sun Ernyang. Identity, Jin Yuqian's female bodyguard. Age, 42. Appearance, 85. Charming as Xiaofu. Purity, 70. Self-reward. Basic skills, 65. Level 3 gene lock. P.S. Loved Jin Yuqian's father, Jin Yue, in her youth, but hid it due to identity issues. Jin Yuqian couldn't help but gasp after reading Sun Ernyang's information. What a second wife indeed. Unable to become Jin Yue's wife, she became his daughter-in-law? What a chaotic family. I see you two are really hungry. Just then, Mo Shah arrived with a group of people. Boss. He approached Ye Qianyu, first giving a standard international military salute, then pointing to the two night bodyguards wearing headsets behind him, saying, Boss, these two are the most experienced pilots in our mercenary group. Hearing this, Ye Qianyu turned his gaze to the two serious-looking individuals behind Mo Shah. Chapter 201. Arrival in Hong Kong. Speaking of Jin Yuqian, he is a well-known typical spendthrift in Kyoto. Although he is a spendthrift, he acts independently in the second-generation circle of Kyoto, showing no regard for his peers. Even top second-generation individuals who disapprove of him still confront him. Jin Yuqian is infamous in the second-generation circle. However, the fact that he can obediently acknowledge Ye Qianyu as his boss shows Ye Qianyu's extraordinary nature. The only two people he fears are his older sister Jin Yinying and the smiling Yiningshin. Aside from them, there is no one else. Jin Yuqian shifted his gaze, looking at Sun Ernyang beside him, and whispered, Ernyang, everything here must be kept deep in your heart. You must not disclose it to anyone, not even my dad. Sun Ernyang nodded in compliance, responding with a soft Ye Qianyu led the group and casually walked to the runway. At that moment, a huge private jet was parked on the runway. Ye Qianyu and his group widened their eyes, staring at the massive private jet before them. Qianyu, this jet looks somewhat similar to the one used by Emperor Pujing. It can't possibly be that one, right? Chapter 202. Gift of Dia shares Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Hong Kong as the atmosphere of the luncheon gradually heated up. The rich second-generation individuals seemed to shed their earlier restraint and began to loosen up. They started toasting each other, boasting, competing in drinking capacity, and laughter filled the air. At the main table, Ye Qianyu surveyed the luxurious decor around him. Then his gaze fell on the exquisite dishes on the table. He nodded slightly and couldn't help but praise, this hotel is quite nice. Hearing Ye Qianyu's compliment, the accompanying Lin Yanjun explained respectfully, Young Master Ye, this hotel is called the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Hong Kong. It is not only the best hotel in Hong Kong, but also the tallest hotel in the world. It is estimated that its market value is between 20 billion and 30 billion. After Lin Yanjun finished speaking, he paused slightly, noticing that Ye Qianyu showed interest, and asked, Young Master Ye, are you interested in this hotel? You aren't planning to acquire it, are you? Ye Qianyu nodded slightly and replied, I'm a bit interested, but there's no need to acquire it. If I want it, I could just build one myself. Ye Qianyu's words left everyone present speechless. Chapter 203. Hurry up and open the door. On my brother hearing the system's reward, Ye Qianyu was bewildered. After a few seconds of daze, he asked, System, how can there be a reward for this? The shares belong to the host's personal property. Hearing the system's response, Ye Qianyu suddenly understood. After the lunch banquet, everyone dispersed and did not stay together. Qin Feng took Ye Qianyu and a few others to visit the most famous attractions in Hong Kong, explaining as they went, fulfilling his duties as a host. In the evening, they returned to the hotel. Oldie, see you tomorrow. Jin Yuqian hugged Sun Eryang and waved as he entered the room. Ye Qianyu looked at the closed door, clicked his tongue twice, and murmured, I don't know if I can see you tomorrow, but whether you can get up tomorrow is the real question. Sun Eryang, who had unlocked her level 3 gene lock, was in her prime, and by tomorrow morning, this second could become a little second. Yishao Dian and Xie Nanxing shared a room, leaving only Ye Qianyu, Shangwan Qianyu, and Yiningshin. They stood in the corridor, exchanging glances, each calculating their own thoughts. Shangwan Qianyu thought, what kind of excuse should I find to leave the room tonight? Yiningshin was pondering, what kind of excuse should I find to enter Brother Qianyu's room tonight? Chapter 204. The Empress and Nazid and Little Potato Ye Qianyu opened the door with a dark face, intending to give this ignorant girl a good lesson. However, the next moment, his words were abruptly cut off. Wow, Nazidin? He saw Yiningshin wearing a green cosplay outfit, a perfect representation of Nazidin. She had green wig on her head, her long hair flowing in the wind, adding a touch of playfulness. The green outfit fitted her figure, showcasing her slim silhouette. The details of the outfit were exquisitely crafted, as if she had walked out a comic book. Yiningshin's face was lightly made up, resembling Nazidin perfectly. Her eyes sparkled with mischief and liveliness, evoking memories of Nazidin's vivacity and cuteness. She held her skirt, smiling as she twirled around, seemingly very satisfied with her cosplay look. Overall, Yiningshin's Nazidin cosplay was incredibly realistic, making a striking impression. Ye Qianyu's initial anger was instantly replaced by surprise. He widened his eyes and couldn't help but laugh. "What are you doing?" Chapter 205. The game begins inside the Hong Kong Sports Stadium. More than 40,000 seats were filled to capacity, buzzing with excitement. Fans don number 10 jerseys, waving flags and banners, passionately cheering for their idol Messi. On the stands, the cheers of the fans rose and fell like surging waves. Each shout louder than the last. "Messi! Messi!" echoed throughout the stadium. Everyone's face radiated with fervor and admiration for Messi. Outside the venue, a stretched Rolls-Royce slowly came to a stop. Qin Feng, sitting in the passenger seat, was the first to get out, quickly jogging to the back of the car to open the rear door. Ye Qianyu, dressed in casual attire, stepped out of the car leisurely. He adjusted his clothes and strolled forward. Following him, Shangwan Qianyu, Yining Xin, and Jin Yuqian also got out in succession. A long line formed outside as fans prepared to enter, all of them turning to watch the scene. Some local Hong Kong fans, unfamiliar with the mainland, gaped in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes. Wow, when did young Master Qin become someone who opens car doors for others? That gesture looks so much like serving someone. Am I seeing things? Chapter 206. The fans' anger. 45 minutes passed, and the first half of the game ended. Messi still sat calmly on the bench, showing no signs of changing into his playing kit. The once fiery fans clearly started to lose patience, shouting, "Messi, Messi, why hasn't he come on yet? What's the organizer doing? Are they messing with us? It shouldn't be. Maybe Messi will come on in the second half." In the VIP room, Ye Qianyu looked at Jin Yuqian with a half-smile and said, "It seems your idol has no intention of coming on." Jin Yuqian immediately argued back, "Impossible. Messi will definitely come on in the second half. If he doesn't, I'll eat shit standing on my head. Jin Yuqian, keep my word." Seeing the situation, the Hong Kong organizers realized something was off and quickly took the stage to calm the nearly furious crowd. "Dear fans, please calm down. I know you all traveled a long way to see Messi play. The Miami club has assured that Messi will definitely come on in the second half." As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd quieted down a bit. The second half of the match began, yet Messi still had not taken the field. Chapter 207. Talking nonsense is useless. Making others sad. What happened on the field was broadcast in detail across various platforms in the mainland. Instantly, it stirred up a huge uproar online. Viewers watching the live stream transformed into furious netizens, condemning and cursing Messi's attitude and behavior with powerful words. "Damn it. How can a foreigner be so arrogant in our China? Look at how capable you are. This is fraud. What Miami International Club? I see it as a scam group. I personally call for a total ban on Messi across the internet. Never let him enter China again. Messi's stance is a blatant provocation against us. Just a few days ago in Sakura country, he was laughing and playing, and now that he's in China, he gets injured, and he has a long face the whole time. Why the double standard? This is like slapping us in the face and then stepping on us. Finally, spitting in our mouths. So many fans came just to see Messi, and even if he doesn't play, that's fine. But at least he should say something, greet everyone, sign an autograph, or interact a bit, right?" Chapter 208. Everyone stands up in the stands. The previously furious fans suddenly fell silent. They all opened their mouths wide, staring in disbelief at everything happening below. They forgot to continue spouting their national pride and just stood there dumbfounded, watching Messi, who was on the ground, clutching his legs and screaming, and Ye Qianyu, who was standing calmly beside him, looking at the smoke. "My God, this guy is really something. We just criticized him verbally, but he actually took action. Oh my, this is too cool. That's the king of Shanghai, Ye Qianyu. We need someone like him to step up in Huaxia. Forget Messi. There's no comparison. From now on, Ye Qianyu is my idol. Damn, Ye Qianyu is amazing. I declare this place as Ye Qianyu Square. Everyone stand up." In an instant, the fans who were just angry about Messi turned into Ye Qianyu's #1 fans. They stood on the high platform, excitedly waving flags and cheering. On the other side, Medino, who was arguing with Guo Qigong, suddenly saw the scene of Messi's legs being ruined. He couldn't sit still anymore, after cursing fuck under his breath. He forcefully pushed Guo Qigong aside and angrily ran down, followed hurriedly by his higher-ups. Chapter 209. Yejebulad. Not only that, but the photos and news of Ye Qianyu smoking also quickly went viral overseas, sparking discussions among foreign netizens. This Huaxia guy is really something. Daring to ruin the legs of the football king Messi, I have to say, 666. I see this guy is in big trouble. The owner behind Messi's club, Miami International, is from the Bush family. Let's see if the Huaxia officials will protect him. Haha, Messi was like this before. Everyone spent so much money, and he didn't even show up. The same goes for Indonesia and Argentina. Messi is not a scapegoat. He is just a fraud. It's no surprise. This is his true face. From a personal perspective, Messi is the lowest of the low in the football world. OMG, who is this smoking Huaxia man? He is so manly. The steward gives you 3 days. I want to know all about him. Ladies, I just got back from the bathroom. So happy. As the newsmaker, Ye Qianyu had already taken a private jet back to the Wei Source Technology Park, ignoring the comments online. Logically, since Ye Qianyu had ruined the legs of the football king Messi, such a big incident would definitely be controlled by the officials, waiting for a resolution to give the Americans an explanation. Chapter 210. The Bush family in a magnificent mansion in America. Guards are strict, and the sound of patrolling troops echoes in the quiet estate. The mansion's walls are towering and heavily guarded, resembling an insurmountable fortress. This is the Bush family, a prestigious family in America. The Bush family is the largest political family in America and a legend in American history. The Bush family has produced 2 American presidents, numerous congressional members, and governors, becoming the most famous political dynasty in America. Their wealth extends to oil, banking, and military industries. The Iraq War was initiated by the Bush family, and the beneficiaries were all energy companies controlled by the Bush family. The Bush family is also a leading figure against China. The Messi incident was orchestrated by them, intending to disgust Huaxia. But they didn't expect that the young man would break Messi's legs directly. The patriarch, George Bush, summoned the family's senior members for an emergency meeting. The patriarch said, "Originally, we just wanted to make Messi disgusting to Huaxia, but now that Messi is ruined, it's beyond our expectations," said a middle-aged man from Huaxia. Standing up, George Bush, composed, took a small sip of red wine and said, Chapter 211. Don't argue. I'm barbecuing after calming his emotions. Ye Qianyu checked the system's update content. Gene Potion, high 100,000 points, can improve 1 point of level 4 to level 9 basic energy. Judgment card, 5 million points. Can eliminate all motives, traces, and records related to the host and subordinates. Positron catalytic nuclear fusion propulsor, 5 million points. Photon rocket engine, 5 million points. Call the wind and rain, 10 million points. Can artificially control geological activities, atmospheric activities, and oceanic activities. New energy utilization technology, 10 million points. Can perfectly utilize solar, wind, and tidal energy. After reading the system all, Ye Qianyu was stunned, astonished as he asked the system, this can't be technology from a level 1 civilization, right? You know, Blue Star is currently at level 073 civilization, and it will take at least 100 to 200 years to reach level 1 civilization. Yes, host. Hearing the system's response, Ye Qianyu finally relaxed. Well, I've advanced the technological development of Blue Star by 100 to 200 years. Truly far ahead. Chapter 212. Nangong Yinyuet 2 hours later. Ye Qianyu walked out of the apartment where Luo Xiaolan was located, feeling refreshed. He walked briskly, a satisfied smile on his face. Then, he got into a Rolls-Royce parked by the roadside, and the vehicle quickly drove away, kicking up a cloud of dust. A few minutes later, Jiang Yoxin, who had been messing around outside for a long time, came back with a Squirtle backpack, humming a little tune, lively and bouncing. As soon as she opened the door and walked into the house, she didn't notice the slight mess inside, but excitedly ran to Luo Xiaolan's side. Lan, guess what I saw when I just got home? Jiang Yoxin said eagerly. Luo Xiaolan shook her head, covering her slightly swollen cherry lips. Jiang Yoxin grinned and continued, When I just got home, I saw a convoy of Rolls-Royces leaving downstairs. That convoy was so cool. I bet there was definitely a handsome CEO inside. Similar to the scene with Ye Qianyu. She gestured with her hands as she spoke. Luo Xiaolan, on the other side. Ye Qianyu was planning to go back home to visit his parents and little sister when he suddenly noticed a woman in palace attire lying in the middle of the road, resembling a corpse. Chapter 213. Amnesia in the Tang Palace No. 1 villa in Magic City. Ye Qianyu quickly carried Nangong Yinyue to the room. The maids, seeing that the young master had returned, were all excited and planned to greet him in a new way. However, upon seeing the injured woman in the young master's arms, they immediately stopped in their tracks. Wulan instructed, Don't just stand there. Get to work. Yes. Manager Wu. Ye Qianyu carefully placed Nangong Yinyue gently on the 3-meter big bed and began to examine her injuries meticulously. His fingers gently touched, carefully observing every possible injured area. From top to bottom, he examined again and again, but found no obvious wounds or abnormalities. Ye Qianyu's brows gradually furrowed, filled with confusion. However, just as he was focused on checking for injuries, something unexpected happened. While Ye Qianyu was concentrating on the examination, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and a strange sensation surged in his heart. He suddenly felt a warmth in his nose, and then, without warning, a nosebleed began to flow. Ye Qianyu's nosebleed flowed into a puddle, staining his white shirt. He awkwardly covered his nose with his hand, trying to control the bleeding. Chapter 214. Nangong Yinshue's bad habit. Nangong Yinshue's original palace outfit was stained with blood and could no longer be worn. Fortunately, there were many clothes in the villa, so she changed into a different hanfu. This was also something Ye Qianyu had instructed Wu Lan to purchase. He might frequently bring female friends here to stay, to prevent their clothes from getting dirty while eating, so there would be spare outfits available. For this reason, Wu Lan specifically cleared out a room to store these women's clothing, which came in various styles and sizes. Ye Qianyu stepped forward and smiled, commenting, "It looks quite good." Then he glanced at the Vacheron Constantine watch on his wrist and continued, "It's getting late. I'll have someone arrange a room for you. You can sleep there." However, fear showed in Nangong Yinshue's eyes as she tightly clutched the hem of her clothes, shaking her head like a rattle. "No, I don't want to. Bad people will come to catch me. I'm scared. I want to sleep here." Ye Qianyu slapped his forehead. "Oh no, what a sin. If I had known, I wouldn't have scared her." Unable to persuade her otherwise, he had to agree to let her sleep here. To show his generosity, Ye Qianyu reluctantly chose to sleep on the big bed, allowing Nangong Yinshue to sleep on the floor. He brought bedding and blankets and carefully laid them out on the floor, then said to Nangong Yinshue, Chapter 215, Headquarters of the Death God Cult. After finishing breakfast, Ye Qianyu lazily lay on the sofa. Nangong Yinshue stood quietly behind him, obediently giving him a massage. Just now, Ye Qianyu promised that as long as the massage felt good, he would take her out to play later, so Nangong Yinshue was particularly diligent. "Be gentle. Are you trying to break my bones?" Ye Qianyu cried out in pain, unable to help but grimace. Though Nangong Yinshue had lost her memory, her 6th-level gene lock's strength remained. With just a little pressure, Ye Qianyu's bones could shatter. "I'm already being gentle. Let me be lighter," Nangong Yinshue said, somewhat aggrieved. Then she carefully pinched his index finger and thumb and began to massage gently. This pressure is just right. Keep it like this," Ye Qianyu said, satisfied, squinting his eyes and adjusting into a comfortable position, enjoying Nangong Yinshue's massage. To be able to have his teacher's wife give him a massage so recklessly, he truly lived up to his reputation. At that moment, the system's teasing voice echoed in his mind. "Host, aren't you afraid that when Nangong Yinshue regains her memory, she will kill you? I almost forgot to remind you. Nangong Yinshue is a cold and heartless woman." Chapter 216. Car Crash in a Dark Room. A burly man in black, over 2 meters tall, sat in the main position, his figure shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to see his appearance. On the ground, a man covered in sword wounds was kneeling, blood constantly oozing from his body, sizzling as it hit the ground. Despite his serious injuries, the man dare not make a sound. The burly man in black ruthlessly tossed a blue jade pendant. The pendant shattered into pieces upon hitting the ground. "Useless trash. You can't even tell a real from a fake pendant. What use do I have for you?" The black-clad man's reprimands echoed in the silent dark room. Upon hearing this, the kneeling man trembled and quickly pleaded, "Master, please give me another chance. This time I will definitely bring you the real Nangong token." "If they're essay next time, come with your head." The burly man in black coldly snorted. Hearing this, the kneeling man felt a sense of relief, sighed slightly, and stammered, Then, Master, could you grant me the life essence liquid? Although I successfully ambushed Nangong Yinshue, I can't ensure she, useless, the black-clad man shouted angrily. Before he finished speaking, a bottle of green potion was thrown to the ground. Chapter 217. Notify your family. Just say you crashed a fast wind, HR001. Ye Qianyu slowly opened his eyes, waking from a brief dizziness. He checked his body and confirmed there were no major issues before getting out of the car and looking at the frightened Nangong Yinshue, asking with concern, "Are you all right?" Nangong Yinxue shook her head and replied, her voice trembling slightly, I'm fine. At that moment, a stylishly dressed young man stepped out of a Ferrari. He had a pompadour hairstyle, wore a solid gold watch, was dressed in branded clothing, and wore loafers. The young man first walked to the front passenger seat to take a look, then turned his gaze to Ye Qianyu and Nangong Yinxue, discovering they looked like students. He immediately took the initiative to accuse them sharply. How did you drive? Didn't you see me coming? Don't say anything. You're fully responsible for this accident. This is a Ferrari Roma, worth 3 million. Seeing the two of them not speaking, he continued, I'll want to make it difficult for you. Just go through insurance. His eyes revealed a hint of sharpness and arrogance. This young man, named Liu Haoran, was a member of the wealthy second-generation circle in Magic City. Though he was on the fringes of the circle, his family's assets had just surpassed 100 million, belonging to the type that is not enough compared to the upper class, but better than the lower class. Chapter 218. I still prefer you just now. When you were so unruly, the Blue Moon International Lounge was originally quiet when Yang Wei's scream suddenly pierced the air. Everyone's attention was drawn to him, curiously watching. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, furrowing his brows and asking, what's going on? Why the fuss? Yang Wei quickly walked up to Qin Feng, leaned down, and whispered in his ear, Young Master Qin, my cousin crashed into Young Master Yi. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng suddenly stood up, gripping Yang Wei's shoulders with both hands, and urgently asked, is Young Master Yi all right? Yang Wei hesitated and replied, he should be fine. Let us go. Let us take a look together. Qin Feng decisively said, striding toward the exit. 10 minutes later, a low rumble of engines gradually approached. Following that, dozens of brightly colored sports cars sped out from around the corner, racing towards the location where Ye Qianyu was. These sports cars had smooth lines and cool designs, moving side by side on the highway like a group of proud cheetahs. The roar of the engines echoed, sounding like a passionate symphony. In the blink of an eye, the sports cars came to a halt in front of Ye Qianyu, their brake lights flashing and intertwining with the shadows on the ground. Chapter 219. Milk Tea Qianyu parked the car steadily in the Disney theme park parking lot. He took Nangong Yinshue's hand, got out of the car, and walked towards the entrance of the park. After purchasing 2 VIP tickets for 2,000 yuan, they smoothly entered the Disney theme park. The privilege of the VIP tickets allowed them to skip the queue and directly enter the park. Inside, the atmosphere was lively, with cheerful music, the laughter of visitors, and various wonderful performances blending together to create a joyful scene. Ye Qianyu and Nangong Yinxue first arrived at a popular amusement ride. Since they held VIP tickets, they did not need to queue and directly experience the thrilling roller coaster. As the roller coaster sped along, Nangong Yinshue's screams and laughter echoed in the air. Afterwards, Nangong Yinxue pulled Ye Qianyu to a dreamy fairy tale castle. The castle was illuminated by dazzling lights, resembling a fairyland. Nangong Yinxue was enchanted by the beautiful scenery before her eyes sparkling, while Ye Qianyu stood quietly. Next, they enjoyed a spectacular float parade together. The magnificent floats passed slowly, with Disney characters waving to the visitors, and Nangong Yinxue excitedly responded to them. Chapter 220. Nangong Yinxue recovers her memory that day. Ye Qianyu hurriedly returned from the technology park. With only a week left until the press conference, he discussed the details with Shangguan He, and before they knew it, it was already late at night. As usual, after taking a shower next door, Ye Qianyu came to his room. Unsurprisingly, Nangong Yinxue was already sound asleep. Ye Qianyu gently took off his coat, crawled into bed, and as usual, reached out his hand, just about to hold Nangong Yinshue's hand when suddenly, clang, a shining longsword was pressed against Ye Qianyu's neck. This sudden scene caught Ye Qianyu off guard. Gulp! Ye Qianyu instinctively swallowed, shrinking his neck and saying, Yinshu, what are you doing? You can't joke around like this at this hour. Then, Ye Qianyu extended his right hand, carefully moving it outward while pinching the back of the sword with 2 fingers. Clang! Nangong Yinxue pushed away Ye Qianyu's fingers, her voice cold. Who are you really? Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu realized that Nangong Yinxue had recovered her memory. Ye Qianyu's expression became calm, and he looked into Nangong Yinshue's eyes through the darkness, saying calmly, Chapter 221, Yi Ningxin and the pouting Nangong Yinxue brother Qianyu, put me down quickly, the wind is making my bottom cold. Yi Ningxin twisted her body and softly said while raising her pretty face. Hearing this, Ye Qianyu put her down and tugged at her delicate face, asking, Why did you call me in such a hurry? Ye Qianyu giggled and stuck out her tongue. Say, of course, I missed you, brother Qianyu. I miss you a lot after just one day. Bang. Ye Qianyu punched her forehead, and a visibly large red envelope popped up. Tell the truth, Ye Qianyu said with a dark face. Okay, you've eaten me up and still hit me. Ye Qianyu's eyes glistened with tears, and then she said pitifully, I heard Grandpa say that my master came to pick me up. In a few days, I'll have to follow her for further studies, and it will be a long time before I can see you again, brother Qianyu. At the end, Ye Qianyu made a scared expression, trembling with her hands, and saying, Let me tell you, my master is very fierce. If I don't meet her expectations, she will scold me, and I'm super scared. If I follow her during this time, I will definitely be very miserable. Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu unconsciously thought of the silly and foolish look of Nangong Yanxue after her amnesia, and couldn't help but laugh like a pig. Chapter 222. Shopping at the sieging night market with Nangong Yanxue. As night fell and the lights came on, Ye Qianyu drove back to the Tangong No. 1 villa from the technology park. At this point, the watch's hands had pointed to 7 p.m., and the sky outside had unknowingly turned dim. Entering the living room, Ye Qianyu did not see Nangong Yanxue's figure. He stopped Joy E and asked, where's Yanxue? Joy E pointed upstairs and replied, Miss Yanxue has been in the study and hasn't come out. She didn't even eat lunch. Hearing this, Ye Qianyu was surprised, but then thought it was only natural. They're treasures in books. Those who have read novels know that once they get hooked, they can easily forget to eat and sleep. Nodding, Ye Qianyu went straight into the elevator and went up to the 4th floor. Ye Qianyu walked into the study and saw Nangong Yanxue quietly sitting by the window, holding a thick book in her hands. It was an urban romance novel titled The Affectionate Grievance, My Rival's Apprentice. Her gaze was focused and serene, as if she was completely immersed in the world of the book. The faint light outside the window filtered through the curtains and fell on her. At this moment, Nangong Yanxue had lost her usual coldness and chill, instead outlining a tranquil and beautiful silhouette. Chapter 223. The inconsistent Nangong Yanxue was strolling on the street. Halfway through, a tempting aroma suddenly wafted towards her, entering her nostrils. Curiously, she looked ahead and found groups of people sitting around an iron rack, placing various skewered ingredients on it. There were beef, lamb, and many vegetables, as well as things she had never seen before. After a while, it started to sizzle and smoke. They took the grilled skewers down, dipped them in the prepared sauce, and then took a bite, revealing satisfied expressions on their faces. Nangong Yanxue was filled with curiosity about this novel way of eating, and a desire to try it surged within her. However, she glanced at Ye Qianyu, who was laughing to himself, and decided to hold back. Ye Qianyu saw through Nangong Yanxue's little thoughts and teased, That's called barbecue. It's super delicious, especially in summer, with beer and barbecue. It's the best. So, do you want to eat? Nangong Yanxue looked at the sizzling meat skewers, bit her lip, and reluctantly said 2 words. I don't want to. However, her throat, which was constantly swallowing saliva, betrayed her. You said that, so don't regret it later. After saying this, Ye Qianyu strode into the barbecue shop. Chapter 224. The curious Nangong Yanxue falls into a trap the next day. On a rooftop terrace, Ye Qianyu was comfortably lying on a sun lounger. The sun was shining brightly, which was rare in the autumn and winter seasons. He sipped on a cold cola while leisurely watching the live broadcast. The sunlight spilled over him, bringing a touch of warmth and outlining his figure with a golden hue. His eyes were focused on the phone screen, and the corners of his mouth occasionally lifted. Ever since the astonishing bet with Hannah Miller, Ye Qianyu had become recognized as the #1 wealthy person on the internet, with an unparalleled reputation and status in the Douya community. Today, with nothing to do, Ye Qianyu decided to enter Douya to browse and scroll. He casually browsed through various live streaming rooms, seeing some hosts performing tirelessly but with only a few viewers, or those striving to raise medical funds through their broadcasts. Ye Qianyu would first use his probing eye to check carefully. If he confirmed that these were genuine, he would unhesitatingly drop 10 Dragon and Phoenix present gifts to show his support. However, if he discovered someone exploiting fans' goodwill for profit, Ye Qianyu would quietly open the back end and decisively report them. Yet, when he saw a beautiful dancer, he would immediately share this beauty with his friends by retweeting it. Chapter 225. Deceiving Nangong Yanxue what? Nangong Yanxue exclaimed, her sharp voice echoing for hundreds of meters, startling the birds into flight. With swift hands, she grabbed Ye Qianyu by the collar and lifted him from his chair. Her eyes wide open, she stared at him and said, "Are you lying to me? What gift costs so much money? Are you trying to kill me? Let go. You better let go." Ye Qianyu rolled his eyes, tugging at Nangong Yinxue's hand while hoarsely calling out. Seeing him like this, Nangong Yinxue released her grip. Immediately afterward, with a clang, she drew her sword, its blade glinting coldly, and instantly pressed it against Ye Qianyu's neck, her voice icy as she said, "Speak. Are you deliberately deceiving me?" Ye Qianyu straightened his wrinkled clothes, rubbed his neck, coughed a few times, and then said irritably, "Hey, why are you so fierce? Look for yourself. Isn't this worth 888,888 renminbi?" Ye Qianyu raised his phone to show her the recharge record, comparing it with the gift stow coins. After looking, Nangong Yinxue realized she had misunderstood Ye Qianyu and couldn't help but feel a little guilty, as she said. Chapter 226, Nangong Yinxue's first live stream. Ye Qianyu first instructed a maid to casually buy a phone worth around 10,000 yuan, downloading all the necessary apps. He then inserted a phone card and linked a bank card with no balance. After roughly teaching Nangong Yinxue how to use the phone, how to make calls, and how to make payments, she quickly learned with her intelligence. Finally, Ye Qianyu used his privileges on Dia to register an account for Nangong Yinxue. After setting up her account information, he handed the phone to her with a smile, saying, "Okay, you can now live stream on this platform." Nangong Yinxue happily accepted the phone, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. Her voice was no longer cold as she softly said, "Ye Qianyu, thank you." Hearing this, Ye Qianyu's expression turned serious as he said, "Remember, from now on, call me boss. You're just my employee now." Although Nangong Yinxue didn't quite understand what boss meant, she softly replied, "Okay, boss. All right, you take your time. I have some things to do," Ye Qianyu said as he stood up. Seeing Ye Qianyu turn to leave, Nangong Yinxue asked again. Chapter 227. So it's young Master Yi, then it's fine at this moment. An airplane appeared in the live stream, accompanied by a floating screen that said, "Live stream, we're no longer interested in your sword dance. How about you take us on a tour of your mansion? We are very curious and longing for the luxurious lives of the wealthy." As soon as this was said, the viewers in the live stream chimed in. "Yes, host. We ordinary people are really very curious about the lives of you rich people. Host, take us on a tour. I'm itching to see. If you take us on a tour, I will send you gifts." Tour 1, Tour 911. Seeing so many people in a live stream saying this, Nangong Yinxue thought for a moment and agreed. After all, she hadn't found a suitable weapon, so a tour wouldn't require much effort. Thus, Nangong Yinxue turned around to show everyone Ye Qianyu's Tangong No. 1 villa. As she walked out of the hall, she heard the sound of a porcelain bowl breaking. Nangong Yinxue approached and saw Qiao Yi squatting on the ground, carefully picking up the fragments. Since Qiao Yi was responsible for all her daily needs, she stepped forward and asked worriedly, "Yi, are you okay?" "I'm fine, Miss Yinxue. I accidentally slipped while wiping the dishes just now. I'll clean it up and replace the tableware in a moment." Chapter 228. Press Conference 1. Today is December 12th, Saturday. An ordinary day, but it became extraordinary due to the launch of the Hualong smartphone press conference. This press conference was initiated by Shang Wanhe, but unexpectedly, the main speaker was not him, but Ye Qianyu. This was Ye Qianyu's first official appearance to the world as Ye Qianyu. He knew well that the launch of the Hualong smartphone would cause a global sensation. For domestic and foreign smartphone companies, this undoubtedly threatened their interests. Compared to existing smartphones, the Hualong phone was a game-changing product, incomparable in any way. At that time, it would face a monopolistic situation. With just Shang Wanhe, it would be difficult to withstand global scrutiny. He couldn't let his father-in-law fall into a predicament. The press conference was grandly held at the International Conference Center in Modu. Many well-known domestic and foreign journalists and media personalities gathered at the scene. Domestic wealthy tycoons and internationally renowned figures also made appearances, including domestic smartphone industry giant Renfei, Timey CEO Lei Jun, and Green Factory President Chen Ming, among others. Not only were the giants of the smartphone industry present, but top tycoons from other fields were also eager to show their faces. Chapter 229. Press Conference 2. Ye Qianyu strolled confidently to the center of the podium. After Shang Wanhe smiled and handed him the microphone, he consciously stepped down from the podium. Ye Qianyu lightly coughed, cleared his throat, and then smiled at the audience, signaling, Dear guests, hello everyone. I am Ye Qianyu, the executive president of Wei Yuan Technology Group. His voice was clear and magnetic, instantly capturing the attention of the entire audience. Today, I am very honored to introduce the Hualong smartphone to everyone, an innovative product that is about to change our lives. Ye Qianyu's words revealed an immense confidence. However, his next sentence caused dissatisfaction among many people present and in the live broadcast room. I know that if this phone is released, it will harm the interests of the smartphone industry in the country and even the world. But for the progress of our Blue Star technology, this is something we have to face. This sentence was like a bomb, causing a huge uproar among the crowd. What a bold statement. What qualifications does a mere junior have to say such things? Isn't he afraid of slipping his tongue? Chapter 230, Press Conference, Part 3, at this moment. The person who had previously introduced himself as a member of the American Union asked again, Mr. Ye, as far as I know, the highest global chip is only 3 nanometers, and your country can only manufacture 7 nanometer chips. How can you guarantee that your phone is equipped with a 1 nanometer chip? You should know that your country has always been restricted in lithography machines. Don't you think this is deceiving consumers? As soon as this was said, it was like throwing a stone into water, causing another wave of doubts across the internet. After all, with the current level of human technology, manufacturing a 1 nanometer lithography machine is simply a pipe dream, especially for a country that is restricted. Ye Qianyu glanced disdainfully at the reporter from the American Union, secretly laughing in his heart. Indeed, they still like to play these little tricks. He then calmly responded, whether it is true or not, one till you see for yourself. After saying that, Ye Qianyu directly spoke to the Hualong phone in his hand. Xiaolong, extract the internal chip. Xiaolong is the code name for the in-subsidiary system of AI Li, and also the smart AI of the Hualong phone. Okay, master. The next moment, the back of the Hualong phone suddenly cracked open, and a silver chip smaller than a fingernail slowly emerged from inside. Chapter 231, Undercurrents Rising. Haha, indeed. A young talent. Laughter came, catching Ye Qianyu's attention. He turned to see 2 imposing middle-aged men walking towards him. When they reached him, one of the men introduced himself. Mr. Ye, nice to meet you. I am Ye Shan from the Ye family in Kyoto, Xian's third uncle. Our Xian is so infatuated with you that she doesn't even come home anymore. Haha. Shangguan, he whispered in Ye Qianyu's ear. Xiao Yi. He is the 3rd son of Old Master Yi, and he also has another identity. He is the Deputy Minister of the Chinese Ministry of Aerospace, belonging to the Chinese official circle. At this moment, the other middle-aged man revealed a smile like that of Mithria Buddha and said, Mr. Yi, I am Jin Yofu from the Jin family in Kyoto, Jin Yuqian's second uncle. I often hear Yuqian mention you, and I have long wanted to meet you. You truly are as impressive as he described, young and accomplished. Shangguan, he whispered again in Ye Qianyu's ear. Xiao Yi, he is the younger brother of Jin Yue. Don't be fooled by his constant smiling. His methods are not simple. He is nicknamed Mithria Ghost Buddha. Ye Qianyu nodded and shook hands with the 2, humbly smiling. You 2 are joking. I am just an ordinary college freshman, not worthy of any prominence. Chapter 232, The Identity of Ye Qianyu for the entire 3 days. The internet was thrown into chaos. As long as one logged into the international forum, they could see internet trolls from various countries frantically posting. This phone is not good. Just a no-name brand, simply boasting without a draft. The Hualong phone is quite good, but I still choose to buy an Apple. After all, the truth is fragrant law never goes out of style. Yesterday, I watched a streamer disassemble the Hualong phone. Guess what? It directly crashed. I can't stop laughing, family. Haha, I'm laughing so hard. Some people don't even have the qualifications to buy it, but still complain online. Look at the model in the comments below. Oh my, it's really fragrant. $3,888 to buy a high-tech phone. Isn't that a bargain? Some people just can't reach the grapes and say they're sour. From now on, I am a die-hard fan of Hualong. However, the enemy countries led by the United States, without any shame, directly issued an announcement. Completely cut off all cooperation with China unless the core technologies of nanometers and graphene batteries are shared. This operation was simply outrageous. Chapter 233, Red Star Hacker Alliance, Assemble. Ye Qianyu quietly pulled out a small iron box from under the table and casually placed a copy of Spring and Autumn inside to replace it. Jin Yuqian's expression changed slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes as he curiously asked, Xiaotian, isn't this your treasure? Their SATS data inside. Could it have some big secret besides the chip? Ye Qianyu's face flushed slightly, and he stammered. There's a reason why there's a saying about the Huangjing house and the chip. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly inserted a storage card from the iron box into the slot and entered a series of complicated codes. The next moment, the interface that originally displayed data instantly changed and transformed into an encrypted chat software. This software was the key hub for members of the Red Star organization to exchange information. It's worth noting that the Red Star organization is neither an official nor a private entity. It is a purely grassroots organization. The members of the organization come from various backgrounds. Some are drivers, some are salespeople, and some are chefs. They're all ordinary people in life. However, if one were to say how they differ from ordinary people, it would be that they all possess extraordinary hacking skills. Chapter 234. Ye Qianyu shows his power at this moment. One of the anonymous members asked, "King, why have you summoned us this time?" Ye Qianyu cleared his throat and simply replied with a few words, "Huolong phone incident." Upon hearing this, the hackers in the chat room understood and expressed their awareness. Another anonymous member angrily said, "I wanted to take action for a long time. Those countries are simply shameless. King, hurry up and start. My computer is already eager to go. I just bought a Huolong phone, and the smart AI inside is simply amazing. The level of coding makes me doubt it wasn't written by a human. I tried to crack it, and my computer was warned of an intrusion within 3 seconds. What? That's impossible, right? So impressive? Besides, the Huolong phone is so hard to buy, only 100,000 units were sold. Otherwise, I do want to study it too." Listening to everyone's discussions, Ye Qianyu felt restless. He pondered secretly, is the Huolong phone really that amazing? I'll definitely find a chance to ask Big Brother Yi for one to study properly. After catching up, Ye Qianyu changed his tone and said seriously, Chapter 235. The terrifying Mr. X. At this moment, a mysterious figure dressed in black entered the research room of the base. He wore a black trench coat and a hood that completely concealed his face, appearing like a ghost silently before everyone. He wore a mask with an X pattern on his face, and through the mask, people could only sense a cold and mysterious aura. His body exuded an invisible sense of oppression that made people feel fearful. When Hakimi saw him, he immediately approached with a flattering expression and said, "Mr. X, you finally came. Please help us catch this king quickly." However, Mr. X ignored Hakimi's words. He directly bypassed Hakimi and walked straight to the display screen, focusing intently on the content on the screen. After a long time, a mechanically altered voice came from beneath the mask. "You bunch of useless people. Having eaten for so many years, you can't even defend against such a small virus attack, yet you dare to call yourselves top hackers?" Hearing Mr. X's reprimand, the hackers on site felt angry but dared not speak. They knew Mr. X's strength and understood the gap between him and themselves. Chapter 236. The panda burning incense. After a moment of silence, Ye Qianyu said in a deep voice, "Half of you, edit to block the firewall, while the rest continue to write Trojan viruses to hold off these magical spider particles. Otherwise, once these spiders consume the Trojan viruses, they will follow the clues and intercept all our information and locations." Okay, King. The members of the Red Star Hacker Alliance responded in unison. They understood the seriousness of the situation. One misstep could lead to total annihilation. So they accelerated their typing speed, continuously editing more Trojan viruses. However, all of this was in vain. The magical spider particles had a differentiation characteristic. The more Trojan viruses they consumed, the more spiders were differentiated. In no time, the Trojan viruses they wrote couldn't keep up with the speed at which the spider particles were devouring them. "King, what should we do? There are just too many of these spiders. King, think of a way quickly. In another 3 minutes, our Trojan viruses will be completely consumed. My fingers are about to cramp. I can't hold on much longer. Gaia, grant me some more strength." Large beads of sweat dripped from Ye Qianyu's forehead, and his mind raced with hundreds of countermeasures, but they were all rejected one by one. Chapter 237. The terrifying panda burning incense virus. With a loud boom, a mechanical spider exploded, releasing a plume of black smoke. The originally green glowing eyes dimmed and turned into a pile of scrap metal. How is this possible? No, Mr. X let out a tragic scream. He then knelt on the ground, clutching his chest where his heart was, and his whole body began to convulse as if he were experiencing immense pain. Hakimi rushed forward to check and asked anxiously, "Mr. X, are you okay?" "Mr. X violently pushed Hakimi away and shouted, "Get lost!" Hakimi was thrown back and crashed heavily against the large display screen, with shards of glass scattering everywhere. Mr. X struggled to stand, picked up the smoking spider, and limped away from the graduate base. The members of the Red Star Hacker Alliance stared in shock at the scene before them, exclaiming in awe, "My God, this panda burning incense is too powerful. In the blink of an eye, it wiped out our helpless spiders? What kind of divine technique is this? My hacking skills are nothing compared to his. This is simply a force that can crush everything, like a celestial being descending to Earth. I am willing to call this mysterious person the strongest hacker. No exceptions." Chapter 238. Guilty. Nangong Yinxue. Ye Qianyu turned her head back, continuing to admire the bright moon above, and calmly said, "If you want to go, just take a taxi." Nangong Yinxue pondered for a long time before managing to squeeze out 3 words. "I won't." Ye Qianyu raised the corner of her mouth, took out her phone, clicked on the QR code for payment, and waved it, saying 100. 100? Why don't you go rob someone? Nangong Yinshue's voice rose sharply, looking at Ye Qianyu warily. 200. Ye Qianyu said nonchalantly. "Fine, 100 it is." Nangong Yinxue gritted her teeth, reluctantly took out her phone to scan the QR code. She entered 100, then deleted it, entered 100 again, deleted it, and finally closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and clicked to pay. WeChat received 100 yuan. "All right, you call me a taxi," Nangong Yinxue said coldly. "Wait a moment." Ye Qianyu took the phone from Nangong Yinshue's hand and called a Didi taxi for her. After finishing the operation, she handed it back to her, saying, "Go wait at the door." Nangong Yinxue. "So I just wasted my 100? Chapter 239. Teacher kindness and student filial piety. Nangong Yinxue arrived outside the small villa, looking at the brightly lit room inside, softly murmuring, "Sheener should be living here." With that, she lightly tapped the ground with her toes, gracefully leaping over the wall like a swallow. Then, she strode towards the main door. However, at that moment, the door suddenly opened. Yiningxin, dressed in a pink lowly JK outfit, walked out with her head down, looking listless, originally feeling irritable and wanted to go out to clear her mind. When Yiningxin looked up, she happened to see Nangong Yinxue standing in front of her, her dazed, beautiful eyes widening instantly, and her mouth agape. In her heart, she thought, "It's over. Just as I feared, my master has come to find me." Immediately, she seemed to suddenly remember something, and her mouth pouted in grievance, with tears welling up in her eyes as she ran towards Nangong Yinxue. Yiningxin dove into Nangong Yinshue's wide embrace, burying her head in the soft fabric, tightly hugging her waist, sobbing loudly, "Master, why did you only come to pick me up now? If you didn't want to see me, you shouldn't have come. If you don't like me as your disciple, just expel me from the sect, so you won't have to feel troubled." Chapter 240. The pocket-sized poison butterfly. I am used to being alone. Do not bring this up again. Nangong Yinxue lightly flicked her sleeve and resolutely turned around, seemingly unwilling to discuss the topic further. However, in an instant, the image of Ye Qianyu's mischievous smile involuntarily flashed in her mind, almost causing her to lose her composure. Yiningxin looked at her master's back and hurriedly stepped forward to hug her arm, acting cute. All right. I'm just worried that you have no company and might feel lonely. Since you don't want to find anyone, then I won't." But in her heart, she was secretly plotting. At that time, I'll slip some medicine in my master's food and then send her to Brother Qianyu's room. Once the raw rice is cooked into cooked rice, there will be no turning back. Even if my master resists, she'll have to obediently comply, and at that time, she'll have to respectfully call me sister disciple. Maybe when I go back then, I can add a few junior brothers and sisters, hee. As she thought about it, Yiningxin couldn't help but laugh to herself. "What are you laughing at?" Nangong Yinxue turned to look at her silly disciple, full of confusion. After not seeing her for several years, how did this child seem to have become a bit less clever? I was thinking about what name to give Master-S child. Chapter 241. Assassination, haha. Suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed in the silence. A group of assassins wearing death masks, wielding grim reaper scythes, appeared, surrounding Nangong Yinxue. These assassins were dressed in tight black clothing, blending seamlessly into the night. Their masks were etched with terrifying patterns, sending shivers down one's spine. The scythes in their hands gleamed with a cold light, as if ready to reap lives at any moment. Nangong Yinxue was trapped in the encirclement, but showed no fear. She tightly gripped her long sword, coldly staring at the assassins, murmuring, "Death cult. Ha ha ha. A shadowy middle-aged man clapped his hands as he stepped out of the darkness. His laughter was sharp and piercing, making one feel cold. Upon seeing the true face of the newcomer, Nangong Yinshue's eyes flashed with anger as she coldly said, "So it's you, Ouyangyu." Ouyangyu stopped clapping, sneering, "It seems your life is quite tough. You survived 2 of my lethal strikes. As long as you obediently hand over the true Nangong family jade pendant, I can guarantee your corpse remains intact. Otherwise, Ouyangyu, you as a Huaran, actually collude with the death cult. Aren't you afraid the Night Watchers will destroy your Ouyang family?" Chapter 242. Experience card just 15 minutes ago. A voice from the system echoed in Ye Qianyu's mind. Hualong mobile phone is famous worldwide, with a huge impact. Congratulations, host reputation value 20,000. Congratulations. Host gene lock level 1. Congratulations, host has obtained a 30 stake in Tangshuan. Congratulations. Host has obtained a level 6 gene lock peak experience card, half an hour, with side effects, weakness for a day. Before Ye Qianyu could properly check, the system's voice rang again. Detected that Nangong Yinshue is under siege by the death cult. She will be in life-threatening danger in 15 minutes. Please watch the VCR for details. Damn it, the experience card I just got has even warmed up, and it's gone? The scene shifted. Poison Butterfly. Just now, did you feel a big black rat rush by? Ouyangyu looked at Poison Butterfly beside him, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes. Poison Butterfly looked indifferent, pointing in a certain direction, calmly saying, "The person is gone." Ouyangyu's heart tightened, and he quickly turned his head to see that the place where Nangong Yinshue should have been was now empty. His brows furrowed tightly, a sense of ominous premonition rising in his heart. Chapter 243. May heaven have no birth. Nangong Yinshue jumped down from the tree trunk, her steps a bit unsteady. She endured the weakness in her body and walked in front of Ouyangyu, coldly asking, "How many families have been infiltrated by the death cult?" I am." Ouyangyu smiled coldly, but before he could finish, he felt a sharp pain in his calf. Swish. Ye Qianyu struck like lightning, piercing Ouyangyu's other calf. Ouyangyu let out a terrible scream, "Aga!" However, just as he was about to shout, he was abruptly silenced by a single sentence from Ye Qianyu. "If you shout again, be careful I make another hole in you." Nangong Yinshue, puzzled, asked Ye Qianyu, "Why don't you let him speak?" Hearing this, Ye Qianyu sneered, saying, "He won't speak." "How do you know he won't speak?" Nangong Yinshue's eyes widened, a hint of confusion in her gaze. Ye Qianyu replied casually, "I read it in a novel." After saying this, he drew his long sword, casually stabbed it, looking serious. Nangong Yinshue, "Huh? Hey, I didn't shout. Why are you still stabbing me?" "This isn't how to bully someone," Ouyangyu shouted angrily. Chapter 244. Loyal Spider. 3 days later, fully revived Ye Qianyu and Nangong Yinshue arrived at the place to interrogate Ouyangyu. Looking at the miserable Ouyangyu, even Ye Qianyu couldn't help but shiver. Is Mo Sha this brutal? Ye Qianyu thought to himself. "Boss, you're here." Mo Sha wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly approached Ye Qianyu. Ye Qianyu nodded and asked, "Is he still unwilling to confess?" Mo Sha shook his head, admiration in his voice. "No, I've used all my lifelong techniques, but this guy is as stubborn as a mule, not confessing a single word." Ye Qianyu exclaimed, glancing at Ouyangyu, teasing, "Ouyangyu, I didn't expect your heart to be as solid as a rock. You could be in textbooks for resisting the Japanese." Hearing this, Ouyangyu wanted to cry without tears. "Please, just don't ask anymore. It's not that I don't want to say. I really can't say it. Once I do, I'll be done for." Ye Qianyu coldly said, "If you don't speak, will you not die?" Then he shouted, "Montak Sha." "Yes." Mo Sha stood straight and responded, "Go prepare an electric saw, put it in front of him, and for every minute he doesn't confess, move it closer by 1 minute. Let us see if his mouth is harder or the nails." Chapter 245. Hidden Dragon Village Master. Ouyangyu knelt on one knee in front of Ye Qianyu, respectfully calling out. Ye Qianyu looked at Ouyangyu kneeling on the ground, calling him master, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "Damn it, you're a man in your 40s or 50s, not Nangong Yinshue. Why call me master? Are you trying to get weird?" Ye Qianyu's expression darkened, seriously saying, "Call me boss." "Okay, master." Ye Qianyu, "Call me boss." "Boss." Nangong Yinshue, shocked, pointed at Ouyangyu, saying, "Why did he suddenly start calling you master? I used something to control him, and now Ouyangyu is 100 loyal to me, never betraying." Ye Qianyu explained without hesitation. "What? Nangong Yinxue was once again stunned, not recovering for a long time. She stared intently at Ye Qianyu's upright figure, feeling more curious about him. Not only does he possess powerful strength at such a young age, but he can also control Ye Qianyu, who has unlocked the level 6 gene lock, the kind of thing that can easily control a level 6 powerhouse she had never heard of until now. If it truly exists, perhaps only that man has it. Chapter 246, Kneel Down, Sister. Please do me a favor. Nangong Yinxue paused for a moment before continuing. It is rumored that Ailong village has existed since the Tang dynasty, comprising 8 prominent families and the ruling family, the Ye family, commonly referred to as the Hermit families, with a history spanning 1400 years. This legacy has been passed down since the Tang dynasty, and each patriarch of the 8 families possesses a jade pendant that holds secrets related to Huaxia and even the entire Blue Star. Our original intention is to jointly protect the secrets within the jade pendants and safeguard Huaxia. Ye Qianyu seemed to be listening to a story and curiously asked, which families are the 8 hermit families? What is their connection to the 8 great families in the capital? Hearing this, Nangong Yinxue slowly replied, the 8 hermit families are 1. Long family, the leader of the 8 hermit families, skilled in close combat with the richest heritage. 2. Xie family, Tianxiao society, an assassination organization, skilled in assassination. 3. Chun family, skilled in business and information gathering. 4. Mo family, skilled in setting traps, proficient in Qimen Dunjia. 5. Zhongli family, skilled in weapon forging. 6. Nangong family, skilled in swordsmanship as well as poison making and detoxification. 7. Duanmu family, proficient in medicine and alchemy. 8. Ouyang family, proficient in divination and prediction. The 8 great families in the capital are supported by us, with complex relationships. For example, the Yi family in the capital is supported by our Nangong family. Chapter 247, Jin Yining. The next day, Ye Qianyu's phone suddenly rang, and upon opening it, he saw it was a call from Jin Yuqian. Ye Qianyu answered the phone, and Jin Yuqian's urgent voice came through. Old Yi, my sister has come to Modu. So what if your sister has come to Modu? What does it have to do with me? Ye Qianyu replied with a pout. No, my sister is here to discuss the Hualong phone with your future technology group. Jin Yuqian explained softly. Then let her discuss it with Shang Wanhe. Ye Qianyu chocolate lightly. I know this, but my sister specifically asked to see you. Jin Yuqian said helplessly. Hearing this, Ye Qianyu frowned and thought for a moment before saying, all right, for your sake, I'll meet your sister. What's the address and time? Jin Yuqian was delighted to hear Ye Qianyu agree and sighed with relief, saying, 3 p.m., Jinling Building. Okay, I'll be there. Ye Qianyu nodded and hung up the phone. Then he thought of something and opened the new generation of aristocrats group, editing and sending out message. After this message was sent, it stirred up a huge response. The message roughly stated, Ye Qianyu asked everyone in the group to be responsible for one or several countries, establishing sales companies specifically for selling Hualong phones and future technology products, with a commission of up to 10%. Chapter 248. Misunderstanding. A hint of surprise flashed in Ye Qianyu's eyes. He genuinely did not expect Jin Yuqian to have such a beautiful and charming sister. At that moment, he secretly made up his mind to befriend this brother. At the same time, Ye Qianyu could clearly feel the powerful aura emanating from Jin Yining. She formed a stark contrast to Jin Yuqian, who seemed somewhat simple-minded. Ye Qianyu couldn't help but ponder. They were both born of the same mother. How could the difference be so great? One is a cold and glamorous female CEO, while the other, well, how should I put it, looks more like a servant. With that thought, Ye Qianyu glanced at the system's introduction of Jin Yining. Looking at the 0 affection points, he was genuinely puzzled. It seemed he hadn't done anything excessive to her, right? Could it be that she's a lesbian? Looking further down, what was that last attribute of malaria? Ye Qianyu looked at Jin Yining, who was sitting with her legs crossed, and his gaze suddenly changed. It became somewhat lewd and perverted. Jin Yining's eyes were calm and sharp, and she did not hide her curiosity and scrutiny. Her gaze was like a sharp sword, seemingly piercing through Ye Qianyu's exterior to explore his true intentions. Chapter 249. Long Out Yin. Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu curiously looked at the red-haired man who walked into the room, revealing a hint of surprise on his face. Could it really be that Long Out Yin who likes to show off in novels? Ye Qianyu thought to himself, then immediately used the Eye of Insight. The personal panel instantly appeared before him, clearly displaying Long Outyan's detailed information. Name, Long Outyan. Age, 28. Identity, young master of the Long family in the capital. The only heir of the hermit Long family. Mother, Mo Yuru, died during childbirth. Stepmother, Lin Wanru. Father, Long Yuxuan, assassinated. Basic ability, 102. Level 4 affection points, 0 horsepower. Originally meant to be the dual male protagonist in this novel, but was replaced by the host, becoming a supporting character. The Long family in the capital is a branch of the hermit Long family, responsible for managing the overall situation. After reading Long Outyan's introduction, the corners of Ye Qianyu's mouth slightly lifted, revealing an almost imperceptible smile. It turned out that he had inadvertently intercepted Long Outyan's protagonist position. Kid, you better look at me when I'm talking. Long Outyan's face darkened as if water could drip from it, his tone icy, revealing an unchallengeable authority. Chapter 250. Ye Qianyu, today, you have chosen your path to death. Long Outyan's eyes were like an eagle's, fixed on Ye Qianyu, his voice suppressing an impending explosion of anger as he said, "You are Ye Qianyu, right? If you are deliberately trying to provoke me, then let me tell you, you have succeeded." Ye Qianyu's lips curled into a mischievous smile. His gaze provocatively blinked at Long Outyan. Then he chuckled. "How about now? Are you angrier?" Jean Yinnying's body trembled slightly, and a blush appeared on her face. How could this guy act like this? How dare he? However, Ye Qianyu seemed unaware of Jean Yinnying's reaction. It was as if an ambiguous melody was stimulating everyone's nerves. Long Outyan's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, his fingertips almost digging into his palms. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable rage, and the veins on his forehead bulged. You dare to hit Yinnying, Ye Qianyu. Today, you have chosen your path to death." His roar echoed throughout the conference room like an enraged lion. Jean Yinnying's body gradually became tense, her heartbeat quickening. She tried hard to remain calm, but Ye Qianyu's actions were gradually breaking down her defenses. Chapter 251. Brave warrior. Looking at Jean Yuqian, who was seated in the passenger seat, Ye Qianyu curiously asked, "Why don't you drive your own car?" Hearing this, Jean Yuqian, who had just been smiling, instantly turned into a bitter melon face and cried out, "I was perfectly fine at school last night. But as soon as I got off the car, I was captured by my sister's people and brought here. Sigh, old Yi, let me tell you, when I was at the Jean family, I was treated like a punching bag by my sister, living a life worse than a dog. Otherwise, do you think I traveled all the way to Modu to study, just to avoid my sister?" In the end, Jean Yuqian grasped Ye Qianyu's hands earnestly and said, "Old Yi, promise me that when you become my brother-in-law, you must teach my sister a good lesson. She's torturing me too much." Looking at Jean Yuqian, who was crying and complaining, Ye Qianyu solemnly promised, "Don't worry, old Jean, I will definitely give her a good beating to vent your anger." Jean Yuqian? Beating? No, that's too much. Ye Qianyu chuckled lightly, started the Lamborghini, and the car roared away towards the romantic bar. On the way, seeing Jean Yuqian frowning and lost in thought from time to time, Ye Qianyu casually asked, Chapter 252. Long Night. Restless sleep. Jean Yuqian and Ye Qianyu swaggered into their exclusive A001 booth and plopped down. They casually ordered some red wine, beer, and some snacks and fruits, then added a few sets of colorful dragon hand towels for washing hands. At this moment, 5 waitresses who had been welcoming guests at the door gracefully walked to the booth, standing neatly and a bit shyly, waiting for Ye Qianyu's instructions. Ye Qianyu remained expressionless, pulled out 5 East Asia bank cards from his pocket, and with a slap, he placed them on the coffee table as if throwing out a trump card. He leaned back on the sofa, leisurely lit a cigarette, and said lightly, "If you take good care of my brother tonight, these 5 cards are yours, each worth 1 million. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 waitresses seemed to be struck dumb, instantly covering their mouths, as if afraid that they would involuntarily scream if they let go. What did they just hear? 1 million for a card? They couldn't have heard wrong, could they? To know that their monthly salary and commission, after deducting social insurance and housing fund, was just over 30,000. And tonight, they could earn more than 3 years' salary in just one night. This was something they only dared to dream about. Chapter 253. Still claiming to be the best in the world, yet struggling to leave the sun was high in the sky. Sunlight streamed through the curtains and fell on the 3-meter big bed. Ye Qianyu slowly woke up, the glaring sunlight shining on his handsome face, making him squint slightly. He felt the weight on his chest and looked down to see Lu Nanchuang lying obediently on his chest, her eyelashes fluttering gently. Ye Qianyu rubbed his nose, and his gaze fell on Lu Nanchuang's pair of fluffy fox ears, murmuring softly, "This little Yaozheng. Why hasn't Tishi taken off her fox ears yet?" Ye Qianyu's movements seemed to disturb Lu Nanchuang's beautiful dream. She slowly opened her eyes and met Ye Qianyu's gaze. In an instant, a charming smile blossomed on her face, her red lips slightly parted. "Master, you're awake." Her voice seemed to carry a hint of magic, causing Ye Qianyu's heart to tremble slightly. He coughed lightly, trying to conceal the turmoil within, and sat up. However, his movement attracted Lu Nanchuang's gaze. Ye Qianyu swallowed hard. "Master, please feel free to command Daji." Lu Nanchuang's bewitching eyes and alluring voice seemed to convey some unspoken invitation to Ye Qianyu. Chapter 254. Rated as a legendary excellent youth in the car, Ye Qianyu casually asked, "Old Jean, has your sister gone back?" Jean Yuqian shook his head and replied, "Not yet. I don't know what's up with my sister. I heard from the people below that after she returned last night, she didn't go back to Kyoto immediately, but bought a villa in Modu and stayed there. Based on my understanding of her, she is a workaholic. After finishing business, she would definitely rush back to Kyoto to handle work." As he spoke, Jean Yuqian frowned, looking at Ye Qianyu, who was driving with a suspicious gaze, and continued, "But after finishing business with you last night, she actually didn't go back immediately. I suspect she wants to avoid that annoying long out-yin. Or could it be that she's really interested in you?" Hearing this, Ye Qianyu chuckled and thought to himself, "She must be addicted to being beaten." He teased, "Who knows? Maybe you'll have to start calling me brother-in-law in the future?" Jean Yuqian scoffed and said, "You wish. Even if I jump off the car, I would never call you brother-in-law." Just then, Ye Qianyu suddenly raised an eyebrow, a sly smile appearing on his lips, and spoke. Chapter 255. Truly understanding and considerate. As Ye Qianyu and Jean Yuqian walked to the dormitory building, they saw a group of students holding cameras and microphones interviewing passing male students. Ye Qianyu only took a casual glance and ignored them, intending to walk past. Just as they were about to enter the dormitory, a female student happened to spot them and hurriedly directed her classmates, "Wow, it's Ye Qianyu. Quick, follow him. If we can interview young Master Yi, we'll have a chance in this year's QA competition." Saying this, she dashed after Ye Qianyu, holding the microphone and introducing herself. "Young Master Yi, hello, we are students from Class 5 of the Journalism Department. My name is Lu Rujia. We are participating in an interview QA competition. May I invite you to join us for a minute or two? Please, please." Seeing the pleading look in the student's eyes, Ye Qianyu couldn't bear to refuse and agreed. After all, he had become the legendary excellent youth of the school, and he needed to maintain that image. Ye Qianyu nodded and said, "Sure, go ahead and ask." Upon hearing Ye Qianyu's agreement, the journalism students were overjoyed. Chapter 256. Top Understanding Yi Xiaotian. While flipping through books, curiously asked, "Old Yi, the holidays are approaching, and you're the #1 figure in the school. Aren't you afraid of failing all your exams? That would be too embarrassing." However, the next moment, when he learned that Ye Qianyu had been rated as the school's legendary excellent youth and did not need to take exams, Yi Xiaotian could no longer contain himself and shouted, "That's just too unfair." Jean Yuqian glanced at him and said, "If you could start a company worth trillions like Old Yi, you wouldn't need to take exams either." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaotian rolled his eyes and replied nonchalantly, "If I were to start such a company, I might as well have a good father and just lie down." Xian Nanqing pouted and said, "Doesn't that just prove the saying, everyone has their use? It's better to have a dad who can talk. Those who can't confess don't deserve to talk to me." Yi Xiaotian said irritably. Xian Nanqing didn't get angry upon hearing this. Instead, he retorted sharply, "Although I can't confess, it's still better than some single dogs who don't even have a girlfriend. In this day and age, even shit has someone wanting it. Yet you have no one wanting you." Chapter 257. Floor-to-ceiling windows. When Ye Qianyu and the others finished dinner and came out, it was already close to 9 o'clock. They had spent a full 5 hours eating. At this point, the night sky was as dark as thick ink. On the street lights cast a dim yellow light, illuminating the path beneath the three of them. Under the light, Ye Qianyu's figure was elongated, and he muttered to himself, "If it weren't for too many people at the hotel today, we wouldn't have taken so long." He glanced at Shangguan Qianyu beside him, who was limping and leaning on his arm, clearly struggling to walk. Earlier, while going to the bathroom during dinner, Ye Qianyu had accidentally slipped and injured her knee, which was now red and swollen. She slightly hunched her back, making her walking posture appear quite difficult, taking each step carefully. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ye Qianyu had eaten too much and her stomach was round and bulging. As she walked, she gently rubbed her little belly and said with satisfaction, "I'm so full. I feel like I can go 3 days without eating after this meal." Ye Qianyu smiled and rubbed Ye Qianyu's little head, gently scolding. "Who told you to eat so much? You're not small, and your appetite is quite big, yet I don't see you absorbing the nutrition." Chapter 258, The Unbending Rebar. Totally hopeless hearing the system's prompt, Ye Qianyu smiled slightly. "Ding dong. Jin Yining requests to add you as a friend. Do you agree?" Hee hee. Saying no, but the body is very honest. In terms of being two-faced, only Nangong Yinxue can compete with her. Ye Qianyu didn't immediately agree but left Jin Yining hanging. He understood in his heart that this woman was difficult to deal with. Being nice to her and going along with her wishes would only result in her ignoring you. Conversely, if you went against her wishes, scolded or hit her, she would remember you. On the other side, in Villa Area 1 of Jinyuan, Jin Yining sat on the couch, gripping her phone tightly, her fingers turning slightly pale from exertion. Her beautiful face was tightly furrowed, forming a deep frown. Her eyes flashed with flames of anger, as if ready to burn everything. Her lips were bitten until they turned white, murmuring, "Ye Qianyu, you bastard. How dare you treat me like this?" Her voice was filled with obvious anger. As her emotions heightened, her breathing became rapid, her chest rising and falling. Her body trembled slightly, indicating that her anger had reached its peak. Chapter 259. Answering emotional questions, Jiang Yoxin's eyes were wide as saucers, staring unblinkingly at the screen. Suddenly, thud! Jiang Yoxin's head hit the table heavily as she exclaimed, "Thank you, mysterious brother, for sending food. If you have questions, just ask. I promise to tell you everything." Ha, look at Tao Tao's speed of changing faces. You upstairs don't understand. This is called a facade. 1. Ye Qianyu cleared his throat and showed a mischievous smile, asking host, "Do you prefer January 1st or January 31st? Jiang Yoxin, what? I prefer January 15th. The day I get paid." After answering, she realized, I suspect you're being suggestive, but I have no evidence. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect the Queen of Filth also has a day of being overtaken. Teaching people to play with eagles, only to be pecked in the eye by the eagle. Ye Qianyu continued to ask, host, what is the surname of Jiao Tailang? Jiang Yoxin muttered, "Jiao Tailang, surname roll. Ha, I can't stop laughing. Watching other female streamers waste money. Watching Tao S stream is a waste of energy. Flying down 3,000 feet. Watching your stream wastes too much paper." Chapter 260. Suits in the past few days. Ye Qianyu has been unusually well-behaved. Almost like a different person. He didn't skip class and went to class on time. This behavior surprised the entire class. And everyone speculated that Ye Xiao must have been stimulated somehow. Otherwise, how could he be so obedient? It's known that in the past, it would be a miracle if he showed up in class once a month. However, only Ye Qianyu knew in his heart that he was trying to establish a legendary persona as an outstanding youth. In the future, he would be displayed on the school wall for people to admire and worship. If the future juniors found out that their idol was someone who skipped class every day and didn't follow school rules, wouldn't that be a slap in the face? In addition to attending classes on time, Ye Qianyu also made time to accompany Ye Qianyu and Ye Qianyu, occasionally taking them to the King's Capital Hotel for a meal. He also didn't forget to chat with Luo Xiaolan, usually discussing clothes, and they agreed to bring certain outfits for their next meeting. Occasionally, he would send a message to Shun Qingxue, although he still hadn't remembered who she was. But that was okay. Of course, Ye Qianyu hadn't forgotten his official girlfriend, Mu Ziru. Chapter 261. Ring toss in the car. Mu Ziru comfortably rested her head, her eyes glancing around, staring unblinkingly at Ye Qianyu, who was driving seriously. Ye Qianyu's features were as sculpted as if carved, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, a high-nosed bridge, and slightly upturned lips, exuding a unique charm of a man. Mu Ziru couldn't help but be mesmerized. She thought to herself, "Sai's still so handsome. Do I have hemorrhoids on my face, staring so intently?" Ye Qianyu smiled and asked. Mu Ziru covered her mouth and chuckled, a blush appearing on her face, saying, "I was thinking about our middle school and high school days when we supported each other. Ye Qianyu drove with one hand, gently tapping her nose with his right hand, asking, "So do you prefer the old me or the current me?" Upon hearing this, Muzuru showed a contemplative expression, and after a moment of thought, she replied, "The old you is a bit naive, wouldn't say sweet words to me, quite rigid. The current you has matured a lot, but has become slick-tongued. Your words are as sweet as honey. But whether it's the old you or the current you, I like both, hee. Mujiru giggled, reaching out to hold Ye Qianyu's large hand, her face beaming with a happy smile. Chapter 262, Love in the World. Light in the world, Ye Qianyu smiled slightly and moved his wrist a bit. He stared ahead at the prize with focused eyes. Ye Qianyu lightly waved his arm, performing a move like fairies scattering flowers. The hoops spun rapidly in the air, accurately hitting one target after another like precise missiles. The people around him gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape, eyes fixed on Ye Qianyu. Wow, this young man. Oh my gosh, he hit them all. Incredible. His hit rate is too high. Muziru's face also broke into a joyful smile as she clenched her fists, excitedly cheering for Ye Qianyu. Her eyes sparkled, filled with affection as she watched him intently. Before long, Ye Qianyu had hit all the targets, and the stall owner handed over all the prizes as promised. Muziru happily picked up a small prize, fiddling with it in her hands, and said to Ye Qianyu, "You're amazing." Ye Qianyu smiled slightly, not saying a word, and walked straight to the stall owner. He pulled out a bank card from his pocket, gently placed it in the stall owner's wrinkled hand, and said, "There's $1 million in here. Take it to treat your child." After that, Ye Qianyu and Muziru wandered around the main hall, side halls, and bell tower, exploring almost the entire Jufeng ancient temple. Only then did they prepare to head down the mountain, satisfied. On the way down, Ye Qianyu chose to take the cable car instead of walking. From high above, he looked down at the scene of people seeking Buddha, some burning incense and kneeling in prayer, while others clasped their hands together and closed their eyes in prayer. Ye Qianyu couldn't help but hum a tune, kneeling before the Buddha for 3,000 years, yet the Buddha's heart shows no mercy. Don't blame the Buddha for not appearing. It's simply because no incense money has been offered. His teasing song made Muziru giggle uncontrollably. The two of them got into the car and returned the same way. On the road, Muziru looked at Ye Qianyu with a beaming smile and asked, "Where are we going to eat later? After playing all afternoon, I'm both tired and hungry." Saying this, she even patted her flat stomach, putting on a pitiful expression. Seeing Muziru's cute demeanor, Ye Qianyu smiled and replied, "Last night, I was browsing Douyin and saw a specialty noodle shop called Xiaodomiongan. The review said it's both delicious and unique. I'm so full," Muziru said contentedly, patting her round belly. "I really ate the most today, haha." Ye Qianyu wiped his mouth with a napkin as he spoke. "Haven't you thought about hiring the owner to be your personal chef? That way, you could eat it every day," Muziru whispered, placing her hand to her mouth. Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu shook his head and refused. "No, let the owner enjoy being his own boss here." "Do you have anything to do tomorrow, Ziru?" Ye Qianyu asked seriously. After thinking for a moment, Muziru tilted her head and said, "I have an important speech tomorrow morning." Ye Qianyu looked at his watch. It was already nearing 7 o'clock. He stood up to pay, took Muziru's small hand, and quickly walked toward the car. "What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry to go back? We ate so much. Shouldn't we rest a bit and digest?" Muziru asked in confusion. "No, I'm not full yet. Let's go eat again, just to help with digestion," Ye Qianyu replied with a meaningful smile, then started the car. At the entrance of the Music and Film Academy, the lights were dim, and the security guard was dozing off in his chair. "Which academy are you from? Don't you see what time it is? Don't you know it's prohibited to enter the campus now?" Suddenly, the security guard was startled awake by the sound of a car horn. He quickly walked to the front of the car, recording while scolding, "You can't just drive in here." Ye Qianyu slowly rolled down the car window and politely said, "Excuse me, could you open the gate?" "Thank you." The guard glanced over and recognized Ye Qianyu, nearly dropping his notebook in shock. "Oh my gosh, isn't this the recently popular Ye Qianyu? I'm really looking for trouble." The security guard thought to himself, feeling a chill down his back, and hurriedly bowed in apology. I'm sorry, young Master Yi. I didn't know it was you. I'll open the gate for you right away. Please wait a moment." He quickly pressed the button, and the retractable gate slowly opened. "Young Master Yi, please come in," the guard said with a smile, respectfully. Ye Qianyu smiled, handed him a pack of premium golden leaf cigarettes, said thanks, and then slowly drove into the campus. Soon, they arrived at the Weiyuan Technology Park. Jean Yinying, who had been preparing to scold, was suddenly stunned by the sci-fi ambience of the technology park, speechless. Is this your Ye Qianyu technology park? Why is it so futuristic? It feels like something out of a TV drama. Say something. Why are you ignoring me? Ye Qianyu remained calm, driving without a word. The car slowly entered the garage of the central building and stopped. Ye Qianyu got out and opened the passenger door, pulling Ye Qianyu out. Hey, what are you doing? That hurts. Ye Qianyu exclaimed in pain. Ye Qianyu ignored her and walked straight into the elevator, pressing the button for the basement floor. After a long 30 seconds, ding, the elevator doors opened, and Ye Qianyu pulled Ye Qianyu deeper inside. Hello, boss. Hello, boss. The armed guards, upon seeing Ye Qianyu, immediately stopped, stood straight, and saluted him with a serious expression. Ye Qianyu nodded slightly, indicating he had greeted them. Oh, boss, what brings you here? At the corner, Mo Sha greeted Ye Qianyu with a smile, puzzled. The next day, the midday sun streamed through the window, illuminating Ye Qianyu's terrified face. She was tightly bound to an electric chair, unable to move, her eyes expressing fear and anger. Ye Qianyu, what are you going to do? Ye Qianyu's voice was tinged with despair as she struggled, hoping to break free from her restraints. However, the sturdy chains only clinked without showing any signs of loosening. Helpless, she glared at Ye Qianyu, her once beautiful face now twisted with rage. She threatened, Ye Qianyu, you better let me go, or else. Before she could finish her sentence, she was ruthlessly interrupted by Ye Qianyu. With a kind smile on his face, as if he were looking at a willful child, he shook his head and sighed. All right, stop with these meaningless threats. I won't fall for it. If it weren't for old Jean, I wouldn't even bother treating you. I'm doing this for your own good. So please cooperate and don't be ungrateful. You shameless. I told you I'm not sick. I'm not sick. Let me go. Ye Qianyu glared, shouting sharply. Chapter 268. Listening to the sounds of birds in the early morning, the sun had just risen like a brilliant pearl, radiating warm light softly onto the earth. Every inch of land was illuminated by this brilliance, as if bestowed with new life. The birds, like spirits awakened by nature, began their cheerful concert. The little birds hopped lightly on the branches, as if cheering for the arrival of morning. Their chirping was crisp and pleasant, sometimes sounding like pearls falling on a jade plate, giving a refreshing feeling. At times, a single little bird would join in, and these calls intertwined, resembling a moving symphony, full of vitality and energy. This sound lasted until noon. Ye Qianyu's favorability 5, current favorability is 94. Ye Qianyu stretched widely, easing his somewhat sore body. His eyes showed satisfaction, and a faint smile graced his lips as he thoughtfully glanced at Ye Qianyu, who was slumped on the bed. Then, he leisurely got dressed, straightened his collar, and walked out the door with a look of contentment. As the door gently closed, only the tear-streaked Ye Qianyu and a glaring shade of red remained in the room. Chapter 269. Let's not contact each other anymore. I'm afraid Ye Qianyu will misunderstand 2 hours later. Ye Qianyu lay once again completely exhausted in Ye Qianyu's embrace. She murmured, No, you the guy and let me go. I don't want to play games anymore. Ye Qianyu smiled, and didn't he continue playing the game, instead gently stroking the ends of Ye Qianyu's hair, damp with sweat, and said, Is this not okay? What happened to your harsh words earlier? Who said they wanted revenge? Hearing this, Ye Qianyu slightly raised her head and rolled her eyes, replying, Isn't this exactly revenge? Ye Qianyu, only got a 6. Which language teacher taught you to use idioms like this? Step forward, I'll give her a slap. Ye Qianyu said with his eyes twitching. Ye Qianyu. True revenge. Just as Ye Qianyu was about to respond, suddenly, a voice rang out. Who is spreading rumors? Looking up outside the window, the autumn maple leaves fluttered down. Ye Qianyu's phone rang abruptly. Who was calling at this late hour? So busy? Ye Qianyu raised an eyebrow and asked. I don't know. Ye Qianyu shook her head, then got up and crawled to the head of the bed to pick up her phone, saying, Chapter 270. Why are you rewarding him? The next morning, ding-dong. Ye Qianyu's phone vibrated, and a WeChat message popped up. Ye Qianyu groggily raised her head, trying to reach for her phone, but unexpectedly exclaimed, Ah, Ye Qianyu, you're pulling my hair. Hearing this, Ye Qianyu opened his eyes, glanced to the side, and asked, What's wrong? I can't reach my phone. Your bed is too big, Ye Qianyu said weakly. Ye Qianyu pulled back his arm, shifted back against the headboard, and watched with interest as Ye Qianyu operated her phone. Qianyu, have you gotten up? Have you eaten breakfast? I ordered breakfast. Should I bring it to you? Seeing that the message was from Long Out Yin, Ye Qianyu's expression darkened. She was about to turn off her phone, but Ye Qianyu stopped her. Why turn it off? Reply to him. Oh. Hearing Ye Qianyu's voice, Ye Qianyu obediently typed a reply. Long Out Yin, didn't we say not to contact each other? Don't bring me breakfast anymore. Long Out Yin ignored the first part of her message and replied. Why? Is the food not good? Can I change to a different place? Ye Qianyu's expression grew increasingly gloomy as she typed. Chapter 271. If he is the king of dogs, why fear the king of the sea? Immediately after, ding dong. A sound came. Long Out Yin sent another message. Ye Qianyu and Ye Qianyu both looked at the phone screen in unison. Seeing Long Out Yin's message. I just saw the photo you posted on Moments, the one where you kissed him. Ye Qianyu typed back. Yes, it's me, so what? Are you going to kill me? Long Out Yin paused and continued. No, Qianyu, how could I bear to do that? I just wanted to say, can you wear the lipstick I gave you next time you kiss? Let me feel involved too. Ye Qianyu, Ye Qianyu. In unison they said, what a talent. In a villa in Magic City, Long Out Yin's expression was serious, looking as if he were constipated, staring intently at the phone screen, showing the two people embracing and kissing. Watching the girl he had pursued for over a year, being intimate with another boy, felt like 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart. Unbearable pain surged within him. It hurts. It hurts so much. My heart hurts. This torment was almost unbearable. However, to win the heart of the woman he loved, he knew he could not give up halfway. He firmly believed that as long as he did his utmost to please her, making her comfortable, she would eventually return to his side. Chapter 272. Ye Qianyu, have no tolerance for gambling and drugs. The next day, Ye Qianyu's eyes revealed reluctance. She gently frowned. Her lips pursed as she said, Qianyu, I have to go back to Kyoto. I've been away for nearly 10 days, and there are many matters at the company that need my attention. Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu frowned slightly, quietly watching Ye Qianyu. He then reached out, gently stroking her hair, the corners of his mouth lifting as he smiled and asked, So when you plan to go back? After pondering for a moment, Ye Qianyu replied, Tonight, I've already notified the family's private jet. After saying this, she paused, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ye Qianyu's handsome face, and seriously asked, Will you miss me when I go back? A glint of teasing flashed in Ye Qianyu's eyes as he answered without hesitation, No. When has he ever thought about women? He was always heartless and ruthless, after all. They all say to be fair, so it has to be fair. No one wants to. Hearing this, Ye Qianyu pouted in grievance, her eyes full of blame. Ye Qianyu couldn't help but laugh at her cute appearance. What a nemesis, forgetting people right after the game. Chapter 273. Over time, it's easy to get heat rash as dusk approached. The sun gradually sank in the west, painting the sky orange-red. Ye Qianyu returned, still feeling unsatisfied. Ye Qianyu was having dinner when he saw her come back. He turned his head and asked with interest, Did you finish the tour? How did it feel? Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu excitedly ran to Ye Qianyu, grabbing his hand and saying, Ye Qianyu, your tech park is simply amazing. Those core technologies are so advanced. How did your researchers manage to develop them? These core technologies haven't even been fully understood by scientists worldwide and are still in the conceptual stage. Yet you guys have already researched and produced them. At the end of her speech, Ye Qianyu looked at the man in front of her with admiration and said, Come on, tell me, are you an alien or someone who traveled from the future? Hearing this, Ye Qianyu gave her a half-smile and said, You've been watching too many TV shows with aliens and time travel. Hurry up and finish your dinner so you can digest it. After dinner, they opened the game again. This time, Ye Qianyu was particularly cooperative and serious, giving Ye Qianyu a much better gaming experience. Chapter 274. The blood shadow strikes in the distance. On the roof of a 5-story villa, two sneaky, lewd-looking men were lying on top, holding a telescope and watching the scene below. Damn it, go Sanner, look. Miss Jean is kissing Ye Qianyu. One of them exclaimed, patting the other's shoulder anxiously. Don't touch me. I can see it. Go Sanner swatted his hand away with a look of disdain. Should we report this to Long Xiao? Go See asked. Go Sanner stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before saying, Long Xiao said to report every move of Ye Qianyu to him. We can't go against his orders. That makes sense. Let's go back and report to Long Xiao. Go See said, but before he could finish, he was suddenly knocked out. Huh? Go See, who are you? Go Sanner was about to ask what happened when he looked up and saw a figure in black standing in front of him. He was about to pull out a weapon when he heard a loud bang. Then everything went black, and he followed Go Si's footsteps, collapsing to the ground. The figure in black glanced at them coldly, and then picked up one of the telescopes, looking toward Ye Qianyu's location. Chapter 275. No knife needed. Ye Qianyu slightly bent down, reaching out to pinch the edge of the blood shadow's black mask. With a gentle tug, he revealed her face. As the mask fell, silky black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, shimmering with a faint silver glow in the moonlight. Ye Qianyu's gaze fell on the stunning face before him. Her skin was as white as snow, delicate as porcelain, exuding a faint sheen. Her eyebrows were like crescent moons, slightly raised, hinting an imperceptible charm. Her peach blossom eyes were soul-stirring. The originally alluring cherry lips were further enhanced by a hint of blood red, making them look even more enticing. However, at that moment, her eyes were filled with shame, anger, and killing intent. Her chest rose and fell slightly, her breathing quickened, clearly enraged by Ye Qianyu's actions. Her gaze shot toward Ye Qianyu like a sharp arrow, as if it could pierce him. Ye Qianyu calmly looked at the blood shadow and silently said to himself, "System, activate inside eye. Personal panel as follows. Name, Lisa Bella. Codename, Blood Shadow. Identity, Huami mixed race. Top assassin secretly cultivated by the United States, Duanmu Ji's lover, under the influence of a love poison." Chapter 276. The Siege of Luo Lan Dam. "Is your palm a fan?" Ye Qianyu said, covering his swollen face, feeling indignant. He was cursing the dog system in his heart. "Didn't you say you'd provide comprehensive protection for the host? Why did it fail?" "Host, I only block attacks that are hostile to you. Xinan Gong Yinshua doesn't count." Smirking, "Serves you right. It was intentional." Ye Qianyu gritted his teeth and said, "Ye Qianyu, what do you want to do? I didn't expect that beneath your gentlemanly facade lies such a shameless person." Nangong Yinshua's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Ye Qianyu, her voice as cold as frost. Then she suddenly realized that her body was exposed. Her face turned pale, and after a startled scream, she hurriedly pulled the blanket over herself to cover her body. Pointing at the door, she said coldly, "Get out." Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu's lips curled into a teasing smile. He crossed his arms and slowly approached Nangong Yinshua, saying with a smirk, "This is my room. If anyone should leave, it's you." After saying this, he slowly leaned closer to her ear and whispered. Chapter 277. You're crying at the wrong grave. Meanwhile, on the other side, Long Outyin sat comfortably on a leather sofa, his right index finger pointing straight ahead, coldly issuing orders to wake up the drowsy Go San and Go Si on the floor. Before his words fell, one of his subordinates quickly picked up a bucket of water and splashed it on the two. Splash! A sound echoed, accompanied by their startled cries. "Don't," I said, "just spare my life." Go San's eyes weren't even open yet, but he was already begging for mercy, his voice filled with terror. "Look at you two, making such a scene. Don't even mention you're my subordinates. How could I, Long Outyin, have such cowardly subordinates? It's truly embarrassing." Long Outyin's face was filled with anger as he kicked them both. Go San and Go Si rolled over, disregarding their pain, and scrambled to crawl in front of Long Outyin. They each grabbed one of his legs, trembling and weeping, pleading, "Long Xiao, it's really you. I thought I would never see you again. Miju, Miju." Chapter 278. Spare her, and spare yourself, after a full 3 days. Ye Qianyu finally emerged from his room. He gently opened the door, leaving only a crack, cautiously revealing one eye. After confirming that there was no danger, he quietly stepped out of the room. However, just as he closed the door, a chill breeze swept across his back. Ye Qianyu felt a shiver run down his spine. He looked up at the wall and saw a dark shadow that transformed from long to short, creeping closer to him like a ghost. This shadow stopped about half a meter away from him. Ye Qianyu sensed a strong aura of killing intent. He nervously gulped down his saliva. Then, as if petrified, he mechanically turned around bit by bit. Sure enough, he saw Nangong Yinshua standing behind him with a cold expression, holding a long sword. Clang! Nangong Yinshua raised the sword, pressing it against Ye Qianyu's neck, and said in a voice as cold as frost, "How do you want to die?" Ye Qianyu looked at the glinting sword tip, shrank his neck, and said, Yinshu, let us talk this over. Just put down the sword. It was just a game we played for over 3 hours. There's no need to go this far." Chapter 279. Global live broadcast in the past week. Ye Qianyu had been doing nothing all day. He stayed in the Weiyuan Technology Park and did not return to the Tiangong No. 1 villa. Perhaps it was because he was afraid of being alone with Nangong Yinxue, even though he had the system by his side and was not afraid of her. But after all, he was in the wrong, so it was better not to go back these days. Just then, a piece of news swept across the internet like a storm. Ye Qianyu was lying on a sun lounger, scrolling through Douya, when he saw the news. Shocking. U.S. fighter jets ignore the Huaxia ban and cross into the airspace. Shocking. Huaxia's aircraft failed to drive away U.S. fighter jets. Shocking. Is the U.S. openly provoking us or testing us? Shocking. So arrogant, simply too arrogant. This is outright provocation. What if they provoke us? They still safely return. Won't they? We must believe in Huaxia. We will ensure they go and never return. Those who offend Huaxia will be punished, no matter how far away. Our stance has always been clear. After seeing the news, Ye Qianyu's expression instantly became serious. He had been lazily lying on the sun lounger, but now he sat up straight, his eyes fixed tightly on the phone screen. Chapter 280. Those who offend Huaxia will be punished. Inside a military base in Huaxia, General Long Jinhua, personally commanding from the command center, slammed the table and shouted angrily, "The U.S. is truly lawless. Are they really trying to force us to take action?" The deputy chief of staff, Ye Qianyu, intervened. "No, they're trying to force us to act. We cannot fall into their trap. Are we just going to let them step on our faces like this?" Long Jinhua shouted angrily. "It can only be this way. If we act, the U.S. will have a reason to sanction us." Ye Qianyu sighed. "Damn, this is frustrating." Long Jinhua cursed under his breath and then ordered, "Drive them away again. And if that fails, show the missiles to scare these lowly beings." "Yes, sir." "Huh, what's going on with this footage? Why has it turned into a live broadcast?" In the vast ocean, a pilot named Alexander in a use fighter jet felt unusually heavy-hearted and worryingly asked, "Captain, are we really not leaving? What if Huaxia attacks us?" The Captain Ryan in another use fighter jet scoffed confidently, "Don't worry, I know the Huaxia people very well. They will only talk big and one dare to fire." Chapter 281. The 8 clans meeting in front of the screen. The audience was dumbfounded. It was as if they were struck dumb, standing in place for a long time without being able to speak. Ye Qianyu's powerful words echoed in their minds, especially the phrase, "Those who offend Huaxia will be punished, no matter how strong," resonated like thunder, shaking everyone's soul. Consequently, many netizens began to post, "This is amazing. Directly confronting U.S. fighter jets. Oh my gosh, this Huaxia person Ye Qianyu is really something. He actually bombed 3 U.S. fighter jets. Is he really not afraid of U.S. retaliation? Ego is tough, not want to talk much." As expected of young Master Yi, he has really given us Huaxia people a breath of fresh air. Exactly, we Huaxia people should finally stand our ground. Otherwise, those foreigners always treat us like soft targets. I used to like Ye Qianyu, but now I like him even more. I've already booked a gender reassignment surgery in Taiwan. Wait for me, Night Pigeon. It seems young Master Yi is in trouble now. In the main command center, Long Jinhua pointed at the restored command screen and said, "Who is this kid mocking?" The deputy chief of staff, Ye Qianyu, struggled to contain his laughter and said, Chapter 282. The 8 clans review. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yi couldn't help but sneer coldly. Just an hour ago, Lord Duanmuji personally instructed him to set a trap for Ye Qianyu, preferably to arrest him. After receiving this order, Wang Yi agreed without hesitation. After all, he had enmity with Ye Qianyu. If it weren't for his fear of the Luocha couple, he would have sent someone to kill Ye Qianyu long ago. Now, with Lord Duanmuji backing him up, he was immediately emboldened, even able to ignore the Luocha couple's orders. How could he easily let go of the grudge against his grandson and the grudge of his severed arm? Lord Duanmuji was the head of the Duanmu family in Yinlong village, and the Luocha couple was definitely not his match. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanru frowned slightly and asked, "You say the Chui family massacre is related to Ye Qianyu. Do you have solid evidence?" Wang Yi shook his head and continued, "Although I currently have no direct evidence, according to the clues my people have gathered, Ye Qianyu is the prime suspect. Not only is he the chairman of Wei Yuan Technology Group, but he also controls a famous foreign mercenary group, the Dark Knight Mercenaries. On the day of the Chui family massacre, they sent someone to assassinate Ye Qianyu, but unfortunately, they failed." Chapter 283. Heading to Kyoto, inside the Tangong No. 1 villa. Ye Qianyu sat on the sofa in the living room, looking at the call from Jin Yuqian on his phone. He pressed the answer button. raised the corners of his mouth, and smiled. Little brother-in-law, what made you think of your brother-in-law today? After a moment of silence on the other end of the call, Ye Qianyu said seriously, Old Yi, this is not the time for jokes. I'm telling you, you're in big trouble. Ye Qianyu raised an eyebrow slightly, confused. What trouble? Jin Yoqian's voice revealed urgency. I heard from Grandpa that in 3 days, there will be an 8 clans review against you. He asked me to inform you to run away quickly. This matter is very serious. Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu raised his eyebrows and asked, What is the 8 clans review? Jin Yuqian explained, The so-called 8 clans review means that anyone in a position of power within the 8 major families of Kyoto must be present to interrogate and vote on you. If the vote does not pass, you will be imprisoned. The seriousness of this 8 clans review is comparable to that of a national congress. After hearing Jin Yoqian's explanation, Ye Qianyu's expression suddenly became calm, and he said indifferently, Isn't it just bombing 3 American warplanes? I simply did what a Chinese citizen should do. Is there something wrong with that? Chapter 284. If I leave and don't return, then I won't return. As soon as Ye Qianyu left, major news media began to report extensively on him. As a focal point of the nation, his background, address, and publicly available information had already been thoroughly dug up. The presence of numerous traffic police at the Tang Palace, and even the deployment of troops, sparked widespread public attention. Coupled with reporters who had received news from unknown sources and rushed to report, their coverage spread rapidly online like wildfire. Soon, rumors began circulating online that Ye Qianyu had been arrested. This rumor was like a giant stone thrown into a lake, creating ripples upon ripples. People speculated about the reasons for Ye Qianyu's arrest, and various rumors flooded the internet. Discussions on social media heated up, with netizens expressing their opinions. Some questioned Ye Qianyu's actions, while others were skeptical of the rumors. The entire online world fell into chaos and unrest, with Ye Qianyu's name becoming a hot topic, sparking widespread attention and discussion. Shocking. Ye Qianyu was captured by GF for deliberately inciting relations between the two countries. Chapter 285. Arrival in Kyoto Airport. Exit A. The atmosphere was exceptionally tense, with rows of police cars and armored vehicles on standby. A group of armed special forces soldiers stood tall and solemn, having waited here for a long time. The scene was grand and shocking. In the central position, a black Hongqi car, license plate Jing S00006, stood out with its imposing presence. People passing through the airport stopped in their tracks, looking up curiously and in surprise at this scene. Why are there so many police cars here? They even dispatched armored vehicles? Are they escorting a criminal? I just saw the news. It seems Ye Qianyu was arrested. I thought it was just some marketing hype online, but it looks like it might be true. That can't be. Isn't Ye Qianyu a hero of China? How could he be arrested? I heard he is a special agent from another country who deliberately bombed American warplanes to incite conflict between the two nations. Whether it's true or not depends on which car he gets into. If he gets into the Hongqi, it's probably fake, but if he gets into a police car, then it's likely true. 2 hours later, the plane slowly descended and safely arrived at Kyoto Airport. Chapter 286. Yi Jinxing in the car. Ye Qianyu looked helplessly at Mo Shah, who was shouldering a rocket launcher in the front seat, and said helplessly, I just asked you to bring some people to the airport to pick me up. Why did you bring the whole family? After speaking, he pointed at the big weapon in Mo Shah's hand and continued, It's one thing to bring them, but you even equipped each of them with a submachine gun. And you actually brought a rocket launcher. What's up with that? Do you want me to rebel? Mo Shah scratched his shiny head and explained awkwardly, But boss, you said to bring people to the airport to wait for you, and you said you were going to do something big. I thought if we're doing something big, I should bring more gear. This is already conservative. If it were abroad, I would have come to pick you up in a tank. Ye Qianyu glanced at him and said lightly, What did you say? Upon hearing this, Mo Shah seemed frightened. He quickly made a zipping motion across his mouth and immediately fell silent. The black convoy moved steadily through the streets of Kyoto like a calm giant beast. It passed through the bustling city center and then entered a wide and straight avenue. On either side of the road, every 20 meters stood a special forces soldier with a rifle, and every 100 meters was a tall lookout tower. Chapter 287. Lin Wanru, after chatting casually for a while, Ye Qianyu said softly, We should go in. Yi Ningxin obediently nodded and habitually held onto Ye Qianyu's big hand. Thus, Ye Qianyu, along with 10 elite Dark Knight bodyguards, including Mo Shah, walked steadily toward the conference hall. The rest of the Dark Knight bodyguards stood outside like statues, maintaining a vigilance level of 120. Their eyes were sharp like hawks, constantly alert to their surroundings. Once they received a command from the boss, they would rush in at lightning speed to rescue him. When Ye Qianyu and his group arrived at the entrance of the conference hall, they were stopped by a young man. He glared at Ye Qianyu with a hateful look and said gloomily, "Only Ye Qianyu can enter. The rest do not have the right to enter." Hearing this, Ye Ningxin said displeasedly, "Wang Yue, I am Ye Ningxin. Why don't I have the qualifications to go in?" Wang Yue showed disdain and said, "You still don't hold a position in GF, so you're not qualified to enter." Ye Ningxin stepped forward, puffed out her seemingly ordinary chest, and coldly said, Chapter 288, I don't like him on a high platform. Wang Yi watched his proud grandson being beaten, and his eyes burned with anger. He coldly said, "Ye Qianyu, why did you hit someone? Give me a reason. This is the highest review meeting in China. Please be aware of your identity." Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu looked at Wang Yi and did not rush to answer. Instead, he casually picked up a chair beside him, pulled it to the center of the meeting room, and sat down casually. Then he took a cigarette from a pack, pinched it with his fingers, and tilted it slightly. The flame from the lighter flickered and instantly ignited the cigarette. Ye Qianyu took a deep puff, and the smoke slowly exhaled from his mouth, filling the air. Everyone present looked at the audacious Ye Qianyu in the center, secretly shocked. No one had dared to act like this in front of the highest decision-makers of the 8 clans since the establishment of New China. They really didn't know how to write the word death. Even Ye Ningxin and Jin Yinying felt a cold sweat for Ye Qianyu. On the high platform, Ye Jinghua and Jin Yud looked at Ye Qianyu's rogue demeanor in the center, and their eyes twitched. This kid really dares. After exhaling a breath of foul air, Ye Qianyu slowly said, Chapter 289, Is it youthful to not be impetuous? Ye Qianyu, don't smear our Wang family. Wang Yi's eyes widened in anger as he pointed at Ye Qianyu and shouted in exasperation. Immediately, the 3 elders, Shun, Wu, and Zhao, who had been silent, seized the opportunity to accuse him. Ye Qianyu, you are unjustly insulting others' innocence. Be careful, or you might be charged with defamation. Ye Qianyu, if you admit that you were behind the massacre of the Cui family, I advise you to confess for leniency. Resisting will lead to severe punishment, and I will definitely advocate for a lighter sentence for you. That's right, me too. Ye Qianyu looked at the 4 elders, who were indignant, and chuckled, raising an eyebrow, unhurriedly saying, If the head of the Wang family says I am the murderer, let him present evidence of my involvement in the extermination of the Cui family. If he cannot, then on what basis can he claim I am the murderer? Even if he is the head of the Wang family, one of the highest decision-makers in Huaxia, can he not also be charged with defamation? And you 3 old fools, can't we also charge you with collusion and shielding the guilty? As soon as Ye Qianyu finished speaking, the entire venue fell silent. The atmosphere grew increasingly bizarre. The attendees looked at Ye Qianyu, who remained calm at the center of the meeting and couldn't help but admire his courage. Chapter 290, You reported. Let him approve it himself. In less than half an hour after Ye Qianyu entered the conference hall, he truly demonstrated what arrogance was. The arrogance of those rich second-generation or red second-generation individuals was nothing compared to Ye Qianyu. His level of arrogance was comparable to that of Long Outyin, perhaps even greater. Long Outyin at least had a powerful background, but Ye Qianyu did not. He was confronting the leaders of prestigious families without any backing. It was hard to tell if he was brazen or truly confident. Was he really not afraid of death? Long Outyin looked at Ye Qianyu, who was spirited at the center of the meeting, with a slight smile and admiration in his eyes, murmuring, No wonder Yining likes this man. He has guts and is worthy of being my rival. Beside him, Gosheng heard this and was left speechless, his mouth twitching as if he had Parkinson's. Ye Qianyu took a final deep drag from his cigarette, then without looking back, casually pressed the cigarette but onto Wang You's body until it was extinguished. Then, Ye Qianyu straightened up, raised his head, and looked sharply at the people on the stage, calmly stating, I, Ye Qianyu, coming here today, is already giving you enough face. Chapter 291. From now on, bow your head when you see me. Ye Qianyu, the crowd could no longer maintain their composure. Emotions instantly spiraled out of control. Everyone looked at Ye Qianyu as if he were a monster. This man was truly provoking the Wang family to the extreme. Not only did he kill Wang Yi's grandson in front of him, but he also arrogantly demanded his signature. This was not just publicly humiliating the Wang family, but was akin to shoving his face into a dry toilet for 49 days. Wang, he was livid, his face contorted, his complexion pale, veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes filled with endless fury, as if flames were about to erupt. He spat out a few words through clenched teeth. Ye Qianyu, you are courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yi's right hand transformed into an eagle's claw, leaping down from the platform to grasp at Ye Qianyu's neck. Ye Qianyu looked at Wang Yi as he reached for him, his expression showing no signs of panic. On the contrary, he stood firmly in place, calmly staring back. The onlookers, seeing Ye Qianyu remain motionless, instinctively thought he was stunned with fear. Just at that critical moment, two shadows flashed like lightning and instantly appeared before Ye Qianyu. One of the tall and powerful figures quickly extended his right hand to block Wang Yi's attack. Chapter 292. Let me teach you a detection method. Long Ao Yin watched the retreating convoy, his face displaying an expression of extreme pain, as if he were wearing a mask of agony. His eyes were filled with endless sorrow and despair, his mouth twitching slightly, seemingly trying to conceal his inner pain, but to no avail. Finally, Long Ao Yin exhaled a breath of frustration and said, "Sigh. What a release. It only makes it worse." Woo-woo. At this moment, a strong and broad hand rested on Long Ao Yin's shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Sai Long Xiao, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Why cling to a single flower?" Hearing this, Long Ao Yin shook his head and firmly replied, "No, she is not an ordinary flower. She is a unique flower." Go Sheng interjected, "Is there even a difference?" At the Kyoto Baojili Hotel, in the presidential suite, Ye Qianyu was feeling somewhat tired from playing and decided to lie on the sofa, continuing to control the game controller. Meanwhile, Jin Yin was lying on the bed, playing leisurely. Ye Qianyu chose to stand while controlling the game controller, believing that only by standing could he truly experience the essence of the game. They were still playing the 3D minigame Ultraman Battling Monsters. Chapter 293. Lin Wanru's appointment. For 3 days, Ye Qianyu stayed in the Baojili Hotel, accompanying Ye Qianyu and Jin Yin in the room to play games. Just as Ye Qianyu finished a game and had some free time, a system prompt sounded in his mind. "Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden achievement. I am the main character, Infinite Arrogance, letting the world witness what defiance truly is. Congratulations to the host for gaining 20,000 reputation points. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 6 of the Gene Lock. Congratulations to the host for 100 shares in Gucci. Congratulations to the host for 100 shares in Vacheron Constantine. Congratulations to the host for gaining immunity to poisons. Congratulations to the host for 1 centimeter of Ding Ding." Looking at the system rewards, Ye Qianyu was speechless. "System, the first few rewards are standard, but what is the last one about? Who do you think I need that for?" Just as Ye Qianyu was about to angrily scold the system, his phone suddenly rang. Ye Qianyu glanced at the caller ID and saw a string of unfamiliar numbers. 000000. His brows furrowing. He murmured, "There are still scam calls these days. Is AI Lee's firewall that ineffective?" Chapter 294. Lin Wanru. Is poisoned him? Ye Qianyu glanced at the red wine in his hand, slightly frowning. Then he tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. Half an hour later, Lin Wanru tugged at her collar, feeling shy, and said, "Young Master Yi, could you turn on the air conditioning? I feel a bit hot." She looked flushed, her cheeks rosy, and there was a hint of sweat on her forehead. She stretched out her delicate hand to fan her cheeks, but somehow, the more she fanned, the hotter she became. Seeing Lin Wanru's bashful and helpless appearance, Ye Qianyu feigned a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "Mrs. Lin, it seems you have been poisoned." As he spoke, he even managed to squeeze out a few drops of sweat. Hearing this, Lin Wanru's eyes widened in disbelief as she questioned, "Ye Qianyu, did you poison me?" Ye Qianyu shook his head, pretending to breathe heavily, then said with a righteous look, "I, Ye Qianyu, am a man of integrity and would never use such despicable means." After that, he picked up a glass of red wine, pretended to inspect it for a moment, and said, "This seems to be the He Huan San. Mrs. Lin, who else knows about your meeting with me?" Upon hearing He Huan San, Lin Wanru's heart sank to the bottom, and she said coldly, Chapter 295, discussing a business worth over $1 billion. In the early morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting light in one corner of the room. Lin Wanru gently blinked her eyes and struggled to open them. She slowly sat up, shaking her aching head, her eyes filled with confusion. While rubbing her head, she tried hard to recall what happened last night. Suddenly, Lin Wanru realized she was not wearing any clothes, and she remembered the He Huan San from last night. Her face instantly turned crimson, and she panically screamed. "What are you yelling about so early in the morning?" Ye Qianyu reached out and wrapped his arm around Lin Wanru's jade-like shoulder, lazily propping himself up. Looking at the two of them and the red-stained bedsheet on the floor, even Lin Wanru understood what had happened between them last night. She hurriedly pushed away Ye Qianyu's hand and tried to calm her flustered heart, saying expressionlessly, "Ye Qianyu, I hope you forget what happened last night." Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu leaned back, picked up a cigarette from the bedside, lit it, took a deep breath, and exhaled a thin plume of smoke. After a moment of silence, his voice was as calm as water. "Last night, we were both poisoned by He Huan San, and it was you who took the initiative." Chapter 296. The Dual Invitation from Long Outyin. For 7 consecutive days, Ye Qianyu eagerly awaited the assassination by Duanmuji at the Bulgari Hotel. However, instead of Duanmuji, he received a phone call from Long Outyin. Ye Qianyu propped himself up with both hands and picked up his phone from the bedside. He stared at the number 111,111 displayed on the screen, his brows slightly furrowed in confusion. Turning his head, he looked at Jean Yinying, who was eating cucumbers for beauty care, and asked, "Yinying, whose number is this 6 once?" Hearing this, Jean Yinying shifted her gaze to the number in Ye Qianyu's hand, thought for a moment, and replied, "This number seems to belong to Long Outyin. What does he want with you?" "Who knows? We'll find out when we pick up." Ye Qianyu shrugged and replied softly. Hearing this, Jean Yinying leisurely answered the call, her tone neither warm nor cold. "Long Outyin, what do you want with Qianyu?" On the other end of the line, Long Outyin felt a pang in his heart upon hearing Jean Yinying's voice, as if pricked by a needle. He took a deep breath to calm himself and said in a steady voice, "It's Yinying. I have something to discuss with Ye Qianyu." Chapter 297. A Filial Son with a Strict Father. The scene shifts back. Ye Qianyu parked the car steadily in a parking spot at Yuna Park. He then leisurely opened the car door and stepped out. With his hands in his pockets, he walked into the park at a relaxed pace, heading towards the location agreed upon with Long Outyin while enjoying the serene scenery around him. From beginning to end, Ye Qianyu did not take the one-on-one duel that Long Outyin mentioned to heart. The reason he agreed to come was not because of Jean Yinying, but out of consideration for being Long Outyin's stepfather, just to play around with this kid. Moreover, he wanted to teach this newly recognized son a lesson about what it means to be a strict father raising a filial son. Within a 3-kilometer radius of Yunhe Park, all unfamiliar faces had been cleared away by Long Outyin's men, ensuring no strangers would interrupt. Ye Qianyu walked leisurely, stopping occasionally to take pictures of the pleasant scenery. Sigh. After all, I've been in Kyoto for 10 days now, and I haven't even had a proper tour of this city. That's really a shame. It's all because of those 2 girls dragging me to play games all day. I should spend less time as a gaming addict and get out more. Ye Qianyu murmured to himself. Chapter 298. So this is what it feels like to be protected? Just as he finished speaking, the surrounding men in black collectively raised their weapons and slashed at the necks and vital points of Ye Qianyu and Long Outyin. They didn't hold back. Their attacks were ruthless. Ye Qianyu calmly looked at Long Outyin and said, "Tian'er, protect yourself." Seeing Ye Qianyu's worried gaze, Long Outyin felt a slight stir in his heart. That gaze seemed familiar, reminiscent of the look his father had given him when he was young. Memories sealed for over 20 years suddenly awakened. No, wait. Why does Ye Qianyu have that look in his eyes like my father? Realizing this, Long Outyin looked at Ye Qianyu's back and scoffed. "Ye Qianyu, don't be so pretentious. Do I need your concern? I know what kind of person you are." Ye Qianyu ignored him, rolled his neck, and heard his bones crack. Then, he clenched his fists and suddenly pushed off the ground. Ye Qianyu's figure was like a shadow, swift as lightning. In an instant, he appeared above one of the black-clad men. With a loud bang, the black-clad man flew backward and crashed into a boulder over 10 meters away. Chapter 299. I, Long Outyin, swear to protect Ye Qianyu with my life. Ye Qianyu turned around, his gaze falling on the blushing and dazed Long Outyin, showing a look of confusion. "Hey, Tian'er, what's wrong with you?" Ye Qianyu raised an eyebrow and said, slightly puzzled. Hearing this, Long Outyin displayed a shy expression, clenched his little fists in front of his chest, and said bashfully, "It's nothing, Qianyu." Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu's entire body went rigid with shock. He instinctively took a step back, looking at Long Outyin with a face full of terror, a wave of chills washing over him. Can you imagine a muscular man, 185 centimeters tall and over 200 pounds, making a shy expression like an 18-year-old and calling you by the nickname Qianyu? It's an explosive visual shock. Ye Qianyu suppressed the impulse to vomit and cursed inwardly. Damn it, has Long Outyin been knocked silly? How did he become so disgusting? He rescued him not because he was the heir of the Long family, but simply because he was his recently acknowledged stepson. Who would have thought Long Outyin would end up like this? If I had known, I would have let him be reborn as a human instead. Chapter 300. Have you heard of being immune to all poisons? With a crisp clang, a deafening sound echoed. It was unknown where Duanmu Ji pulled out a snake-shaped cane, swiftly and accurately blocking Ye Qianyu's fierce sword. Ye Qianyu's sword momentum was like a rainbow, sharp as a storm. Duanmu Ji's snake-shaped cane danced with the wind, as cunning as a venomous snake emerging from its hole. Duanmu Ji was of 6th level high rank, with unmatched strength. Although Ye Qianyu was only of 6th level low rank, he was still able to hold his own against Duanmu Ji due to his other 2 max level attributes. Bang! The two retreated a step due to the recoil. Duanmu Ji's expression changed slightly, his brows furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and he said, slightly out of breath, "So you were hiding your strength. I never expected you at such a young age to unlock 6th level power. It's simply unheard of and unseen." Compared to Duanmu Ji's shock, Ye Qianyu appeared much calmer. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of composure. The long sword in his hand trembled slightly, as if provocatively saying, "Hey, well, now you've seen it." Before he finished speaking, Ye Qianyu raised his sword again. However, in the next moment, as Ye Qianyu was halfway running, there was a crisp sound. Chapter 301. A stormy night of murder. Blood pervades the dark night. After a moment, the gunfire abruptly ceased, and the lingering smoke gradually dissipated. Montaksha, carrying a submachine gun, led a group of Dark Knight bodyguards heavily towards Ye Qianyu, making clanking sounds. Ye Qianyu nodded expressionlessly and calmly instructed, "Tell the brothers to continue checking for any fish that slipped through the net." In addition to Duanmu Ji, there are a total of 55 people, not a single one should be let go. "Yes, boss," Emosha replied, then ordered 2 squads to be responsible for counting and searching. Cough, cough. "Ye Qianyu, you are indeed impressive. No wonder the leader wants me to bring you back alive." The corners of Duanmu Ji's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a trace of a teasing smile, his eyes shining with an elusive light. Hearing this, Ye Qianyu frowned, his eyes flashing with a hint of doubt and vigilance. He thought to himself, "I merely saved Nangong Yinxue and disrupted the Grim Reaper Church's plan. This shouldn't warrant their leader going to such lengths to capture me alive, right? Could it be they want to take me back and torture me? What a hassle. Why is the leader of this Grim Reaper Church holding such a grudge? Isn't that too petty?" Chapter 302. To say whether this food is good or not. Upon arriving at the Bulgari Hotel, Ye Qianyu casually threw Long Outyin, whom he had been carrying on his shoulder, onto the bed. "Ye Qianyu, what happened to you?" Jin Yining and Yi Ningxin heard the noise and walked into room 666 side by side, then pointed at the unconscious Long Outyin and said. Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu smiled lightly and casually replied, "It's nothing, just ambushed by people from the Wang family." Ye Qianyu didn't mention the Grim Reaper Church. On one hand, he didn't want them to worry, and, on the other hand, it wouldn't make much difference if he did. Upon hearing it was the Wang family's doing, Jin Yining and Yi Ningxin exclaimed in unison, "What? Is the Wang family going crazy? Moreover, how dare the Wang family act against Long Outyin? Don't they fear that the Long family will wipe them out?" Ye Qianyu walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a puff, and exhaled. His gaze was calm as water, his demeanor relaxed, his movements smooth and natural. And he said in a calm tone, "There's no need for the hidden members of the Long family to take action. I've already sent someone to wipe out the Wang family. I believe it won't be long before the Wang family in Kyoto becomes a thing of the past." Ye Qianyu's plain words echoed in the ears of the 2 women like a thunderclap. Chapter 303. You can't treat your Uncle Yi like this. "Ah, it hurts." Long Outyin opened his eyes, gasping for breath, rubbing his swollen face, gritting his teeth as he sat up. He then looked at Ye Qianyu and turned to Lin Wanru, saying, "If it weren't for Ye Qianyu, Outyin might not be able to be filial to you anymore. Outyin has figured it out. Such dangerous matters are likely to happen again in the future. So you should find someone to rely on, right? I will help you speak to the Long family. You have given too much for the Long family. They owe you too much. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanru shyly glanced at Ye Qianyu standing by and said bashfully, "Hao Yin, you don't need to worry about my matters. Young Master Yi is a person worthy of trust." Ye Qianyu. Long Ao Yin nodded excitedly. But halfway through his excitement, he suddenly realized something was off. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the two people exchanging glances in front of him. Boom! A loud noise. Long Ao Yin's heart felt like a thunderclap, and he felt as if he had been blown to smithereens. You. Long Ao Yin's lips trembled as he pointed a shaking finger at the two. Chapter 304. Reactions from the three families. The next morning, after last night's storm, Kyoto was now shrouded in a misty haze. The fog permeated, and the streets and buildings were obscured under the morning mist, resembling a mysterious painting. Light rain fell sporadically, and office workers hurriedly walked by with briefcases in hand. Students, with backpacks on their backs and holding egg pancakes in their hands, rushed to school. White-collar workers hurried along, their faces showing signs of fatigue and urgency. Ordinary people were still struggling for their livelihoods, completely unaware of the bloody events of the previous night. Meanwhile, the major families in Kyoto were in panic, shocked beyond belief. Overnight, the destruction of the Wang family was hard for them to accept. And the one who annihilated the Wang family was none other than Ye Qianyu, who had been infinitely arrogant during the recent scrutiny of the 8 families. The Shenwu and Zhao families, who were also part of the 8 great families, felt a chill down their spines, fearing that Ye Qianyu might come looking for them. Little did they know that Ye Qianyu not only wiped out the Wang family, but also killed Duanmuji, the head of the hidden family behind the Wang family. If the 3 families were to find out, they might rush to Ye Qianyu's front to kneel and apologize overnight. Unfortunately, they had no idea. At this moment, Shun Sanxiu, Wu Yong, and Zhao Chengwang were rushing to the Long family without stopping. Chapter 305. The 3 families come to visit. Just then, there was a crisp sound of knocking at the door. Following closely, a voice from Mo Sha sounded. "Boss, Zhao Chengwang." The person in charge of the Zhao family in Kyoto requests an audience. Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu slightly raised the corners of his mouth and softly murmured, "It seems that the downfall of the Wang family has made some people restless." After speaking, he leisurely picked up his clothes and put them on, then said aloud, "Let him in." Before long, Zhao Chengwang entered the private room. His steps appeared somewhat hesitant, lacking the previous air of arrogance. His entire demeanor revealed a sense of awkwardness and unease. He lowered his head, not daring to meet Ye Qianyu's gaze, and slowly walked into the room. Ye Qianyu sat comfortably on the leather sofa, while Jin Yinying and Yining Xin stood quietly on either side behind him, like maids. "Zhao family head, what brings you here so early today?" Ye Qianyu's gaze fell on Zhao Chengwang, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he asked knowingly. Hearing this, Zhao Chengwang revealed a hint of an awkward smile. He slightly furrowed his brows and instinctively rubbed his hands together, saying ahem, "I, Zhao, am here today to apologize to you, young Master Yi." Zhao Chengwang's words were anything but ordinary. His calm statement clearly reached the ears of Shun Sanxiu and Wu Yong. Like a sudden clap of thunder, Shun Sanxiu and Wu Yong exchanged glances, their expressions strange as they looked towards Zhao Chengwang, both silently cursing him in their hearts. "Dude, did you drink too much fake alcohol last night, or what? Are you still dazed from it? We're here to apologize. But why does it sound like we're offering a bribe? Can't we just express our regret without giving away 1/10 of our assets? Why don't you just offer yourself up as a great ancestor to them?" Facing their strange expressions, Zhao Chengwang seemed oblivious, instead revealing a hint of relief. On the way back from the Long family, he had thought it over and ultimately decided to call Ouyang Yu to report this matter. Since Ouyang Yu often mingled in the secular world and frequently contacted the Zhao family, he thought it prudent to inform her. However, when Zhao Chengwang reported everything in detail to Ouyang Yu, he was met with a barrage of curses from her. As 5 o'clock approached, the 3 of them, dressed neatly and looking spirited, walked out of the Patek Philippe Hotel. In autumn and winter Kyoto, the sky was nearly pitch black. The cold wind whistled, bringing a chill that made one shiver. Nevertheless, Ye Qianyu wore a thin white shirt, looking out of place for the season. Having unlocked the 6th-level genetic lock, his physique far exceeded that of ordinary people, rendering him nearly impervious to the cold. Even in the coldest Mo River in China, he could run around shirtless without a care. Ye Qianyu started the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and after Ye Ningxin and Jin Yinian got in, he gently pressed the accelerator and sped off towards Ningxi Night Market. This time, Ye Qianyu did not call Mo Sha and the other night bodyguards to accompany them, having previously ordered them to return to Modu. The matter in Kyoto had been perfectly resolved, and there were no longer any threats to him. Ningxi Night Market was located at the junction of the 4th and 5th rings of Kyoto, one of the busiest and most vibrant night markets. The drive from the Patek Philippe Hotel to Ningxi Night Market would take about 45 minutes, provided there was no traffic. However, it was now nearly 5 in the afternoon, the time when working people were getting off work. When the three arrived at the parking area, they found that a crowd of no less than 100 love-burying youths had gathered there. They were dressed in bizarre outfits, some in tight clothes, others in ripped jeans, with hair dyed in various colors and strange styles. Some wielded sticks, waving them about to show off. Others had toothpicks in their mouths, looking arrogant. And there were those tattooed with a green dragon on the left, a white tiger on the right, and a Mickey Mouse in the middle, their faces displaying fierce expressions. Seeing so many little gangsters gathered in front of his car, Ye Qianyu's expression turned serious. Just as he was about to step forward to shoo them away, he noticed that these thugs brightened up upon seeing the three of them, their faces lighting up with joy as if they had found treasure. And they started to crowd around Ye Qianyu and the others. Ye Qianyu watched as this group of love-burying youths treated them as prey, a slight smirk appearing at the corners of his mouth. He flexed his hands, producing a series of cracking sounds, and a playful smile glinted in his eyes. Just as Ye Qianyu was about to rush forward to stretch his muscles and teach these thugs a lesson, the situation suddenly changed. In that moment, Ye Qianyu focused intently on Lin Wanru, his gaze seemingly magnetically drawn to her, as if she were a magnet. Lin Wanru was different from the other women. If you were to find someone similar, it would be Nangong Yanxue. Both exuded a cold and frosty demeanor, possessing an unmatched aura, but there were differences. Nangong Yanxue had an ethereal and transcendent quality, like a fairy that had fallen to the mortal realm. In contrast, Lin Wanru radiated an imposing aura, like a queen commanding respect. However, at this moment, Lin Wanru gave Ye Qianyu a different feeling. Gone was the queen's grandeur. She resembled a gentle and virtuous wife waiting for her husband to come home, especially after being nurtured by love. Lin Wanru's every smile and movement radiated a hint of maternal brilliance. She was like a ripe peach, tender and juicy. Thirst-quenching, Lin Wanru looked at Ye Qianyu, who was staring at her without blinking and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Then she extended her delicate hand, swaying it in front of his eyes, and teasingly said, "Little guy, what are you looking at? So mesmerized." After eating and drinking to his fill, Ye Qianyu reclined lazily on the sofa, crossing his legs, with a toothpick in his mouth, his demeanor casual and relaxed. He exuded a sense of satisfaction and comfort, as if at that moment he were the absolute master of the villa. Meanwhile, Lin Wanru quietly tidied up the dishes on the table and then took them to the kitchen to wash. Ye Qianyu's gaze involuntarily drifted through the kitchen door, glancing at Lin Wanru's back as she bent over the sink to wash the dishes. Her figure was graceful and delicate, her hair lightly brushing against her back, exuding a unique charm. As the saying goes, after a good meal and drink, one thinks of desire, and Ye Qianyu was no exception. He spat out the toothpick in his mouth and walked into the kitchen at a leisurely pace. Then, with a skilled flick of his toes, the kitchen door slowly closed. Ye Qianyu silently wrapped his arms around Lin Wanru's slender waist, which was just barely within his grasp. His hands were like iron clamps, tightly holding her in his embrace. "Ah, Ye Qianyu, what are you doing?" "I'm still washing the dishes." Lin Wanru, who was focused on washing the dishes, was startled by Ye Qianyu's sudden move. She twisted her waist, symbolically struggled a few times before stopping. Chapter 311. If love is long-lasting, what does it matter whether it's parents or not? Hearing his voice, Lin Wanru felt a pang of reluctance, and a trace of melancholy appeared in her eyes. After a long silence, she said in a slightly low tone, "When do you plan to go back?" Ye Qianyu thought for a moment and replied calmly, "Tomorrow morning." Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Lin Wanru's eyes, but she still said expectantly, "So are you staying the night before you leave?" Ye Qianyu shook his head and smiled slightly, saying, "No, I'll leave soon. I have some things to take care of." In fact, there wasn't too much for him to deal with. Mainly, he just wanted to stay one night to accompany Jean Yinying. Although Ye Qianyu had been holed up in Wanlu Academy for the past few days, he was well aware of Jean Yinying's busy schedule. Other than handling her own company-s affairs, she spent all her time working on the Future Love Foundation. After 3 days of hard work, the headquarters of the Future Love Foundation had roughly taken shape. Aside from his staff and the regional branches not being in place, things like the company building had already been fully purchased. All that was left was the later renovation and recruitment of employees to implement it. Chapter 312. No man can refuse me, Long Out Yin. With a loud bang, before the words were finished, Long Out Yin let out a scream and was sent flying, crashing solidly against the door of room 666. Even the heavy aluminum alloy door couldn't withstand this sudden immense force, deeply caving in to form a K shape. Damn you! Ye Qianyu lowered his long legs and scolded angrily. He then kept shaking his palm, looking disdainful. The huge noise disturbed the two women lying in the presidential suite of room 888. Click! The door opened. Jean Yinying, dressed in a black silk slip dress, stepped out of the room, followed by a small figure in red pajamas, Yining. At that moment, she was yawning, then raised her hand to rub her eyes, looking adorably drowsy. When Yining walked outside and saw Ye Qianyu at the door, her previously sleepy demeanor instantly transformed into one of excitement. Ah, Brother Qianyu, you're back. Yining exclaimed happily, then rushed forward, jumping onto Ye Qianyu's body, tightly wrapping her arms around his neck like a koala clinging to him. Chapter 313. Returning to the Magic City. By 2 p.m., Ye Qianyu and the others had just dressed up and limped out of the Bulgari Hotel. Let's go. I missed you, so I came to the Magic City to find you. Jean Yinying walked to the car and smiled as she opened the driver's side door, her eyes revealing a touch of gentleness. As the future president of the Future Love Foundation, she would inevitably have to run to the Magic City to report relevant matters to this hands-off founder. Okay. Ye Qianyu nodded with a smile, then started the car and drove off gracefully. When they arrived, it was crowded and bustling, but on the way back, it was just Ye Qianyu and Yining. On the road, Ye Qianyu noticed that Yining had been gloomy and couldn't help but tease. What's wrong, little Ning? You're usually the most lively and active. Why are you so down today? Did you not sleep well this morning? Hearing this, Yining slowly lifted her head, her face filled with sorrow, her eyes red. With a hint of a crying tone as she said, No, a few days ago when I went back, I secretly overheard my dad and some uncles talking. I heard them say that Grandpa's illness is getting worse, and he might only have less than 2 months left. At this point, Yining curled her small feet together, wrapped her arms around her legs on the car seat, burying her small face in her knees, trembling slightly. Chapter 314. Hard work for a kidney. However, the supreme decision-makers of those countries that had entered Ye Qianyu's blacklist were like ants on a hot pan, anxiously pacing back and forth. They looked anxious, beads of sweat appearing on their foreheads, as if they were in a scorching furnace, their inner turmoil flaring up like a burning flame that couldn't be quelled. They were deeply afraid that the Future Source Technology Group would once again come up with concepts like nanotechnology and graphene technology. If that really happened, it would undoubtedly deliver another heavy blow to some companies in their countries, causing serious economic losses. The American decision-maker sat upright in a high position, straightened his back, and looked down like a hawk at some minor country decision-makers, sternly asking, What do you think we should do? As soon as these words were spoken, the decision-makers from various minor countries exchanged glances, avoiding eye contact, none daring to be the first to speak up. Seeing everyone shrink back like ostriches, the American decision-maker became furious, shouting, Damn it, weren't you all good talking? Why has everyone turned mute now? At this moment, the decision-maker from Cherry Blossom Country, Sato Yaru, stood up with a sly look on his face and said, Chapter 315, The Dimensional Helmet. At exactly 2 p.m., Shang Wanhe, dressed in a black suit and shiny leather shoes, walked steadily onto the podium. He approached the microphone, cleared his throat, and said clearly, Everyone, please be quiet. I am Shang Wanhe, the person in charge of this press conference. I'm very glad that everyone came to attend the Future Source Technology Group's press conference. At this moment, a girl's voice rose from the audience. Mr. He, hurry up and start. I want to see Ye Qianyu give a speech. Soon after, the other girls chimed in. Yeah, we specifically came to see our male god give a speech. Hurry up, we can't wait any longer. I even reserved a spot in the bathroom. Listening to the increasingly enthusiastic remarks from the crowd below, He appeared embarrassed. He then chuckled awkwardly and said, "Since everyone is so eager to see our president, I won't waste any more time. The press conference officially begins. Our current president, Mr. Ye, will introduce the new products launched by our company." He gestured for him to take the stage and then slowly walked off. A moment later, Ye Qianyu appeared in a black suit without a logo, paired with exquisite leather shoes, fully embodying the aura of a president. Chapter 316. Questioning. After the audience finished listening to Ye Qianyu's introduction, the entire venue fell into a strange silence, with not a single sound, as if everyone was still immersed in what Ye Qianyu had just said, unable to regain their senses for a long time. After a while, a thunderous, shocking, and unbelievable scream suddenly erupted from the crowd. "My God! I can't even find the words to describe this. I can only summarize it with my God. If what Ye said is true, can I finally discard my nickname of being single for 20 years? Not to mention, can I date girls like Raiden Shogun, Exen Hai, Klee, and Hu Tao with my empty identity? Even, Ichem, don't get your hopes up. Don't forget the players in this game are interconnected, and as long as I'm here, I won't let you succeed. I swear to protect Raiden Shogun. If what Ye Xiao said is true, can I create someone just like Ye Xiao? Then I would also be Ye Xiao's woman. Ye Xiao, just tell me the price. My wallet is already itching with anticipation." Seeing everyone so excited, Ye Qianyu paused for a moment. After waiting a bit, he raised his hand and pressed it down. Chapter 317. Ye Xiao matches the Great Temple. Ye Qianyu answered the tricky questions from the reporter with the simplest action. He looked around, his voice steady and undeniably firm, as he said, "Issue the order to acquire the Jin newspaper at the price of 1 yuan. Then he slightly squinted his eyes, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and continued, "If there are still people who don't know what's good for them and are trying to make things difficult for me behind the scenes, I don't mind making your companies disappear." Upon hearing this, the entire venue was shocked. Especially the owner of the Jin newspaper regretted deeply, lamenting why he took on such a self-destructive job for that insignificant 5 million. Now, he could only helplessly hand over the newspaper he had worked a lifetime to build, worth 1 billion to others. The other reporters from newspapers who had just been planning stand up and make trouble were startled and quickly sat back down, their backs already soaked with sweat. It was then that they suddenly realized just how terrifying a figure Ye Qianyu was. This young man could command U.S. warplanes to bomb at will and could confront high-ranking officials from Huaxia at the 8 Clans Conference without any fear, then leave unscathed. Chapter 318. Knowledge is a treasure. A lifetime of love for books. Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu glanced at the bespectacled man with appreciation and slowly nodded. What the bespectacled man said was not without reason. Initially, Ye Qianyu did want to become a leader in the gaming field. However, after watching the introduction of the dimensional helmet, he decisively changed his mind. For example, the drones from the western regions, which on the surface produce civilian drones, are actually for unknown purposes. Ye Qianyu looked at Jiao Ge and said with a slight smile, "It's better to inquire less about societal matters. If you're interested, you can bring your team to work at my company after graduation. The benefits will definitely be 10 to 100 times better than other companies." Upon hearing this, Jiao Ge was overjoyed and excitedly bowed to thank him. "Thank you, Ye Xiao. I will definitely report to your esteemed company." The people around looked at the bespectacled man with envy, secretly marveling. It is well known that the Wei Yuan Technology Group will undoubtedly become the largest company in the world in the future. It's like a gold brick. As long as you become an employee, you will feel superior when you walk out. The benefits are comparable to those of civil servants, if not more generous. Not to mention, someone like Jiao Ge, who was personally invited by Ye Xiao, is a high-end talent. Chapter 319. Returning to Magic City University after a hearty meal, Ye Ningxin patted her round belly, satisfied, and said with a sweet smile, "Wow, I'm so full." Ye Qianyu elegantly picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth, pointed to the remaining dish of geoduck on the table, raised an eyebrow, and said, "You haven't eaten the geoduck yet. You're wasting over 10,000 on a dish?" Ye Ningxin shook her hand, showing a hint of helplessness on her face, and softly said, No, I ate too much in Kyoto, and I really can't eat anymore." Ye Qianyu shook his head with a smile, and then stood up to leave. As he passed the front desk, the manager hurriedly approached with a respectful expression and said with a flattering smile, "Ye Xiao, your total consumption is 360,000. You only need to pay 300,000. Ye Qianyu's expression was calm as he said lightly, Your seafood restaurant is quite good. Tell your boss I'm willing to buy it for 100 million. Typically, a 5-star seafood restaurant would require an investment of around 20 million, and even in a big city like Magic City, it wouldn't exceed 50 million. If Ye Qianyu invests 100 million to acquire this 5-star seafood restaurant, the owner could still make a profit of 50 million. Any fool would agree. Chapter 320. Goodbye. Shen Qingxue Ye Qianyu skillfully parked the car in his exclusive parking space. The two opened the car doors and got out. Ye Qianyu crossed his arms, standing seriously in front of Ye Ningxin, and said, "Go home and rest well. Study hard for a week. If you don't pass, I won't eat or play games with you." Don't be fooled by Ye Ningxin's few class hours in a semester. She is either playing or on her way to play. In reality, she is smarter than anyone else, having learned what the school teaches years ago. For her, those are trivial matters. She just doesn't care to learn them again. Children born into top families like the Yi family receive the best education from a young age. Don't think Jean is rich and goes to class every day just to attend. In reality, he goes under the pretense of attending class to see beautiful, young female college students. Upon hearing this, Ye Ningxin's little face instantly fell, but she quickly patted her plain little chest and assured, "Don't worry, Brother Qianyu. This little stuff can't stump your genius, Ningxin. I won't just pass. I'll definitely make it into the top 10 of the school." Ye Qianyu's calm voice came from beside her ear. "Then go ahead and aim for the top 10 in the school." Chapter 321. I will never collapse. Because I am a ruin at that moment, a figure emerged from a dark corner. He hoarsely said, "Miss Qingxue, you've met Ye Qianyu. It's time for you to come back with me. You don't want the Shun family to be destroyed because of you, do you?" Upon hearing this, the originally tender-looking Shun Qingxue's expression suddenly turned cold, her gaze sharp as she said, "I understand. If you say one more word, even if I kill you, your master behind you won't say a word, right?" Upon hearing this, the black-clothed man stiffened but still respectfully said, "Miss Qingxue is right. But my life is not worth as much as the entire Shen family. I hope you will still think about the Shun family. Go back." Shen Qingxue let out a cold snort and turned to leave. Before departing, she glanced back one last time, her eyes filled with deep emotion. Looking in the direction where Ye Qianyu had gone, her gaze contained endless affection. Ye Qianyu walked away with an air of indifference, humming a cheerful tune. Just as he reached the bottom of the dormitory building, he coincidentally bumped into a chubby guy sneaking around from another direction, right at the moment he faced Ye Qianyu. "Hey, old Yi, what brings you to school today?" Jin Yuqian ran up excitedly and put his arm around Ye Qianyu's shoulder, saying, Chapter 322. Plans. Ye Qianyu patted Ye Xiaoyan's shoulder and said earnestly, "It's fine, it's just a woman. As long as you become a high-quality man, won't any woman come to you when you want one?" He then walked to his seat, pulled out a chair, and said to everyone in the dormitory, "Come over here. I need to discuss something with you." The three saw Ye Qianyu's serious demeanor and stopped joking, quickly pulling up chairs and collectively turning their attention to Ye Qianyu, waiting for him to speak. Jin Yuqian, unable to contain his curiosity, asked impatiently, "Old Yi, what's going on? Why so mysterious?" Ye Qianyu took out a cigarette box from his pocket, handed one to each person, lit one for himself, took a puff, and then slowly said, "It's nothing much. Just wanted to ask you about your plans for the future. I know each of you is not an ordinary person. It's like fate that we four extraordinary individuals gathered in the same dormitory." After finishing, he turned his gaze to Jin Yuqian and casually asked, "The second young master of the Jin family in Kyoto, what are your plans?" Ye Qianyu did not directly call Jin Yuqian Old Second Jin or Fat Jin, but instead pointed out his background directly. Chapter 323. Accompanying Mu Ziru to the concert Shanghai Music and Film Academy. A Rolls-Royce Phantom stood out like a crane among chickens at the campus entrance. Even though it was already past 7 in the evening and the sky was dark, many passing students were drawn to the car. It was inevitable. A car worth tens of millions is eye-catching wherever it is. Some fashionably dressed female college students approached with anticipation, checking to see if there were drinks on the front hood. When they saw it was empty, they walked away a little disappointed. Ye Qianyu was lounging in the driver's seat, his feet resting on the steering wheel, focused on playing a game. Just last night, Mu Ziru called Ye Qianyu, inviting him to join her and her roommates to watch a popular female celebrity's concert tonight. It was said that this female celebrity had rapidly risen to fame in the past 2 years and had the potential to become the next diva. Just as Ye Qianyu finished a game, 4 glamorous girls appeared at the campus entrance. instantly attracting the attention of surrounding male students. Especially Mu Ziru, who was in the center, stood out and shone brightly. She wore a vibrant red coat over a simple white camisole and paired it with a coffee-colored short skirt, complemented by coffee-colored stockings. Chapter 324. The scheming girl Zhang Xiaowan, Ye Qianyu, and the others followed the ticket inspector through the VIP passage to enter the concert. The passage was dimly lit, while outside was a noisy scene. Inside, it was packed with people, voices rising and falling, shouts and cheers echoing. The deafening sounds reverberated in the air as if they could drown the entire stadium. Most of the screams came from boys, especially those bespectacled, nerdy boys who screamed the loudest. Some waved signs saying "I love you, Zhang Xiaowan." Others held up banners shouting, "Zhang Xiaowan, my goddess." The scene was indeed lively. Ye Qianyu and Mu Ziru took their seats in the VIP area. The ticket inspector respectfully said, "Young Master Ye, I'll go work now. Enjoy the show." Ye Qianyu nodded and softly said, "Thank you." The ticket inspector was instantly surprised and delighted, showing a look of being honored before leaving briskly. At exactly 8:20, suddenly, the lights dimmed, and then a bright beam shot down from above. A figure in a white dress, pure as an angel, slowly stepped out, taking light steps. Chapter 325. Confession. Ye Qianyu and the others got into the car. Lin Ruishi and the other two girls had already sensibly taken taxi back to school, knowing that the following adult matters did not concern them. Mu Ziru sat in the passenger seat, her gaze somewhat distant, looking troubled. She slightly lowered her head, her hands unconsciously intertwined, her fingers occasionally twisting. The car ride was unusually quiet and somewhat oppressive, with no one speaking. Ye Qianyu focused on driving, sensing Mu Ziru's unusual demeanor but not asking about it. After a while, Ye Qianyu stopped the car, and they entered a 5-star hotel in Shanghai, having a dinner that lasted 3 hours. For some reason, Mu Ziru was especially proactive and fiery today, appearing unusually open and even a bit indulgent. After dinner, Ye Qianyu took out a cigarette and quietly smoked, his expression somewhat profound amid the swirling smoke. Mu Ziru quietly leaned against him, her chest rising and falling like a gentle cat. After a moment, Ye Qianyu extinguished the remaining half of his cigarette in the ashtray and asked in a low, magnetic voice, "If you have something to say, just say it. No need to keep it to yourself." Chapter 326. Rooftop. Today was the final exam day for the finance department. Originally, 8 subjects were supposed to be tested over a week. But since Ye Qianyu was also participating in this final exam, the entire school unified it into one day, testing only 4 main subjects: microeconomics, international finance, advanced functions, and English. When a person reaches a certain height, they can easily influence the course of events. In college, as long as you score 60, it's considered passing. This is an evaluation of students over a semester. Otherwise, it will be treated as failing. In college, if you fail a course and still do not reach 60 in the first retake, it means you can only choose to retake the course, which may lead to delayed graduation. Since entering university, Ye Qianyu had attended very few classes, either skipping or on his way to skipping. After a semester, some professors for his major might not have seen him at all, and some teachers might not even know there was a student named Ye Qianyu. However, Ye Qianyu participated in this final exam not out of boredom, but because he sensed that he might soon end his brief college life and wanted to feel the participation in an exam. Ye Qianyu entered the classroom, solemnly took out a pen, and elegantly wrote the 3 characters, Ye Qianyu. Chapter 327. Crying over the pot you made yourself after Shangwan Qianyu left. Ye Ningxin pretended to be shy, rubbing the hem of her clothes while tiptoeing forward, her face showing a pitiful expression as she softly said, "Hee, brother Qianyu, did I interrupt your meal? You shouldn't hold it against me, right? Sigh, it's all my fault for being so inconsiderate. I'll definitely change next time." Ye Qianyu, after finishing up, showed a speechless expression and said, "Where did you learn this tea-like tone? Why don't you learn something good instead of this nonsense? How did your exam go? If you don't pass, I won't eat with you." Ye Ningxin bounced over to Ye Qianyu, grabbing his arm, puffing out her ordinary little chest, and proudly said, "How could I possibly fail? I'm Ningxin, the little genius. It's just an exam. Nothing to worry about." Suddenly, her expression turned gloomy, her eyes reddening, tears welling up, and with a slight quiver in her voice, she said, "Brother Qianyu, my master contacted me last night. She said she would take me away tomorrow. This time, I really have to part ways with you." Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu frowned, thinking to himself, Could it be that Nangong Yinxue has quickly gathered enough money? Chapter 328. Master and Disciple Meet on the Road. Ye Qianyu was driving while speaking to the system in his mind. System, exchange the recipe for the complete nourishing pill and directly transmit it to the medical team so they can start making it. Congratulations to the host for exchanging the complete nourishing pill recipe, costing a total of 5 million points, remaining points, 25 million. System-produced complete nourishing pill can restore half of the user's health within 3 seconds, curing all internal ailments. Side effects: a bit too nourishing, use with caution. At that moment, in an office of a teaching building on campus, an elderly man wearing reading glasses with sharp, eagle-like eyes sat at his desk. His hair had turned gray, his face marked by the passage of time, yet he remained spirited. He was the renowned old Professor Yang Wenyuan, known for his rigorous academic standards. He held a blank exam paper in his hand, his face showing an expression of anger as he slammed the paper down on the desk, cursing, "This is outrageous. How can someone submit a blank paper? This is absolutely unacceptable. I must fail this student." His voice echoed in the office, filled with rage. Chapter 329. Annoying Ye Ningxin, Ye Qianyu ordered the maid to serve dinner. Then he waved to the two girls, saying, "What are you dawdling for? Sit down and eat. I specifically told the chef to prepare a gourmet dinner for you." Nangong Yinxue nodded slightly, pulled out a chair, and naturally sat down next to Ye Qianyu. Ye Ningxin, holding a chair larger than herself, stood dumbly beside them, watching as her master took her original seat, lost in a daze. Pouting, she softly muttered in Nangong Yinxue's ear, "Master, that seat should be mine." Nangong Yinxue picked up a piece of axe-cut beef and chewed leisurely, pointing to the opposite side without changing her expression. "Sit over there." Ye Ningxin glanced at the chair in her hands, then at Nangong Yinxue sitting beside Ye Qianyu. Finally, she helplessly sighed and trudged over to sit across from them, reluctantly picking up a piece of green vegetable, chewing slowly, her little face clearly showing her unhappiness. "Oomph. Still saying it's fine. We're all sitting together for dinner now." "Master, whatever." Ye Ningxin continuously grumbled in her heart, feeling like she could just draw a circle and curse her. Chapter 330. Most cannot keep. Farewell to beauty. After dinner, the three sat on the sofa in the hall, each doing their own thing without speaking. Ye Qianyu was bored, scrolling through his phone. Nangong Yinxue quietly held the second volume of Master and Disciple's Love, focusing intently, as if searching for the continuation of the story. Meanwhile, Ye Ningxin was like a little hamster that could never be full, burying her head in the pile of fruit on the coffee table, happily munching away. After a while, Nangong Yinxue closed the book, stood up, and softly said, "I'm going to bed." Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu silently turned off his phone, stood up, and lightly responded with a sound. "Wait for me." Seeing this, Ye Ningxin, not caring about the papaya in her hands, hastily wiped her mouth and shouted, scampering after them with her short legs. Just as the three reached the door of the master bedroom, Nangong Yinxue and Ye Ningxin exchanged glances, wide-eyed at each other. "Master, didn't you say it has nothing to do with Brother Qianyu? Now you're both sleeping in the same room, and still saying it has nothing to do with each other? Are you deceiving a child?" Ye Ningxin poked Nangong Yinxue's arm with her finger, rolling her eyes and pouting. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yinxue's cheeks flushed slightly, her face turning red to the ears, secretly thinking to herself that she had gotten used to it. Chapter 331. Farewell. At the moment Nangong Yinxue turned to leave, Ye Qianyu's sorrowful voice echoed behind her, singing, "An inch of land, a year of wood, one flower, one tree, one greed. Love is a seed. Love blooms in a maze. Forget the road ahead, forget the old path, forget the heart, forget you, forget the beginning." That thought, several verses of time repeating. Listening to the rain, forgetting the lake. The world is trivial. Love is hard to express. Nangong Yinxue suddenly paused in her steps, a hint of struggle in her eyes. Then coldly replied, "Ye Qianyu, forget about me. It's impossible for us." After saying that, she decisively stepped away, as if making a certain determination to leave. A tear slipped from the corner of Nangong Yinxue's eye, tracing a beautiful arc in the air. To be honest, it was a lie that Nangong Yinxue had no feelings for Ye Qianyu. Living in an isolated family hidden from the world for decades, suddenly a powerful, domineering, handsome man appeared in her world. Moreover, they had shared intimate moments, and, as someone with rigid thoughts, It was impossible for her not to develop feelings for Ye Qianyu. But as Ye Ningxin's master, she couldn't cross that line in her heart. Therefore, she chose to treat this relationship as a regret, forever kept in her heart. Chapter 332. Since you are leaving, I will accompany you at the moment the car started. Ye Ningxin finally couldn't hold back. Master Ye Ningxin's eyes were red and swollen, tears pouring out like a flood, large droplets rolling down her face, leaving clear tear marks. Her nose was red, with a drooping snot bubble, and her lips trembled as she called out in a heart-wrenching tone. Nangong Yinxue was slightly taken aback, and after regaining her composure, she gently stroked Ye Ningxin's head and softly comforted her. Shiner, don't be sad. Just practice with your master for a few years, and you'll be able to see him again. Moreover, Ye Qianyu also said that once he finishes his work, he will come to Inhong village to find you. Although she was comforting Ye Ningxin, wasn't she also speaking to herself? Ye Ninging vipet hertivs inahuri. Although the tears kept flowing, she still obediently responded with a soft her voice filled with sadness as she murmured, But Brother Qianyu is going to be apart from me for a long time. It will take me a long time to see him. And what if he forgets me after such a long time? Upon hearing this, Nangong Yinxue's heart suddenly twisted, as if a sharp blade had pierced her heart. Chapter 333. Ye Jinghua in critical condition after hanging up the phone. Ye Qianyu picked up the golden invitation on the coffee table and began to examine it carefully. This invitation was entirely made of gold, reflecting a dazzling light under the illumination of the lamp, with the English text clearly visible. The string of English at the top, translated into Huaxiao language, read, Elysium Feast, which was particularly eye-catching. He flipped through the invitation. The first page contained the sincere invitation from the Luada family to all powerful factions, while the second page listed the top 500 global billionaires, noble families, and individuals with significant influence worldwide invited by the Luada family. Ye Qianyu casually checked a few names. These individuals held crucial positions globally, including several mysterious families so secretive that even Ye Qianyu couldn't find any information online. He had no choice but to use Ailey's powerful investigative technology to learn a thing or two. Ye Qianyu casually checked a few more names, initially finding it somewhat novel, but soon lost interest, feeling it was just SOSO. Thus, he directly skipped the middle content and flipped to the last section. This section listed a dense array of auction items, each an extremely precious and priceless rare treasure, with each starting at a minimum of 100 million. Chapter 334. I think there is still hope for Rescue Boom. A deafening sound explosion echoed outside on the lawn, as if it were going to overturn the entire Yi family estate. Who is it? Yi Zheng, responsible for the security of the Yi family, led dozens of armed guards, surrounding the lawn as if facing a great enemy. The hidden guards of the Yi family also revealed themselves, warily watching the approaching Extreme Wind Fighter jet. When they saw it was the Extreme Wind Fighter jet, Ye Zheng finally breathed a sigh of relief, waving his hand to signal everyone to stand down. Ye Ningxin jumped down from the fighter jet alongside Nangong Yinxue, their figures appearing particularly dazzling under the sunlight. Ye Ningxin strode quickly to Ye Zheng, her face serious as she asked, Cousin, where's Grandpa? Ye Zheng looked at the serious Ye Ningxin before him, beads of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Stammering, he said, this Ningxin cousin Grandpa, he is... Ye Zheng stuttered for a long time, but couldn't say a complete sentence. He was very anxious inside. The whole family was keeping secrets from Ye Ningxin, and he didn't know whether he should tell her the truth. Just then, Ye Zhenxing walked out from inside. When he saw Ye Ningxin, his heart sank, realizing something was wrong. Chapter 335. I died of filial piety the moment Ye Jinghua swallowed the 10 full nourishing pills. A miraculous scene occurred. Everyone could visibly see the color return to Ye Jinghua's previously pale face, instantly turning rosy. His wrinkled skin seemed to smooth out, becoming tight and smooth. The previously lethargic man now appeared full of energy, as if he had endless vitality. Even his head of white hair gradually sprouted a few black strands, making him look 10 to 20 years younger. Witnessing this astonishing change, everyone present was dumbfounded, their mouths agape in disbelief. The elderly man with the surname Ni's eyes nearly popped out, as if he had witnessed the most incredible thing in the world, shouting loudly, How is this possible? This is a miracle in medical history, a defiance of heaven. Even a usually calm Nangong Yinxue showed a hint of surprise, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features. But thinking of Ye Qianyu's mysterious background, it seemed plausible that even Ye Qianyu, who could easily control the unlocking of the 6th-level gene lock, could also achieve such miraculous feats akin to resurrecting the dead. Ye Qianyu suddenly sat up in bed, his face flushed, fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, as if he were desperately suppressing something. Chapter 336. Ailey. Editing yourself? Ye Qianyu arrived at the Weiyuan Technology Park and headed straight to the basement level. After passing through several strict identity verifications, he finally entered Ailey's main control room. Upon entering, he saw Ye Qianyu sitting on a small stool, holding a notebook, seriously listening to the lecture. Whenever important knowledge points or novel ideas came up, he would quickly jot them down. On the big screen, after many days of self-upgrading, absorbing, and extracting Ailey's demeanor, actions, gaze, and micro-expressions, everything except the virtual character on the screen had become indistinguishable from a human. Ailey, what is digital life? If you are alive, you will eventually die. If you die and your consciousness is uploaded to a computer, then you will live forever. Ye Qianyu. Ailey, does that mean digital life is immortal? Yes and no. Ye Qianyu. Ailey, if consciousness is compiled into a digital life chip and then implanted into a lifeless container, can be controlled? Qianyu, theoretically, your idea could work, but currently, human genes do not reach that level. Ailey, are you a digital life? Chapter 337. Trending topic. Ye Qianyu walked out of Ailey's control room. He roughly surveyed the military facilities on the basement level and the planting situation in the pharmaceutical garden on the 2nd basement level. Entering the elevator, Ye Qianyu frowned slightly, pondering as he asked, Old Mo, how is the chasing wind manufacturing going? Report, boss. The chasing wind is mostly completed. We just need the engine and energy device. Given the materials from Blue Star, the output is limited, so it will take some time. Old Mo respectfully replied, while secretly observing Ye Qianyu's expression. Ye Qianyu said in a deep voice, how long? Give me a timeline. Hearing this, Mo Sha took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. After thinking for a moment, he slowly said, if it's just manufacturing one vehicle, it should take about half a month. If we're to manufacture 100 vehicles as per your request, I estimate it will take around a year. Ye Qianyu's fingers tapped rhythmically on the elevator wall, making a thud-thud sound as he said, then let's make one first. Let me have some fun. All right. The two of them took the sightseeing car to the 2nd area where the dimensional helmets were made. As soon as they walked in, they saw Jean Lauer wearing a flashy polo shirt on top and loose suit pants on the bottom. Chapter 338. No business today. Listening to music at the brothel, Ye Qianyu casually slid his fingers, and the pages on the screen kept switching back and forth. Finally, his finger stopped on the follow interface. Once he entered the follow interface, Ye Qianyu saw Luo Xiaolan's live broadcast room. In the live room, Luo Xiaolan was wearing a light blue Chong Sam, with long hair flowing like a waterfall. Her appearance was dignified and beautiful, with a classical charm in her eyes. Luo Xiaolan was focused on playing the guzheng, her fingers gently plucking the strings, producing melodious sounds. The music was like weeping and complaining, as if telling a touching story, captivating everyone. At this moment, Luo Xiaolan had removed the veil she had worn for many years. Her true face was fully revealed to the audience in the live room. Seeing Luo Xiaolan after a long time, Ye Qianyu couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Usually, they only chatted casually about daily life on WeChat. When scrolling through Douya, they would only briefly browse before going offline, rarely encountering each other. This time, it was purely by chance that he found her live. Ye Qianyu turned off the entrance effects and quietly entered the live room. As soon as he entered, he saw that the number of viewers displayed in the upper right corner had already exceeded 100,000. Chapter 339. Recognized one song after another. As long as Ye Qianyu didn't call for a stop, Luo Xiaolan wouldn't tire. She was also enjoying it, as long as he liked it. What did it matter if she broke a string? Let me sing a song for you, please listen. The live room was exceptionally quiet, except for Luo Xiaolan's playing and the occasional praise in the bullet comments. Everyone seemed deeply attracted by the atmosphere. Even the trolls dared not make any negative comments. With Ye Qianyu present, even if they had 1,000 guts, they wouldn't dare. If they dared to say something bad, they would be in trouble within half a day. After another song, just as Luo Xiaolan was about to play the next piece, she heard Ye Qianyu's lazy and deep voice. That's enough. Lon Lon, you played well. As a reward, I can fulfill one of your wishes. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaolan's expression brightened, and a hint of anticipation flashed in her eyes. She bit her lip, her hands clenched tightly, nervously asking, Really? Any wish? Ye Qianyu nodded, gave a light mm, and smiled as he replied, Yes. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Xiaolan finally gathered the courage to ask, Then can you accompany me to the Ye annual gala? Chapter 340. Bearing the weight not meant for her age 3 days later. The annual Ye offline gala was held as scheduled at the International Expo Center in Hangzhou. Although Ye's headquarters is in Kyoto, Hangzhou, being the largest internet city in the country, was undoubtedly the most ideal place to host this grand event. To hold this annual gala, Ye spared no expense in renting the entire International Expo Center in Hangzhou. The venue was beautifully decorated, surrounded by flowers and red carpets, with dazzling lights creating a solemn yet warm atmosphere. Even more eye-catching were 2 hot air balloons on either side of the venue, pulling a long banner that read, Ye Annual Gala, particularly prominent. The quota for the Ye Annual Gala was usually limited. Only those with invitations or specific qualifications could attend. Therefore, not everyone had the opportunity to participate in this grand event. Generally speaking, the participants of the annual gala mainly included industry leaders, outstanding individuals, excellent employees, or representatives of specific organizations. They were invited because they had excelled in their respective fields and enjoyed a high reputation and influence. For the general public, participating in the annual gala might require qualifying through competitions or other means. Chapter 341. Ye Annual Gala. At this moment, a figure in his 30s hurriedly approached within 5 meters of Ye Qianyu and stopped. He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, straightened his tie and suit, and then walked over at a leisurely pace. He extended his hand to Ye Qianyu politely and then took out a cigarette from his pocket, offering it to Ye Qianyu with a flattering smile. Mr. Ye, I didn't expect you to personally attend my little gala. It truly surprises me. Here, have a smoke. Ye Qianyu gave a light taking the cigarette. Just as he was about to put it in his mouth and pull out a lighter, a pop sound was heard. Zhang Mingjie had already lit the lighter and moved the flame in front of Ye Qianyu. Mr. Ye, please. Ye Qianyu turned his head to look at him, secretly thinking, straightforward. He then leaned slightly forward, bringing the cigarette closer. Ye Qianyu lit the cigarette, took a deep puff, exhaled the smoke, and patted Zhang Mingjie's shoulder like a leader, praising, Mr. Zhang, you're a good person. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mingjie was flattered, his smile even broader. In this manner, he looked less like a billionaire CEO and more like Ye Qianyu's little brother. Zhang Mingjie had been checking on the staff's work situation, and he didn't expect to hear from his subordinates that Ye Qianyu personally came to attend this Ye annual gala. Chapter 342. The comedian Jiang Yoxin soon. The time reached 2000. The Ye annual gala was about to begin, and the lights at the venue gradually dimmed, with only the stage lights flickering. On stage, the host walked up with a microphone, dressed in a proper suit, smiling, looking very professional. He didn't say too much, diving directly into the theme. They began with some performances before the awards to liven up the atmosphere. It was unclear whether this was part of the original plan or due to Ye Qianyu's presence. But the first performance was a dance by young women in short skirts. As the rhythmically strong music played, the young ladies in short skirts came on stage one after another. Their figures were hot, and their dance moves were full of energy, drawing cheers from the audience. The stage lights flickered continuously, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The short skirts of the dancers sparkled under the lights, and their movements were full of vitality and passion. The atmosphere in the venue was instantly ignited, and the audience's enthusiasm was fully engaged. Everything at the gala was simultaneously live-streamed on Ye's official account, with the number of viewers reaching tens of millions. Indeed, it's Ye. Even the girl dancing on stage is a Ye beauty streamer. Chapter 343. Best friends at odds? 2 hours later, Ye Qianyu calmly adjusted his slightly wrinkled clothes and pretended to search through his pockets for a long time. Finally, he pulled out a 200 yuan bill and stuffed it between Jiang Yoxin's soft hands, raising an eyebrow with a playful tone. Here, this is your hard-earned money. After saying that, he strode out of the restroom. The drowsy aunt at the door was startled when someone came out, scratching her head in confusion and muttering to herself. Wasn't there a little girl who went in before? Why is a handsome guy coming out now? Did I sleep through something? Inside the restroom, Jiang Yoxin looked at the 200 yuan bills in her hand, her eyes filled with resentment. Pouting, she mumbled, "Only 200? I spent 1,000 to book the venue. Doesn't that mean I'm losing 800? Although she complained, she still happily put the 200 yuan into her bag, secretly thinking, I told you, Ye Qianyu can't escape from my grasp. Jiang Yoxin tidied up her clothes, touched up her makeup in the mirror, and then carefully reapplied the vibrant lipstick that had faded from her lips. Chapter 344. Love yourself first. Choose wisely the next morning. After getting dressed, Ye Qianyu slowly walked out of Luo Xiaolan's room. "Ah, Brother Yi, you're awake." Jiang Yoxin, who had been busy in a little cat apron all morning, immediately beamed with a surprised smile upon seeing Ye Qianyu. She then stretched her neck and peeked behind him, but did not see Luo Xiaolan. Curiously, she asked, "Where's Lan Lan? Is she still asleep?" Ye Qianyu gently replied, "Lan Lan might be tired. She hasn't woken up yet. Let her sleep a bit longer. Why did you wake up so early today?" Hearing this, Jiang Yoxin giggled and quickly grabbed Ye Qianyu's wrist, acting cute as she said, "Come on, Brother Yi, sit down. You worked hard all night, so I woke up early to make you a special breakfast. I didn't know what you liked, so I made a little bit of everything. Try it and see if it's good." Ye Qianyu looked at the table filled with black, unappetizing food, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "Are you sure these black things are your breakfast? Yoxin, I hope I didn't hurt you yesterday. Are you trying to poison me on the second day?" Jiang Yoxin awkwardly smiled, her face showing a hint of embarrassment. She scratched her head, avoiding his gaze, and said, Chapter 345. Night Watch Division. After handling the Mengzai incident, Ye Qianyu started the car and headed towards his family's home in Hangzhou. Anyway, since he was in Hangzhou, he might as well take the opportunity to see his parents and younger sister. On one hand, he planned to use his probing eye to investigate his parents' identities, to see if they were indeed as he suspected. On the other hand, he wanted to discuss some matters regarding the Spring Festival. Mu Ziru, having taken a break, did not return home, but instead threw herself entirely into managing the pharmaceutical area. When Ye Qianyu drove to his family's courtyard, he found the door locked. Seeing this scene, Ye Qianyu's heart sank, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He hurriedly got out of the car, took out the key, and opened the door while shouting, "Dad, Mom, are you home?" However, it was eerily quiet around. With no response at all, Ye Qianyu grew increasingly uneasy and quickened his pace into the house. He found everything in the house as neat as usual, with no signs of theft or struggle. Had they gone out? Ye Qianyu furrowed his brows, deep in thought. He recalled that his parents had brought him to this remote village when he was 5 and had never left since. Chapter 346. Preparing to depart on the screen. Ye Qianyu saw his parents meeting that mysterious middle-aged man, their faces showing excitement, their bodies even trembling slightly, their voices stuttering. "Master, you've finally come to see your old servant. I thought you had forgotten us." The mysterious middle-aged man extended his hand, helping them up and patting the slightly hunched Ye Qianyu, saying in a deep voice, "Xiaojiu, I've told you several times that we are brothers, not master and servant." Ye Qianyu's eyes reddened. His voice choked. "Since you rescued me from the beggar's pile when I was 9 and brought me back to the Yi family, you have always been the master of your old servant. If it weren't for you, I might have starved to death on the streets." Hearing this, the mysterious man sighed and chided. "Ah, still as stubborn as ever. Do as you wish." He then looked at the tall and graceful Yi Yunxi standing behind, gently smiling. "I didn't expect Xiao Yunxi to have grown up so much. Back when you left the Yi family, you were still a baby in swaddling clothes." After saying that, he sighed again. "Ah, you must have suffered a lot over the years because of you too, right?" Chapter 347. Flying to London, Ye Qianyu slowly withdrew his foot, his gaze softening as he looked at Jean Yenying. Jean Yenying stepped lightly towards him, gently rising on her toes, her red lips softly brushing against him like a dragonfly touching the water, leaving a delicate kiss. "I missed you," came Jean Yenying's soft voice in his ear. Ye Qianyu reached out and wrapped his arm around her slim waist, softly saying, "You must be tired. Why don't we rest for a bit before heading to London?" "No need. Let's set off now." Jean Yenying shook her head and replied. Long Outyin stood up, covering his nose, a clear size 43 shoe print visible on his face. He staggered forward, a pained expression on his face as his features scrunched up. He cast a resentful glance at Ye Qianyu, but dared not make any ambiguous moves, fearing he would receive another kick from him. Ye Qianyu looked at Long Outyin and said helplessly, "Why are you following us to London?" Hearing this, Long Outyin quickly adjusted his expression and replied seriously. As the eldest young master of the Long family, I naturally have the duty to retrieve those cultural relics. And finally, Long Outyin, with a shy expression, his eyes darting away, cheeks flushed, looked at Ye Qianyu and quietly said, Chapter 348, The Chaos of Rod in the Rod Ancestral Home. Offer surrounded the Rod estate with many unknown subordinates, sealing it off completely. Inside the estate, many bodies lay scattered, blood flowing like a river, presenting a scene of hell on earth. The current head of the Rod family, Jacob, sat calmly in the main seat, leaning on his cane, his icy gaze fixed on everything before him. In front of him lay dozens of corpses, all of whom were his relatives, including his son, daughter, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. All direct blood relatives of the Rod family had been ordered to be killed by Afra, leaving only him, Jacob. My dear grandfather Jacob, when you handed the position of patriarch to that useless second son, I had no choice but to do this. If you had passed the position to me back then, you wouldn't have ended up like this, would you? Afra said mockingly, slowly walking forward and looking down at Jacob. What kind of person are you? Don't you have any self-awareness? Oof. Jacob snorted coldly and closed his eyes, no longer speaking. You were too weak as the patriarch of the Rod family, clearly possessing wealth that could rival nations, yet you cowered before the Ye family. Chapter 349. Arriving in London after a long flight of over 10 hours and 30 minutes. The luxurious private jet carrying Ye Qianyu finally began to descend slowly. The wings of the plane sliced through the clouds, and, as the altitude decreased, the roar of the aircraft grew louder. The landing gear was lowered from beneath the fuselage until it finally landed smoothly on the runway of London Heathrow International Airport. Then came the clear and pleasant voice of the private flight attendant over the intercom. Young Master Yi, we have safely arrived at London Heathrow International Airport. In the next moment, the door of the cabin slowly opened, and a well-dressed Ye Qianyu walked out, holding the slender waist of Ye Qianyu. However, Ye Qianyu's steps appeared somewhat awkward. Her trembling legs seemed to struggle to support her body, and it was evident that her legs were involuntarily shaking. If it weren't for Ye Qianyu holding her tightly, she might have actually fallen to the ground. Jin Yuqian, standing nearby, glanced at the two with a sly smile, fully understanding what they had been doing inside for so long. Meanwhile, Long Outyin unconsciously touched his backside, casting a resentful glance at Ye Qianyu. Let's go. Get off the plane. Chapter 350. Easter Dragon 5-Star Hotel. When Ye Qianyu appeared before the crowd, everyone immediately recognized his identity. The president of the Wei Technology Group. Ye Qianyu. In the past 6 months, there had been reports about Ye Qianyu all over the world, and these news stories had reached a level of recognition that almost everyone knew about him. The Meishi Ban incident, Hua Long mobile phone incident, bombing of American warplanes incident, dimensional helmet incident, etc. Each one was a shocking global event. It can be said that almost no one did not know Ye Qianyu. Moreover, many foreigners admired Ye Qianyu, considering him their idol. At not even 20 years old, he had created numerous earth-shattering events, and not just one. Foreigners have always revered and respected the strong, and Ye Qianyu is such an admirable strong figure. Oh my God, it's actually Ye Qianyu from China, just as handsome as reported in the news. No wonder he made such a grand entrance. If it's Ye Qianyu, then it's understandable. TCH, pretending to be cool. Someone who wouldn't even sell Hua Long mobile phones and dimensional helmets to our country has the nerve to come here? Get back to China. Chapter 351. One's desire to kill cannot be hidden. Ye Qianyu stepped down from the car. Following him, Jin Yining, Jin Yuqian Long Outyin, and Mo Sha also got out of the vehicle in order. At this moment, at the entrance of the Eastern Dragon 5-Star Hotel, a middle-aged man in his 50s quickly approached, his face showing utmost respect as he deeply bowed to Long Outyin. Young Master Long, I have made proper arrangements. This middle-aged man was named Long Li, a senior steward of the Long family, holding a high position within the family. He was responsible for handling affairs in the sun never sets and receiving Chinese officials. On the surface, he was the owner of this 5-star hotel, but secretly, he was a senior intelligence officer, mainly responsible for collecting various important information, whether hidden or public, he could obtain with precision, within the territory of sun never sets. As long as you had a need, regardless of the type of information, he could provide detailed materials within 10 minutes. Long Outyin slightly raised his chin, nostrils flaring, pretending to be aloof as he lightly hummed. However, this aloof demeanor didn't last long. Long Ao-Yian's expression immediately underwent a 180-degree change. His face was filled with flattering smiles as he shyly approached Ye Qianyu, speaking sweetly. Chapter 352. The Ecstasy Feast at 7 o'clock the next evening. The globally anticipated decade-long Ecstasy Feast was held as usual, taking place in the Buckingham Palace of Sun Never Sets, London. The Buckingham Palace estate was ranked first on the list of the most luxurious residences in the world. It was said that this estate was worth hundreds of billions of dollars and was also the residence of the royal family of Sun Never Sets. Furthermore, this royal estate was not only filled with mystery, but also rich in traditional cultural features. It was said that this palace had 775 rooms and boasted the largest private garden in Sun Never Sets, covering hundreds of hectares, including surrounding trees, natural plant specimens, and unique bird species. Everything from the furniture to everything in the estate was uniquely custom-made. It can be said that this royal estate was extravagantly luxurious to the point of being jaw-dropping. At this moment, the outer perimeter of the estate was surrounded by heavily armed patrols of Sun Never Sets, marching in orderly and powerful strides, patrolling back and forth. One could even see tanks standing like steel behemoths, with helicopters continuously circling overhead, producing deafening roars, creating an atmosphere of extreme vigilance. In order to ensure that the global wealthy ecstasy feast hosted by Rod could proceed without a hitch, the royal family of Sun Never Sets spared no effort in deploying 3 divisions of elite forces from the military. Chapter 353. The Ecstasy Feast, Part 2, inside the banquet hall. As Ye Qianyu looked around, many of the wealthy individuals who frequently appeared on television were present at this feast. Notable figures such as Bill Gates, the Zuckerbergs, and Ivanka Trump's family could be seen everywhere. However, even these world-renowned wealthy individuals exhibited noticeable restraint and caution in their actions and demeanor. Even they had to wear smiling faces when facing certain reclusive wealthy individuals or families. The world is never short of the wealthy. Those who appear glamorous on the surface are often merely figures pushed to the forefront by others, and some are even just pawns. The truly fearsome ones are those reclusive tycoons and mysterious, deep-rooted families who operate behind the scenes. Perhaps these billion or even trillion-dollar wealthy individuals are merely members of a certain family. Upon closer observation, one would find that those self-made, wealthy individuals without any family background could only be relegated to the outermost circle. Even a former global richest man has to bow down in front of those with family backgrounds. The second circle gathers decision-makers from various countries and powerful figures in politics. Chapter 354. Aren't kind people like me? Soon, a butler-like person from the Sun Never Sets empire approached Ye Qianyu and the others, respectfully bowing and saying, "Mr. Yi, Mr. Long, Mr. Jean, Miss Yanning, please follow me." The group followed the butler to a crystal long table in the first tier, where the name Ye Qianyu was prominently displayed. "Mr. Yi, the auction will take place at 10 p.m. tonight. I wish you all a pleasant time." After the butler finished speaking, he stepped back. "Old Yi, with so many global socialites and stars, shouldn't we have some fun?" Jean Yuqian looked at a group of foreign girls across the table who were flattering a rich young master, acting coy and eager, rubbing his hands and flattering Ye Qianyu in his ear. Slap! Before Ye Qianyu could respond, Jean Yanning slapped the crystal table, making a crisp sound that attracted the attention of many people around. A cold voice came from Jean Yanning. "Jean Fatty, we are here to auction Chinese cultural relics, not to seek pleasure. If you dare to tempt Qianyu again, you can just stay here and not go back." Gulp! Jean Yuqian looked at the cracks that were faintly appearing in the incredibly hard crystal table and couldn't help but swallow. Chapter 355. Using the harshest tone to say the most cowardly words. On the other side, Ye Qianyu leisurely sipped his red wine, occasionally joking with Jean Yanning, which made Long Ao-Yian next to him look resentful. He didn't notice a few top tycoons in the corner, exchanging glances with ill intentions. The spokesperson of the Samseong conglomerate from the Stick Country, Park Chong-fan, understood the cue, bowed in flattery, and then turned to approach Ye Qianyu. As Park Chong-fan walked towards Ye Qianyu, some people with ulterior motives looked over with great interest, their eyes gleaming with greed. Many of the wealthy present had great covetousness towards Ye Qianyu, whether it was the Hualong mobile phone or the Dimension helmet. Both were enormous treasures. No one could resist the core technology worth trillions in his hands, but due to Ye Qianyu's mysterious background, They dared not show their intentions too openly. Now that someone had taken the initiative, it inevitably made them gloat. Park Chong-fan raised his glass and walked to the table, deliberately ignoring Ye Qianyu, directly clinking glasses with Long Out Yin, pretending to flatter. I didn't expect the young master of the Long family to personally attend this feast. It's truly rare. Then he turned the conversation, looking at the sign on the table, and feigned a sigh, saying, "Alas, it seems that the distinguished young master of the Long family is not even as high in status as a mere kid who suddenly appeared out of nowhere." Chapter 356. If the action fails, it's not a good death. In a dark corner of the banquet hall, there was a table reserved for the sun never set's royal family. The surrounding light was relatively dim, with only a few weak beams illuminating the area, adding a bizarre atmosphere. 4 middle-aged men with typical American faces sat there, each with a stern expression, as if they blended into the surrounding darkness. If viewed from the front, one would be shocked to find that the 4 were the leaders of the 4 most mysterious families in America. George Bush, head of the Bush family; J.P. Morgan, head of the Morgan family; Hunter Rockefeller, head of the Rockefeller family; and Laird DuPont, head of the DuPont family. Watching Park Chong-fan leave the banquet hall in disgrace, the 4's expressions darkened. Crash! The sound of breaking glass was heard. George Bush's face instantly turned extremely gloomy and terrifying as he tightly gripped the wine glass in his hand. In anger, he squeezed too hard and crushed the glass, with the crimson wine flowing down his fingers and dripping onto the table. He muttered under his breath, "That useless Park Chong-fan." He then gave a knowing look to the onlooker, Steel Plate. Chapter 357. Can you defeat me with 17 cards? Upon hearing this, Steel Plate froze, standing still with a conflicted expression, torn inside. Agreeing to Ye Qianyu's proposal was one thing, but not agreeing was also not an option. If he won, it would be fine, but if he lost, it would cost him his life. Steel Plate felt cold sweat running down his back, his hands also damp. Just when he was in a dilemma, Ye Qianyu's impatient voice came again. Are you capable or not? If you're afraid, just get lost and stop standing there like a statue. Every time I see your cherry blossom people, I want to kill. Standing beside him, Jiaquan hurriedly leaned over, smiling broadly, quickly fanning Steel Plate with a fan, anxiously urging, "Mr. Steel Plate, please agree." Mr. George's face is already as dark as a pot bottom. If you don't agree, it will be hard to explain later. After saying this, he leaned slightly closer to Steel Plate, squinting, and whispered in his ear, "Besides, you are the king of gambling in Sakura country for 20 consecutive years. That Ye Qianyu is nothing." Upon hearing this, Steel Plate's mouth twitched, glancing at him with annoyance, and replied, Chapter 358. Please do not obstruct me. Steel Plate tightly clutched the 2 bombs in his hands, lost in a daze, with disbelief on his face. He couldn't understand why it was completely opposite to what he had in mind. The bragging he had just done was instantly countered by Ye Qianyu's 17 cards. Wasn't the speed of this slap to the face a bit too fast? The onlookers were all dumbfounded, staring in shock at Ye Qianyu, who remained calm and composed, as if trying to see through him. Among the crowd, whispers of astonishment could be heard. Wow, it just started a minute ago, and it's already over? My goodness, is this Chinese youth that powerful? Oh my God, do I feel like I'm witnessing a miracle? Am I witnessing the birth of a gambling saint? Everyone stood up. What started as a quiet conversation soon became a clamor of admiration and amazement. However, Ye Qianyu seemed oblivious to the surprise, admiration, or skepticism around him. He crossed his arms, fixed his gaze on Steel Plate, and with a half-smile, repeated, Steel Plate, please begin your performance. Do you need me to lend a hand? Chapter 359. Is being arrogant a crime? George Bush, who was already on the edge of rage, saw Ye Qianyu walking towards him, and a sneer of disdain crept onto his lips, as if mocking. He did not believe that Ye Qianyu would dare to do anything to him in front of so many people, although rumors said he was audacious and reckless. Launching American fighter jets at will, that was only against a puppet president. These entrenched hermit tycoons are not comparable to that F.W. Dengbai, let alone the 4 combined. The combined strength of their 4 families can easily rival the 8 great families of Huaxia. A mere boy of under 20 years old is nothing in comparison. George Bush leisurely took a glass of red wine from the tray, held by a top American actress beside him, sniffing it at his nose. His gaze fixed on Ye Qianyu like a venomous snake. Everyone's attention shifted to Ye Qianyu, moving with his footsteps. Ye Qianyu walked up to the 4 of them and stopped. Ye Qianyu, what are you doing here? Part Chongfan and Steel Plate Fu acted on their own, and it has nothing to do with us. We are not familiar with you, so please leave. If you want to talk to us about Huazhong Mobile and Dimension Helmet Technology, we are quite interested. Chapter 360. Picking up ears suddenly, Ufula rushed in through the back door, his face filled with urgency. He quickly walked up to Ye Qianyu, his eyes darkened, his movements slightly stiff, and he said in a deep voice, "Mr. Yi, our ancestor values you greatly and treats you as an honored guest. However, you openly attacked our guests at the banquet we hosted. Don't you think that's excessive?" Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu frowned, slowly raised his head to look at Ufula, his eyes filled with disdain and sarcasm. He smirked slightly and said, excessive? Where were you when they came looking for trouble with me? Now that things have escalated, you come hopping out? How dare you show me this clumsy trick?" Ye Qianyu was right. Ufula had been secretly observing Ye Qianyu's every move and word from the backstage mirrored glass since he entered the hall. He clearly remembered the resentment of being embarrassed when he delivered the invitation to Ye Qianyu earlier. As someone who never let go of a grudge, how could he swallow this humiliation? However, as the host, he had important tasks and could not offend Ye Qianyu too much. He knew that George Bush and the others were behind the scenes instigating trouble and was happy to watch the show, which is why he deliberately delayed his appearance. Chapter 361. The Paradise Auction. Ye Qianyu returned to his table and sat down gracefully. Then, without any rush, he picked up a glass of red wine from the tray of a waiter and drank it all in one go. This calm demeanor made it seem as if the recent events had nothing to do with him. However, while Ye Qianyu was unconcerned about the situation, Long Outyin beside him was quite excited, saying, "Ye Qianyu, you are so damn cool. Although our Long family is not afraid of these families. They're not so easily offended. You are amazing, having offended 5 families in one go. I'm willing to call you the strongest." Jean Yining glanced at him and said lightly, "If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Can you shut up and be quiet for a while?" After saying that, she extended her delicate hand to hold Ye Qianyu's large hand. Looking worried as she asked, "Qianyu, these 5 families are among the top 10 global tycoons, and the Luada family is the #1 family. Aren't you afraid of them seeking revenge when you publicly humiliate them?" Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu put down the wine glass, gently patted the smooth back of Jean Yining's hand, and smiled. "Don't worry, since I dared to offend them. I'm not afraid of their revenge." At this moment, the service staff in the venue became busy clearing and withdrawing what needed to be taken away. Chapter 362. The sudden appearance of a sword and seal. This scene was simultaneously broadcast live by Huaxia Media to various platforms in Huaxia. Suddenly, the entire internet was buzzing. Even if I have to get up early tomorrow, it won't stop me from staying up late waiting for the streamer. Luckily, the heavens do not disappoint the diligent. And I caught it. It's currently 5:20 in Kyoto, as expected of the auction held once every 10 years. The first item up for bid is an extremely rare treasure, the Jiaoyi Star. Young Master Yi is truly amazing, making a grand entrance. Don't ask my mom why I'm watching the streamer on my knees. On stage, Hire looked at the people below and confirmed once again. 1 billion for the first time. 1 billion for the second time. 1 billion for the third time sold. Congratulations to Mr. Yi for winning the Jiaoyi Star. The next moment, the applause was thunderous. Hire continued, "Mr. Yi, considering safety concerns from all aspects, the transaction will be unified backstage. I hope you understand." Ye Qianyu slightly nodded and murmured in response. The following auction items were not as rare as the Jiaoyi Star and were mostly foreign trinkets, causing Ye Qianyu to lose interest. He only bid on a few scarce items he had never heard of. Chapter 363. The sudden incident. As soon as the sword and seal appeared, everyone collectively gasped, then instantly held their breath, their eyes glued to the big screen on stage, afraid of missing any detail. The sword measured 90 centimeters in length, with a delicate and exquisite engraved pattern on the hilt. The guard was carved with a Buddhist auspicious beast, with its eyes inlaid with sparkling gems. Under the light, it shimmered with a captivating brilliance, overall gilded and shining brightly. Next to it was a square seal made of jade, 4 inches in diameter, with 5 dragons intertwined on the top, coiling majestically. Although this seal appeared somewhat plain compared to top-tier jade stones, it was engraved with the words commanded by heaven. Long-lasting prosperity. This was like a thunderclap, making all the people of Huaxia tremble with excitement and shock. The live chat room suddenly erupted, with comments flooding in. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the sword of the Yongle Emperor and the Imperial Seal. Moreover, judging by these 8 characters, it is very likely that this is the seal lost by the first generation. As historical records state that the seal passed down from the Liu family in the Han Dynasty was engraved with commanded by heaven. Long-lasting prosperity. Chapter 364. The battle begins at the same time. All entrances opened, and nearly 100 men in black rushed in, all of whom were members of the Death God sect, and all had unlocked their level 5 gene locks. Following that, Ufula barged in with members of the Lauda family, followed by the Bush family and other families. The banquet hall, originally accommodating 1,000 people, was now crammed with double that number. What should Ye Qianyu do? It felt like we were surrounded. Long Outyin looked around, his face full of anxiety. Get rid of that feeling. Jin Yuqian rolled his eyes and then hid behind Ye Qianyu, trembling. Old Yi, you have to protect your little brother. Look at your performance. Don't ever say you're my brother again. I can't afford to lose face. Jin Yinying said in disdain, and she shifted her steps slightly, positioning herself in front of Ye Qianyu. She looked determined, and her meaning was clear. If she were to die, it would be after Ye Qianyu. Ye Qianyu glanced around, lit another cigarette, squinted at Cui Xiaodong, and casually said, "You gathered so many people just to deal with me?" Upon hearing this, Cui Xiaodong's hoarse and unpleasant voice rang out, his appearance frenzied. Chapter 365. A real man never looks back at the explosion. Ye Qianyu looked at the 5 ghostly figures in front of him, his expression tightening. It was a bit tricky, but not too much. The 5 ghosts exchanged glances, moved in unison, and simultaneously drew their curved blades, rushing in like a whirlwind. Ye Qianyu's figure flickered, darting like a phantom among the 5 ghosts, his fist striking out like a storm. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a blue figure flew past, crashing into the ground and creating a human-shaped pit. Ye Qianyu quickly withdrew his foot and looked at the disheveled figure crawling out of the pit. Astonished, "Oh Yangyu, what are you doing? It's only been a short time, and you've already ended up like this?" Oh Yangyu's clothes were tattered, with several deep scratches oozing blood. His hair was a mess, and he looked utterly disheveled. Hearing this, Oh Yangyu's mouth twitched, looking as if he had lost everything. "I was told it would take 30 seconds, and I've already held him off for 3 minutes. I really can't take it anymore. How about we switch?" Ye Qianyu rubbed his chin and said lightly. Upon hearing this, Oh Yangyu looked at the 5 fierce figures, swallowed hard, and ultimately refused. "No, I can handle it." Chapter 366. Epilogue Boss. A group of muscular men in camouflage surrounding them shouted in unison, their voices like thunder. "Boss, you haven't passed away, right?" Brother Dao led several Dark Knight mercenaries forward quickly, looking concerned. "I'm still here." Ye Qianyu waved his hand and pretended to be relaxed. He then looked at the nearly 1,000 Dark Knight members around him and loudly said, "Brothers, you've worked hard. This time, everyone follows me back to Huaxia. Tell Lao Mu later that everyone will be rewarded 5 million each." The Dark Knight members around were all leftover mercenaries from abroad, and the missiles or firearms they used were all purchased from the black market. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone shouted in unison, "Thank you, boss." The boss is generous. Although everyone wore black masks, their excited eyes revealed their thrill and joy. Usually, they earned at most a few 100,000 for completing a mission, and only high-risk tasks might yield millions. Today's group mission, overwhelming the enemy with numbers and launching a surprise attack, was incredibly easy for them, like having food directly fed into their mouths. Ye Qianyu looked around, a puzzled expression on his face, and shouted. Chapter 367. The change of leadership. As soon as these words were spoken, Long Outyin and the others' expressions turned serious, just as they were about to speak up to stop him. The next moment, the entire hall erupted with a dense gunfire, like a storm. After a long while, the gunfire suddenly ceased. What he saw was a scene of bloody carnage, with grotesque bodies strewn across the ground in all directions. Ye Qianyu, they're all old, weak, sick, and pregnant. They pose no threat to you anymore. Why do you still kill them? Long Outyin angrily grabbed Ye Qianyu's collar and shouted. As a member of the Long family, he had a deeper compassion for the common people than most. Seeing such a cruel scene for the first time, he truly couldn't bear it. Jin Yinying also saw this bloody scene for the first time, covering her mouth and running to the side to vomit uncontrollably. Jin Yuqian looked at Ye Qianyu in shock, as if he was experiencing something unfamiliar for the first time. Ye Qianyu's expression was cold as he calmly said, "Do you want a second Chui Xiaodong? I don't want to kill them, but I even less want to hide endless hidden dangers. Wildfires can't be extinguished. They grow back with the spring breeze. The principle of rooting out the weeds. You as noble offspring shouldn't need me to teach you too much, right? Chapter 368. Return Journey. When Ye Qianyu left the Rod Manor, he also handed a box of gene agents and gene pills to Tycoon. If his subordinates didn't have some strength, what was the difference between them and cannon fodder? If they dropped dead at any moment, how could they do things for him? Ye Qianyu boarded the private plane heading to Huaxia. This time, he did not bring Xiao Dao and the remaining Dark Knight bodyguards, because they had more important tasks to execute. The events that occurred at the Elysium banquet were too significant and could likely trigger the start of Season S3. The top 500 global tycoons and wealthy individuals, along with over 20 decision-makers, had all perished. The upcoming internal conflict was bound to unfold inevitably. Thus, Ye Qianyu ordered Xiao Dao to take the remaining Dark Knight members to control those newly appointed decision-makers. In other words, these countries and families would henceforth only obey Ye Qianyu's commands. Controlling these people was equivalent to controlling the entire world. Just as they were returning to Huaxia, the entire world seemed to experience a catastrophic earthquake of 10 magnitude. Shocking. The Elysium banquet suffered an unknown missile attack, and all attendees perished. Chapter 369. Predicament Speak. What exactly is going on? Ye Qianyu snatched the lady's cigarette from Lu Nanchuang's hand and gently extinguished it while asking, "Unwumantichman." Lu Nanchuang rolled her eyes, cursing quietly. Arms crossed. It may not matter to others, but it definitely does to you. Tomorrow, the Shun family in Magic City, Shun Qingxue, is holding a wedding, and the groom is the heir of the Yin family, Mo Anlin. Hearing this, Ye Qianyu's figure paused, a trace of unusualness flashing in his eyes as he said solemnly, "What is the reason? Is Shun Qingxue being coerced?" Lu Nanchuang chuckled, pulled out another slender lady's cigarette from the box, lit it, took a deep breath, and said languidly, "The Shun family in Magic City is actually a branch of the Shun family in Kyoto. My informant reported to me that just a month and a half ago, Shun Qingxue went with her grandfather to the Shun family in Kyoto to attend the 80th birthday of Shun Sanchio. Unexpectedly, she caught the eye of the young master Mo Anlin of the Yin family, who wants to marry her. Shun Mingji agreed to this marriage to curry favor with the Mo family." Ye Qianyu frowned, his expression serious. "Does Shun Qingxue agree?" Lu Nanchuang elegantly took a puff of her cigarette and nodded. "Yes, but it's against her will." Chapter 370. The Wedding Kyoto, Shun Family Manor. Today, the Shun family was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and the sound of drums and gongs was deafening, bustling with activity. The entire manor was beautifully arranged, exuding a festive atmosphere, and the scene was extraordinarily grand. The Shun family servants were bustling about, working energetically. Luxury cars entered one after another, which was not surprising to ordinary people. What was surprising was the continuous appearance of red flags with the license plate number Jing AG6, which was exclusively for official use. Today, the 7 clans gathered here, and the grandeur of the scene was jaw-dropping. It is no exaggeration to say that almost all prominent figures in both the business and political circles of the entire China were present. Numerous media reporters were busy photographing, broadcasting the grand wedding scene live across the country, sparking heated discussions among netizens. Wow, what a divine scene. I've already seen no less than 100 red flags with Jing AG6 plates, knowing that there are no more than 200 such plates in the entire country. Hey, I think I also saw Huarengge, but he seems to be nodding and bowing to many people. Isn't the illustrious Huarengge just an inconspicuous figure here? Chapter 371. Outside the courtyard, there are 99 cannons. Dare to marry one and try? Just then, a deafening roar came. The heavy and ancient iron gate of the Shun family manor was blown up into the air and fell heavily to the ground, making a metallic crashing sound. Boom! 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 A few more muffled cannon sounds followed from outside, and through the thicket, thick black smoke could be clearly seen rising outside. The sturdy and tall walls of the Shun family collapsed instantly under the bombardment of cannonballs like raindrops, with debris flying everywhere. Tanks, resembling steel beasts, slowly emerged from the smoke, crashing through the now ruined walls, trampling everything in their path. Any flowers, trees, or stone structures encountered were flattened, heading straight towards the banquet hall. When they were still some distance away from the banquet hall, the tanks came to a sudden stop, their dark cannon muzzles aimed directly at the banquet venue. What kind of terrifying scene had the guests attending this feast ever witnessed? They were all dumbfounded, their faces filled with shock. However, a line of jet-black Rolls-Royce Phantoms entered one after another from outside. Chapter 372. Who dares to touch my son, die? Liu Yong and others spoke out in accusation. Ye Qianyu, what are you trying to do? Are you really planning to blow this place up? Ye Qianyu, quickly stop. Hurry and order your people to retreat. You must think clearly about the consequences of your actions. At this moment, Ye Qianyu stepped forward, gently patted Ye Qianyu on the shoulder, and said in a deep voice, Kid Ye, you decide, but I must remind you, that person above is the head of the Mo family. Lin Wanru stood silently by the side, saying nothing. Although she was the spokesperson for the Long family in the secular world, tasked with maintaining the fortunes of China, she resolutely chose the man over her duty. If Ye Qianyu really wanted to do this, she would undoubtedly stand by his side without hesitation. After all, they were just secular families, and there were many first-class families in all of China. However, without the support of Yinshan Village, once they had the backing of Yinshan Village, they could rise rapidly within 3 years and replace the positions of the 8 major families in Kyoto. Mo Anlin laughed recklessly, his laughter sharp and piercing, like the cry of a night owl. Ha ha, I didn't expect you, Ye Qianyu, to still be alive. It seems today is a double joy. Ye Qianyu frowned slightly and said coldly. Chapter 373. Ye Qianyu's background, everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. In the distance, a completely black Hongqi car, with only the character Yi on its license plate, slowly drove over. It passed through the gate, drove along the path, rolled over the carpet, and finally stopped steadily less than 10 meters away from Ye Qianyu. Behind the car was a group of black-clad individuals in trench coats, all wearing black hoods, holding tang knives, marching in perfect unison. Each step seemed precisely measured, producing a dull and powerful sound. Every step created a slight tremor in the ground, emanating a tangible, sharp momentum. There were roughly around 200 of them, all with only cold, sharp eyes visible, their faces obscured. But the prominent character Yi on their right arm stood out. They stood like statues, their gazes hawk-like, closely watching the assassins from the death god cult around them. Their right hands tightly gripped the knife handles, as if ready to draw them in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing this group appear, everyone present collectively gasped. It's the Night Watch Division. Ye Qianyu curiously scanned the surrounding Night Watch Division and discovered that their attire was identical to what he had seen in the surveillance footage. Chapter 374. I have a father, rampaging under Blue Star. Commander, use the Eye of Exploration. Name, Ye Qianyu, your biological father. Identity, founder of the Night Watch Division. Head of the Yi family, ruler of China. Appearance, 989 age. 1430, genes have been forced to evolve. Gene lock, level 10 peak, due to special reasons on Blue Star. True strength unknown, invincible under Blue Star. Specialty, top tier all-rounder wife. Hidden, son, Ye Qianyu, biological son. After reading the personal information of his biological father, Ye Qianyu exclaimed, "What the heck?" His biological father was too impressive. Originally, when he crossed over, his family was just an ordinary rural family. He never expected his parents to be the mysterious Rakshasa couple. What surprised him even more was that his biological father had such a big background. His background was simply the #1 background wall in the world. In this era of relying on fathers, who could compare to him? I have a father, rampaging under Blue Star. With such a powerful background, even without a system's assistance, he could still thrive, right? Other aspects were good, but wasn't the appearance a bit too high? Chapter 375. My Yandra sister, just as the words fell, all members of the Night Watch Division swiftly drew their tang knives, pouncing towards the surrounding death god cult assassins like hungry wolves. They did not hold back. Their strikes were lethal. In an instant, the sounds of battle filled the air. Blades flashed and blood splattered. Ye Qianyu grinned and raised an eyebrow at Ye Qianyu, saying, "Little Yi, Dad is going to take care of this old thing for you to liven things up." After speaking, he lightly stepped forward and charged toward Shurima. "Ye Qianyu, you're not playing fair." Shurima angrily roared and immediately countered. Ye Qianyu leisurely took out a pipe from his pocket, gently fiddled with it, filled it with tobacco, then struck a match to light it, taking a deep breath before slowly exhaling, looking relaxed. Then he twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds, and said leisurely, "After being hidden for so long, I can finally warm up properly this time." After speaking, He glanced at the scarred old man who had driven for Ye Qianyu earlier and warned, "Old Scar, don't compete with me, or I'll take you down." Upon hearing this, the old man shivered all over, fearfully glancing at Ye Qianyu, and with a smile he said, "How could that be, Brother Gio? It's all yours, I won take any." Chapter 376. The might of the Rakshasa couple. Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu pulled Ye Yunshi into his arms, tightly wrapping his arms around her. One of his hands gently stroked Ye Yunshi's messy hair, his eyes filled with affection and tenderness. His fingers slowly wove through her hair, as if soothing a frightened little animal. The other hand gently patted her back, as if comforting a child. Ye Qianyu slightly lowered his head. His lips parted as he softly said, "How could that be? No matter how you change, you will always be my good sister." After speaking, Ye Qianyu extended his thumb and gently wiped at the corner of Ye Yunshi's eye, carefully erasing the recently shed tears, afraid of hurting her. Ye Yunshi obediently nodded, a radiant smile blooming on her face. She then slightly lowered her head, her pupils faintly bloodshot, murmuring, "I will never let anyone hurt my brother, unless I die." On the other side, Ye Qianyu and Luo Xiaoyu each held a tang knife, moving like phantoms through the crowd, entering and exiting swiftly. In a 2v30 situation, originally 30 members of the 5 ghosts, now less than half remained. Chapter 377. It matures a bit. A loud bang echoed. The tremendous force kicked up clouds of dust. As the dust slowly dissipated, a severed arm suddenly fell before the 3, still writhing on the ground. Immediately after, a hysterical voice could be heard. "Ye Qianyu, the grudge of the severed arm is one that cannot be shared. The day I return will be your time of destruction." After speaking, the figure of Shuruma flashed like a ghost, swiftly turning and fleeing in panic. Ye Qianyu stood at the top of the manor, hands behind his back, his expression cold, his clothes rustling fiercely in the wind, his eyes sharp as cold stars as he watched the flustered Shuruma escape, curling his lips. Who can't make threats? Ye Qianyu's figure flickered like a ghost, instantly appearing in front of Ye Qianyu, gazing lovingly at his son, who he hadn't seen for 15 years. As Ye Qianyu silently examined him, Ye Qianyu was also carefully observing Ye Qianyu. Their eyes met, and they smiled at each other. Neither said anything, but it seemed that everything was understood without words. "I know you have questions, but don't rush to ask. Let us resolve things here first. We can talk when we get back," Ye Qianyu said gently with a smile. "Okay." Ye Qianyu nodded slightly. Chapter 378. The Night Guard token. On the night of New Year's Eve. At this moment, the magic capital was filled with a festive and harmonious atmosphere. Countless lights sparkled dazzlingly, and the sound of firecrackers echoed continuously. Inside the house, the table was laden with a sumptuous feast, although there were no particularly expensive ingredients. They were all homely dishes filled with the flavor of home. For example, stewed radish with Tianshan snow lotus, stir-fried Ganoderma, and mountain ginseng dragonfish pot, all evoking warmth. Ye Qianyu, Ye Qianyu, Ye Qianyu, and Ye Yunshi, Shun Qingxue, and even Mu Ziru were all gathered around the table. Ye Qianyu's 3 sons, Jin Yuqian, Ye Xiaotian, and Xian Nanxing, were also among them, everyone chatting and laughing, a joyful scene. Mu Ziru appeared somewhat reserved at this moment, slightly lowering her head, her eyes fixed on a rice bowl in front of her. Occasionally, she would take a bite, but didn't dare to look up at Ye Qianyu, resembling a shy daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. Regarding Ye Qianyu's background, Mu Ziru had learned about it the day before, feeling extremely surprised. She hadn't expected that the kind and warm Ye Qianyu couple she had known since childhood was actually the fearsome Rakshasa couple. Moreover, she hadn't anticipated that Ye Qianyu's true identity was the young master of the Night Guard, the only heir of the Ye family. Chapter 379. You're not human. Ye Qianyu looked at Ye Qianyu, revealing a meaningful smile. "Little Ye, can you not remember anything from before the age of 5? Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu frowned and nodded, his expression serious as he said, "Indeed, no matter how I try to recall, I just can't remember. Even if I was younger, there should still be some vague memories." But Ye Qianyu trailed off, looking at his father. He knew it had to be his doing. Sure enough, Ye Qianyu smiled calmly and said, "Indeed, because I temporarily sealed your memories from before the age of 5. I'll explain it all to you later. For now, just eat this. It can restore your memory." After speaking, Ye Qianyu spread his palm, and a blue crystal chip the size of a grain of rice floated in his hand, emitting a faint blue light. Ye Qianyu stared at it. Memory key. The key to unseal the memory chip can unlock sealed memories, a product of Level 2 civilization technology. After reading the system's explanation, Ye Qianyu looked at Ye Qianyu with slight astonishment, revealing a hint of surprise. It turned out to be a product of Level 2 civilization. No wonder the current system couldn't unlock it. Chapter 380. The truth. Ye Qianyu frowned, his face filled with anger as he said, "You little brat. Why are you cursing? Isn't my mother your grandmother? Your grandmother passed away over 1,000 years ago. You brat. Are you trying to kill me with filial piety? Then how can you say my mother is not human? You're at least my father. How can you insult your wife?" Ye Qianyu pouted. "You little brat. You've grown wings and started to talk back to me." Ye Qianyu laughed and scolded. Then his expression turned extremely serious as he said, "Your mother is indeed not human. She is an alien from a space of 900 million dimensions, and part of the Ling Qi civilization, one of the 3 remaining Level 9 civilizations in the Star Universe sequence. Their daily work involves piloting an extremely advanced spaceship, cruising through the universe, categorizing planets based on their level of civilization into 19 levels for differentiation and management. They are responsible for guiding and evolving intelligent life in the universe, promoting communication and cooperation between different civilizations. Higher-level civilizations will secretly assist lower-level civilizations, but the vast majority will oppress, enslave, destroy, wage war, and plunder. For these, they not only refrain from intervening, but actually take pleasure in them. Chapter 381. The Lunar Matrix. Upon hearing this, Shun Qingxue stood there, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes filled with shock, frozen in place, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. Her brows furrowed slightly, as if she were trying hard to absorb and digest the recent information. After a while, Shun Qingxue slowly came back to her senses, her eyes still filled with astonishment as she stammered, "Uncle Yi, why am I not in angel form? Spreading my wings, but instead look exactly like a human?" Ye Qianyu looked at her thoughtfully and slowly explained, "Actually, this is thanks to your mother. She used a certain method to allow you to absorb human essence on Blue Star, thus becoming a half-human, half-angel in an alternative way. This enables you to switch between human and angel forms, possessing the powerful abilities of an angel while also having the diverse genes of a human, which gives you even greater potential." Upon hearing this, Shun Qingxue furrowed her brows and began to say, "Uncle Yi, then why?" But before she could finish, she was interrupted. Ye Qianyu waved his hand and smiled gently. "You want to ask why you can't transform into an angel on your own, right?" Shun Qingxue stared wide-eyed, nodding vigorously, her eyes filled with anticipation. Chapter 382. Variables. Seeing Ye Qianyu's unrestrained smile, Ye Qianyu rolled her eyes and said nonchalantly, "Dad, as a Level 9 civilization, wouldn't Mother notice this little bit of shurima? I think it's intentional on her part, deliberately leaving a backup plan for us father and son." Huh? Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu, who had just been feeling proud, nearly choked. To avoid the awkwardness, he pretended to cough a few times and said irritably, "Cough. Could you not expose my plan? You're making me look foolish." Ye Qianyu shrugged, unconcerned. "Is it my fault? As long as I'm not embarrassed. Others are the ones who should be." The smile on Ye Qianyu's face vanished, replaced by a serious expression. He fixed his gaze on Ye Qianyu and said solemnly, "Actually, I already guessed what you said. You're only half right. It is indeed a backup plan left by your mother, but it's not for me. It's for you." Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu furrowed her brows, her eyes filled with suspicion, leaning forward slightly, looking confused. "Why do you say it's for me?" Ye Qianyu remained silent for a long time, his expression heavy, squinting his eyes, and finally said slowly, Chapter 383. Blood Moon. Suddenly, the originally bright moon in the night sky turned blood red, as if stained by thick blood, emitting an eerie and enchanting glow. The once vibrant night sky instantly became deathly silent, forming a heart-pounding scarlet curtain. The birds soaring in the sky fell straight down like fireworks that had lost their power, crashing to the ground and shattering into a blur of flesh and blood. Immediately after, the blood moon hanging overhead emitted a visible dark purple ripple that moved from far to near. It passed through the clouds, ghost-like through tall buildings, and finally penetrated human bodies. As this blue ripple passed through everyone on Blue Star, they froze as if under a spell. Their eyes widened, mouths slightly open, bodies stiffened in place, maintaining the actions from a moment before. OMG, what is going on? It was just daytime. How did it suddenly turn into this terrifying blood moon scene? Damn, it's a blood moon. I've only seen this kind of scene in anime. Could it be the end of the world? Are we going to mutate and awaken like in the TV shows? Or turn into zombies? I don't even have a girlfriend. Why can't the apocalypse wait until I find a partner? Chapter 384. Research base, old year we still eating? Seeing that Ye Qianyu and the others finally left, Ye Qianyu dared to speak timidly. It's not that he was timid. It's just that Ye Qianyu's aura was too overwhelming. He could only shrink in the corner and eat quietly, not daring to make a sound. Let alone Ye Qianyu. Even his grandfather, the head of the Chun family backing the Jin family, would feel uneasy dining at the same table as Ye Qianyu. Seeing Ye Qianyu's timid appearance, Ye Qianyu rolled her eyes and said disdainfully, "Look at you. What are you still eating for? We're going to the training base for devilish training." Without waiting for Ye Qianyu to retort, Ye Qianyu said sternly, "If you don't want to die in 3 years, don't think about slacking off. Since you still have time, practice hard." Seeing Ye Qianyu so serious, Ye Qianyu looked distressed and muttered, "Well, can I at least finish eating? Just now your dad's intimidating aura. Could I even look him in the eye?" "Huh? What did you say?" Ye Qianyu frowned, her sharp gaze fixed on him. "I didn't say anything." Ye Qianyu was so scared he shivered, hurriedly waving his hands. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Chapter 385. Dear Master, please chi me. Ye Qianyu couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth, cleared her throat, and awkwardly looked at Su Linfeng beside her, coughing lightly. "Ahem, Xiaofeng, take me to see your research results." In this situation, a 20-something young man calling a 60-something old man Xiaofeng did seem a bit strange. However, to Su Linfeng's ears, it sounded perfectly normal. In the research field, there is an unwritten rule. The capable are the teachers. They don't look at age, but at research accomplishments. As long as your research level surpasses theirs, you are considered a predecessor. Su Linfeng nodded eagerly, his face full of respect, slightly bowing. "Boss, all right, please follow me." The two passed through several security checkpoints to reach the most secretive warehouse. A distance of less than 100 meters took nearly 5 minutes. Just the security process had 18 verification checkpoints, highlighting its high level of confidentiality. "Boss, we've arrived." Ye Qianyu stepped in the warehouse and saw rows of extreme wind warplanes before her eyes. The aircraft had smooth lines, and their metallic shells emitted a chilling luster. Although these warplanes were impressive, in this place, they were merely the most ordinary items. Chapter 386. Global Submission. Achieving Unity. Ye Qianyu stepped on a speedboat, took out a helmet, and then turned her gaze to Su Linfeng, who was still standing there in a daze. Seeing this, Su Linfeng immediately snapped back to reality. Hurriedly pulling out a blue energy device no larger than a thumb from his pocket, introducing, "Boss, this is a fusion crystal core, a small nuclear reactor, and also the power source for the source-collecting speedboat. 1 core replacement is enough for 10 years of operation." Ye Qianyu nodded slightly, took the fusion crystal core from Su Linfeng's hand, and accurately placed it into the speedboat slot, where it instantly disappeared. In an instant, the speedboat's instruments and various indicator lights lit up in brilliant colors. Seeing this, Su Linfeng quickly ran to a specific position and decisively pressed the switch. The platform beneath the base suddenly split apart with a heavy sound. Immediately afterward, the surrounding lights flickered, forming a vertical upward passage. Ye Qianyu pressed a button, and a transparent, sturdy glass shield instantly appeared, enclosing him entirely. Then, the shape quickly transformed into that of a small fighter jet. Boom! 2 bright flames shot out from the tail, and a powerful thrust erupted instantly. Whoosh! Chapter 387. Rewards. When Ye Qianyu saw these announcements, he merely smiled faintly, showing no surprise on his face. Such a scenario was well within his expectations. It seemed that the knight had completed all the tasks assigned to them. Just 1 day later than I had anticipated, I had originally thought it would be announced on New Year's Eve. Ye Qianyu murmured, seemingly dissatisfied with the result. If the knight bodyguards who were far away in foreign lands and had worked hard without even having their reunion dinner knew their boss thought this way, they would certainly curse him harshly. It took a total of 4 days to plant loyal spiders for all the newly appointed decision-makers and clan leaders, far exceeding the task requirements. "What more do you want from me?" Ye Qianyu opened the night work group and tagged the 100 night members stationed abroad to return immediately and prepare for the upcoming 3 years of grueling training. Just then, the system's voice echoed in Ye Qianyu's mind. Congratulations, host, for unifying Blue Star and initially completing the hidden task with a huge impact. Congratulations, host, for gaining 20,000 reputation points, 80,000 to 100,000. Chapter 388. Special items until the sound of a car horn came from outside the window. Fan Duong suddenly snapped back to reality, calming his rapidly beating heart, adjusting his messy collar before slowly sitting down. Looking at the astronomical transfer amount on his phone, he still felt a bit dreamy. This astronomical figure seemed like a bright light, stinging his eyes. Am I the chosen one? And the boss is my golden finger? Meeting the boss at the start, gaining trillions task, spend 1 trillion in 3 years. If I can't complete it, will I be killed like in the novels? Fan Duong became increasingly certain of his guesses and felt the reality of it all. After a while, he suddenly stood up, adjusted his glasses on his nose, and said seriously, with a resolute expression, "It's just spending money. I'm the best at that. From now on, there will be another top-tier tycoon who spends money like water in the world." After doing all this, Ye Qianyu entered the training chamber and began training with the knight. The entire Source Technology Park appeared exceptionally calm, with everyone methodically carrying out their tasks. Chapter 389. Discussing a matter with you two. All right, you two stop mocking each other. Neither of you is any better. Neither can fight. Ye Qianyu interrupted. Upon hearing this, the two girls each huffed lightly. Their little mouths pouted slightly, and their faces still showed some discontent. Actually, I didn't come today just to discuss life with you. I wanted to discuss something with you. Ye Qianyu shifted his tone, his expression becoming particularly serious as he said in a deep voice. Seeing this, the two girls lost their playful mood and gathered their expressions. Jiang Yoxin struggled to get off the computer desk, stumbling to the edge of the bed, lifted the blanket, and lay in Ye Qianyu's arms. Feeling uncomfortable, she pulled Ye Qianyu's other arm to find a comfortable position and asked expectantly, "Brother Qianyu, what matter requires you to come discuss with us in person? Are you planning to marry us? Marry you?" Ye Qianyu rolled his eyes, speechless, and then continued in a deep voice. 3 years later. Blue Star may face a catastrophic disaster that could wipe out humanity. I do not yet know whether we will live or die. Therefore, after a while, I want to take you to a secluded place, which is also where I was born. Chapter 390. Ye Xiaotian comes out of seclusion. Ye Qianyu shook his hands and said, "The demonstration is over. You should believe what I said now. How will you choose? Will you go with me to Hidden Dragon Village or stay in Hang City?" Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaolan decisively said, "I will go with you." "Me too." Hearing the two girls' responses, Ye Qianyu smiled slightly. He was genuinely afraid that the two women would not go with him to Hidden Dragon Village. After all, Hidden Dragon Village was more concealed and safer than the bustling city. He did not believe that his mother left Blue Star without leaving a backup plan in Hidden Dragon Village. Only when the people he cared about were safe could he better face the ethnic crisis 3 years later. Buzzing just then, the phone on the coffee table suddenly vibrated. Ye Qianyu walked over and picked it up, raising an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing his eyes as he murmured, This cave dweller actually called me. It's truly one of the 10 miracles. Could it be that Xiaotian has made progress in his research?" Ye Qianyu stopped thinking too much and pressed the answer button to connect the call. As soon as it connected, he heard Ye Xiaotian's excited and incoherent voice. Chapter 391. Innovation. The birth of the dimensional chip Psi. Ye Qianyu sighed, completely unconcerned about the messy hair on his head. He reached out to pat Ye Xiaotian's head with one hand and gently patted his back with the other, comforting him. "Stop crying. How can you still cry like a child at this age? You could never be a burden to us. I know you've endured a lot these days and want to prove yourself. Now you have succeeded, so introduce us to your research results. How impressive are they?" Upon hearing this, Ye Xiaotian immediately stopped crying, carefully took out a titanium alloy box from his pocket. He then gently opened it, revealing 6 chips glowing faintly with blue light before everyone's eyes. The people present looked at the chips in Ye Xiaotian's hand, all showing puzzled expressions. "Xiaotian, is this chip in your hand the result of your hard work over the past 3 months, day and night?" "Just this?" Jin Yuqian ran forward, casually fiddling with the chip and saying nonchalantly, "Slap." Ye Xiaotian directly slapped his hand away, looking at him with disdain and saying, "Get your greasy hand off. What if you break my treasure?" Chapter 392. The hellish trial shouted on. Where is this place? Why does it feel so eerie and terrifying? Ye Qianyu looked around at the small, cramped cage, the iron walls covered in shocking bloodstains, and even severed limbs scattered haphazardly. His face turned pale instantly, his body trembling slightly, his eyes widening, and his lips could not help but quiver. I don't know either. Ye Qianyu, spreading his hands in a helpless manner, and said, as a chip programmer, you don't know? Ye Qianyu widened his eyes, his voice rising by an octave. Do I need to know? It's all generated by AI with one click. I just edited my thoughts and requests. Why should I care about the rest? Ye Qianyu rolled his eyes and said with a pout. Ye Qianyu wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Xian Nanxing. Jean Lahr, don't speak yet. There's a change. The next moment, a cold voice, like a chilling wind from an ice cellar, echoed throughout the dark and eerie space. Welcome, prey, to the cage death match. Game rules. 1. Everyone present will be isolated in independent cage areas. 2. Each person can use various weapons freely within the cage area. Chapter 393, Death, Insight, Improvement. A minute of rest passed in the blink of an eye. Whoosh, 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 20 figures appeared in the air, distinctly different from the previous 10. They were less than a meter tall, with twisted and fierce faces, sharp fangs, and eyes flickering with a strange red light, holding sharp short blades. Compared to the previous monsters with high defense, their speed advantage was even more pronounced. The previous cold voice sounded again. Hell level trial second stage activated. Day 1 negative effect. 0 gravity. Gene lock level. Level 9 peak. Quantity. 20 time limit for this stage. 2 hours the next moment. The previously scorching temperature of 127 suddenly dropped to minus 196. The surroundings seemed to freeze instantly, bone-chilling cold. Ye Qianyu was assaulted by the extreme cold. His hand, gripping the long sword, trembled incessantly, thin ice crystals faintly appearing, and his movements became exceedingly sluggish. Damn, this isn't how you play, right? Ice and fire double heaven? Ye Qianyu spat out the blood from his mouth, cursing, and charged forward with his long sword. Even though Ye Qianyu was struggling, the others were in even worse condition. Chapter 394. Officially launching the Kyoshimon plan. Everyone gasped for air, like drowning people who had just struggled ashore, panting heavily. Sweat beads the size of mung beans covered their foreheads, rolling down, their eyes filled with unmistakable fear, as if they had endured unimaginable torment. It's terrifying, so damn terrifying. It's like suffering from old sins. Ye Qianyu struggled with all his might to break free from the protective shield, his whole body limp like a pile of mud. Directly sitting on the ground, unable to get up. His limbs hung weakly, his head drooping, his gaze hollow and numb, continuously murmuring, "This hell trial is not meant for humans at all. I don't even know how many times I died in there, not 1,000, but at least 800 times. Revived time and again, torn to pieces time and again. This feeling is more painful than the tortures of the 18 layers of hell. I'm going to vomit." Ye Qianyu wanted to continue speaking, but suddenly his stomach churned violently, and he vomited. Even the usually calm and composed Xie Nanxing looked pale as paper, his lips turning white, eyes showing fear. Looking at him, it seemed he hadn't fully recovered from the dimensional space trial. Chapter 395. Goodbye, Shangguanhe. As Ye Qianyu walked out of the research room and took the floating elevator to the ground, preparing to smoke a cigarette and catch his breath, he happened to run into Shangguanhe, whom he hadn't seen for months. At this moment, Shangguan looked more spirited than half a year ago. His status, identity, power, and influence were all incomparable to the past, especially his aura, which was completely different, as if an invisible pressure surrounded him at all times. Although he was once the spokesperson of one of the 4 major families in Magic City, the Shangguan family, he had an authority that could not be compared to now, where he exuded an intimidating presence without being angry. The aura of those in power is also ranked. From the slightly deepening wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and the newly visible white hairs, one can imagine how much Shangguan he had endured in just over half a year. Indeed, ever since Ye Qianyu became a hands-off manager, everything in the tech park was approved and handled by Shangguan he alone. What was originally just a regional manager turned him into the laborer of the entire tech park. When Shangguan he saw Ye Qianyu while holding documents, he was momentarily taken aback, then stepped forward and laughed loudly. "Ah, good to see you, little Yi. I finally found you. It's really not easy to see you after you disappeared for so long." Chapter 396. Shurima, your monarch has returned. Hee hee. In the vast universe about 132 million light-years from Blue Star, there exists a brilliant and mysterious cluster of star systems. At the core of this cluster lies a colossal planet, towering majestically. This planet is entirely a yellowish-brown color. Its size is thousands of times that of Blue Star, exuding an ancient and magnificent aura. Its position is crucial, as if it were the ruler of the entire star cluster. Surrounding this planet, numerous planets of various colors orbit it. The surfaces of these planets exhibit complex and orderly structures, with metallic luster interweaving with green vegetation. The city's architectural complexes soar into the clouds, and energy transmission pipelines extend across the planet's surface like veins. Around the planet, spaceships shuttle back and forth, busy and orderly. Especially at the north and south poles of the entire star system, there are two blazing and dazzling suns. They are distinctly different from the sun that Blue Star orbits. Not only are they more than twice the size, but their brightness is also more intense. Surrounding this largest planet is a biosphere constructed from an unknown substance with a thickness of 3 meters. It can withstand the sun's temperature of up to 5,500 degrees Celsius without melting. Chapter 397. In the Cafe. 0. I'm going to pick up a few people. Ye Qianyu, dressed in a crisp black suit with straight trousers and shiny leather shoes, smiled at Mu Zairu, who had an exquisite makeup and a cold expression. Mu Jiro, with her long, beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings and wearing a tight-fitting skirt, rolled her eyes, huffed coldly, and said a few words in a chilly tone. Go ahead. In recent days, Ye Qianyu had confessed all his women and close friends to Mu Zairu without exception. Mu Zairu had long known about this outcome. As the hottest figure in the world, news about Ye Qianyu was everywhere. She was not a fool. How could she be blind and deaf? Even if she didn't pay attention, every time she picked up her phone, Ye Qianyu was guaranteed to be in the top 10 trending topics. What she wanted was for Ye Qianyu to tell her in person, not to treat him like a fool. Mu Jiro never expected that even Mrs. Lin, the top decision-maker in Huaxia, was one of them, something that had never been reported in the news. Mrs. Lin's identity is that of the highest decision-maker in Huaxia, equivalent to the top leader of the country. All decisions within Huaxia must be approved by her before they can be executed. Chapter 398. Father Zhang, the Zhang man, couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. As long as he knew the opponent's background, no matter how prestigious their family was, they were nothing compared to his Zhang family. Accustomed to being arrogant and domineering, he had never taken anyone seriously. In his mind, as long as his father was involved, there was nothing that couldn't be resolved, even if the opponent seemed to have a strong background. Just thinking of his own family made his arrogance flare up again, feeling that he was invincible. Luo Xiaolan still didn't look at him, directly ignoring him, and took Jiang Yoxin's hand to get into the car. Luo Xiaolan ignored him, but the captain of the Dark Knight bodyguards couldn't ignore it. It was unacceptable for his boss's woman to be harassed. Without a word, he charged over, cursing, "Kid, get lost. She's someone you can never provoke." The Zhang man slapped away, covered his swollen cheek, struggled to stand up, his eyes filled with anger, and said in a deep voice, "My father, Zhang is the richest man in Lin City. Do you dare to hit me? Let me tell you, no matter who you are, you've gotten yourself into big trouble today. None of you will leave." Upon hearing this, the captain of the Dark Knight bodyguards snorted disdainfully, his face full of contempt. Chapter 399. Departure to Kunlun Magic City University. The sky was a deep blue. On the grass sat a stunning young girl. She wore a simple white shirt on top and a blue pleated skirt on the bottom, her long, straight legs looking particularly enchanting under the sunlight. She quietly held a book, her expression focused, her eyes serene, and the corners of her mouth occasionally lifted in a slight smile, as if the content of the book brought her joy. The gentle spring breeze brushed past, lifting the strands of the girl's hair. The scene of her reading attracted the attention of male students passing by on the playground, their eyes unconsciously glancing over, whispering to each other, "She's so beautiful. Senior Shangwan Qianyu. No wonder she's the campus flower of the Magic City. If only Senior Shangwan Qianyu would smile at me, I would definitely be so happy that I couldn't sleep for 3 days." Keep your voice down. Are you looking for death? She's the woman of young Master Yi. If young Master Yi finds out that someone is talking about his woman behind her back, who knows how you'll end up? That shouldn't be the case. Young Master Yi doesn't seem like such a petty person. Wow. Senior Shangwan Qianyu smiled at me. That man is young Master Yi. Chapter 400. The mystery of Kunlun in the vast expanse of Huaxia. The Kunlun mountain range resembles a sleeping giant dragon, winding its way between heaven and earth. It is mysterious and majestic, revered as the first immortal mountain of Huaxia, the ancestor of all mountains. The Kunlun mountain range stands in that distant borderland, shrouded in clouds and mist all year round, as if nature has specially draped it with a layer of mysterious veil. This is one of the world's most mysterious mountain ranges and the top of Huaxia's 10 forbidden places. As the origin of Huaxia's myths and legends, it carries countless ancient and fantastical stories. In ancient times, Pangu opened the sky here, Fuxi ascended to heaven here, and Yuar repaired the sky here. 1. Kunlun Mountain. Half of mythological history. The Shanhai Jing recorded. Kunlun Hill, 800 miles square, 10,000 fathoms high. It is regarded as the capital of heaven and earth, a heavenly ladder connecting heaven and earth. The Kunlun Mountain is divided into 3 levels. The first level is Cool Wind Mountain, where it is said that ascending it grants immortality. The second level is called Suspended Garden, where those who step into this place will be endowed with spiritual energy. The third level is the Peak of Kunlun, where those who ascend can become immortals on the spot. Because of this, Kunlun has become the road to heaven that emperors of all generations dream of. However, these rumors, while exaggerated, do reflect the fact that the Kunlun mountain range is indeed a mysterious place. Chapter 4:01. Because he is kind deep within the Kunlun mountain range. There is a desolate area. The roar of several airplanes approached, breaking the tranquility. The planes slowly landed in the open area at the foot of the central snow-capped mountain. At this moment, Ye Laoba, the personal driver of Ye Qianyu, had already been waiting here with dozens of Yue officers for a long time. They stood tall and cold, like sculptures, motionless in the snow. Seeing Ye Qianyu and 1,000 dark night bodyguards disembark from the plane, Ye Laoba hurriedly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Greetings, young master. Ye Qianyu quickly stepped forward, supporting Ye Laoba's shoulder to help him up, smiling. No need for so much courtesy. We are all family. I didn't expect Uncle Ba to come and pick us up personally. Ye Laoba's eyes showed a hint of satisfaction, but he still waved his hand, saying, courtesy cannot be neglected. It's the rule. Ye Qianyu helplessly shook his head and chose not to insist. People of the older generation, like Ye Laoba, were born in the Daoguang period of the Qing dynasty and attached great importance to the master-servant relationship. These traditional customs were deeply ingrained in their DNA, and if asked to act with modern thinking, it would be difficult for them to change their views. Ye Qianyu looked around and asked in confusion. Chapter 4:02. Arrival at Hidden Dragon Village. As soon as they opened their eyes, everyone found themselves in a strange fairyland-like place. This place was completely different from the cold wind and snow they had just experienced. It was vibrant and flourishing. Here, the spring was in full bloom, and it felt like spring all year round. Looking around, flowers and trees flourished, with colorful blossoms competing for beauty and lush green grass. The air was filled with fresh fragrance, making one feel as if they were in a natural aromatherapy world. Crystal clear streams flowed gently, without a trace of the city's pollution. Wild rabbits hopped playfully, and birds chirped joyfully, creating a scene full of vitality, like a secluded paradise. However, most of the buildings along the way retained an ancient style, with flying eaves and ornate beams, exuding an antique charm. If someone accidentally stumbled into this place, they would surely think they had traveled back to ancient times. Although it was called Hidden Dragon Village, its size was comparable to a large city. It was indeed, just as he remembered. Nothing had changed. Ye Qianyu walked along, looking at the familiar scenery around him, murmuring to himself. At the entrance of the Yi family manor, no less than 1,000 Yue officers had already gathered, each standing tall with a cold gaze. Chapter 4:03. Going to the CF family when the crowd entered the Yi residence. The scene before them was completely different from what they had imagined. They had thought everything inside would be of ancient architectural style, with an antique charm, red doors, and houses with flying eaves and ornate beams and stone-paved paths. However, it was quite the opposite. Inside was a whole different world, with modern constructions that dazzled the eyes. The polished marble floor, bright chandeliers, stylish furniture, and various high-tech electronic devices were all present. Lin Wanru and a few others were also visiting the Yi family for the first time, their eyes wide with curiosity, much like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. They looked around, their steps unconsciously slowing as they tried to take everything in. What surprised them even more was the numerous signal towers built in the distance. Ye Qianyu took out his phone and exclaimed, "Wow, my phone can actually connect to the internet?" Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu asked in confusion, "Isn't it normal for phones to connect to the internet in today's society?" Qianyu explained, "Yinlong village has been passed down for 400 years, maintaining the style of ancient times. It could be likened to a small ancient world. So aside from some modern conveniences for communication with the outside world, everything else is no different from ancient times." Chapter 404. Qiananqing's past. Ye Qianyu's visit to the CF family was unannounced, accompanied only by Qiananqing. During this critical period, the entire Ye family's night guard had entered a state of lockdown. In Ye Qianyu's view, there was no need to mobilize everyone for the CF family and waste time putting on a show. Instead, it was better to focus his energy on what truly mattered. Ye Qianyu had already unlocked the 9th level gene lock, and in Yinlong village, aside from his father, no one could pose a threat to him. Resolving the situation with the CF family was merely a matter of handling it effortlessly. Although called a village, Yinlong village was larger than a medium-sized city, and it took an hour to travel from the Ye family to the CF family. Ye Qianyu drove an ordinary Pagani Huayra, speeding down the country asphalt road. If people knew this car, worth 75 million renminbi, was treated as a regular vehicle, they would surely be astonished. Yet, this was indeed the case. This sports car was the least remarkable item in Ye Qianyu's collection. This collection was a treasure trove accumulated by Ye Qianyu over 100 years, with items that could be considered unparalleled in terms of age and value. Chapter 405. Hidden Truths. As the two got out of the car, just as one foot touched the ground, whoosh, the sound of something slicing through the air suddenly rang out. Several black-clad assassins from the Sky Owl Society quickly surrounded Ye Qianyu and Qiananqing from all directions, forming a tight encirclement. One of the black-clad figures stepped forward and sternly said, "Who dares to trespass into the CF family?" Qiananqing, expressionless, looked around and coldly replied, "Hiya, it hasn't been long, and you already don't recognize me?" Upon hearing this, the leading black-clad man focused his gaze and was instantly filled with shock. "Young Master Nanqing, why are you back?" Qiananqing scoffed, "Hell, what? After following my brother, you don't even regard me anymore?" Haya's expression turned ugly, quickly flattering. "How could that be? Young Master Nanqing, you're joking. Even if you can't become the next heir of the Sky Owl Society, you are still a young master of the CF family." Qiananqing glanced at him and ignored him, walking directly into the CF family residence. As he stepped through the door, Haya's voice came from behind. "Young Master Nanqing, we need to check the person beside you thoroughly. We can't let anyone with an unknown identity in." Chapter 406. Differentiating Strength and Deciding Life and Death. The door of the pavilion slowly opened from the outside as Qiananqing stepped over the threshold. Behind him, Ye Qianyu was like a curious child, looking around. He saw Qiananqing leisurely sitting on a pearwood chair, crossing his legs, looking at Qiananqing with a smile. Holding a teacup, he took a sip of tea, appearing relaxed. Qiananqing, who had originally looked pale, now had a rosy complexion, completely unrecognizable as someone gravely ill. This was thanks to a dark green pill called the Burning Foundation pill, which primarily served to burn one's genetic potential to sustain the last bit of life energy, much like adrenaline at the end of life. However, no one noticed Qiananqing's slightly trembling hand hidden under his sleeve. Not far behind him stood a cold and fierce middle-aged man and a beautiful young woman. Additionally, dozens of masked assassins who had unlocked their 5th level gene locks stood at attention, all with restrained and solemn auras. When the two appeared before everyone, Xietian Xiao immediately looked at Ye Qianyu, the recently talked about young master of the Night Guard. However, the moment he made eye contact with the boy, he felt an intense sense of pressure. Chapter 407. You've really grown stronger, brother. After a while, Qiananqing was covered in wounds, his clothes tattered, his whole body drenched in blood, resembling a bloody figure. If it weren't for the rising and falling of his chest, one might think he had become a cold corpse. Although he looked terrible, none of his injuries were fatal. He gasped for breath, enduring the piercing pain, his feet firmly planted on the ground, trying not to fall. He stared with blood-red eyes at the figure before him, his gaze filled with stubbornness. Then he wiped the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled eerily. Qiananqing, a 6th level gene lock, is nothing more than this. The lethal blow that was entrusted to you within the family. Have you forgotten? Little did he know that this was Xian Nanqing's most serious battle, because if he relaxed even slightly, his brother could be killed by him. Upon hearing this, Xian Nanchang frowned, his expression darkening, and with a playful smile said, "Slowly tormenting is where the fun lies. If I were to kill you in one blow, wouldn't that be boring? Your beloved woman is also being tormented bit by bit like this." Before Xian Nanchang could finish his words, Xian Nanqing suddenly disappeared from his spot, unleashing a speed that was nearly equal to the 6th level gene lock with his 4th level peak strength. Chapter 408. The Death of Xian Nanqing. Swish, swish. Without time to think, Xian Nanqing used all his strength to throw the 2 daggers in his hands, trying to block Xian Nanqing's attack. The daggers spun rapidly through the air, creating a whistling sound. Surprisingly, Xian Nanchang did not dodge left or right, but instead increased the difficulty for himself, attempting to pass between the 2 daggers. He moved like a ghost, effortlessly avoiding the sharp attacks, and continued to charge towards Xian Nanqing's face. Just as they were an arm's length apart, Xian Nanchang suddenly revealed a cold smile, and 2 slender, glistening steel wires appeared in his hands. With a hard pull, the 2 daggers that had flown out were suddenly redirected by an invisible force, changing direction and spiraling back at an even faster speed. Hearing the commotion behind him, Xian Nanchang sneered, preparing to sidestep to evade. Without any surprises, there were still surprises. Suddenly, a dull thumping sound like a drum echoed in Xian Nanqing's chest. He trembled all over, as if he had been hit by a paralysis spell, becoming stiff and wooden. His originally flushed cheeks instantly turned snow white, and his movements froze. Chapter 409. Dead and alive, Ye Qianyu lightly tapped his toes and leaped down from the 2nd floor, landing gracefully. Then, without hesitation, he took out the green potion given by his father, swiftly injecting it into Xie Xingqian's rear. As the green potion entered, Xie Xingqian, who had been stiff and lifeless, began to heal at a visible rate. Although his face remained pale, it was noticeably more flushed than before. After a while, Xian Nanqing's fingers trembled slightly, and his brow furrowed. He slowly opened his eyes and sat up straight. He looked around, seeing his brother with tear-streaked cheeks, his father with a shocked expression, and his mother in the distance, kneeling on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Confused, he murmured, "Wasn't I dead? I just met my great-grandfather. How did I suddenly come back to life?" Watching Xian Nanchang come back to life, Xie Tianxiao looked incredulously at the calm and composed Ye Qianyu, marveling internally, as expected of the Ye family, even possessing something that can bring people back to life. With a loud bang, a shadow flew out like a cannonball, spinning 2,160 degrees in the air before crashing into a pile of rubble, sending wood chips flying. Chapter 410. Making friends from nothing by a tranquil lakeside. Under a splendid peach tree grove, a woman dressed in pale moon-white ancient attire stood gracefully. Her beauty was stunning, with brows like distant mountains and eyes like autumn waters. Her long hair cascaded down her slender waist like a waterfall, gently swaying in the breeze, glimmering like a fairy. Her cherry lips, naturally rosy, could captivate a nation with a mere smile. However, in stark contrast to this ancient beauty, beside her was a half-drunk cup of pearl milk tea. The woman slightly leaned forward, her delicate fingers moving gracefully over the strings of a zither. The music flowed like the wind, soft and lively, as if it could penetrate the soul. The melodies were gentle and melodious, like a babbling brook, clear and pure. Each note resonated with the heart. As the tune came to an end, the woman slowly placed her hands on the strings, lifting her gaze to the everlasting peach blossoms. A complex expression of longing, entanglement, and hesitation appeared on her exquisite face. Then, she picked up the pearl milk tea beside her, took a sip, and sighed softly, murmuring to herself. Chapter 411. You're restraining your feelings from me, aren't you? Looking at the captivating figure before her, Nangong Yinshue's beautiful eyes widened, her lips trembled, and tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks, unable to believe her eyes. She thought that returning to Yinlong village and letting time wash over her would allow her to forget him. But she was wrong, terribly wrong. She found that she couldn't forget him at all. Instead, the passage of time made her miss him even more. This domineering man who took her purity, leaving her with love and hate, was deeply etched in her mind. Every time she closed her eyes, his playful smile would flash before her. Upon seeing this tormentor again, Nangong Yinxue finally came to understand. She would no longer be bound by moral constraints and wanted to follow her heart, no longer able to suppress her feelings. She stepped forward with her long, fair feet, rushing towards Ye Qianyu. She pushed aside the obstructive Ye Ningxin, standing in front of him, and threw herself into the arms of the person she missed day and night. Ye Ningxin. What? Oh my goodness. Since you are heartless, don't blame me for being ungrateful. You brought this upon yourself, humph. Thinking of this, Ye Ningxin's eyes twinkled as she quietly approached the cup of pearl milk tea. Chapter 412. It's okay at this moment. Nangong Yinxue suddenly felt as if a fire was burning within her. Her face instantly turned bright red like a ripe apple. Xin, what did you put in my milk tea? Why do I feel so strange all over? Hearing this, Ye Ningxin revealed a sly look and grinned. Her eyes narrowed into slits, and she smirked proudly. She bounced over to Nangong Yinxue, hands on her face, showing a mischievous smile, and said with a serious face, "It's nothing much, just a whole bottle of ordinary seasoning. I thought you'd only take a small sip, but I didn't expect you to be so brave and drink it all. Little Snow, from now on, call me Sister Ningxin obediently, hee." Upon hearing this, Nangong Yinxue was filled with great regret, her eyes wide open with shock and disbelief. Her body trembled slightly, fists clenched, and a surge of anger rose uncontrollably within her. Nangong Yinxue, both shy and angry, scolded loudly. Xin, you wicked disciple, how could you do such a thing? Hurry up and give me the antidote." Ye Ningxin was unperturbed, grinning widely. Chapter 413. 3 years later, after staying at the Nangong family for a few days, Ye Qianyu took Nangong Yinxue, Ye Ning, and the entire Nangong family to the Ye family. It was also on that day that Ye Macheng personally issued a notice. All members of the 8 major families were to migrate to the Ye family for special training and deployment. Those who disobeyed would die. Once this notice was released, except for the Xie family and the Nangong family, the other 6 families showed no hesitation and were even more enthusiastic. Being able to personally go to the Ye family for special training was the lifelong wish of their ancestors. To be summoned by the Ye master himself today was simply a blessing. Even if they were asked to commit suicide on the spot, they would not hesitate for a moment. In an unknown star region less than 4 light years from Blue Star, only a dim star emitted a faint glow. Suddenly, a small black hole with a diameter of only 100,000 kilometers appeared out of nowhere. The surrounding floating meteors and cosmic debris were instantly pulled, twisted, shattered, shrunk, and disappeared under the powerful gravitational force. In the blink of an eye, a 1,000,000-kilometer empty celestial body orbit was formed. Soon after, a giant warship slowly emerged, like a colossal steel beast. Chapter 414. Each has their strengths hearing the sound. Jin Yuqian and Yi Xiaotian were both shocked, their bodies trembling as they turned around. Xian Nanxing, wrapped tightly in a black hooded trench coat, appeared behind them at some point, staring blankly at the two. Jin Yuqian's expression froze. Awkwardly scratching his head and forcing a smile. Ahem, Xiao Si, don't make a scene. I was just being tough earlier. Don't take it seriously, ha ha humph. Look how scared you are. Xian Nanxing scoffed. Seeing this, Jin Yuqian let out a sigh of relief. He knew clearly that Xiao Si's poker face was quite fierce, and if he really tried anything, he would be finished. Although he was invulnerable, he couldn't defend against everything in a 360-degree manner. With Xiao Si's lethal attacks and cunning means, it might truly lead to bloodshed. He quickly changed the subject. Xiao Si, when did you come out? I didn't notice at all. Xian Nanxing replied indifferently. I was here when you were bragging. Upon hearing this, both Jin Yuqian and Yi Xiaotian were taken aback, their eyes widening in shock. They hadn't noticed at all that someone had silently stood behind them for such a long time. Fortunately, it was Xian Nanxing. If it had been an enemy, they would have died countless times in just a few minutes, which showed how deep Xian Nanxing's stealth skills were. Chapter 415. The catastrophe approaches. Ye Qianyu looked at his pouting lips that were squished like a dumpling, feeling a wave of frustration. He was over 1,000 years old, yet he was still acting like this. With so many people watching, how could he not care about face? Did I, a mere junior, not care about face? The image he had painstakingly built over the past 3 years was completely ruined by this old man. Ye Macheng, you old fool. Can't you let go? With so many people watching, at least leave me some dignity. Ye Qianyu's face was flushed, and he shouted in frustration. Ye Macheng, Upon hearing this, not only didn't T stop, but instead pressed down even harder, kneading Ye Qianyu's face as if it were dough. No matter how much Ye Qianyu struggled, he couldn't break free from his father's grasp. Even though he had unlocked the peak of the 10th level of the gene lock, facing his father, he still felt like an ant. Since he couldn't resist, Ye Qianyu simply gave up and let his father play with him. After a while, he crossed his arms and said gloomily, "Dad, why did you suddenly gather everyone? Is there something important?" Suddenly, Ye Qianyu stopped his movements, his expression turning serious as he said in a deep voice. Chapter 416. The Blue Star Restrictions. A massive starship was hovering majestically in the sky, nearly blocking out the entire sky, creating a sense of impending doom. People on Blue Star, who were far apart, stopped their work and stared up at the suddenly appearing starship in awe. At first, no one felt fear. Instead, they were curious to see such a spectacular sight for the first time and exclaimed, "Wow, what the hell is this? So big. Oh my God, could it be an alien starship? Are there really aliens in this world? This starship looks completely different from what is depicted in movies. If it were really an alien starship, we could communicate with them. And who knows, we might even venture out of the solar system to explore more distant stars." Haha, that sounds nice, but I think this will turn out like in the movies, where alien races invade Blue Star. If that happens, then with my monthly salary of 3,000, I have no hope for the future. We would all be doomed together. Just as the people of Blue Star were discussing, a gigantic projection screen thousands of feet wide was projected from the bottom of the main ship in the center of the sky. Chapter 417. The Cherry Blossom Country exploded. In the training room hall of the Ye family, Ye Qianyu casually threw away the microphone in his hand and said with a sneer, "Is that all?" You ran pretty swiftly. He then turned to the panicked crowd, his expression becoming extremely serious as he said in a deep voice, "Everyone, as the 8 hidden families of Huaxia, you are born with the duty to protect Huaxia. Now, facing a formidable enemy is a matter of life and death. This journey will be one of 10 deaths without life. If anyone among you is afraid, now is the time to withdraw." As soon as he finished speaking, no one in the room flinched. They all raised their right fists and pounded their chests, their eyes firm, shouting in unison, "With our hot blood, we protect Huaxia. Wrapped in horse leather, we have no regrets in death." The sound was like war drums echoing in the hall. Seeing this, Ye Qianyu felt very gratified and exclaimed good. 3 times. The hidden dragon village he had founded 1,000 years ago had indeed not disappointed him. Then his tone turned serious as he commanded, "Jin Yuqian, listen up." Upon hearing this, Jin Yuqian's expression froze, and he immediately stepped out from the crowd, saying loudly, "Yes, I appoint you as the god of war of the north, leading 2,000 members of the Chun and Duanmu families to defend the northern front against alien races." Chapter 418. I have a mom, but Blue Star is in chaos. Ye Qianyu withdrew his gaze and looked at everyone, softly saying, "The shield can last for at most 3 days. Whether you fight with your lives or use other methods, you must hold on for 3 days. Go." "Yes." At this moment, Jin Yuqian couldn't help but stutteringly ask, Uncle Yi, if we take a few more hits like earlier, let alone 3 days, we won't even last 3 minutes." Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu shook his head and chuckled. "Don't worry, by then, Blue Star will be safe." Hearing Ye Qianyu's confident words, Jin Yuqian finally felt relieved and resolutely turned to leave. Watching the backs of everyone leaving, Ye Qianyu had a strange expression, his eyes deep, lost in thought. At that moment, Ye Qianyu hesitated for a moment and asked, "Dad, should you tell me what comes after the gene lock?" Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu was slightly taken aback, slowly turned to leave, leaving behind a simple sentence, "Follow me." In a little while, the two arrived at the basement of the treasure house. As soon as Ye Qianyu stepped inside, he was stunned by the sight before him. The entire basement was extremely spacious, roughly the size of 10 football fields. Chapter 419. Jin awakening after understanding, Ye Qianyu looked up at Ye Qianyu and curiously asked, "Dad, what did Uncle Gaia mean by Stardust level? Is it the level after breaking the gene lock?" Ye Qianyu nodded slightly and said solemnly, "Yes. The gene lock is also called the original star level in the star universe sequence, followed by Stardust level, Stellar level, Nebula level, Galaxy level, Universe level, Super Universe level, Primordial level, and Creation level. My Stardust level is merely the starting point, only granting the qualification to explore beyond the original star. Some high-level beings in the star universe sequence are born as universe level or even super universe level. Ye Qianyu seemed deep in thought, then asked, what changes will occur when humanity breaks through the genetic lock limit and reaches stardust level? Ye Qianyu continued to explain, when humanity reaches stardust level, they will be free from the constraints of oxygen and can roam freely in a vacuum, with a significantly extended lifespan. Ye Qianyu slightly squinted her eyes, a glimmer of understanding flashing in them, and then asked, how can one break through the final genetic lock to reach stardust level? Ye Qianyu chuckled softly and said, when humanity reaches its limit, the genes within the body will change, and a 24th pair of chromosomes will re-evolve. Chapter 420. Ye Yunxi, I am already an adult. Gaia slightly raised her head, a nostalgic look in her eyes, and slowly said, I remember it seems to be during the 7th cosmic era, when the 9-dimensional races were as numerous as the stars. And it was the most prosperous time in the cosmic sequence. One day, a fully awakened 9-dimensional human suddenly appeared, disrupting the established order at that time. The major 9-dimensional races, not wanting to share their cake, united to attack, wanting to destroy this anomaly, which led to the battle of the 10,000 races. Little did they know that the fully awakened 9-dimensional human was too powerful under the same level of confrontation. They were no match for humanity. That battle was extremely brutal. Countless races perished, and multiple multiverses were destroyed. Over 100 9-dimensional races were wiped out, and countless advanced civilizations were obliterated. Since then, all races viewed humanity as an aberration, and I still do not know who set the genetic lock for humanity. According to the countless reasoning done by the Cosmic Heart database, humanity has the potential to awaken abilities beyond 9-dimensional, but so far, no one has awakened. Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu showed a look of shock, her mouth agape, and it took her a while to regain her composure. Curiously asking, Chapter 421, the two demon girls after a while, standing in the center, wearing a light white dress, Muzuru slowly said, all right, everyone stop arguing. Tonight, Yunxi and Qingxue will take care of Qianyu. After 3 years in the role of the mistress of the back courtyard, Muziru's demeanor had changed significantly. From the once naive university student, she had transformed into the dignified and composed young mistress of the Yi family, decisive in handling matters and exuding authority. Currently, Muziru held a high reputation among the women. Upon hearing her speak, the others gradually stopped and ceased their disputes. This outcome was somewhat expected by everyone, as among the women, only Yunxi and Shun Qingxue were still in the previous debate. But it was merely to give them a step down so they wouldn't feel too tense. Upon hearing Muziru's words, Shun Qingxue, who was standing in a small corner, was instantly dumbfounded. Huh? Why did this delicious melon suddenly fall on my head? Shun Qingxue blinked her starry eyes adorably, her small mouth slightly open, her eyes wide in shock, as if she had been struck by a paralysis spell. Chapter 422. Battle begins the next morning. The rain poured like a torrential flood, with large raindrops smashing violently against the ground. Lightning danced like silver snakes through the dark clouds, tearing the already oppressive sky apart with jagged wounds. The dark clouds pressed down heavily, creating a feeling as if they would crush the city, making it hard to breathe. On the high platform, Ye Qianyu stood with his hands behind his back, dressed in a black robe adorned with 9 dragons. His expression was cold, his eyes deep as a chasm, as if a deity overlooking all living beings. Every subtle glance carried a powerful aura that instilled fear. Just then, a deafening thunderclap erupted, lightning slicing through the night sky like a sharp sword. In an instant, it illuminated his cold, ice-sculpted face, adding to his majesty. Rain poured down like bullets, yet it couldn't come near him even a little. An invisible wall of air forcefully repelled it a few inches away from his body. Behind Ye Qianyu, Luo Xiaoyu had a hint of defiance in her eyes, her lips curving slightly. She played with the tang knife in her hand, spinning it and moving it gracefully. Ye Qianyu had a deep expression, holding a smoking pipe, silently exhaling clouds of smoke. The sparks in the bowl flickered in the wind and rain, and wisps of blue smoke rose from his mouth, gradually dissipating in the rain. Chapter 423. Starfire Ship. This spaceship is called the Starfire Ship, symbolizing that the ship, like a spark, can ignite a prairie in cosmic exploration. The main platform for the Heavenly Gate project is the Bluebird aerospace carrier, which can carry the Lingxiao ground effect aircraft, the Breaking Sky rapid response aircraft, and the Xingyue emergency rescue aircraft, along with the Chun-Ying tactical mechs. An aerial combat aircraft like Thunder Shadow and Qianyu. The Bluebird, a 100,000-ton aerospace carrier, is 258 kilometers long, with a wingspan of 688 kilometers and a maximum takeoff weight of 3 million tons. It can carry 688 Qianyu unmanned aerial combat aircraft and 999 manned Thunder Shadow aerospace fighters. In terms of weaponry, it includes high-power particle diffusion cannons, cluster particle cannons, high-energy pulse laser cannons, vertical missile launch units, and onboard ballistic missile launch units. The onboard Qianyu unmanned aerial combat aircraft are equipped with airy intelligent chips and possess high maneuverability, stealth, and intelligence. As an aerospace fighter, it can operate outside of Blue Star and utilize advanced weapons like accelerated strike missiles and plasma pulse missiles. The manned Thunder Shadow aerospace fighter is made from the highest quality metal, featuring properties such as durability and speed. Chapter 424. The counterattack war of Blue Star officially begins. On the screen, the Starfire ship slowly emerged from the smoke of the explosion. Not only was it completely undamaged, but there wasn't even a trace of the explosion on its body. This scene left not only the people on Blue Star in shock, but also left the Shurima's side utterly bewildered. How is this possible? Before they could regain their composure, the cold-faced Mo Sha in the command center of the Starfire ship issued a series of commands. Activate the Star Dome Quantum Energy Shield. Open the Golden Crow Space Pulse Laser Cannons. Deploy the Eagle Eye Aerospace Electronic Reconnaissance Aircraft. Release the Suicide Nightingale Unmanned Aerial Combat Drone Swarm. Fully activate the Starfire ship's laser cannons, electromagnetic railguns, and pulse nanomissiles. As Mo Sha issued these commands one by one, all the hatches of the Starfire ship opened. Thousands of missiles shot out like arrows, and hundreds of pulse laser cannons simultaneously emitted blinding light. Nearly 10,000 Suicide Nightingale unmanned aerial combat drones surged toward the enemy aircraft like a swarm of furious hornets. As soon as they got close, they exploded, igniting wave after wave of fire. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, illuminating the entire space with this fierce battle. Chapter 425. System upgrade complete. In that brief moment, the enemy's 60,000 to 70,000 lizardmen were annihilated, over 100,000 severely injured, and the rest were all lightly injured. The lizardmen lay sprawled on the ground, writhing in pain and emitting pitiful cries. Yellow blood gushed like a spring from the cracks in their shattered armor, pooling into terrifying puddles. Some limbs were mutilated, struggling in the blood-soaked ground. Others had their abdomens blown open with intestines exposed. Damn it, the Night Master didn't tell us this thing was so powerful. I just casually stuffed in my bosom? Night Scar's eyes widened in horror, sweat like beans rolling down his forehead, lips trembling as he muttered to himself. I was just playing with it in my hand a moment ago. If I had known it was this powerful. Night Jiuyo's face turned pale with fear, and his hand holding the smoke gun trembled uncontrollably. Night Qianyu's eyes gradually turned crimson as he shouted. The blazing light hasn't dissipated. Now is the time. Everyone, follow me. No holding back. Leave no survivors. Wipe them all out until the last one. After saying this, he put on sunglasses, raised his tang knife, and charged out like an arrow released from its bow. Chapter 426. Night Qianyu's bold move, using a dog to kill lizards. The long-awaited system voice sounded particularly friendly. At a critical moment, the system finally completed its upgrade, which was like a timely blessing. Wow, Master, I missed you so much. Faced with a more humanized system than before, Night Qianyu didn't pay much attention. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he slowly stood up and grinned. System, stop wasting time. Open the permissions. I'm going to cheat again. Received, Master. Eye of Investigation has been activated. System Mall has been opened. System Space has been opened. System. This system version upgrade has been completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Insight Card X1. Increases comprehension by 1 trillion times. Enhances the dimensional code of the genetic sequence. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Special Item Week QQ Candy. Eating it reduces combat power by half. Effective for 30 minutes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Special Skill 5 Seconds of True Man. Immune to all damage for 5 seconds. Usage limit 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Special Active Skill Holy Radiance Purification. immune to all negative effects. Cool down time, 5 minutes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Stardust Level X3. Effective when Stardust level activates. Chapter 427. Soul Entanglement, a series of bold moves by Ye Qianyu on the Moonstar was clearly synchronized in the live broadcast room. Wow, can be played like this? As expected of young Master Yi. Love it. This kind of bold move can only be thought of by the charming young Master Yi. In just one lesson, he borrowed a dog to kill 30,000 lizards. What if young Master Yi pursues me? What to do? I advise you to go see a neurologist to check if you have delusional disorder. The battle continued, becoming increasingly fierce over time. For a whole 7 days, the scene was littered with corpses, smoke billowing. The bodies of lizard men and the remnants of the night guard were intertwined, a pungent smell of blood filling the air. A vacuum formed, lingering for a long time. The moon soil was stained red and yellow with blood, as if a giant canvas had been spread out, even though they had heavily injured the lizard men earlier. Dealing with them was still a struggle. 5,000 against 500,000, the disparity in numbers was simply too great. Although the Night Guard had undergone 3 years of trials in dimensional space, achieving an invincible existence at the same level, it was undoubtedly like an ant trying to shake a tree to expect them to fight 1 against 100. Chapter 428. Smoke bomb spring explosion. Just when everyone thought Ye Qianyu was doomed, a cold snort came from the figure wrapped in layers of soul entanglement. Holy radiance purification. As soon as the words fell, a green light shone from Ye Qianyu. The soul entanglement that was wrapped around him broke apart like a fragile spider web, disappearing into countless specks. Free from the restraints, Ye Qianyu immediately felt light all over. He then pushed off with his toes, his figure like lightning, transforming into a residual shadow, instantly passing through the fire circle barrier. The whole process happened in an instant, as fast as a startled swan. At that moment, everyone's eyes widened. What the hell? He can survive this? Ye Qianyu's successful escape completely ignited the live broadcast room. Ha! I said young Master Yi wouldn't die so easily, see? He is out of trouble. Phew, that scared me. I thought I was going to be a widow. Whoa, amazing. It's simply too exciting. Watching this makes my commercial heart race. I've decided, once this crisis is over, I'll change my 5-tail scale to a 7-tail scale, only selling to college students. By the way, what was that young Master Yi just did? It disappeared in an instant. I thought I was seeing things. Chapter 429. Art is Patrick Star when the kinetic energy beneath his feet piled up to a certain level. Ye Qianyu opened fire directly at Scorpion Lail. Both hands and feet launched attacks simultaneously from various angles against Scorpion Lail. Each punch and kick carried immense force, smashing heavily against Scorpion Lail's shell. Each blow struck true, causing the shell to crack inch by inch, white liquid spraying out like a fountain. In that moment. Scorpion Lail let out a painful wail. Even a Stardust-level body could hardly withstand such intense attacks. Originally wanting to dodge, but unfortunately its size was too large. It could only passively endure the rain-like, fierce attacks. At the same time, Ye Qianyu's body also began to crack under the pressure of such high-intensity, continuous bursts, the skin spreading rapidly. After another accumulation, Ye Qianyu bit his gums tightly, blood vessels in his eyes bulging as if they would pop out, shouting loudly. Poochie! With the sound of tearing, Ye Qianyu's speed doubled again. In the smoke, his movements were like throwing, flickering like a ghost. In an instant, he was already beneath Scorpion Lail, launching upward. Chapter 430. One sword flow horizontal slash on Leopard Qianyu, originally looking entranced. Scorpion Lail suddenly widened its scorpion eyes. The expression was full of pain, and its body rapidly inflated, like a giant balloon being continuously inflated. Every inch of its shell bulged outward, and the originally hard exterior creaked under the immense pressure. Scorpion Lail grew bigger and bigger, swelling to 3 times its original size. Its massive body almost occupied the entire space, and its large pincers were deformed for being squeezed. Finally, even its eyeballs burst, green liquid splattering everywhere. Help me! Scorpion Lail let out a shrill scream. Boom! The next moment, Scorpion Lail exploded. It really exploded on the spot. It shattered into thousands of fragments, splattering everywhere like cannonballs. The immense shockwave was like a surging tsunami, destroying everything in its path. A large crater was blasted into the lunar surface, and the surrounding rocks were pulverized. With clouds of dust billowing, Only a massive cloud of smoke in the shape of Patrick's star remained. It gradually dissipated, turning into twinkling starlight that flickered a few times before disappearing. Chapter 4:31. Shattering darkness with thunder. The third-tier Stardust Wugawei has fallen, killed by a newly advanced, weak human. Puwa, with no energy to support her, Luo Xiaoyu spat out blood and suddenly plummeted from the sky, like a bird with broken wings. Upon seeing this, Ye Qianyu hurriedly rushed over to catch her, pulling out a handful of complete recovery pills to feed her. "Where are you okay?" "Cough, cough. What could possibly be wrong? There are over 100 people watching, and you're still crying. We're live streaming. Don't give others something to laugh at." Luo Xiaoyu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and forced a smile. Ye Qianyu trembled as he touched her empty sleeve. "Choked up, but your arm." Stabilizing her injuries, Luo Xiaoyu staggered to her feet and scolded with a laugh. "Ha, it's just an arm. Once my genetic sequence levels up, regrowing muscle tissue will be a piece of cake. Besides, the Night Lord will definitely have a way. What we need to do now is focus on the matter at hand." Hearing this, Ye Qianyu finally reacted. Yes, they had already broken free from the genetic shackles of humanity and were no longer limited by non-fatal injuries. Their current genes were like being reborn, full of vitality, rapidly dividing, and their healing abilities were astonishing. Chapter 4:32. Inheritance Crystal Core Boom. A chunk of black carbon, 100 meters wide, crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The current state of Uruk was as dead as one could be. At this moment, in the global live broadcast room, everyone was amazed by Yi Laobao's incredible maneuver. The comments went wild. "Wow, this is too cool." The small black fan, officially announced that the first-generation war god, the Thunder Law King, has emerged. You don't know how epic it was when the Thunder Law King shouted, "Shatter the darkness with thunder." It was simply too intense. Not to mention, aside from the dual-blade Valkyrie Yunyang, I have a new fan now. Smoking God of War. Am I the extra here? Should I leave? Let's do this. Hurry and kill all these invading creatures. I also want to awaken such an awesome ability. So incredible. I have unprecedented expectations for this Blue Star counteroffensive war. I firmly believe that humanity will definitely win. Yi Laobao descended slowly from the high sky like a shadow of ink, surrounded by lingering arcs of electricity, resembling a god of thunder descending to earth. As he descended, the remaining lightning coiled around him like a spirit snake, hissing as it entered his body. Chapter 4:33. A sword to cut stardust. Only night, someone Glow's gaze was as cold as an arrow, fixated on Ye Qianyu, his eyes increasingly sinister. After absorbing so much soul energy, he never expected to use it on this trash that wasn't even at the stardust level. He had originally planned to use this energy to break through to the third tier of stardust, or even the fourth tier, but now he had no choice but to use it prematurely. The more Glow thought about it, the angrier he became. He raised his long scythe, suddenly drawing a dark arc in the air, stirring up a whistling wind. "Kid, you forced me to do this, Dai." His core spirit technique, Soul's End. In an instant, a massive purple light cluster condensed on the blade of the scythe. Within the light cluster, countless vengeful spirits howled, emitting a chilling aura, with terrifying energy fluctuations sweeping out like a tsunami. Upon seeing such a colossal energy wave, Ye Qianyu and the others were instantly horrified. Unfortunately, they were still adapting to the energy they had just absorbed and couldn't rush over for immediate rescue, only pacing anxiously in place. What powerful energy! This energy fluctuation was comparable to Stardust Level 4, or even reached Stardust Level 5. Not good. Qianyu is in danger, Run. Young Master. However, Ye Qianyu, who was locked onto by Glow's skill, maintained a calm expression, showing no signs of panic. Chapter 4:34. Why don't you dodge? However, Shurima did not know that above him, a pair of deep and cold eyes were silently watching his every move, as if from a god's perspective. In the high sky of the black canopy, Yi Machin lazily crossed his legs, reclining on a dazzling throne surrounded by 9 dragons formed from energy. He rested his chin on his hand, his gaze deep and indifferent, ignoring the enveloping black canopy, watching the powerless and furious Shurima below, with a playful smirk on his lips. Beside him, Gaia lay suspended in midair, resting his hands behind his head, half-open eyes, and a bored expression. He even yawned several times, tears coming out. After a while, Gaia straightened up, crossed his legs, and looked at Yi Machin. "Hey, Night Lord. Gaia instinctively wanted to call him old Bai, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he met Ye Qianyu's cold warning gaze and immediately changed his words. What is it? Ye Qianyu withdrew his gaze and asked calmly. I just wanted to say, it's been 7 days. Are you not going to make a move? Outside, they're already going crazy killing each other. If you don't let this guy out soon, they will turn the tide, and then there will be no good show to watch. Ha ha. Chapter 435. Ye Qianyu's awakened ability, Shurima, stood in place. Feeling a bit confused, Ye Qianyu hovered above him, resting his chin on his hands, calmly watching him without saying a word. At this moment, the two fell into a brief standoff, and the atmosphere was awkward and strange. Only Gaia squatted beside them, munching on snacks with a mouthful of cola and spicy strips, his lips smeared with red oil, enjoying himself immensely. The sound of crunching and slurping echoed in this somewhat awkward silence. Ye Qianyu, smiley face. Kim the Fakenya. What a disgrace. After a long silence, Shurima put away his staff, raised his eyes to meet the man seated on the dragon throne above, and self-deprecatingly smiled. Ha ha. Ye Qianyu, I admit defeat. I originally thought that without Blue Star's restrictions, I could kill you and seize Blue Star in one fell swoop. But it turns out I was just daydreaming. I underestimated your strength, leading to the burial of myself and the million elite of the Shurima clan here. Ha 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 ha. As he spoke, Shurima burst into loud laughter. His laughter was tragic, with bitter tears of regret hanging at the corners of his eyes. He had bet wrong, and the price was the entire Shurima clan. After this battle, the Shurima clan, which had survived for 5 billion years, will be gravely injured, and might even face extinction. Chapter 436. Ye Qianyu's plan to kill his son looking at the dark, closed vortex, Gaia softly asked. Aren't you afraid that Xiaoyu will hate you when he finds out? After all, those are Xiaoyu's closest relatives and brothers. Hearing this, Ye Qianyu slowly stood up, hands in his pockets, his expression calm. If he wants to take on the heavy responsibilities of the human race and control that thing within him, he will inevitably stand on the opposite side of countless races in the Star Universe sequence. Without powerful strength, he has no right to survive. The quickest way to awaken extraordinary abilities is to let him watch his friends and family die one by one in front of him. Only by experiencing this can one become utterly crazy, even to the point of madness, thus unleashing boundless potential. I do not seek him to awaken that ethereal, conceptual 10-dimensional ability, but at the very least, he must awaken a 9-dimensional ability. Otherwise, I will truly begin to doubt whether he is my biological son. At the end of his words, Ye Qianyu sighed deeply and said leisurely, it's just a pity that I couldn't trick those few daughters-in-law to the battlefield as well. If they all died in battle, I think with Xiao Ye's nature, there would be a great chance for him to awaken the 10-dimensional ability, but alas. Hearing this, Gaia shivered all over, looking at Ye Qianyu's back in increasing horror. Chapter 437. Take some time to level up, ha ha ha. Shurima suddenly burst into loud laughter, mocking, if he hadn't died, could I still appear before you? Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaoyu and the others froze, their expressions instantly as if struck by lightning. Indeed, if the Night Master were still alive, could Shurima still walk out alive? As he said, could the Night Master really be dead? Impossible. The Night Master cannot die. He is an invincible existence. The three of them still did not believe that the Night Master was dead, but looking at the intact Shurima before them, they had no choice but to believe this fact. They all showed expressions of hatred, wishing they could rush up immediately to avenge the Night Master. Shurima looked at the fewer than 200,000 subordinates remaining below, his expression as dark as water. He had deployed a full 500,000 lizard soldiers on the moon, and now, just 7 days later, he had lost 3/5. He did not understand how these mere 5,000 could annihilate his 300,000 army. A 1:60 battle ratio is unheard of and unseen in the Star Universe sequence wars. Shurima's staff trembled slightly, emitting blinding golden light as he commanded, kill them all. Chapter 438. If there's trouble, call me to the front. When danger comes, I'll stand firm first before the three could react. Dozens of vines formed from moon sand burst out of the ground, surging like a raging tide from all directions toward the three. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying power poured out like a flood that had broken its dam, instantly sending the three of them flying back, spitting blood. The three figures flew out 1,000 meters like kites with their strings cut, heavily crashing into a 100-meter lunar cliff, resembling 3 human specimens frozen in place. Attack and defense in one, capable of both offense and defense. Simply otherworldly. This is the exclusive ability of the Shurima royal bloodline. Sand manipulation. They can freely control sand, transforming it into various forms for attack and defense. Truly the emperors of sand. Knight Jiuyo and the others finally managed to detach themselves from the cliff, but unexpectedly. Shurima again manipulated the vines to launch an attack. Dozens of moon sand vines intertwined, instantly transforming into sharp spikes, crossing like agile venomous snakes, quickly piercing through. FCK. Here we go again. Knight Old Scar shouted, just as he was about to slip away. But suddenly, he felt a cold wind coming from behind. Then he felt both feet leave the ground. Chapter 439, Self-Created Combined Attack Technique. Chaotic Cloak Flowing Electric Hammer Hoof. Not listening, not listening. Not listening to the turtle chanting scriptures. Knight Old Scar crossed his arms, turned his head, and snorted coldly, ignoring her. This time he was truly angry. He just almost died. How could there be such a traitorous teammate? Luo Xiaoyu knew she was in the wrong and couldn't help but smile apologetically. All right. Don't be angry. We're all over 100 years old. Don't act like a child. Oomph. Knight Old Scar turned his head again, ignoring her. Luo Xiaoyu. I can endure. Cough, cough. All right. I know this is our fault. We shouldn't have betrayed you. We VE saved you and apologized. That should be enough. I won T. Luo Xiaoyu's face darkened. Smack. A slap landed directly on Knight Old Scar's face. You're asking for trouble, huh? You had to slap me when I'm not happy. The fight isn't over yet, and you're throwing a tantrum. Have you accepted my apology? Knight Old Scar looked pleased, nodding repeatedly. I accept. This long-lost pain feels so nostalgic. Just the right amount of strength. It's mind-boggling, but doesn't T hurt the brain? Just perfect. Chapter 440, Self-Created Combined Attack Technique. Second form Air Spring Thunder Cannon suddenly. Luo Xiaoyu was surrounded by a whirlwind, holding dual swords and spinning 360 degrees on the ground. Her entire body spun rapidly with the gale. The smoking rope tied to Knight Old Scar also began to whirl. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, a howling and rampaging tornado formed. Knight Old Scar closed his eyes and screamed. Oh no, I'm motion sick. Knight Jiuyo tightly gripped the smoking rope in his hands, cursing. Are you stupid? Hurry up and set up a shield. Hearing this, Knight Old Scar finally reacted. So that is how it is. He then shouted loudly. 36 thunder shields. Lightning flashed, forming 3 thunder shields surrounding him, truly turning him into a sphere. Every time the sand spikes attacked, Knight Old Scar transformed into a flowing electric hammer. Smashed them one by one. When a shield broke, he continued to set up another, the movements flowing seamlessly. Again and again, it was simply a perfect semi-automatic assembly line. Seeing this, Shurima was dumbfounded. Such a bizarre combination operation was truly unheard of and unseen. They say humans are clever, but is the problem appearing here? In an instant, a safe zone was immediately cleared around the 3, with no sand spikes daring to approach even a step. Chapter 441. Great Wall Cannon. Luo Xiaoyu pointed with a big hand and commanded, blow up, give it a good blow up. Knight Old Scar's expression turned serious. Received. I'm blowing up. I'll blow you up. I'll blow you up. Boom. Knight Old Scar's entire face turned red, overly excited. Having been stifled until now, he could finally release everything in one go. The energy within him was released recklessly, pouring out without reservation, and in an instant, his whole body exploded with thunderous light. The entire person was filled with electric currents, radiating brilliance, comparable to a dazzling source of lightning. It illuminated the originally pitch-black moon, making it bright and clear. I throw you, Thunder Mother. Inside the turtle. Wahaha. This lightning throw is simply too exhilarating. Isn't it? On the other side of the battlefield, Ye Qianyu looked at the bizarre combination in the sky, his face full of excitement, his eyes filled with little stars. Roar. This is simply too cool, okay? You Brett still have the mood to look at others kill. Damn, so fast, they're catching up. Ye Qianyu shouted, holding the Quantum Ripper sword, and sprinted ahead. Chapter 442, Level 2 Maul, damn it. I want to let you off. Ye Qianyu slapped the cannon barrel on his shoulder, producing 2 muffled thuds. As expected of a product of a Level 2 civilization, it feels so incredibly satisfying to use. A small cannon possesses power comparable to a nuclear bomb. Moreover, it is radiation-free and pollution-free. It's simply a must-have little artifact for looting and fighting. Ye Qianyu couldn't help but curve the corners of his mouth, pulled out a pair of sunglasses, put them on, and then lit a cigar from 1982 to hold in his mouth. Cannon. He stood with his legs apart, leaning forward, and shouted, "The young master has arrived. Everyone, get out of the way." Great wall cannon. Boom! The shell was fired, and light burst forth. Another area with a radius of 1 kilometer was swept clean, just like a screen-clearing ultimate move in a game, visually overwhelming, stress-relieving, and thrilling. The bombardment continued. This time, Ye Qianyu aimed at the center, the most densely populated area of the lizardmen. With the sound of explosions, nearly 3,000 lizardmen met their end. Wahaha! Ye Qianyu watched a large number of lizardmen disappear. Feeling immensely excited. Chapter 443. The death of Night Old Scar on the other side. As the dust settled, the sand shield surrounding Shurima slowly fell. Brand focused and saw this scene, his face suddenly darkened. What a useless bunch of useless eaters. No wonder, after over 200 years. The Shurima clan has declined to this state. Looking at the unscathed Shurima, Luo Xiaoyu and the others frowned tightly. It's really impressive. This Shurima-S sand shield is like a turtle shell, simply unbreakable. Can't break it, can't wash it away, this is tough. Faced with the absolute defense of Shurima, the three had no way to deal with it for the moment, and could only try to hold them off as much as possible. Keep going, Luo Xiaoyu shouted, her whole body whirling with the wind, drawing her sword and rushing out first. Chaotic sword, leopard Yuyo. Luo Xiaoyu spun like a top, breaking through the air at high speed, slashing at Shurima from different angles. Just as she reached halfway through her attack, the sand in the middle surged, forming a sand snake over 100 meters long to block the two. The sand snake was enormous, with scales that were distinctly raised and lowered. Its eyes glowed like two burning ghost fires, exuding a chilling aura. If it weren't seen with one's own eyes, one would truly think it was a real snake. Chapter 444. Do not walk alone on the road to the underworld. Night Jiuyo's eyes widened in anger, veins bulging on his neck, and he roared, "I'll be damned if I let you get away with this. You kill my brother, hit my wife. I want to let you off." After finishing his words, smoke surged around him, and he shouted, "Smoke fist violent cone." With his roar, his figure suddenly shot out like a cheetah. Whoosh! Night Jiuyo used the impact force of the sand spikes to twist his body. He shot forward like an arrow, carrying the howling wind, aiming to smash into Shurima's face. However, Shurima merely flicked the sand spikes lightly. Night Jiuyo was suddenly sent flying like a puppet with its strings cut, tracing an arc in the air before embedding himself into the moonwall. Shurima chuckled lightly. "So what if you kill me? So what if you hit me? What can you do to me?" Then he coldly spat out two words, "Sand spike." In an instant, more than 10 sand spikes burst from the ground, shooting towards Night Jiuyo like a swarm of venomous snakes. Night Jiuyo's eyes widened at the sight, and he quickly jumped high, shooting into the air like a rocket to evade. In midair, he changed directions, darting left and right. Faced with Shurima's overwhelming sand attack, he relied on his agile movements to dodge all of Shurima's attacks. Chapter 445. One man holds the pass. 10,000 men cannot open it. Northern battle zone. The once silver-clad glacier had now turned into a scene of bloody red, like a hellish battlefield stained with blood. Everywhere there were severed limbs and blood-soaked remains, presenting a hellish sight. In the center below stood a tightly packed group of lizardmen soldiers holding long spears, confronting a young man. "If you want to come over, come if you're not afraid of death." Jin Yuqian, covered in blood, wielded a large knife, exuding an intimidating aura. The ground was piled high with corpses, a mountain of dead bodies and a sea of blood. He looked like a demon walking out from the depths of hell. Completely different from the lewd fat man who just reported to school, only knowing how to boast and flirt. He originally thought that as long as he could hold on for 3 days, he would wait for strong reinforcements. However, 3 days had passed, and not only did he not wait for the reinforcements mentioned by the Nightmaster, but instead, he waited for the disappearance of the protective shield. He knew that once he couldn't hold on, if this group of lizardmen broke through the defense line, the consequences would be unimaginable. Now, Blue Star's conventional military power was almost non-existent, with no combat capability. Any level 10 gene-locked being entering Blue Star S interior would be like entering a no-man's land. Who else is there? Ye Qianyu stood alone on the Arctic's only path, his eyes blood-red as he looked at the tens of thousands of lizardmen soldiers before him. A cruel smile appearing on his lips as he roared. Chapter 446. The terrifying ability awakened in Ye Qianyu tightly gripped the spear and slowly stood up. At this moment, his eyes had turned blood-red due to the effects of the drug, veins bulging on his forehead and arms. His muscles were continuously pulsating, as if a tremendous force was surging within him. His aura was rising steadily, and the air around him rippled visibly due to this powerful force. Accompanied by a faint sizzling sound, the spear embedded in his body was slowly pulled out. With each inch it withdrew, droplets of blood splattered. But he seemed unaware, as the powerful vitality triggered by the gene enhancer was visibly repairing the wounds. In an instant, the wounds had healed by more than half, leaving only faint traces. Ye Qianyu's eyes were blood-red, staring intently at the northern wind, his voice deep. I, Ye Qianyu, can still fight. After saying this, he exerted his strength with a mighty hand. The spear, tightly gripped in his hand, twisted and deformed under his immense strength, like a fragile dry twig, shattering into countless iron shards with a crack. Isn't it just Stardust level? I could do it too. Ye Qianyu sneered, then shouted, Ice armor. Chapter 447. Flesh and blood combat roar. A furious roar echoed like a thunderclap, the sound waves rolling. The north wind, returning to his true form, saw a dramatic increase in both attack and defense. Coupled with his Stardust level 2 strength, dealing with Ye Qianyu, who had just broken through to Stardust, was a piece of cake. With a casual motion, he grasped a 100-meter ice pillar and lifted it into the air. He swung the ice pillar straight down at Ye Qianyu. Seeing this, Ye Qianyu hurriedly summoned an ice wall to block. Boom! The earth trembled, ice shards flying everywhere. He pounded Ye Qianyu and the wall into an ice pit. The tremendous impact even affected the two ice crystal titans behind him, instantly shattering them to dust. Then, the north wind lifted his enormous foot and stomped down hard. Ice flowers splashed, and the ice surface cracked like a spider web, spreading out. Some lizard soldiers charging and suddenly fell into a 1,000-meter chasm, vanishing without a trace. Roar! Just as the north wind thought Ye Qianyu could not resist, a sudden howl erupted from beneath the ice. The surrounding solid ice rapidly gathered and fused. Chapter 448. In the face of disaster, every man has a responsibility. Crack, crack, crack. Accompanied by a flash of cold light, a sound like ice shards forming rang out. The large hole in Ye Qianyu's chest visibly healed at a rapid pace. Returning to its original state, the north wind's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at him. He knew his attack well. Being struck head-on by the core energy would severely injure even a Stardust level 5 powerhouse, or even kill them. Yet this guy, who had just broken through to Stardust, not only withstood his deadly blow, but also healed in an instant. This was simply outrageous. Before the north wind could react, Ye Qianyu grabbed his head, forcefully pressed down, and tightly locked his arms, then suddenly yanked him up. Choking hold. Ye Qianyu's arms bulged with veins as he increased his strength. The north wind's face turned red, struggling for breath, making desperate gasping sounds. His claws frantically attacked Ye Qianyu's back, ice shards flying. Feeling the ineffective attacks on his back, Ye Qianyu remained expressionless, increasing his grip once more. The threefold torment of cold, pain, and suffocation made the north wind wish for death. Chapter 449. Tell my father. I'm not a coward. The words of the Huaxia soldiers ignited the fighting spirit of everyone present like a blazing torch. The original fear vanished without a trace, and their gazes grew resolute. Among the soldiers present, besides Huaxia, there were 239 soldiers from the United States, Bear Country, Maple Leaf Country, and Kimchi Country. It could be said that all countries in the world, except for the Sakura Country, which had already been obliterated by cannon from Shurima, sent at least one soldier to the scene. Moreover, the soldiers who came to carry out this task were all without parents, children, or relatives. Not only at the Arctic border, but the same deployment was true for the other 3 poles. In Lin Xiangyang's words, why should the people of Huaxia sacrifice to protect other countries? Just because Huaxia is the boss. When there is trouble, everyone should share the burden. If there are sacrifices to be made, We all sacrifice together. No one can prosper alone. Due to the previous protective shield, all the launch devices within the area were shielded. Only by moving the launch vehicle outside the shield and manually firing could they be effective. And carrying out this task meant certain death for the soldiers. This was also Ye Qianyu's intentional design, aiming to prevent them from launching long-range attacks and reduce casualties. Chapter 450, Heaven and Earth as a Shield. All beings as children in the extreme west of Blue Star, there lay a region scorched by flames, an unbearable hot zone. It resembled a gigantic fire basin, intolerably hot. The air felt like a heated wave, with an average temperature soaring to 705 degrees Celsius year-round. All around, there were endless stretches of scorching desert. The boiling sand glimmered under the blazing sun. The howling wind whipped up a sandstorm, turning the world into a hazy yellow, making it hard to discern direction. It was like the apocalyptic scene of the final showdown with the Sand Dune Lord in a battle royale game. On the boundless sea of sand, thousands of lizard soldiers raised their spears, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust, roaring as they charged forward. Leading them were Ye Qianyu and Mo Tianji, fighting fiercely with the remaining 1,000 subordinates. Logically speaking, this desolate, scorching desert in the western extreme should be the most advantageous battlefield for the lizard people, allowing them to unleash their vicious combat power. With scarce water sources, extreme heat, and complicated terrain, it posed numerous disadvantages for humans, making it one of the hardest places to defend among the four extremes. With the weather, terrain, and people all favoring the lizard people, Ye Qianyu and his group should not be able to hold out for long. Chapter 451. Heaven did not create keyboard warriors. Spitting for eternity, keys comfed. Ye Qianyu's face turned pale, his body shaking violently, and a large mouthful of blood gushed out, causing him to wilt like a frostbitten eggplant. Each chip carried a branch of Ye Qianyu's mental energy. Every person eliminated would backlash against his soul. Losing a dozen or 20 earlier was painful, but still within his tolerance. However, with all of them eliminated at once, even Ye Qianyu's robust mental energy was on the brink of collapse. At this moment, he pressed his right hand tightly against his chest, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, his legs trembling violently on the verge of collapsing. Watching the lizard army about to break through the Yuhua peak below, Ye Qianyu narrowed his eyes and squeezed out a cold smile through his teeth. Have you asked me if you want to pass through this gate? With that, 2 blood-red potions appeared eerily in his hands. Without hesitation, he injected them into his neck and pressed the injection button. The moment the potion was injected, it transformed into a violent, surging energy, flooding his entire body like a runaway wild horse. Feeling the swelling energy within him, Ye Qianyu's fingertips trembled rapidly, and he said solemnly, "In reality, I remain silent, but online I strike hard. Heaven did not create keyboard warriors. Spitting for eternity, keys come." Chapter 452. No one supports my aspirations. I step through the snow to the mountain summit, open the door with each booming sound. The surrounding barrier would shrink forward a bit, until the last echoes of the explosion faded. The boundary had shrunk to a mere 1 kilometer in size. The 2,000 young members of the 8 clans were reduced to dust by the explosive energy, leaving not a single complete bone behind. Their souls and flesh were forever buried here. Of the nearly 70,000 lizard men, fewer than 1,000 remained, each severely injured, lying on the blood-soaked sand, their cries of agony echoing, chilling to the bone. Severed limbs and broken arms were scattered around, the thick blood on the ground mixing with dirt and shattered organs, forming pools of dark red, viscous compounds that exuded a nauseating metallic scent, winding and flowing, creating a horrifying scene reminiscent of a hell on earth. The originally dry and swirling yellow sand had long been stained red with blood, the stench of gore lingering in the air. Shifeng withdrew his defenses, staring fiercely at the scene before him, not bothering to hide the anger in his heart. He never expected that the elite force of 100,000 lizard men he had meticulously led would now be reduced to almost nothing. Even if he killed Ye Qianyu and entered the core of Blue Star, such heavy losses would certainly not escape the severe punishment of the National Lord. Chapter 453. The Origin and End of Origins. Shifeng staggered up from the sandpit, looking at the white-clad youth approaching with a grave expression. Although he sensed no life force from this youth, It was evident from the sword strike he had just executed that this person's strength was not inferior to his own. Shifeng was filled with suspicion, unable to comprehend how this human, born in a barren star domain, had mastered the bizarre means of summoning Stardust-level fighters. This summoning method was something he had never heard of. Even among the countless races in the cosmic hierarchy, it was extraordinary. In the cosmic hierarchy, there were indeed beings with summoning abilities. However, those summoned entities were either not above their own level or had time restrictions. Yet, this white-clad youth not only possessed equal strength, but also appeared to have developed intelligence based on his every move. It should be known that only legendary creator-level powers had the ability to create intelligent beings. This human was at most just breaking through to Stardust-level strength, and it was impossible for him to reach that legendary realm. Before he could ponder further, Li Xiaobai's figure suddenly surged, and the long sword in his hand shimmered with cold light as he swung it violently toward Shifeng's head. Chapter 454. The Eternal Protection of Reincarnation Southern War Zone. Nansheng, I'll go down first to scout the way for you. You must hold this place. This was the last sentence spoken by Ye Qianyu before he died. Originally, the Southern War Zone relied on the stealth assassinations of the Xie family and the comprehensive protection of the Zhongli family, engaging the Lizardmen in a back-and-forth battle. Although the situation was tense and fraught with danger, they managed to hold the extreme southern border. However, just now, the leader of the Lizardmen attacking the extreme south unexpectedly and inexplicably lifted the restrictions of Blue Star and returned to the second tier of Stardust. With an extremely powerful source of energy, he forced all of the Xie family's assassins hidden within the ice layers to reveal themselves. Without their stealth, the Xie family's assassins were like a severed limb, their power greatly diminished. Facing the Stardust-level Nanfeng was like an ant shaking a tree. They were instantly obliterated. Even the head of the Zhongli family was cleaved in half by Nanfeng, blood splattering everywhere. In no time, the young members of both clans were almost entirely slaughtered by Nanfeng alone. Just moments ago, Ye Qianyu was instantly pierced through the heart in an attempt to save his sons, Xian Nansheng and Xie Nansheng. Father! Xie Nansheng and Xie Nansheng looked at the figure collapsed in a pool of blood ahead, their eyes filled with despair. Chapter 455. Twin Abilities, the Undead Race? Wasn't this terrifying race exterminated? How could they possibly appear here? Looking at the surrounding dead silence and the resurrected corpses in the dark dimension, Nanfeng was filled with panic and shock. He had only learned of the undead race by chance from a fragment of an ancient book, Chronicles of the Cosmic Era. The so-called undead race emerged as a new force in the previous cosmic era, unleashing a bloody storm upon their appearance, relying on their powerful strength and bizarre methods to become the overlords of a star domain. Their ambitions were evident, attempting to claim the entire star domain for themselves. With just 50 million in number, they had the momentum to push through billions of star domains, hinting at a trend toward becoming interstellar overlords. The undead race was terrifying primarily because of their bizarre ability to manipulate life. They could resurrect dead beings, turning corpses into skeletons and zombies that obeyed their commands. In interstellar warfare, there was no shortage of corpses. The more corpses there were, the more subordinates they had. As their side dwindled, the enemy's forces grew, making it impossible to win this war. But the good times didn't last. The undead race, due to their desecration of life, violated the natural order of the cosmic hierarchy, disrupting the cycle of life and death. Chapter 456. Night Strike protecting thousands of homes in the extreme east of Blue Star. In the upper right corner of the boundless sea, there was a solitary island called Extreme East Island. On this island, a red-haired youth wielding a silver dragon spear darted through the lizardmen like a streak of red lightning, killing with relentless ferocity. Wherever the spear tip landed, lizardmen fell, blood gushing forth and instantly staining the ground red. Surrounding lizardmen's corpses piled high, forming a mountain of bodies and a sea of blood. The brutal scene reminiscent of a hell on earth. Long Out Yin, expressionless, continued to wield his spear like a merciless killing machine, despite being covered in wounds, blood gushing out as if he were disregarding his life. He remained focused, raising his spear to kill. If one were to ask which war zone among the four cardinal directions was the most important, it would undoubtedly be the Eastern War Zone. This small island was not only the easternmost point of Blue Star, but also the extreme east of Huaxia, holding critical strategic significance. The burden on Long Outyen was the heaviest among the four. If Long Outyen's side were to fall, the Ruima people could swiftly penetrate deep into Huaxia. At that time, Huaxia would be like a lamb with its doors wide open, falling into a precarious situation. Chapter 457. Awakening of the System Ability Boom. Boom! Boom! In the sky above the moon, a gigantic light sphere with a diameter of 100,000 meters appeared without warning, like a newly born sun. It instantly illuminated the entire moon, making it as bright as day. A violent air storm surged from the center of the light sphere like a torrential tide, forcibly pushing the moon outward by 10 kilometers. The surface of the moon was plowed by this force, deep ravines appearing, mountains collapsing, and massive rocks flying. The lizardmen army, standing on the moon's surface, was tossed about like ants in the fury of the hurricane, letting out screams of terror. Many lizardmen were directly swept up into the sky by the fierce winds, torn to pieces, raining down blood. Under the strong light, the surrounding temperature rose sharply, and Ye Qianyu could clearly feel the burning sensation on his skin. He instinctively raised his hand to shield himself from the intense light, his legs firmly planted, maintaining his stability. This earth-shattering scene lasted for a full 5 minutes before finally coming to a halt. Ye Qianyu slowly opened his eyes, shook his head vigorously to get rid of the dust on him, and then turned to look at the area where the light was gradually fading. His expression was complicated. He knew that his Dark Knight bodyguards had completed their final mission. Chapter 458. Awakening Superpowers at the Start. I became the ancestor of billions of races? Upon seeing this, Ye Qianyu's eyes lit up, and a hint of surprise and excitement emerged in his originally deep black eyes. The idea of combining the system as his awakening superpower was just an immature thought in his heart, but he never expected it to actually work. This system's superpower must be 1,000 times more powerful than those so-called 9-dimensional superpowers, right? As long as the points are sufficient, he could use the superpowers of all alien beings, and they would all be of ancestral level. Rounded up, didn't that make him their ancestor? Awakening superpowers at the start. I became the ancestor of billions of races. The ability to gather all superpowers in one. It was simply a conceptual god. This dog system indeed hides a great treasure behind it. Ye Qianyu pulled back his thoughts, fixed his gaze on Surima, and with a smirk, revealed a mischievous smile. Little Surima, how come you look so disheveled after half an hour? The teasing tone, the cheeky smile, and the condescending attitude. Damn, just like Imachin. Surima cursed inwardly. A flicker of anger flashed across his face. Then he sneered. Ha, kid, watching your loved ones get killed. Does it feel like a knife in your heart? Don't worry, you'll soon join them. Chapter 459. Truly a headless escape. Blood sacrifice. Surima thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out. So he simply stopped thinking about it. No matter what superpower you have, the gap in levels cannot be compensated by just having multiple superpowers. Surima narrowed his eyes and suddenly stomped one foot on the ground. Sand spires pierced. Sharp sand spikes burst from the ground, stabbing towards Ye Qianyu. Rip. The sand spikes pierced through Ye Qianyu's body, tearing his clothes. Ding, ding, ding. The sand spikes seemed to crash against incredibly hard steel, producing a series of sharp, piercing sounds. Sparks flew, and the sand spikes broke apart, scattering into a pile of sand. Ye Qianyu crossed his waist. Little Surima, save it, you can't get through. The previous attack had left Ye Qianyu's clothes in tatters. Worse than a beggar. Now only a few strips of fabric hung on him, and with a slight pull, he could rip them off. Plus, with Ye Qianyu's current movements, everything that could be seen and couldn't be seen was faintly visible from that large opening. It could be said to be a complete view. Regarding his embarrassing state, Ye Qianyu was completely unaware, instead wearing a proud expression. However, Ye Qianyu's nearly exposed perfect physique was broadcasted live to major streaming platforms on Blue Star, instantly causing a pink frenzy. Chapter 460. My absolute defense. No one can break it, having absorbed nearly 150,000 lizardmen's total energy. Surima successfully broke through to the stellar level. His body was visibly expanding, muscles bulging, as if they were about to burst through his skin. His bones crackled like firecrackers. Is this the power of the stellar level? Surima's voice seemed to come from the abyss, filled with uncontrollable ecstasy. He then suddenly directed his gaze at Ye Qianyu, roaring, Arc Moon Sandblade. As soon as he finished speaking, the sand behind Surima rapidly expanded at a visible speed, the surface sand swirling, and in an instant, it transformed into a tremendously thick vine. Immediately after, the vine shot out, slicing through the air, leaving a blur. Upon seeing this, Ye Qianyu's expression changed drastically, and he was about to dodge to the side. But Surima's sand vine was too fast. He couldn't react in time and was directly pierced through. Ye Qianyu's eyes widened, his face full of pain. His body felt like it was being operated on by a powerful dehydrator, with moisture disappearing at a visible rate. His skin rapidly wrinkled and sank, instantly making him look like a mummy that had endured 1,000 years. What the hell? What kind of skill is this? So thirsty? Chapter 461, Forbidden Spell Guardian Script. Ye Qianyu's right forearm was covered with dense, obscure, mysterious ancient purple characters. It exuded a unique coolness, cold and domineering. A burst of light appeared, mysterious and eerie. The originally elemental sand grains trembled as if they had seen a cat, being firmly confined when they came into contact with this light. Congratulations, host. You have exchanged for 1 level Forbidden Spell Rune X1, costing 100 points, remaining points 300. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you comprehend the Forbidden Spell Guardian Script? Surima let out a shocked scream like a groundhog. In the vast cosmos, there are billions of biological races, each with bizarre and intricate abilities. And abilities like Surima's elemental powers are as numerous as the stars. Their elemental characteristics being intangible and elusive, leaving one dazzled and unable to defend. The Forbidden Spell Guardian Script is one of the means to restrain such abilities. However, the Forbidden Spell Guardian Script is not something that can be easily obtained. It is created by higher dimensional beings, and for lower dimensional beings like them, comprehending it is as difficult as reaching the sky. Moreover, one must at least reach stellar level strength. Even comprehending a little is a rarity. Chapter 462, 666. Not even salty anymore. In an instant, the live broadcast screen suddenly shifted. Almost all Blue Star viewers collectively gasped, falling into a deathly silence, as if time had frozen. On the screen, an enormous deep pit suddenly appeared. This pit was unimaginably large, so big that it couldn't fit on the entire screen. It was as if a small knife had scraped the moon open. The originally uneven surface of the moon had now formed a gigantic pit with a diameter of 100 kilometers and a depth of 30,000 meters, resembling a massive bowl deeply embedded in the moon. Fortunately, Ye Qianyu had just broken through to the star dust level. Had his strength been even slightly stronger, whether the moon could still exist peacefully would be a question. The more people thought about it, the more they felt a chill down their spines, collectively gasping in shock. In the void dimensional space, Ye Qianyu suddenly jumped up from his chair, his eyes wide open, staring intently at the shocking scene below, his face filled with astonishment. Damn, is the power really that great? Gaia remained silent, just munching on spicy strips, looking at Ye Qianyu, who was too shocked to speak. A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. Why Long He, didn't he expect that, did you? Little Yi is much more powerful than you as a father. Chapter 463, The Author's Pen on the Moon. Ye Qianyu staggered and half-knelt at the edge of the deep pit, the blood seeping through his fingers, congealing into scarlet beads under the low gravity. He raised his calm eyes, looking towards the center of the pit, where Surima had turned into a pile of powder. The taut nerves finally relaxed, and he let out a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, he had used almost all his means to stack up buffs, and if he hadn't completely eliminated Surima, given his current residual strength, it would probably be. Ye Qianyu slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, gradually standing up, raising his trembling palm, and gently beckoning. In an instant, an inconspicuous brush appeared out of thin air, steadily landing in his palm. The brush handle was slender, about the length of a forearm, and the whole body was a dark, dull color like ebony. The bristles were ordinary grayish-white, slightly yellowed at the tips, as if dust had gathered from disuse. The brush hairs were neat but sparse, and overall, it looked plain and unremarkable. One-time special item, Author's Pen. Here is a pen, you write. Once used, it can temporarily replace the author to change the plot direction and storyline. P.S. Cannot exceed the outline. The moment Ye Qianyu's fingertip touched the author's pen, The entire universe let out a mournful cry, as if encountering something extremely terrifying. Chapter 464. Faces. Did they just come back to life like this? Gaia's eyes widened, his eyeballs nearly popping out of their sockets. Mouth agape, forming an exaggerated O shape. Even his favorite spicy strips fell to the ground, turning into nothingness without him noticing. Ye Qianyu's eyes were filled with shock as he asked in confusion. You've seen a lot. What exactly is that pen little Yi took out? It can not only revive, but the strength after revival hasn't decreased at all. Even the time reversal can't do that. Hearing this, Gaia nodded, his eyes flickering as he began to search rapidly. However, the next moment, Gaia suddenly started to tremble, his body gradually becoming ethereal, turning into a series of flickering garbled codes. Gaia's hands suddenly raised, merged, and began to spin wildly. While shaking his hand, he continuously emitted strange mechanical sounds. The sword arises from the rivers and lakes' grievances. The Buddhist sleeve illuminates the moon. The western wind blows the leaves and flowers fall. The pillow with the sword makes it hard to sleep. You are but a traveler of the mountains and rivers, yet you always sigh over parting, like frost in a cup of strong drink. Seeing this, Ye Qianyu stood frozen in place, his expression solidified. Chapter 465. The Curtain Falls. Hey, are you Uncle Gaia? It's in a few days. How did you turn into this? Ye Qianyu said with a puzzled face, his eyes wide open, stepping back a large step. Gaia, you are the one cosplaying. Your whole family is cosplaying. I look like this because of you. Gaia chuckled awkwardly, the muscles on his face twitching unnaturally, raising a hand to scratch his messy hair that looked like it had been blown up. Ahem, I just blew up some popcorn. Ye Qianyu, do I look like someone easy to fool, who blows up popcorn to turn themselves into popcorn? Looking at Ye Qianyu, who clearly didn't believe him, Gaia smiled awkwardly, his mouth twitching, his gaze flickering, not daring to meet Ye Qianyu's eyes, nor continuing the topic. Ye Qianyu crossed his arms, slightly tilted his head back, squinting his eyes with a scrutinizing expression, asking slowly, "Where's my father?" After speaking, he clenched his teeth, his cheeks puffing up, slowly stepping closer to Gaia, emphasizing once again. Chapter 466. Blue Star Conference. Since the last counterattack of Blue Star, 5 years have quietly passed. The people of Blue Star have gradually come to accept the disruptive fact of gene locks and awakened abilities. After Shurima unlocked the lunar matrix, the physical quality of humans surged at an astonishing rate, like bamboo shoots after the rain. The speed of enhancing the gene lock was even more shocking, akin to a rocket soaring into the sky. Moreover, after 5 years of development and in-depth research, the Future Technology Group, founded by Ye Qianyu, introduced a new generation of potions to further accelerate the transformation process of genes. At this time, the people of Blue Star were almost fanatical about enhancing gene locks. After all, everyone harbored a dream of becoming superhuman. Those abilities that could only be found in anime and movies were no longer out of reach. As long as one breaks through the gene lock and reaches Stardust level, they could be realized one by one. Just imagine having the ability to control flames, easily igniting brilliant sparks on the streets, attracting others' attention, or being able to teleport instantly. Suddenly appearing in front of a girl you like, showing off to impress her, it's simply essential for bragging. Chapter 467. I plan to change maps upon hearing this. Ye Qianyu slowly sat up straight, the somewhat lazy posture instantly disappearing, and his expression gradually became serious. He slightly furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment before saying in a deep voice, I plan to change maps. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaoyu instantly became anxious, the previously calm demeanor vanished. As if she were a lit powder keg, she hurriedly stood up, her eyes widened in panic and worry, urgently advising, Little Yi, the outside world is too dangerous. Just one Shurima almost led to our collective demise. Not to mention there are powerful races 100,000 or even 10,000 times more terrifying than it. Any one of those guys could easily crush you like stepping on an ant. I think you should stay by Lord Ye's side, develop safely for now. Don't be reckless, and improve your strength first. Ye Qianyu gently shook his head, his gaze deep, explaining, the star marker of Blue Star has already been exposed. I believe that in the near future, an endless stream of extraterrestrial beings will come rushing in, and humans, no matter where they are in the cosmic hierarchy, are a delicacy, merely walking money printers. If they find out that there are humans in this star domain, they will surely swarm in for a crazy plunder. Chapter 468. Does anyone want to join me in exploring the Starry Sky instance? Besides the starship, there are also 5 books nearly a meter thick. They were titled Encyclopedia of Extraterrestrial Beings, History of Racial Development in the Cosmic Sequence, Introduction and Uses of Rare Minerals, Employment Directions for the Cosmic Merchants Alliance, and Basic Language Teaching for all races. Aside from these, there was also a small pile of yellow stones, which should be the universal currency of the cosmic races, star yuan stones. It looked like there were about 10,000 of them, and then there was nothing else. Seeing this, Ye Qianyu's eye twitched violently. He grabbed Gaia by the collar and shouted angrily, "Is this all just junk?" Seeing this, Gaia's small face turned pale, her whole body trembling like a sieve, sweat pouring down her forehead. "Is this all? Your father gave me this much, saying it's for your own good. He said carrying too many valuable items outside makes you a target. You should understand the principle of keeping wealth hidden. Also, your father said he doesn't have much money on him either, and he still needs to develop his own business. So there are many places where he needs to spend money. He could only spare this much for you." Ye Qianyu, upon hearing this, let go of Gaia with a huff, wrinkling his nose in disdain. "Humph, just let him be. He knows his old man is rich beyond measure. He could casually take out some and fill this space ring of mine." Chapter 469. Departure from Blue Star. When Ye Qianyu arrived at Moonstar, he unexpectedly found a cute girl with pink twin ponytails, dressed in a playful white short skirt paired with black over-the-knee socks, and wearing headphones beside him. Artificial intelligence, Eri. That's right, after leaving Mu Jiro's room, Ye Qianyu brought Eri along. As an artificial intelligence, Eri has immense utility in the cosmic starry sky. Moreover, over the past few years, although Eri had been self-editing and upgrading in the control room, she had also received meticulous guidance from Gaia, with Gaia, who could be considered the ancestor of artificial intelligence, imparting all her lifelong knowledge. Eri managed to avoid a detour that would take others 10,000 years in just 5 short years. Once Eri completely absorbs and applies the data transmitted by Gaia, she will undergo her first evolution into a primary digital life form. Furthermore, Eri's database contains a wealth of information about the star universe sequence, making her like a mobile encyclopedia of knowledge. At the same time, Ye Qianyu also visited the treasure house and crammed all the treasures that his father had painstakingly collected over 400 years into the star essence box. It was simply outrageous. Chapter 470. Returning to the college entrance examination backlash. As soon as Eri stepped into the Star River ship's cabin, she eagerly ran to the main control chamber. In the next moment, a shimmering blue light enveloped her, and in an instant, she transformed into a stream of lively digital code, swiftly merging into the ship's system like flowing water. In the blink of an eye, she successfully replaced the original artificial intelligence of the Star River ship. "Master, I am now at your service, Eri-chan. Please fasten your seatbelt. We are preparing to depart." Her sweet and playful voice echoed through the ship, followed by confirming star marker, city of 10,000 races. Estimated Stargate transmission time is about 1 year and 3 months. Ye Qianyu couldn't help but twitch his mouth, choosing to ignore the seemingly foolish Eri and instead began to survey the interior of the battleship. What he saw was pure luxury. Although this Star River ship was only 300 meters long, its internal space was vast. It utilized advanced space folding technology, making it about as expansive as 100 football fields. Inside, there were not only beautifully decorated rest areas and fully equipped training rooms, but also a steaming hot spring pool, where beautiful robot women were busily attending to various facilities. Chapter 471. Cosmic Worldview. With the continuous development of their genes, the brain capacity of the group also experienced an epic enhancement. Even Jean Yuqian, who hated studying the most, could complete a lifetime's worth of knowledge in just over a year, something ordinary people could never achieve. As everyone finished reading all the books and encyclopedias, they gained a rough understanding of the complex structure of the entire universe. After truly comprehending the worldview of the universe, they finally realized how terrifying the cosmic starry sky was and how insignificant they were at this moment. The entire universe is divided into 5 rings, each encircling the other, with each ring being stronger than the one before it. The resources in each ring of the universe vary drastically, like a grain of sand compared to the entire Sahara Desert. The outermost ring is the habitat for one-dimensional to three-dimensional beings, the most populous but least resourceful star field, where competition is fierce. Wars, plundering, and genocide occur frequently as various races resort to any means necessary to secure their living space and resources. The fourth ring is home to four-dimensional to six-dimensional beings. The third ring accommodates seven-dimensional beings. The second ring is for eight-dimensional beings. And the innermost ring is for nine-dimensional beings. The rules of the entire universe are set by the remaining three nine-dimensional beings, who possess absolute authority. And their every word and action can influence the fate of countless races. Chapter 472 Arrival at the City of 10,000 Races, although called a city. The City of 10,000 Races is not a city, but a star field made up of countless giant stars, known as the 10,000 Races star field. The 10,000 Races star field is one of the most densely populated areas in the universe, composed of numerous stars of varying sizes. There are many such cities in the universe, and this foreign star field is merely a drop in the cosmic ocean. The City of 10,000 Races is the core hub of the 10,000 Races star field, a special existence. It is located at the intersection of various racial star fields and serves as a neutral trade and communication center. Here, merchants and cosmic beings from different races gather to trade rare resources and exchange technology and culture. The City of 10,000 Races is managed by an organization called the Judgment Alliance, composed of the top 10 most powerful races in the star field sequence, possessing absolute authority. This star field is entirely under the control of the Judgment Alliance, which operates as a one-party system, colloquially known as the 10 Major Rogues. They are 1. The Apocalypse Race 2, the Owling Race 3, the Spirit Oracle Race 4, the Sky Drive Race 5, the Melting Flame Race 6, the Hydrogen Core Race 7, the Crystal Skeleton Race 8, the Spirit Illusion Race 9, the Insect Race 10, the Zelta Race. As for the ranking of the races, it is reshuffled every million years during the 10,000 Races War. Chapter 473 Out in the World. Identity is self-created upon hearing the system's prompt tone. Ye Qianyu's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, nearly jumping up from his spot, his face brimming with uncontrollable joy. Originally, he had planned to arrive at the City of 10,000 Races and sell off all the treasures he had discreetly acquired from his father's treasure house at a low price. With his father's rich collection, even without mentioning selling for tens of millions of star yuan stones, at least a few 100,000 would not be a problem. In a city of 10,000 races, possessing a few 100,000 star yuan stones could count as being wealthy. At least it would provide a transitional phase, so he wouldn't have to worry about making a living. As for the future, he could always bring along a few brothers to rob from various households. He had already laid out his plans clearly, just waiting to implement them step by step. Now, it turns out, just after changing the map, the system directly funded him. No salt was spared. It directly opened the cracked version mode. One Googol star yuan stone. What a terrifying concept. That's a fortune that even the entire universe cannot contain. He didn't expect that his own leader would still be as generous as ever. Sigh. He had intended to be a hard-working and diligent worker, but his strength simply wouldn't allow it. Now I have to return to the extravagant life of a newly rich person, spending money like dirt. Chapter 474 Blue Tohom. The Crystal Skeleton Clan steward, just as the Star River ship was rushing towards the entrance of the City of 10,000 Races at lightning speed. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the starship like a ghost. A cylindrical device emitting a deep blue light, covered in electric arcs, flew out of his hand. It then exploded in midair. An energy barrier with a diameter of a kilometer instantly expanded, wrapping the Star River ship tightly within it. The originally fast-moving Star River ship came to an abrupt halt, as if gripped by an invisible giant hand, and stabilized in midair, unable to move forward even a bit. Seeing this, Ye Qianyu smiled playfully. The person who will take us through the VIP passage has arrived. Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu and the others hurriedly turned to the electronic screen. The newcomer was a middle-aged man dressed in a light blue robe, with faintly shimmering crystal luster on the robe. He was tall and had evolved into a human form, but the characteristics of the Crystal Skeleton Clan were still very obvious. His skin had a semi-transparent texture, allowing glimpses of the energy veins flowing beneath. His hair was not ordinary strands, but crystalline threads, each shimmering with colorful blues. He held his right hand across his chest, slightly bowed, performing a standard interstellar greeting, and said in a somewhat respectful tone, Chapter 475. Keep making up stories. Blue Tuahong spoke first, breaking the awkward atmosphere, and reintroduced himself. Ahem. I am Blue Tuahong of the Crystal Skeleton Clan, Sequence 7 of the 10,000 Races, Star Domain. May I ask how to address you, gentlemen? And which star domain you come from? And what brings you to this star domain? When he mentioned Sequence 7, he deliberately emphasized the words, a hint of undeniable pride flashing in his eyes. This was also to let the other party understand his identity and know that the power behind him was not to be underestimated. Ye Qianyu did not rush to answer, nor did he invite him to take a seat. Instead, he lazily leaned back, finding a more comfortable position to recline. He casually crossed his legs, one hand idly playing with a lighter, while the other held a cigarette. He looked utterly indifferent, exuding an air of carefree arrogance, almost writing the words arrogant and willful on his face. This scene left Jin Yuqian stunned, thinking to himself, this is unbelievable. He had always thought that he, the purebred second young master of the capital, was the epitome of a reckless and willful young master, but he never expected that old Yi was the ultimate playboy. So damn pure. This posture, this gaze, this expression was simply incredible. Chapter 476. If you could also have a fully equipped 3-star starship, you could enjoy priority treatment, young Master Yi. Since you are here for training, I will definitely do my utmost to assist you, so that you can encounter fewer obstacles. Blue Tuahong said with a face full of unquestioning respect, clearly having no doubts about Ye Qianyu's identity, and respectfully addressing him as young Master Yi. Seeing this, Jin Yuqian's eyes widened, and his mouth formed an O shape, displaying an exaggerated expression of astonishment. Is this really happening? Ye Qianyu maintained a calm expression, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and waved his hand seriously. No need to be so polite. Since we are here for training, we must abide by the rules of this place. How can we seek special treatment? If the elders in my clan find out, I will definitely be severely punished. So you don't need to treat us with any special care, just do as you normally would. Upon hearing this, Blue Tuahong immediately showed a look of admiration, secretly praising. As expected of a young master from a prominent family, this level of self-discipline must be innate. A world apart from those few spoiled young masters in the clan. May I ask how long you gentlemen plan to train here? Blue Tuahong inquired again. Ye Qianyu, leaning back slightly in his chair, and replied vaguely. Chapter 477. I am roasting lamb, which has nothing to do with our goat clan. After Ye Qianyu stored the Star River ship back into his spatial ring, Blue Tuahong then led him into the number 1-star map hall. This was a waiting hall built from a modified planet. The originally uneven planetary surface had been smoothed out, and the interior of the planet had been hollowed out, covered with an energy shield that securely protected the internal space, giving the whole place a unique technological feel. In this eastern Star Dome harbor, there were a total of 18 such waiting halls, neatly arranged in order from number 1 to number 18. The number 1 waiting hall was the largest, most well-equipped, and most fully functional hall among them. The shuttles operating here were also the fastest and most punctual, but the prices were relatively more expensive than those of other waiting halls. The hall was bustling with people, a sea of heads, with figures of various races moving back and forth. These beings looked bizarre, some as huge as mountains, surrounded by flames like fire demons. Some had wings on their backs, swiftly cutting through the crowd, and others resembled fish but floated in the air, surrounded by flowing blue liquid like water spirits. Flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water, all kinds of beings were present. Chapter 478. By Ningbing regarding the small incident with the goat clan vendor. Ye Qianyu and the others did not take it to heart and continued walking towards the station. They took the transit ladder to the interstellar transfer station. Blue Tuahong. Young Master Yi, this is the number 1 transfer station platform, and it is the largest transfer station here, capable of reaching almost all places in the city of 10,000 races. Ye Qianyu replied nonchalantly, I know this, it's just an airport. My hometown has 507 of them, so I'm very familiar with it. Upon hearing this, Blue Tuahong's eyes widened instantly, his face filled with disbelief. His mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. What? 507? It should be noted that the Crystal Skeleton Clan only managed 18 transfer stations in their jurisdiction, and they were the most built among the top 10 sequences. Combined, The 10 families had only 158 stations, and now young master Ye claimed his hometown had 507? Can you believe it? The construction and operational costs involved are unimaginably high, with each transfer station requiring vast amounts of rare resources and substantial financial backing. To establish 507 transfer stations in a star domain, how rich must it be? Unfathomable. And not to be measured. Chapter 479. Entering the city of 10,000 races, heading to the Illusion Light star zone after a moment of contemplation. Ye Qianyu gladly accepted Bai Ningbing's offer. Seeing this, Blue Tuahong quickly waved his hand, projecting a shimmering blue screen, which prominently displayed Service Agreement. Young Master, this is the service agreement for Xiaobing. As long as you press your fingerprint on it, it will take effect. Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu glanced at it briefly, and after the system confirmed there were no traps, he lightly pressed his fingerprint on the agreement, leaving a clear mark. The moment that fingerprint was stamped, the service agreement instantly transformed into a wisp of light and entered Bai Ningbing's wristband. Bai Ningbing's originally calm expression seemed to ripple slightly, and her aura appeared to soften a bit, with a deeper sense of reverence in her eyes. Night Xiao, Bai Ningbing opened her beautiful eyes, and her gaze towards Ye Qianyu seemed to become respectful, and she immediately called out respectfully, "Ding!" Bai Ningbing's loyalty has been raised to 100. Hearing the system's prompt, a hint of surprise appeared in Ye Qianyu's eyes. He didn't expect that the alien labor contract could be so domineering, directly enforcing 100 loyalty from the signing party. Just this point alone exceeded any contracts he had previously known, effectively avoiding many hidden dangers from betrayal by subordinates. Chapter 480. Illusory Light Star District. As they stepped down from the Jingjing Star, the scenery before them almost blinded everyone's 24K titanium alloy eyes. The sounds of woohoo rose and fell from their mouths, exaggerated beyond belief, like country bumpkins entering the city. The Illusory Light Star District lived up to its name. Dazzling and brilliant, resembling a dreamlike city that floated in the universe. Colorful lights radiated in all directions, enveloping the entire star district in brilliance, bursting with vibrant colors. Massive buildings rose from the ground, their surfaces covered in strange crystals that refracted dreamlike light, intertwining to weave continuously changing light and shadow images. Various spacecraft shuttled between the star districts, their streamlined bodies shining under the light, drawing splendid trajectories. On the streets, beings of various races bustled about, adorned in luxurious and bizarre clothing that emitted different glows, carrying the unique essence of their own civilizations. Everywhere one looked, the Illusory Light Star District displayed resplendent extravagance, a prosperity and brilliance that Ye Qianyu and others had never seen before. Even the wealthiest symbols of Blue Star, such as the Dubai or the opulent Macau, seemed dim and trivial in comparison, like a flickering candlelight in the mountains. At this moment, Ye Qianyu's eyes reflected the dreamlike light and shadow of the Illusory Light Star District, his heart filled with shock. Chapter 481. Gold-Obsessed Beasts. Interstellar Bank. After listening to Bai Ningbing's explanation, Ye Qianyu looked speechless. So grandiose, isn't it just a bank card? He then thought about the system allocating him 1 billion star yuan stones and couldn't help but ask in his heart, "System, where's my money? Are you blind? Isn't it in your backpack? Can't you check it yourself?" Upon hearing this, Ye Qianyu opened the system backpack to take a look. Sure enough, it clearly stated in the system's compartment, Star Yuan Stone 10 billion Czech x 1090. P.S. Once used, it takes effect immediately. Sigh, what a string of cold numbers. After Ye Qianyu sighed internally, he curiously asked, "System, why can't you just give me a bank card like on Blue Star?" The system patiently explained, Blue Star and the Star Universe sequence are different. Blue Star's storage method relies on a virtual electronic network, which I can easily hack. The storage method here is much more complex and advanced. It links to the cardholder's blood genes. Once activated and bound, it will deeply bind to the cardholder, making it impossible to forge or replace. Then it muttered in grievance, "I can't just use your blood to activate it, can I? Wouldn't that drive you crazy?"